Chapter 241. Jianlin waited patiently within Manda's body. As the tribe leader and the other forest spirits finished chanting their true name, a sudden ripple echoed through the space above Manda. A tug of force enveloped Manda's delicate form, dragging her upward, slowly approaching the newly revealed hole. The emerald beast had appeared for a moment, but quickly retreated, utterly timid. This beast is not only highly intelligent, but also behaves differently from other beasts, and its hobbies are also. Jianlin had a feeling this creature was unusual, but it didn't matter. He would soon find out. Under the tribe leader's gaze, both unwilling and expectant, Manda vanished completely. Logi's expression was grim, his fists clenched, but he could do nothing but bury his unacted thoughts. Manda passed through the hole. She entered a verdant place, a forest. The scent of moist earth mixed with the scent of green grass filled her nostrils, bringing a sense of peace to her, a natural lover of the forest. Directly in front of her was a stone platform, upon which lay a rather strange-looking piece of clothing. Manda had never seen such clothing before. The forest elf's clothing was all woven from vines. But Jianlin within her recognized it. It was a sailor suit, complete with matching black socks and small leather shoes, a rather old-fashioned style. Put it on. A muffled voice emanated from the forest, and Jianlin could vaguely hear heavy breathing. It was like that. Things are getting interesting. He didn't leave Manda's body, fearing alerting the enemy. Inji, go find it. Yes. Though Inji wasn't very motivated, she was still quite obedient and more than capable of dealing with a level 6 monster. Manda was about to reach out to grab the clothing when she heard a male voice from within her. You can choose to stand still. Huh? Her hand trembled, startled by the voice. Already nervous, she could hear her own heartbeat. Getting no response, she subconsciously thought of the mural her grandfather had mentioned. Her eyes rolled, then a hint of surprise. Are you Grey Light? Jianlin wanted to complain that all good things were related to Grey Light, so it had nothing to do with him, Jianlin. At this moment. Quickly, where? Who? The entire forest seemed startled by this muffled cry. However, after this cry, the surroundings fell into an unusual silence, with only the faintest wailing. Jianlin knew Inji had most likely succeeded. Since that was the case, he simply emerged from Manda's body and disappeared into the forest. At this moment, Manda's eyes were drawn to the Grey Light figure that appeared out of thin air before her, her face filled with excitement. Grandpa didn't lie to me. There really is a Grey Light. She muttered, her mouth slightly open. The god of Grey Light. She clasped her hands together in prayer and thanksgiving, her bright eyes gleaming faintly. From that moment on, Manda had a new faith in her heart. The god of Grey Light. Elsewhere. After entering the forest, Jianlin saw the scene. Inji's 4 hands moved rhythmically, occasionally slashing off the emerald beast's newly formed limbs. It wailed incessantly, its broken branch-like limbs mingled with emerald green slime, creating a devastating scene. He floated forward, gently stroking his chin as he gazed down at the bizarre beast below. It was emerald green and resembled a lion. That wasn't surprising. He had seen all sorts of ferocious beasts. What was truly bizarre was that a fleshy tube connected to its head held a humanoid figure, also emerald green, but with a nearly human-like appearance. Emerald Servant, a level 6 ferocious beast, a symbiotic beast that has undergone an unknown mutation. It possesses intelligence and diverse abilities, making it relatively rare in the mist. Note, it's very cunning and almost impossible to catch. Coincidentally, I just love creating possibilities. Jianlin waved his hand, signaling Inji to slow down her movements. The humanoid's head caught sight of a gray glow, and he knew it was the real owner. Who are you? And why are you trespassing on my territory? Jianlin didn't answer, but instead asked, Are you from Blue Star? Are you speaking Yanghua? The humanoid was a little surprised, then a fawning smile crossed its green face. I'm from Blue Star too. Please spare me. I'm from Rhea, and we're neighbors. I can give you all the elven women. They're quite entertaining. Just spare me. Tell me anything else you need. I'm very powerful, and can roam freely in the mist. How is it? Jianlin ignored him and continued, How long have you been in the mist? How long? The humanoid froze. Yeah, how long? How long, how long? It kept muttering, repeating those 2 words. Almost a minute later, it was still repeating. It seemed it had already gone mad, but it still retained some of its behavioral logic from life. Hey! If you don't speak, I deal with you, Jianlin probed. How long, how long, how long? The humanoid kept repeating in a daze, while the emerald beast behind it moved. It instinctively tried to stand up, But EMG severed its limbs again. That's how symbiotes work. If one fails, the other takes control. Jianlin was helpless. This guy was so crazy, yet he still instinctively liked that kind of thing. It was really something. And he was even cosplaying. The elves were truly unlucky to be in such a situation. In fact, judging by the style of the sailor suit, it could be estimated to be no more than 100 years old, perhaps 60 or 70 years ago. Like Xu Qiaoqiao and Yan, he was a survivor who entered the mist in the era before Blue Star. There was no need to extract its memories. What value would it have if it were transformed into a ferocious beast? The memory of its years of tormenting female creatures would only taint Jianglin's eyes. Kill it! He ordered Imji. Imji listlessly raised her bandaged hands, intertwined her four hands, and grasped them. A flash of crimson claws flashed. Swish! The emerald servant beast instantly shattered, its spirit torn apart. Level 7 versus level 6, such a crushing blow, and this was just Imji's casual attack. Crystal blocks condensed, and Jianglin casually collected them, unconcerned. He also collected the body fragments with a storage crystal. Ferocious beasts do produce materials. Level 6 materials, a first for him. He looked around. This small space was already showing signs of crumbling, apparently part of the emerald servant beast. Scanning around, he finally found the crystal treasure chest he'd been longing for. He didn't know when it had respawned. The system was getting worse. At higher levels, treasure chests wouldn't drop unless you killed monsters, so stealing wasn't an option. Looking at the impending collapse of the space, Manda was at a loss. God of Grey Light. Her face was a little panicked, but she silently clasped her hands in prayer. As she muttered these words, a figure made of grey light floated out and stood before her. Though the grey light didn't move, she felt strangely reassured. The god will protect me. The thought flashed through her mind. You won't need to make sacrifices anymore. That creature is already dead, Jianglin reminded her. He had no idea what the young elf girl Manda was thinking. This experience was just a minor incident in his hunting adventure. It wasn't even the real thing. But his casual action saved a race of 100 people. This was probably a high-level being. Manda realized something and blurted out, God of Grey Light, are you leaving? Where did this name come from? Jianglin was speechless, but still hummed. Can I follow you? Manda said the same thing he had said to Han Xiaoxiao. Jianglin shook his head. Manda felt a little disappointed, but then Jianglin's words cheered her up. You're still too young and too weak. Perhaps when you're older and reach level 5, you can join the Strange Mist Order. Where is the Strange Mist Order? Do you know the principle of hidden attraction? If you want it, you find it. Chapter 242. The space completely collapsed. Jianglin casually carved a few strange spells on Manda's hand, and told her to use them against enemies in case of danger. He didn't stay any longer, and went straight home. The elves were in an uproar of joy. Grandpa, the mural is real. I've seen the God of Grey Light. Manda's little face trembled with excitement, her pointed ears quivering. The chief's wrinkled mouth twitched as he cried and laughed, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, Grey Light. He knelt, tears dripping to the ground. The people around him were moved by this, and their eyes also moistened. They survived, but their mother, wife, and daughter would never return. Manda's joyful expression froze. Yes, that's how the weak are. Survival depends on the will of the strong. If they can't change, the elves will sooner or later encounter the next green god, and perhaps the situation will get even worse. I want to become stronger. Manda touched the spell on his hand, secretly making up his mind. A few hours ago, the round fort. Jianglin had finished repairing the gazebo, and was particularly pleased with the renovation of the courtyard. Lying in the gazebo's rocking chair, he swayed gently with his levitation, feeling relaxed and comfortable. Xiao Chong, come here. Hearing his voice, Xiao Chong, who was watching the small axe and the small pick compete for supremacy, leaped over with one hand, grabbing the ground. Master. With a clatter, he landed in front of Jianglin. The strong slave seed was already level 5. After mutation, it would reach level 6, which would be very useful. There were 2 more mutations today. The items left for one of them were enough for the crystalline treasure chest. Mutation activated. Spiritual energy enveloped the pitch-black strong slave seed, and it began to wriggle and deform violently. The originally spherical body turned into a viscous mass, its supporting hand vanished, and only a single eye remained. A single-eyed black slime. Jianglin thought this description was more vivid. Transformed into a powerful slave species, it gained the Eye of Plunder. Eye of Plunder, level 6, can parasitize targets of level 6 or lower, controlling their body and mind, slowly plundering their spiritual essence, and eventually completely replacing them. Limited to one, with a 10-day cooldown. Somewhat perverted. To put it simply, the Eye of Plunder not only controls a living being, but, given enough time, can completely become that creature. At first, it's still possible to detect it, but once the spiritual essence has been completely replaced, even higher levels won't be able to detect it. This is truly an undercover god. The kind that can slink around right under the noses of level 8. Change your name from now on to Plunder. The name doesn't have the same meaning anymore, and the previous one is hard to remember, so I just use the original name. Yes, master. Although Plunder is a ball, it moves extremely quickly, capable of flying several meters in a single bound. A nimble slime. There's no good replacement for Jilly right now, so he just have to stay home for now. Xiaoying, come and massage my shoulders. I'm so tired. Jianglin waved to Xiaoying, who was sitting on a stone chair at the edge of the pavilion. Xiaoying, transformed into moonlight, flashed behind him and expertly massaged his shoulders. The rocking chair continued to rock. Ethan and Melika were irritated. For some reason, Draven kept trying to get close to them. They were clearly waiting for the newcomer to show up, but instead of him, they were chasing him. Damn, is that newcomer a tortoise? Where the hell is he hiding? Melika cursed as she piloted the war fortress across the Gobi Desert. Ethan's expression was grim. Draven must have something to rely on, otherwise he wouldn't be so bold. I chased him like a rat before. Ethan was furious, but helpless. Although he and Melika were members of the Holy Alliance, their higher-ups wouldn't care about their advancement. Not only would they not care, but they still had to be on guard after their advancement. Although there was a rule against devouring Alliance members, that rule was also made by humans. So, major powers often had many subordinate races. They weren't professionals, so they didn't have to worry about such issues. How about we go back? Ethan wanted to back out. Being cautious by nature, he always felt something was amiss. There was something odd about this newcomer, as if she had noticed something. Melika glanced at him. Now that we're here, you're just one step away from reaching rank 7. You want to give up? There will be other opportunities. Ethan sighed. He's been keeping an eye on me again lately. Melika stopped trying to persuade him, but instead said this. Ethan's eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment, he clenched his fists and said, then wait a little longer. We deal with him quickly as soon as he shows up. We need to avoid Draven. He's not as fast as us, so we should have time. Turtle shell tentacle hut. Whoosh. A cannonball streaked through the sky at high speed. What was that? Lila stared at the cannonball, which suddenly appeared and disappeared, somewhat bewildered. In all her years, she had never seen anything like it. A pale blue, round ball. What kind of creature is that? In any case, it's best to move when encountering something strange. This is what her father taught her. The art of survival through the artifice of trickery. So she left the place she had been in for less than a day. Meanwhile, there seemed to be something strange down there just now. Cursed body, Jianglin muttered within the ball. But he encountered so many strange things along the way that he didn't take it seriously. And so, the two people searching for each other missed each other again. Round Fort, Pavilion. Jianglin was watching Blue Star chats, while Xiaoying massaged his legs in front of him. He hadn't opened this section since the forum came out. Now that I have some free time, I can follow the development of the Blue Star human population and perhaps learn something. Since the Great Fog tide, only a little over 500 million people remain on Blue Star. Everyone, please don't draw from the smile roulette. I've compiled thousands of statistics, and buying directly saves nearly half the crystals. You're talking bullshit. You know that without statistics, but there are so many gamblers. If you can draw a crafting scroll, you make a fortune. It's like controlling the means of production. Don't listen to the nonsense above. Crafting scrolls only exist in legends. Yes, you can draw a level 2 healing potion crafting scroll, click to view. Fuck, that's a jerk. Brother, are you selling it? Do you think I'm stupid? Jianglin felt like he'd taken a certain amount of critical hits, but not much. After all, this world isn't just about the lucky ones. It's also about the Kryptonians. The Kryptonians are always more powerful than the lucky ones. He swiped past the news and moved on. There's been a lot more caves like that lately. Have you been there? No. Huh? Everyone must resist temptation. Caves are very strange. But I really miss my mom. My wife is with me now. I feel very happy. I don't care about anything else. Many people below said they had been there and were very content. It was pretty much as Jianglin expected. Even though they knew there was a problem, most people were more focused on the present. It wasn't a bad thing. He didn't need to interfere. A piece of news caught his attention. Ravi Singh is dead. Thousands of people, including his faction, are probably gone. Really? His profile picture is gray. Does anyone know what happened? It's horrible. It happened almost overnight. The discussion below was rife, but no one knew what had happened. This hadn't happened with any warning. Jiang Lin knew Ravi Singh, once the 9th of Blue Star, and had done business with him a few times, but he had never added him as a friend. The faction was called Brahma or something, so he was probably from India. A force of several thousand people was destroyed silently overnight. Chapter 243. Ravi Singh's death proved his iron fortress had been breached, leaving no survivors. Those faction members who chose to continue surviving had a way to contact headquarters, but received no response, confirming the news. High-level individuals, or a mysterious invasion? Jiang Lin could only speculate. After all, he wasn't familiar with the other party. After the last decision to survive, those who left the system were able to gather together, so the current faction's numbers wouldn't be very large. This was a good thing. Otherwise, with the previous faction's numbers, it would have easily reached tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Perhaps the system separated the survivors as much as possible to prevent total annihilation, because now, unlike before, staying in that so-called corner, there was no danger around. Of course, this was true for other survivors, but Jiang Lin's area was another matter. Regardless, he felt much safer around him now, perhaps because he had become stronger. This incident also sounded a wake-up call for the survivors. Close panel. Danger is ever present. Safety is only temporary. Jiang Lin didn't even dare to claim he could roam the foggy world. There were still many places he dared not venture into, and he used the pseudo-motion magic mirror to predict his progress before setting out. Clang. The shell precisely lodged in the muzzle of the psychic recovery projectile. Cursed body, and EMG had returned. He patted Xiaoying on the head, signaling it to stand. Jiang Lin tossed the corpse of the level 6 emerald servant beast onto the edge of the platform. Its tentacles quickly devoured and decomposed it, and 4 level 6 materials oozed out of the circular platform. A good harvest. He sighed, feeling his hard work pay off, and entered the hall. The trickster lasso gun was ready, and he placed the crystalline treasure chest on the square table in the hall. He was definitely trying to come up with an advanced scroll, but even with Sophia's good luck, it was unlikely. Touching the delicate patterns of the crystal pattern treasure chest, Jiang Lin transformed into Sophia. Although Sophia's crystal essence had been revealed the last time he opened the chest, his luck should have improved. Sacrifice 80 years of bad luck. Open. A delicate hand grasped the lid of the chest and lifted it. A flash of ordinary white light. Accustomed to this, Jiang Lin hadn't taken the chance of finding a high-level treasure seriously. However, this time, white light leaped from the chest, condensing into a large box in the open space behind Jiang Lin. A closer look. Is this a coffin? The box was rectangular, wide at the head and narrow at the tail, with flowing lines and a smooth, single-piece surface. It looked like the most ordinary coffin. The vibrant red, like a blazing flame, seemed to smear the surroundings with its color, creating a powerful impact. Jiang Lin felt strangely eerie. System, you're a bit rude. He had been quite happy to open the treasure chest, but the system had given him this. Open it and explore. Soul-drinking replica coffin, level 6. Once inside, the coffin absorbs the spirits of surrounding creatures, creating another you. You can live together, and never fear loneliness again. Note, only 2 of you can exist at a time. This applies only to pure creatures. Consumption is unknown, so use with caution. Who am I then? Jiang Lin disliked this thing, just as it looked. If such a thing existed in the foggy world, could it be that the people he met in the future wouldn't be the real person? Theoretically, as long as one person was still alive, it wasn't considered truly dead. Let's try alienation. Something feels off about using this thing. Alienation activated. 1600 spiritual energy enveloped the replica coffin. At first, there was no reaction, but then, the surface of the bright red coffin began to wriggle, revealing human faces. Jiang Lin murmured incredulously. He had never seen anything like this before. They were just squirming tumors or tentacles with eyes. But this was the first time a human face had grown on an object. This phenomenon had only occurred when transforming humans, such as Tina and the Phantom Girl. Is there a connection? He stroked his chin, carefully observing the changes in the replica coffin. As the bright red replica coffin squirmed, the human faces shifted one after another, until the entire thing dissolved into a red liquid. As Jiang Lin watched in astonishment, it gradually took on a human form, even seeming to mimic him, its face becoming closer to his. Jiang Lin's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening. As if sensing something, the red liquid figure stopped changing, and after 2 seconds, it resumed its squirming. It sprouted black wings, its feathers tipped red, and its body transformed into the naked form of a woman, with black hair and red eyes, and a well-proportioned, graceful figure. Jiang Lin felt relieved, feeling that it perfectly suited his aesthetic. Transform, the soul-drinking replica coffin, to obtain a fake angel. Fake angel, level 7. By absorbing enough spirits, you can create and control fake creatures. These creatures possess most of the original creature's abilities. In combat, the fake angel can absorb and mimic their abilities. Note, it's in a bad mood. The transformation from a coffin to an angel makes sense. The change in abilities is quite significant, from a completely unpredictable replica to a controllable fake creature. While it's a bit of a weakening, it's always good to be under control. The fake angel's combat capabilities should be quite good, as it can directly use other people's skills to fight against them. It's already a very useful level 7 combatant. It can also control fake creatures, so it's quite powerful with accumulation, but I'm not sure about its cost. Put it on, Jiang Lin handed over a black dress. Thanks to Xiaoying, he was wearing quite a bit of women's clothing. The fake angel simply crossed her arms and ignored him. 3, 2. Jiang Lin began counting down. The fake angel tactfully accepted the dress and began putting it on without a word. I thought she'd need a beating to behave, but that was all. Luckily, the dress was off-shoulder, so I could just put it on from the bottom. Otherwise, I'd have to make 2 holes for the wings. After putting on her clothes, the fake angel still crossed her arms, her red eyes looking at the ground, a look of arrogance. I didn't know why she was in such a bad mood. Jiang Lin didn't bother to ask. He wasn't one to indulge the altered ones. She had to obey when she was supposed to, otherwise, like little Greed, she'd be spanked from time to time. A few minutes later, Lin Yu and the other women were watching the fake angel. It's so beautiful, almost like Xiaoying and Tina, Lin Yu exclaimed, her red lips parted slightly. Xiaoying can do it, but I can't, Tina shook her head modestly. The phantom girl looked at the fake angel's figure with some envy. The fake angel was extremely proud, sitting in her chair with her head held high, enjoying the adulation. Let's just call her Hongying, the Ying of image. I think Hongying is also a good name, it sounds good. And so the fake angel's name was decided. Hongying. It didn't say a word from beginning to end, only reluctantly moving at Jiang Lin's command. Hongying was assigned to share a room with Lin Yu, hoping that her personality would return to normal. Jiang Lin sent the cursed body to collect crystals from the mine, while he himself entered the survivors' gathering to collect today's crystals. Over 600,000 crystals were earned again, and after exchanging them for small boxes, he obtained 6 crystal blocks and 5 crystal essences. Another fruitful day. Lying in bed, he felt relaxed. He hadn't been out for 3 days, yet his daily gains were enough to make any survivor jealous. So far, he'd obtained 3 crystalline treasure chests. If he was lucky and had enough level 7 chests, higher level chests would be within easy reach. I wonder how those people out there are doing. The corners of his mouth curled up, a hint of gloating. Chapter 244. Master, it's dawn. Xiaoying's cold voice came from above. Jiang Lin opened his eyes, and saw her silver eyes. She sat on his quilt in a dark blue chainmail dress, and white silk leggings, a habit she always followed. Jiang Lin sat up and stretched. 20 minutes later. In the hall, at the square table. 34 days. Jiang Lin counted the days, as he ate the hard-shaking meat fruit and drank the red silk spring. He had just replaced the crystal block using the crystal sewing technique, a tremendous drain. Thankfully, he had no shortage of material possessions. As long as his attributes improved quickly enough, even if he lost all his spiritual energy, it wouldn't matter. In the misty world, strength outweighed wealth. Hongying sat across from him, arms folded across her chest, looking extremely proud and unwilling to speak. Has it always been like this? He looked away from Hongying and towards Lin Yu, who was eating the meat fruit. Lin Yu glanced at Hongying, puzzled. It was perfectly normal last night. I chatted with it for a long time. Hongying's voice is so beautiful and so soft. Lin Yu smirked and put his arm around Hongying's waist. Hongying instinctively tried to dodge, but after glancing at Jiang Lin, she maintained her stance. Jiang Lin was speechless. So he doesn't talk in my presence. What's wrong with this guy? He didn't bother to investigate, just obeyed. Thinking of this, He used most of his stamina and spiritual awareness to create a cursed body. Come with me. Let's go to the alien sea and try to create a level 7 imitation creature. To create a level 7, a considerable number of spiritual bodies would be required. The alien sea has more creatures than the mist, making it perfect for Hongyin. Although Hongyin had a look on her face that said, "I won't listen to you," her body responded honestly. Stepping onto the cursed body in tiny high heels, he entered the hollow. This must be Lin Yu's handiwork. Jiang Lin only gave her a skirt yesterday. The round castle was still bustling today. Jiang Lin arrived at the gazebo and laid down on a rocking chair, preparing to transform another level 6 combatant. Preferably one like the unwise one, capable of fighting with others in times of crisis. Summon a shaped creature. A sacrificial mantis. This strange creature, shaped from a level 5 sacrificial mantis claw, is suited for melee combat. Transformation activated. The mantis, 2 feet tall, grows larger and more twisted, its body sprouting monstrous tumors, its hideous barbs growing longer and sharper. Same as the unwise one, the name remains the same, but the effect is even more powerful. Sacrificial mantis, level 6. Unleash a sacrificial field, using the mantis claw to inflict damage to itself. The target's spirit and body within the field are continuously weakened, and the target suffers an equal amount of damage. Note: overuse will transform it into a twisted insect-like creature. The effect is quite good. Combined with the unwise, they can quickly eliminate all enemies. Weaken them first, then let them slaughter each other. It's extremely effective against the spirited hand. As for the negative effects, Jiang Lin felt that sacrificing the mantis had twisted it enough, so he sent it back into the shadows. He took out the simulated magic mirror. "Moirian, help me simulate." "Yes, Lord." A deep, rich male voice emanated from the mirror, and the dark figure within it flickered. With a flick of his spiritual intuition, he entered the simulated perspective, and immediately activated the mysterious luck. He ordered all his fellow professionals, who were concerned about him, to come to him, hoping to see how many there were. But after waiting for hours, no one showed up, even longer than yesterday. Then a massive war fortress descended upon him. A dense swarm of mechanical creatures and puppets launched their attack. This time, there was no further ado, and he sent the unwise man and the sacrificial mantis forward together. The sacrificial field unfolded, and the sacrificial mantis lashed out with its claws, slicing him into pieces. All the mechanical creatures and puppets were instantly paralyzed. The few stronger ones remaining were also affected by the unwise man's violent field, and began to slaughter each other. In just a few minutes, the war fortress, comprised of thousands of troops, was paralyzed. Jiang Lin was also busy, having Yingji search. With previous experience, he quickly located the man and woman hiding in the shadows. With the Wild Hunt Whip Hammer unleashed, the two men engaged him frantically, only to be defeated by him and Yingji. Just as their corpses were about to condense into materials for advancement, the simulation was interrupted. Jiang Lin thought he was fast enough, but the one with the unknown advanced skills still managed to catch up. In other words, the other party had been following the man and woman, almost at arm's length. It seems not only Jiang Lin wants the promotion materials for the male and female team, but the person hiding in the shadows also wants them. The funny thing is that this man and woman are clearly the weaker party, yet they don't realize it and still want to be hunters. If Jiang Lin hadn't been unaware of the man in the shadows' methods, he would have killed them long ago. What a drama. It was just like Jiang Lin's previous encounter with Wessel. They were clearly two Godao tricksters, but Wessel, relying on his openness, showed up. He was instantly defeated by the Xiaoying Moon Mirror's barrier. Of course, if there hadn't been the paper figurine, the outcome would have been uncertain. In this world, there are too many variables, and one wrong move could lead to irreparable consequences. So Jiang Lin couldn't gamble. Even if he had the paper figurine and was confident it could save his life, what was the point? It's not like he can't advance without these people's promotion materials. Weasel was a lesson learned. The consequences of abandoning caution. Going slow might result in losses, but not death. Who is that person in the shadows? Could it be the phantom girl meeting the woman in gray? Jiang Lin held the magic mirror, rocking the chair faster, stroking his chin in thought. Regardless of whether it's true or not, the fact that the male and female duos survive proves they can either withstand that high-level technique or escape. Most likely the latter, meaning the owner of that high-level technique isn't fast. But she is very confident they can crush everyone. He closed his eyes and silently reasoned in his mind, trying to reconstruct the logic of everyone's behavior. For now, let's call the strongest party the hunter, and the male and female duo the prey. He's an outsider, but he's treated like the prey. The hunter is likely level 6, but the power behind him or her has given him or her some kind of technique, making him or her extremely confident. The prey had something to rely on and wasn't particularly afraid of the hunter, so they kept running around, aiming for him, the outsider prey. Are these the only 3 parties? If so, then the gray-clad woman who hadn't appeared yet was the hunter. But if the hunter was someone else, why had the gray-clad woman remained so still and dared to stay around? Jianlin opened his eyes, narrowing them slightly. Slate. This was just speculation. The possibility that the hunter was the gray-clad woman couldn't be ruled out. But the simulated magic mirror couldn't give him an answer. After all, it was only level 6, and predicting a few level 7 creatures was impressive. Jianlin was more focused on the benefits he could get, so he stopped using his real body to simulate, and instead used the perspective of his cursed body. As a result, his luck wasn't good today, and he encountered no level 6 creatures on either occasion. This put him off hunting today. Anything below level 6 wasn't of interest to him right now. It just so happened that the cursed body was taking Hong Yin to the alien sea. If he could successfully create a fake level 7 creature, that would be great. With nothing else to do, I opened the survivor forum. Strange, terrifying crawling mist at level 8. Survivors in this direction, evade immediately. The earthquake-stricken mountain is actually a terrifying behemoth. It's impossible to detect. Has the system reached its limit? Whether the system has reached its limit or not is unknown, but Jianlin knows it's always hiding information. This mountain behemoth is most likely a neutral creature. And then, there's that old friend, the crawling mist. It was first seen at level 4, and now it's already level 8. It's simply outrageous. The speed of its improvement astounded him. Chapter 245. Luckily I moved, otherwise, there would always be this level of being wandering around, making it unbearable. It's just a fog. Physical attacks are useless, and mental attacks are even less so. The only thing to do is avoid it, or else prepare to be assimilated and become an eternal fog. A terrifying attack. A mysterious organization destroys everything. This post included several pictures of the ruins of an iron fort. The ruins were densely packed with crushed corpses, a mixture of bone and flesh fragments, probably thousands of them. This is a Lizardman survivor group. Judging by the signs of destruction, it's likely the work of a level 5 war maniac. Many of the fragments were caused by the Berserker Master's crazy reconciliation skill, a force generated from within. If it's a war maniac, it's likely the Destruction Chapter. The Destruction Chapter, the Faceless Ones, and the Filthy Order all believe in disorder, so such actions are perfectly normal. So, Ravi Singh's forces were destroyed overnight, perhaps because they had offended someone. In comparison, Lucas joining the Destruction Legion, Isabella joining the Blood Moon Temple, and Park Chulin joining the Exchange Holy Alliance seem quite wise now. At least, they don't have to worry about being trampled on like ants. Hey, why is there no news about Jolini? Jianlin was a little puzzled. After all, he was also a Yin countryman, and was very concerned about the development of the Jojo Imperial Alliance. So he opened a private message. Jianlin, the Jojo Imperial Alliance hasn't joined the faction? A reply came quickly. Jolini, this matter has been requested to be kept confidential, so I haven't disclosed it to anyone except the core personnel. Jolini, but you are the pride of our Yin country. I can tell you, don't tell anyone else. It's so mysterious. Could it be the Hidden Consciousness Society? That's certainly impressive. He speculated, and was also happy that the Jojo Imperial Alliance had a powerful supporter. Jianlin, I'm not a big talker, just tell me. Jolini, I led the Jojo Imperial Alliance to join the Supreme Cult, an extremely mysterious and powerful organization. Jianlin was stunned. The Supreme Cult. Mysterious and powerful? Jolini, the one I met was a level 6 expert, absolutely the strongest I've ever seen. He also promised to protect our Jojo Imperial Alliance's development in the early stages. Jianlin wanted to ask, then did you know that the Supreme Cult was forced to retreat by the Filthy Cult? But he ultimately held back. Could this level 6 be the same one who blew him into the alien sea hole? Their strength is certainly enough to protect the Jojo Imperial Alliance, but Jianlin didn't know what other connections the Supreme Cult had within the mist. It's hard to judge. Watanabe Yarrow seemed to have mentioned joining the Filthy Cult earlier, putting the two old rivals on opposite sides again. He changed the subject. Jianlin, that Qin Min from earlier was one of yours, right? Jolini, he went there voluntarily, he's a good kid. Jianlin, you joined the Supreme Cult, are you still short of mist repellent sparks? Jolini, 1 or 2, of course, but he said that with his life, Exchanging one for another would be a good deal, and everyone's safety is more important. Jianglin, doesn't he have any family or friends? Zhou Lini. He's an orphan who joined the army when he grew up. We in Yin country are always in need of men like him. Zhou Lini. Don't worry about it. Qin Nin said that even if he didn't exchange his life, there would still be casualties during the subsequent level 5 hunts. Trading one life for more is well worth it. Close the private chat. Jianglin didn't have any extra emotions. People died every day in the Misty World. While he respected Qin Nin's manliness, he wouldn't follow his example. Directionless alien sea. Jianglin, in his cursed form, floated with Hong Yin on the surface of the Yellow Sea. After his original form's advancement to a higher level, his physical strength had recovered enough to keep him afloat. Hong Yin was absorbing the spirits of sea creatures. So far, they were only level 2 or 3, far from enough. He simply took Hong Yin underwater and dived deeper. The deeper they went, the more numerous and stronger the creatures, and the more efficient the absorption. Soon, everything was pitch black, with only the strange, dead sound of the deep sea filling their ears. Goo! Goo! The surroundings were utterly ethereal. Hong Yin flapped her wings, her speed in the water no different from her speed in the air. It was faster than floating anyway, and floating through the trickery path was probably the slowest of all the escape skills. So he simply let Hong Yin drag him down. Her pupils glowed a brilliant red, and the surrounding creatures and spirits converged uncontrollably. How's the efficiency? Jianglin asked. Hong Yin pouted proudly, but nodded, suggesting it had improved. Keep diving. Jianglin immediately activated his level 6 mysterious luck, allowing them to encounter a level 6 creature. A strange force of luck enveloped them, making it seem as if everything would go smoothly. This was an illusion. It was good enough if nothing went wrong. Hong Yin pulled Jianglin deeper, harvesting spirits along the way like a world-destroying enchantress. After descending for tens of thousands of meters, they finally encountered a level 6 creature. It was a gigantic monster, tens of meters long. Jianglin and the others were only the size of its scales, which shimmered with a blue-green glow. The head was enormous and flat, occupying a third of the fish's body. Its wide mouth was filled with sharp, curved teeth. Above it was a single, enormous, bulging eye, dark and deep, with no white. Whoosh! The water surged, and it rushed straight towards the two of them. Hong Yin blocked Jianglin's way, shielding him firmly behind her wings. She was so protective at ordinary times, but now she was protecting him like this. Jianglin's mouth twitched. He really didn't know what Hong Yin's personality was. Lightning flashed around the giant fish monster's head, and it approached at a rapid speed, carrying a violent ball of lightning and water elements. In Jianglin's eyes, the lightning and water balls completely dominated his vision. The deep sea was filled with a low, startling crackling sound. However, this terrifying attack suddenly dissipated as it approached Hong Yin, and the pseudo-angel's absorption ability was activated. The giant fish monster paused, stunned by this unprecedented scene. But only for a moment, it instinctively opened its bloody mouth towards the two of them. The same lightning and water elemental balls began to condense in front of Hong Yin, smashing into its maw. Bang! A dull crashing sound in the deep sea. However, this was, after all, the giant fish monster's own ability, so it only forced it back, not causing significant damage. Hong Yin flapped her wings, pushing aside the current and heading towards the giant fish monster. A melee ensued, with completely unequal sizes. Puff! Bang! A tearing sound, a dull crashing sound echoed through the deep sea. With Jianglin's assistance, Hong Yin single-handedly ripped the giant fish monster's flesh and blood. Although the pseudo-angel wasn't particularly strong, it was still a rank 7 combatant, easily slaughtering a rank 6 fish monster. After absorbing its spirit, Hong Yin produced no crystals. This was normal. After all, crystals were supposed to be psychic energy products produced by the miraculous fusion of spirit and flesh. Since she had come to hunt to create pseudo-creatures, crystals were of no concern. She continued her dive. Thousands more meters below. A low, long cry reached her ears. Jianglin was familiar with the sound. He had encountered it when he first arrived in the Wuxiang alien sea. A whale-like creature. His spiritual sense probed, revealing a massive, 100-meter-long fin that was terrifying and instilled an instinctive fear. His spiritual sense could only detect a small portion of the creature's body. A deep-sea behemoth, like a mountain, swam past them, stirring up an undercurrent that distorted the surrounding water. Hong Yin, remember this. I want this. He hurriedly instructed Hong Yin to memorize the whale-like creature's physical characteristics. By absorbing enough spiritual energy, he should be able to create a replica. Chapter 246. Hongyin pouted proudly and didn't respond. However, her body didn't slow down, and she began to swim around the giant creature, carrying Jianglin. Jianglin really didn't know what to say to Hongyin. Say it had a bad attitude, but it was also very efficient. Never mind. He also observed the whale-like creature. It wasn't aggressive, simply wandering the deep sea. It looked very similar to a blue whale, its 1,000-meter-long body stretched out, about the size of his platform, and on land it would be a small mountain. The fin alone was 100 meters long, and the vortex stirred by the fin turned into a black hole undercurrent. If this were released during an enemy encounter, what a sight it would be! Just as Jianglin was lost in thought, Hongyin stopped. Remember? Hongyin nodded. Then keep diving, and try to gather enough spirits. And so, all the creatures passing by suffered. The two also encountered a giant, monstrous, level 7 octopus, but they couldn't even fight it, letting it flee. Creatures at the level 7 are extremely difficult to kill. Not only are their skin and flesh thick and tough, but their mental resistance is also strong, their recovery is terrifying, and their speed is also rapid. A level 7 professional would probably be in for a headache if they encountered such a creature. Jianglin had expected him to dive to the bottom of the sea, but the result was beyond his expectations. Yellow Sea. He and Hongyin surfaced. Swept through. The Wuxiang alien sea actually has no bottom. He kept going down, and when he emerged, it was still the Yellow Sea. How could this be possible? He deserved his name, Wuxiang. The sea is everywhere, so he was diving down from the sea above, and then emerging from the sea below? The top and the bottom are connected? Or perhaps all the seas are connected, with no bottom at all. So, the last time he came to the alien sea, he used ice to predict the direction, and the other side would also reach the surface. He only predicted one side, and then rushed out to sea, missing this information. He was confused. But it didn't matter. Everything was normal in the foggy world, he was used to it. Isn't that enough? Jianglin looked at Hongyin. He had already absorbed 5 level 6 creatures, and there were countless lower-level creatures. Hongyin crossed her arms and nodded. Level 7 pseudo-creatures are really difficult to create. He sighed. Keep going. Changing direction, the two of them plunged into the deep sea again, while the cursed body and Hongyin were in full swing. Outside the round fortress, in the pavilion, Jianglin's main body was enjoying Xiao Ying's leg massage. But it wouldn't be accurate to say he was idle, because the cursed body was controlled by his consciousness, and the physical exertion was also his. When the cursed body worked, he worked. It's a shame there are no treasure chests in the directionless sea, otherwise, there would be countless crystal-patterned treasure chests. Jianglin sighed, and took out 3 items. A level 5 guide gate, the blueprints for a flying skiff, and defensive vine seeds. He also summoned a level 5 crystal-patterned tiger puppet. These 4 items combined should be enough to create a means of transportation. Probably. 5 minutes later. A giant jellyfish floated in the sky above the circular fortress. Like an umbrella shading the sun, it enveloped the entire fortress, casting shadows on everyone below. It was pink and transparent, 100 meters in diameter, and contained a large pink sphere within, large enough for a person to ride. Hundreds of tentacles swayed along its edges, each tipped with a ferocious tiger-shaped mouthpart. Transform the flying boat. And obtain the Tiger Vine Floating Mother. Tiger Vine Floating Mother. Tier 6, a floating jellyfish flying object. Consume crystals to accelerate flight, reaching a maximum speed of 5,000 kilometers per hour. The Tiger Vine can attack hostile creatures and teleport, with a maximum range of 100 kilometers and a 6-hour cooldown. Jianglin looked up at the Tiger Vine jellyfish enveloping the circular fort, still wondering how the boat had transformed into a jellyfish. Lin Yu and the others, teasing Bai Ji by the circular pool, were all startled by this sight. Tina exclaimed excitedly, "Jellyfish. Such a huge jellyfish." She tugged at the hem of Lin Yu's clothes, tiptoeing up and down, her large breasts trembling. Phantom Girl, initially drawn to the jellyfish, frowned slightly at the sight, a hint of disdain. The cry brought Jianglin back to reality, and he stopped exploring the jellyfish's origins and focused on the data. 5,000 kilometers per hour, definitely not slow, more than enough for travel, even in a vast, foggy world. It's capable of attack, needless to say, comparable to a small shelter. It can also teleport. 100 kilometers isn't a short distance, definitely enough for running. Inside the Tiger Vine jellyfish, inside the large pink sphere. So soft, pink, and so cute. Tina lay on the soft sphere, squeezing out her impressive curves. Lin Yu and Huan Nu also curiously touched the sphere. Women are naturally drawn to pink things like this. This sphere is amazing. It automatically closes when pressed from the outside. And the floating jellyfish is conscious and can distinguish between friend and foe. It can easily accommodate hundreds of people, and even with giants like small axes and pickaxes, it's more than enough for him to travel. Jian Lin was very satisfied with this means of transportation, but the inability to shrink was a bit of a hassle. I should have added a zooming feature when merging with the alien. Tina loved the jellyfish, so Jian Lin let them play on it. He still preferred staying in his little pavilion. I think I can transform into a strange floating jellyfish. Then I can also travel at 5,000 kilometers per hour and teleport. Lying in the rocking chair, this thought suddenly occurred to him. My ability to run and travel has improved again, which is a cause for celebration. Phantom Hanging Island. This mysterious, fogless place floats quietly 10,000 meters in the sky. Qin Min had finally found it, guided by the compass. The flying rune was almost reaching its limit, but fortunately, he landed on the ground in time, averting a potential crisis. The compass hasn't moved. This must be it. He breathed a sigh of relief, put away the compass, and cast his gaze around. The scene before him astounded him. If it weren't for the fog, he wouldn't have believed there was such a vast island. It looked like a vast landmass. This is not the island I imagined. Looking behind him, he found his view blocked by fog, obscuring everything beyond the island. Ahead lay a dense forest, and in the distance a towering mountain range, its outline faintly visible through the mist. Small rocks floated in the sky above the mountain range. However, when he examined them more closely, he discovered that these so-called small stones weren't actually small. They only appeared smaller due to the distance. Estimating the distance, he was surprised to find that the smallest of them were tens of meters in diameter. That must be pumice. Master Jianglin promised a reward if I get it. Qin Min's expression was excited, his clear eyes filled with anticipation. He didn't rush to use his flying device again, but cautiously entered the forest and headed towards the mountains. As the saying goes, a dead horse is always a dead horse when it's seen from a mountain. Every time he peered through the trees at the mountains, he felt the distance remained the same. The forest was quiet, and the phantom hanging island seemed utterly undisturbed. He wandered through it for hours, encountering nothing but the chirping of insects and birds. That shouldn't be the case. But Qin Min didn't let his guard down. A place that even Master Jianglin wouldn't dare to enter couldn't possibly be free of danger. He continued to advance cautiously. Rustle. A sudden noise came from behind a tree ahead. Qin Min was startled and quickly retreated, hiding behind a huge rock. Using the Dark Knight's ability to invisibly kill, he gradually vanished. But then a woman emerged from behind the tree, wearing a revealing white dress. She was incredibly beautiful, perfectly fulfilling all of Qin Min's fantasies about the opposite sex. She swung forward with her fair legs, her red lips parted in a warm smile. May I introduce you to Allah? Chapter 247. On the edge of the phantom suspended island. Qin Min inserted his blackfurred spider legs into the rock, dangling in midair, as white slime slid down. His lower body continuously spun silk, filling the gaps in the island. The silk transformed into a kind of energy, solidifying into solid ground. He was shirtless, revealing smooth skin and certain features that seemed out of place, yet he felt nothing strange. After weaving through the gap, he swung his legs and continued searching for the next one. After passing several spider women who looked remarkably like him, he finally found another gap. This time, however, it was different. No matter how hard he squeezed his lower body, he couldn't produce any silk. A naked spider woman nearby saw this and smiled. Are you new to the island weaving? Your dreams are exhausted, and you need to go to the world of God to replenish them. Qin Min suddenly realized. I'm Qin Min. At that moment, a voice from somewhere rang out, making him feel dizzy. His clear, beautiful eyes blinked, and he suddenly felt dazed, a sense that he shouldn't be here. Go quickly, God is watching you, the spider woman continued to warn. I am Qin Min. I am Qin Min. The voice grew increasingly rapid, as if something terrifying was chasing him. Qin Min felt something trying to burst out of his mind, but it was always just a little short, like an insurmountable barrier. Just as he was at a loss, God of dreams, weaver of the world, Lord of dreams, reshape space, praise, your hands. Tens of millions of prayers echoed from the edge of the island. Including the spider woman who had just warned him, all the spider women began to twist their naked bodies madly, muttering incessantly. If someone were to observe from a distance, this grand and frenzied spectacle would be terrifying. Qin Min couldn't help but twist his body. He chanted the same prayer, and the voice gradually faded, replaced by, "I am from GU. Round 4 Pavilion." Jianlin stared at the three gray avatars in the private chat on the system panel, lost in thought. Until just now, the three men he hired to go to the Phantom Suspended Island were completely wiped out. The machine, Xing Yuan, and the human. Are they dead, or? He frowned and rubbed his temple. I should have chosen the suspended platform earlier. This pumice stone was truly difficult to deal with. This was the situation he least wanted to encounter. He wasn't afraid of danger. Even at level 7 or 8, he could always contend one day. What he feared most was the unknown. In the foggy world, strength wasn't the only factor measuring danger. Many things of lower level were more terrifying than those of higher levels. Just like the crawling mist, the yellow-clothed mismasked one. Jianlin was already level 6, but would he dare touch the 4th level crawling mist? Or even confront the 5th level yellow-clothed one? It's okay to be a bit overconfident with one's strength. Otherwise, what's the point of strength? But that doesn't mean one can just commit suicide. I still don't know enough about the Phantom Suspended Island. It might also be because the three of them are too weak. They're all level 3 professionals, barely able to compete with level 4, not that strong. At best, they might be killed by a stronger opponent. The pumice stone issue isn't urgent for now. He can raise his own level first. There are readily available materials out there. Today, there's another fusion. He took out the upgraded 5th level mist-repelling velvet chain and 5th level immobilization sticker. The mist-repelling velvet chain currently has a range of 500 meters, and the immobilization sticker freezes the target and slows their thinking by 3 times. I wonder what it will become. The fog-repelling velvet chain has been with him since he first arrived in the mist, and it was extremely useful early on. Even now, entering the mist, he needs it to dispel the daytime fog, otherwise Jianlin would be nearsighted. Alteration activated, 1600 spiritual power is applied, and the two begin to merge, wriggling and transforming. It eventually transforms into an eyeball covered in flesh-colored tentacles, the thicker tentacles wrapped in a circle, resembling a necklace. Who else but me would wear you? He couldn't help but grumble at the necklace's eerie design. Altered fog-repelling velvet chain, immobilization sticker, gain fog-controlling eye. Fog-controlling eye, level 6, can manipulate fog within a 1,000-meter radius, obscuring enemies, those without fog-repelling means, controlling surrounding fog to immobilize enemies, and slowing their thoughts by 3 times. Limited to levels 1 and 6 and below. Note, if it becomes even more powerful, you become the Mist Master. Jianlin donned his mist control eyes, hiding them beneath his inner lining. The design was rather odd. The effect was enhanced, doubling its previous range of 500 meters to 1,000 meters. He could also manipulate the fog to obscure his enemies, meaning he would no longer be easily detected by the foggy vacuum that surrounded him wherever he went. This obscuring effect only affected others, leaving his own spiritual awareness and vision unaffected. It was very practical. The immobilization effect was also quite good. Ever since acquiring the fusion, each of his altered objects had a variety of functions, making them practical tools for others to use. Ethan and Melika were going crazy. They had been driving the war fortress across the Gobi Desert for 2 days, and Draven was still hot on their heels. Melika's pretty, sullen face darkened. Damn Draven, damn newcomer. Ethan closed his eyes, sensed it, and then opened them. That loser Draven is clearly fishing. He thinks he's got us. He rested his hand on his chin, his eyes rolling, pondering a strategy. Melika seemed to have made up her mind. Why not leave that thing with him? But that's for dealing with the newcomers. Ethan hesitated. I don't care. Being chased like this isn't an option. The newcomers have plenty of ways to deal with them. Okay, I do as you say. Gobi Desert. Draven, a short man, wore a purple robe with a long trailing hem, looking out of place. Run, but the outcome is inevitable. He floated slowly forward, unhurried, his sallow, wrinkled face full of sarcasm, as if playing a game of cat and mouse. Just then, the sense approached him. Draven was stunned, then furious. Ethan, do you still think this is the same time you chased me? You're courting death. Thinking of that time, fleeing like a dog, he nearly lost his mind. He touched the item in his arms, his slender eagle eyes narrowing slightly. He charged forward fearlessly. The fog quickly receded, revealing a corner of a small war fortress, densely packed with war puppets and mutated spiders. Before it fully revealed itself, a dense sound pierced the air. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Elemental balls, explosive bombs, sharp blades, and other objects charged directly at Draven. Little trick. Draven was unfazed, using several powerful shamanic creatures to easily withstand the attacks. Boom! The sound of explosions continued. Draven, however, felt something was wrong. The attack was too weak. But he had clearly sensed Ethan was inside the war fortress. With Ethan's strength, this shouldn't be happening. Regardless, he reached into his pockets. As long as you show up, no amount of conspiracies will help. He smiled coldly and produced a piece of human skin. Buzz! A strange vibration spread. The moment the human skin appeared, all living things, including machines, fell silent. Thump! Thump! The war puppets and mutated spiders all prostrated themselves on the ground, as if facing their master. Chapter 248. A deathly silence fell. The entire foggy desert seemed to have been paused. Seeing me is like seeing a true god. Draven was extremely proud, gently stroking the human skin as if touching the skin of the most beautiful woman in the world. Ethan, you two come out and kneel. As he finished speaking, a man and woman in platinum robes emerged from the fortress. With a thud, they knelt heavily on the ironwork of the fortress. Looking at Ethan, who lay silently and dog-like on the ground below, Draven felt a sense of revenge. He slowly floated down with an arrogant expression. He tried to appear elegant, but the dragging hem of his clothes made him look out of place. Smack! He slapped Ethan in the face, knocking him to the ground. Ethan, you probably never imagined this day would come. This is the power of the Pope. It's your honor to experience it. He stomped on Ethan several more times, but still felt unsatisfied. Draven looked at Melika again. Your woman is quite good looking. Today I'm going to. He was about to reach for Melika's chest, where she knelt. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. Hurrah! A blinding white light began to emanate from Ethan and Melika, and violent energy began to gather. Draven sensed something was wrong, and tried to activate his monstrous form, but found it impossible. Even using objects to move him was ineffective. How could this be? Horror flashed across his face. Boom! The fog trembled, and a resounding roar echoed from the desert. A resounding explosion echoed, the battle fortress rumbled, and the entire area was filled with a surge of violent power. Stones and sand flew into the distance, leaving the desert reduced to a giant hole and scattered debris. The distant battle fortress. Ethan and Melika were not happy. Deceiving the Mirror Man was a life-saving trump card. It's a shame to use it like this. Ethan's face was filled with worry. Melika, however, was concerned with only one question. Is he dead? Ethan shook his head. Not that easy, but he must have been badly injured. With his rat-like personality, he wouldn't dare chase us again. As long as you can successfully advance, everything will be worth it. Melika's eyes were encouraging. I hope so. Less than a kilometer away from the two. The silver ring on Layla's hand flashed, and her figure appeared in midair. To think there are props that perfectly simulate spiritual essences is incredible. She parted her dark lips in surprise. She remembered her father's words. Never underestimate any high-level professional. No one can guarantee victory until the end. And often, what you think is the end is just the beginning. The newcomer hadn't appeared, and she'd been following Ethan and the others lately, using this opportunity to track Draven's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, after the newcomer went into hiding, they were the first to engage in combat. Ethan, that traitor, has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. She had originally considered whether she could defeat Ethan, but it turned out he was not only powerful but also possessed hidden tactics. She had to abandon the idea for now, but she wouldn't let the materials fall into Ethan's hands. Lila stroked the silver ring on her finger, and the space rippled, vanishing from the spot. Jianlin was unaware that Gobi and the others had already engaged in combat. He was currently enjoying a leisurely, vacation-like existence. Directionless ocean. The deep, silent yellow sea. Zhu Shen and Hong Yin finally killed another level 6 strange spiderfish. Is that enough? Jianlin sensed. This was the 9th, including all the lower-level creatures he'd encountered along the way. He expected a negative answer, but Hong Yin nodded. Finally! Jianlin paused for a moment before reacting, overcome with excitement. He was about to possess a giant whale. By the way, can the imitation creature be shrunk? He didn't ask Hong Yin to create one right away, but instead asked. The incident with the tiger vine floating mother had reminded him that if it was too large, it wouldn't be able to fit through the hole. Even placing it there would be a problem. If the tiger vine floating mother hadn't been able to fly, half of his platform would have been occupied. Hong Yin thought for a moment, covered her chest with her small hand, and made a come-out gesture. This meant it could be created at any time. What's wrong with you saying something? Jianlin was speechless, but since he'd made his point, there wasn't much else to say. Then create the giant whale, he ordered. Hongyin worked efficiently, her eyes a dazzling red glow. Before her, tens of thousands of spirits began to intertwine and merge, a red glow illuminating nearly the entire deep sea. Jianglin watched the creation of this 7th-level creature, feeling as if he were witnessing creation. A strange force emerged, and the tip of a gigantic whale-like creature began to reveal itself. First, the tail fin, which obscured Jianglin's entire vision, followed by the whale's body, fins, and head. It was nearly identical to the whale-like creature he had seen. Perhaps some abilities were inferior, but that didn't affect it. Woo, woo! A deep cry echoed, and undercurrent surged between its movements. Jianglin eagerly floated forward, clinging to the whale's head. Hongyin quickly flapped her wings to follow. He stroked the smooth yet strangely rough whale head, his naming talent on full display. From now on, this imitation creature will be called the Great Whale. Head for the surface. At his command, Hongyin steered the great whale into motion. Jianglin finally experienced the essence of underwater speed. If his speed was 1, Hongyin's was 10, and the great whale's was definitely 100. The gurgling sound of rushing water filled their ears, and in a mere moment, they reached the surface of the Yellow Sea. Splash! A torrential yellow rainstorm fell all around them. The great whale broke through the surface and swam skyward. It could fly, something Jianglin hadn't anticipated. Just then, a cruise ship belonging to the green-haired indigenous people passed by, its body enveloping the entire ship. What a massive fish! Such a creature exists in the alien sea. Call Captain Gufu. There was an uproar on the boat, and the green-haired and white-haired men all looked up at the giant beast in the sky. Jianglin stood on the whale's bow, enjoying the thrill of flying. He also noticed the cruise ship below. Coincidentally, it was Hawk's. But he ignored it, and had Hongyin control the whale toward the iceberg. Mission accomplished, it was time to return. On the deck, Hawk looked up at the giant whale in the sky. Captain, what level is that creature? It's even bigger than our ship. Gufu shook his head, his green beard trembling slightly. I can't sense it, but it's at least level 7. The alien sea is truly terrifying. There seem to be 2 people up there. Hawk pointed, a little excited. Impossible, a creature of this level. And it really is. Captain Gufu looked surprised. It's likely a level 8 professional, a legendary being. Hawk, however, looked peculiar. Why does that gray glowing figure look so familiar to me? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. You must be mistaken. It's an honor to even meet a being of this level. Really? Iceberg. A flash of red light appeared, and the whale shrank into a strange red energy. Jianglin watched Hongyin retract the nearly kilometer-long whale into her chest, feeling a sense of enlightenment. Where did it go? Hongyin crossed her arms, tossed her black hair, and turned her head away from him. Jianglin was speechless. But this was also convenient. Summoning the whale directly during battle would be a truly stunning sight. Chapter 249. Above the circular fortress. A massive whale stretched across the sky, nearly obscuring the entire platform, floating like a mountain. The tiger vine mother was only 1/10 its size. Lin Yu and the others were seeing such a massive creature for the first time, their mouths slightly open as they stared upward. Pseudo-sky-shaking whale, level 7, an extremely fast-floating creature. Its collision can trigger a force that shakes space, causing terrifying explosive damage. The system introduction is simple and clear. Like the sky-shaking whale, it is the embodiment of violence. In a word, crash. No matter what lies ahead, its massive size crushes it with brute force. Have Hongyin retrieve the whale, otherwise he always have the illusion that it fall and shatter the circular fortress. Can the circular fortress withstand a collision from the massive whale? The hidden sky floating touch is indeed level 8, but that's the level of the circular fortress. The circular fortress seems to still have a level 7 hardness. It's hard to say, and Jianglin wasn't foolish enough to test his own strength. He could take Hongyin and try hunting a tier 7 creature. With his greedy expert and ENG, even a tier 7 creature with a thick health bar should be able to take it down, right? The Gobi Desert plunged into darkness, shrouded in blood mist. Let's simulate it tomorrow, and see how it goes. Jianglin returned to the living room, and lay down on the sofa. He opened the system panel, and entered the survivors gathering. Through the bustling Smile Roulette Plaza, Shop 9 was packed. Bai Miao stood upright behind the counter, occasionally responding to questions from those paying. Seeing Jianglin enter, Bai Miao simply nodded slightly as a greeting. That was her personality. Jianglin went straight backstage and began counting his gains. Red silk spring sold for 180,000, trembling hard meat fruit for 320,000, and 4 tier 4 potions for a total of 96,000. Net income was nearly 600,000. Adding the 50,000 the cursed body had snatched from the mine, the total was 650,000. The Destruction Legion believed the hateful statue leader's story, attributing the halving of the mine's income to the Faceless One's attacks. It seemed they were accustomed to this sort of thing. In any case, by some strange coincidence, Jiang Lin's improvised excuse was accepted. It seems the three families of disorder do this all the time. Wandering past the smile roulette, watching the excited survivors, he felt his hands itch. Snap! He slapped his disobedient right hand hard and left the gathering. After finding a small box to exchange, he had 200 crystal cores, 30 crystal essences, and 14 crystal ingots. If his current income remained stable at around 600,000, he could draw 1 crystal essence 60 times from the smile roulette, guaranteeing 6 tier 5 items. Why do I keep thinking about this? Jiang Lin felt something was wrong. Why are you always thinking about spending money when you can get a free gold treasure chest? Could it be the system doing something wrong? Day 35. A stream of water shot out from the red silk spring condensation pool above the circular pond, passing through the wall into the hall, and was drunk by Jiang Lin. Drinking water through the trickery path is probably like this. He sat on the sofa and took out the strong bond talisman rewarded by the rankings. Strengthening bond talisman, level 6. Apply this talisman to force the creature to recognize you as their master, and they cannot disobey. Effective at level 6 and below. The previous slave contract had been transformed by him into the strong slave seed, and now into the Eye of Plunder, with a very powerful effect. He wanted to see what this talisman would become. Transformation activated, 1600 spiritual power points overflowed, and the talisman began to swell, wriggling and growing. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, instantly alerting Jiang Lin, but a careful examination revealed nothing. The wriggling had ceased. A yellow circular seal appeared in his hand, its handle engraved with a strange pattern that vaguely resembled a hooded figure. Altered strong bond talisman, obtaining the pseudo-yellow seal. Pseudo-yellow seal, level 7. Imprint the pseudo-yellow seal on a creature and command it to do something, altering its mindset and prioritizing it until the task is completed. Note: limited to 1 creature at a time. Depending on the severity of the task, resistance may be possible. Jiang Lin was still wary of the strange wind, but he found nothing unusual. It could only be attributed to the abnormalities caused by the alienation. The pseudo-yellow seal's effects weren't as powerful as the strong bond talisman, but it was reusable. Given its level 7 status, few creatures would resist. As long as it wasn't committing immediate suicide, it would likely obey the order. He weighed it in his hand. It was incredibly light. Fake yellow seal. Does that mean there's a real one? This term had appeared before on the silver key replica, already integrated into his gray spirit garment. Yellow seal. How perverted would it be if it were real? And the silver key? I've never seen the real thing. Put the fake yellow seal in the storage crystal. It's very practical. Maybe I need it soon. Take out the simulated magic mirror. Moirian, begin simulation. Yes, master. A deep, rich male voice rang out from the mirror, and dark shadows flickered on its surface. A flick of his spiritual intuition, he entered the simulated perspective. As usual, he immediately used his mysterious luck, and wished for the male and female duo who were thinking of him to find him. This time, the two arrived quickly. Perhaps the situation outside had changed. The battle fortress still led the way, densely packed with puppets and mechanical creatures. Jiang Lin wasted no time, commanding Hong Yin to summon the great whale. Bang! Under the immense impact, all living creatures, including the battle fortress, were shattered by the terrifying force. A level 7 great whale, so terrifying. The rest was much simpler. The two hiding in the shadows tried to escape, but this time, Yin Ji and Hong Yin easily caught them. The simulation hadn't been interrupted yet. It looked like something had changed. Jiang Lin killed the man and took the woman back to the round fortress. The man unexpectedly dropped 2 promotion materials. It seemed he had previously devoured a level 6 creature, indicating considerable strength. After that, he stayed home, and nothing happened again. What's going on? The man in the dark isn't here? Jiang Lin was a little confused, but since this was a godsend, there was no reason to miss it. Quick battle. Hong Yin Yijian, get to work. These 2 men were enough. Hong Yin flapped her wings and darted in front of him, folding her arms and pouting. Still with that Sundra look. A bat like night scythe landed on Jiang Lin's shoulder. It was used to capture people, and could imprison their spiritual essence. You all treat me like prey. I collect some interest first. Jianlin took a step forward, transforming into a tiger vine floating mother, and carried Hong Ying directly out of the invisible touch space. At 5,000 kilometers per hour, he swam in a certain direction, the exact direction the two had come from in the simulation. At the same time, he activated his mysterious aura, and a strange force of luck enveloped him. It's appeared. Ethan's expression brightened, and he excitedly clenched his fist. Which direction? Melika said bluntly without further ado. It had finally been caught. If we missed this time, it would be troublesome if the rat went into hiding again. Quick, this way. Ethan pointed in Jianlin's direction. Wait, why is he coming towards us? He suddenly sensed something was wrong. He had always been extremely cautious, but this time, inexplicably, he chose not to retreat and observe. He himself hadn't noticed the problem. Had it been earlier, he would have told Melika to turn back. It's even better that he's here. Draven isn't here. Let's quickly take care of him, and return to the Holy Alliance. Melika moved swiftly, maneuvering the battle fortress in the direction Ethan pointed. To be safe, let's stay in the shadows. Ethan employed his usual tactic. Melika nodded nonchalantly. The two of them withdrew from the battle fortress, concealing themselves behind the battle puppets and lingering far behind. Chapter 250. Finally, Lila, hiding in the shadows, narrowed her eyes as she silently followed the two. In front of the battle fortress, the fog rapidly receded. Ethan, his companions, and Lila all considered this a sure-win hunt. Lila was even contemplating how to snatch the materials from Ethan and escape. However, when they saw the real culprit, they were stunned. What's that? A gigantic, bizarre jellyfish, 100 meters in diameter, emerged from the sky. It might be a plastic creature. Quick! Ethan was the first to react. Marika hurriedly maneuvered the battle fortress forward, and a dense swarm of puppets and mechanical creatures roared. Bang, boom, elemental bombs, poisonous plague bombs, mental attacks, almost filled the entire desert. But the tiger vine floating jellyfish in the sky suddenly vanished. Is this a transformation? Ethan couldn't understand why this newcomer would cancel the transformation at this moment. This creature looked powerful, presumably his strongest force. But reality quickly revealed the answer. Hong Ying, followed the young man's cold voice. The sky flashed with a fierce red light. Woo, woo, the whale's massive body stretched across the sky, its roar echoing through the Gobi Desert. At its appearance, the hundreds-meter-wide battle fortress and the crowd seemed dwarfed, like a giant beast descending upon the earth. What kind of monster is this? Ethan and the others' vision was shrouded in shadow, their hair shuddering at the sight of the whale appearing in the sky. The inability to sense rank was self-evident. Is he truly a newcomer? Melika swallowed instinctively and slowly retreated with Ethan. Merge! Ethan decisively activated the Weaver's desperate move as he retreated. All the shaped and transformed creatures merged into a single, 100-meter-long beast. However, compared to the 1,000-meter-long whale in the sky, they were as small as ants. Lila, hiding in the shadows, was stunned. She had never seen such a massive and powerful creature. Is this the newly promoted Weaver? Black Lips exclaimed in disbelief. She looked at Jianlin, standing atop the whale. The figure in a windbreaker and a top hat now seemed tall and mysterious. And below them, she and Ethan were just self-righteous ants, dreaming of hunting a true dragon. As everyone's thoughts raced, the whale in the sky began to dive. Crack! Crack! Space shattered wherever it passed, a cracking sound like a mirror. Boom! A terrifying wave of air surged, and before it even collided, the ground had already collapsed dozens of meters, sending rocks and sand surging in all directions. As Ethan and the other man retreated, they were knocked to the ground by the blast. They instinctively looked up and saw the young man standing atop the giant whale with a smile on his face. To them, that smile was demonic. Run! Ethan, disregarding everything else, fled with Melika, but his body was completely out of control. We've been discovered, Melika realized, gazing at the faint red and yellow light around them. The two were horrified, but before they could react, the giant whale and the war fortress behind them finally collided. Bang! Crack! The 100-meter-long fusion creature shattered into pieces, followed by the war fortress and the puppets and other creatures above it. Nothing could stop the giant whale. Everything it passed through was shattered. This was the terror of a level 7 giant creature, its ultimate violence. In the distance, Layla felt the surging wind around her ears, her gray jumpsuit ripped in several pieces. She, her eyes suddenly gleaming, paid no attention. Her focus was now entirely on the figure on the whale. Ethan and the others are finished. She realized this. It's horrific. It defies common sense. Watching the whale crush the war fortress, she was horrified. She couldn't fathom how a level 6 creature could control a level 7 creature. The silver ring on her finger flickered, and Layla vanished from the spot. The dust settled. All that remained of the desert was a 1,000-meter wide crater. Scattered debris flew, all signs indicating a devastating battle had taken place there. A flash of red light, and the whale transformed into a red glow, being retracted into Hung Yin's chest. Jianlin took a careful look, but still couldn't understand the mechanics. The battle lasted no more than 30 seconds, most of which was spent meeting and confirming identities. The whale's impact decided the outcome in mere seconds. It was several minutes faster than in the simulation, so Jianlin wasn't in a hurry. Yinji, kill the man! Jianlin ordered Yinji in his inner world to prevent her from using spirit possession to fight for her life. Although her spiritual essence was bound by the Night Scythe, she likely couldn't do it, but he didn't want to take the risk. After all, his mental acuity wasn't as high as hers. While the paper figurine could block it, it wasn't necessary. At the edge of the pit, Ethan and Melika were in a state of disarray, suffering from numerous lacerations. That was caused by the whale's spatial shockwaves. This was just the edge, but even a level 6 was injured, demonstrating the horror of the explosion. Their internal organs were shattered. If they weren't level 6 physiques, they would have died long ago. Watching the four-armed bandaged woman approach at a rapid pace, Ethan realized something. He looked at Melika and forced a grimace. I'm sorry, I'm so useless. Marika struggled to stand up and lay flat on her back, trying to make her final moments look as good as possible. She looked up at the misty sky, shook her head slightly, and raised her lips. At least, I don't have to worry about being devoured by that thing anymore. Not bad. Ethan thought Melika's smile was so relaxed and beautiful. He had never seen it before. Before he could even utter a word of praise, swish, the sound of flesh and spirit tearing apart echoed. Ethan's flesh and spirit began to coalesce, forming two amorphous pieces of flesh. Marika didn't look, unwilling to witness her husband's tragic end. She slowly closed her eyes, calmly welcoming death. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement. Instead, there was a click. The boots landed on the ground. Jianlin put away the two advancement materials. Now, he only needed to wait until his physical and mental strength reached a certain level before advancing to level 7. Anomaly Fragment, level 6, a source material required for advancement in certain professions, extremely precious. You won't kill me? Marika frowned. If it weren't for the restraint of her spiritual essence, she would have been ready to commit suicide. You look so serious, but you don't have that kind of habit, do you? It's disgusting. She thought Jianlin had other motives for keeping her alive, and she immediately felt disgusted. Smack. Jianlin's boot stomped hard on her face. You were the one who wanted to kill, and you deserved whatever fate you got. The sole of his shoe rolled over her lips, then let go. Jianlin sneered, Don't worry, I have no interest in you. I definitely have other uses for you. Marika glared at him fiercely, but said nothing more. She didn't want to provoke him further, lest she bring humiliation upon herself. She had already made up her mind to commit suicide as soon as she could regain control of her body. Jianlin ignored them, and transformed into a tiger vine floating mother, enveloping everyone and activating the floating mother's teleportation for the first time. In the blink of an eye, they crossed nearly 100 kilometers, and returned to the circular fortress, transforming back into his original form. How convenient! Jianlin exclaimed, his night scythe flapping like a bat's wings on his shoulder, Hung Yin following proudly behind him. Yinji had already returned to his dark side. If he released her, this creature would covet his spirit. He looked at Melika, lying motionless on the ground, transformed into Mengzi, and began to absorb her memories. Chapter 251. Jianlin deliberately avoided all secrets regarding rank 7 and above, and had a certain understanding of the Exchange Alliance and the identities of the two individuals. Ethan, during the hostilities between the Grey Mist Prison Tower and the Exchange Alliance, saw the situation dire and defected to the enemy to save his life. Rank 6 wasn't a big deal, but it didn't affect the outcome of the battle. The true outcome was determined by those above them, so Melika and Ethan knew very little about it. As far as they knew, there were only two survivors of the Grey Mist Prison Tower, neither of high rank, but well hidden. One was named Layla, and the other, Ian, was unknown, but that was what they said. As for Melika, she was a former survivor. Ian took a liking to her and trained her to become a rank 6 spirit empowerer, who later joined the Exchange Alliance. The two fell in love and became husband and wife. Melika was so eager to see Ian promoted because the Alliance had a rank 7 son, and another spirit in power was always keeping an eye on her. In the Misty world, such attention naturally wouldn't be a melodramatic drama of admiration. Although the Holy Alliance's rules forbade cannibalism within the Alliance, those rules were also human-made, and after all, they had a level 7 father above them. So Melika was anxious, and Ethan, in turn, had to seek promotion as quickly as possible. This was the whole story, but Jianlin didn't care much about it. After all, for him, hostility meant a life-and-death struggle. That was his stance. What concerned him more was the Broken Mirror Mountains. This, the home base of the Exchange Holy Alliance, was a place of immense mystery, even for its members. The Broken Mirror Mountains consisted of countless mirrored spaces, each of which could be considered a small world. Some are dangerous, some are eerie, and some offer countless treasures. Of course, this is a fatherless land after all, so most of it is dangerous, and only a handful offer genuine benefits. These mirrored spaces shift constantly, and no one knows where they lead. The headquarters of the Exchange Holy Alliance is located within a fixed mirrored space. There are 3 such spaces, all occupied by the Exchange Holy Alliance, and access is determined by rank. From lowest to highest, they are Spirit, Venerable, and Saint. Melika and her companion can enter 2 of these, residing in the Venerable Mirror. In the Venerable Mirror, their status is not high, so Jianlin did not absorb from it because it would involve the 7th rank. He didn't want to touch it for the time being. Not bad. Jianlin retracted the spider leg inserted into Melika's abdomen and transformed back into his own form. This time, he not only obtained advancement materials, but also a lot of valuable information. As for why he kept Melika, it was naturally not just for these memories. After all, she was a 6th-rank spirit in power, and the advancement materials were not needed for the time being, so he could let her do something else for now. Whatever strangeness there was on the Phantom Hanging Island, he'd used the fake yellow seal to send Melika there, so it wouldn't implicate him. The 3 men he sent last time were too weak and of little use. This time, sending a high-level professional would definitely yield some intelligence. It wouldn't be a big deal if she died. They were out to kill him anyway, and he had no intention of letting Melika live. What are you trying to do? Melika finally couldn't help herself. This young man was incredibly strange. He transformed into Spider-Woman and stabbed her in the abdomen. Did he have some sort of quirk? And he always wore a strange, inexplicable grin on his face. Although Jianlin had no idea what she was thinking, he still kicked her in the face to silence her. He wanted to kill him, so letting him live was already a great mercy. He was even planning to give Melika work to do, something even a bodhisattva would weep. He took out the fake yellow seal. Grasping its grooved handle, Jianlin squatted down and slammed it hard against Melika's face. Go to Phantom Hanging Island and bring back the pumice stone. Only when you hand it over to me will it be completed. Sizzle, there was a scorching sound at the seal's location, as if both flesh and spirit were being burned. Ugh! Melika's face grimaced, she clutched her head and struggled, but soon quieted down. Seems unchanged. Jianlin was puzzled. Besides the hooded man's mark on her face, Melika's expression and movements remained the same. Hate and disgust still filled her expression as she looked at him. You want to kill me? He asked tentatively. I wish I could tear you apart right now. Melika's pretty face, bearing the mark, twitched, the thought of Ethan's death agonizing. But she changed the subject. But that's after I bring back the pumice stone. Okay. Jianlin nodded. It seemed the fake yellow seal had taken effect. Melika herself was unaware of this. She was still herself, merely forced into a shackle. She would spare no effort to accomplish this, even if she didn't know why. This method might not seem as powerful as a slave contract or a force bond talisman, but upon closer inspection, it was terrifying. True mastery of control comes from the invisible. Jianlin manipulated the gray spirit robe, unleashing its healing power to heal Melika's injuries. Don't think I thank you for this. I kill you if I bring back the pumice stone. Melika stood up, wrapping her platinum robe tightly around her, her eyes filled with hatred. Yeah, okay, Jianlin said casually. That was the effect he was looking for. Melika herself didn't even realize she was being manipulated. No matter how bizarre the Phantom Hanging Island was, it couldn't affect Jianlin. It can help you find your way. He took out the compass and handed it to Melika. Melika hesitated for a moment, but then, thinking of her goal, reluctantly reached for it. No matter how much she hated it, she had to bring back the pumice stone. Everything else had to give way to this. Before Melika set off, Jianlin had cast a peeping rune on her to help him monitor her progress. Of course, he wouldn't constantly monitor it, as the phantom hanging island was bizarre. Occasional observations were fine, to avoid seeing anything untoward. "I definitely kill you or commit suicide when I get back," Melika muttered, leaving. Jian Lin, however, didn't take it seriously. He simply watched her back, stroking his chin. "Level 6 should qualify you to try, right? If not, then this would be a real problem." He shook his head. There was no point in thinking anymore. He could only take things one step at a time. Jian Lin lay in the rocking chair in the pavilion and took out 2 abnormal fragments. Looking at the 2 promotion materials, he didn't feel any hunger or thirst, because the time for promotion hadn't come yet. Opening his profile. Name, Jian Lin. Talent, Alienation Unique, Fusion, Occupation, Weaver. Constitution, 62. Mind, 68. Stamina, 1680/3200. Spirit, 200/1600, 400/hour, overall rating, level 6. The triple effects of the crystal sewing technique, the heart-shaking fruit, and the alienation technique have increased his mental capacity slightly. Although the number of alienations has been reduced to 3, because fusion is a power-up of alienation, the daily increase in mental capacity hasn't decreased. In fact, it's even faster than before. As usual, it's his constitution that's limiting him. The Ethans are good people. Retrieving the abnormal fragments, Jian Lin couldn't help but sigh. He absorbed Melika's memories, and thus learned about the situation outside. Draven was clearly the culprit behind the disruption, having received some sort of tactical aid from above. But unfortunately, he got too arrogant, and was tricked by Ethan and the others, and now he's nowhere to be found. In other words, if it weren't for Ethan and his wife, he wouldn't have had a chance to avoid Draven and capture them. Chapter 252. Not only did he severely inflict a blow to Draven, creating an opportunity for Jian Lin, but he also delivered it quickly. Ethan contributed promotion materials, and Melika helped him find pumice. If they weren't good people, what were they? Jian Lin should erect a monument for both of them. And the gray-clad woman Huan Nu encountered, judging by her description, was most likely Layla. Ethan knew Layla's father. They had crossed paths before. Layla's father was killed by a high-ranking member of the Exchange Holy Alliance. This incident was related to Ethan's betrayal. He was the guide, after all. But to say it was a major factor wasn't entirely true. At the time, the Grey Mist prison tower was already on the verge of collapse, and the outcome would have been destruction with or without Ethan. Layla wasn't strong, but miraculously survived. She also came to the Gobi Desert this time, but aside from Huan Nu's chance encounter with her, Ethan and the others didn't notice anything unusual. There was only one possibility. The stealth slate. Jian Lin also coveted this slate, which possessed multiple abilities and qualified him to become a hunter. Otherwise, he'd be constantly being detected by peak-level players of the same class whenever he ventured outside, a constant source of annoyance. And advancing to rank 8 also requires a stone tablet. The bishop of the Wuxiang Alien Sea likely lacks a stone tablet, so he's stuck at rank 7 and refusing to advance. This demonstrates the importance of the stone tablet. But precisely because of the stone tablet's concealment, neither Jian Lin, Ethan, Draven, nor the others noticed Layla in the shadows. Fei also possesses a stone tablet, acting with unbridled confidence, simply because she's a hunter. Attack when she wants, retreat when she wants. This isn't going to be easy, Jian Lin pondered. The stronger the stone tablet, the lower the chances of obtaining it. Unless someone foolishly offers it to you. But is that possible? A slightly smarter person would have retreated when the situation became dire. I believe Layla must have witnessed his overwhelming strength over Ethan and the other two, so she decisively fled. The matter of the slate depends entirely on chance. It's useless for him to dwell on it. The problem is half solved. He can simulate and see if he can find a level 7, or at least a level 6. This battle proved the power of the great whale. Dealing with a level 7 will be much easier. The cursed body, armed with the trickster lasso, went in search of the lucky creature. He waited patiently in the pavilion. After half an hour, he produced the simulated magic mirror. Moirian, simulate. Yes, Lord. A deep, rich male voice emanated from the mirror, and a dark shadow flickered on its surface. With a flicker of his spiritual intuition, he entered the simulated perspective. He first tried to find Layla, but to no avail. After wandering outside for several hours, he killed a level 5 beast. The simulation was interrupted. It seems Draven hasn't left. What is he hiding? Jian Lin swung his legs, rocking the rocking chair slightly. From Melika's memories, he learned that the highest level of the filthy order was the 8th rank pope. He didn't dwell on it too much, as thinking too much might lead to discovery. Methods of this level are absolutely crushing, just like his current bewilderment spell can easily kill a 5th-ranked creature. His current attributes haven't reached their peak, so he can't sense Draven's location. Unlike Ethan and the others, who can still use this to hide. Forget it, I'm not the main combat force anyway. He decided to let the cursed body lead the team out. His combat power was definitely sufficient. Morian, continue. A spiritual intuition triggered, and he entered the simulated perspective. The cursed body led the team. Yinji, Hongyin, and Yi Jian followed, and the tiger vine floating mother swam out at 5,000 kilometers per hour. 2 hours later, they encountered a level 6 monster. It was a bit unusual, and it took some time to kill. 3 hours later, they encountered a tornado. The simulation was interrupted. This time, he wasn't leaving in his original form, so Draven couldn't find the cursed body. This was probably a level 7, and a formidable one at that, reaching the limits of the simulated magic mirror. Could it be Windwalker? Jianglin thought of the level 7 monster he had encountered before. If it was it would be truly powerful. He wasn't sure if the great whale could defeat it. But since he had encountered it, he had to give it a try. Such an opportunity was rare. Using most of his physical strength and spiritual awareness, he transformed into a cursed body, and set off with the same formation as in the simulation. The tiger vine mother float cut through the air, floating at high speed in the direction of the simulation. Along the way, he encountered some low-level flying creatures, which were chomped down by the tiger vine, transforming into crystals, beast cores, and the like. This is faster than a fighter jet. Even faster would be as fast as a rocket. Jianglin, in his cursed form, watched the Gobi scenery speed by, feeling satisfied. If it weren't for the altitude restriction, he'd have wanted to fly up to see what lay beyond the foggy world. What's up there? With nothing to do for the moment, his thoughts began to wander. He always mentioned being watched from above. Could there be something out there? Never mind. Some things are better left unexamined. Curiosity is a good thing. Exploring the unknown leads to progress, but the process is always grueling. Hongyin feigned indifference, gently stroking the pink spherical wall of the floating dam. Noticing Jianglin's gaze, she quickly withdrew her hand, her lips curled subconsciously. Touch it if you want. It won't hurt. Jianglin thoroughly misunderstood Hongyin's personality. Hongyin gave him a proud glance, and turned her face away. Forget it, there's no need to fight the mutants, just obey them. 2 hours later, they arrived at the location of the level 6 monster. This one was quite unique. It was a female monster with 3 bodies, all hidden deep within. All 3 had to be killed simultaneously to be completely defeated, otherwise they would regenerate elsewhere. The tiger vine floating mother hovered in midair, obscuring the lowlands. Below were small stone hillocks, some of which connected to deep underground passages, crisscrossing and difficult to navigate. Without fog-dispelling methods, it would be easy to get lost in the mist, so Jianglin had Hongyin wear the fog-controlling eye. Jianglin and Hongyin floated out of the floating mother sphere. Having experienced this once before in the simulation, Jianglin was well-versed and began to make arrangements. Stay here. Wait for my command and then kill. He pointed to one of the stone hillocks, where one of the monster's bodies was hidden. Hongyin folded her arms and nodded, but her body quickly flew towards the stone hill. Jianglin shook his head and flew off to another location. Yinji, you guard this place. Yinji flew out from his dark side listlessly. Neither of these two was normal. Jianglin led Yi Jian into a stone hill. After many detours, they finally found the real target. She wore a khaki stone garment, had yellow hair and brown eyes, and only half of her face was visible. Her features were soft and graceful, and her lips, slightly parted, were captivating. She was concentrating on carving the object she was working on with a stone knife. If you look at it alone, this was definitely the most beautiful monster Jianglin had ever seen. Except for the old woman with a stitched face, the woman in red he saw was only a fake, not the real one. Stone Hill Beauty, a level 6 monster that enjoys carving stone sculptures of creatures. With an alluring appearance, she creates illusions of both reality and illusion, causing creatures to die beautifully. Note, this monster is very difficult to kill. Many who have tried have become stone sculptures. It was very similar to the old woman with the stitched face. If it weren't for Yi Jian, Jianglin would have been in a false world by now. After all, it was just a cursed body. The true vision eyes only worked on the original body. The Stone Hill Beauty also noticed the gray figure that had intruded, and Yi Jian on Jianglin's shoulder. She continued to carve the Goatman stone sculpture, blood oozing from the cracks in the stone. She parted her red lips, her voice soft and tender. Come hold me. Chapter 253. Along with the Stonehill Beauty's enchanting voice, strange vibrations spread, and Jianlin felt a throbbing in his heart. The surrounding scene was about to change. Yejian. Without hesitation, he had Yejian imprison the Stonehill Beauty's spiritual essence. A red and yellow light flashed before it, and the scene that was about to change returned to normal. Yinga. Illuminated by the light, the Stonehill Beauty let out a startled cry, her body abruptly stopping as it was about to move. This monster was truly something. Even its cry was soft and alluring. Unfortunately, while its abilities were strange and its ability to survive was strong, they were still a little weak. Heal! Jianlin used the communication rune to command Yinji and Hongyin. At the same time, he patted Yejian's bat-like head. Upon receiving the command, Yejian instantly squirmed and stretched, transforming into a 2-meter-long pitch-black sickle blade. Swish! A flash of black light, and the Stonehill Beauty's figure lurched, a look of fear and bewilderment still lingering on her face. With a chi sound, she split in half, her body and spirit shattered by Night Sign's blow. Jianlin waited a moment, the fragments of her spirit coalescing into a crystal block. A crystal-patterned treasure chest also appeared nearby. It seems Yinji and Hongyin are still quite swift. He nodded, collecting his spoils. The swift kill this time was also due to the simulation he had already performed. Without the simulated magic mirror, even with his immense combat power, he would have had to research the Stonehill Beauty's resurrection abilities, which would have taken considerable time. After some thought, he decided to collect the Stonehill Beauty's split body. After all, it was a level 6 monster. Perhaps it could be useful. Besides, the Stonehill Beauty was unique. Its other 2 bodies would instantly dissipate, as if they were imaginary. But if it's not killed simultaneously, it can continue to regenerate, which is quite strange. This ability, if the distance is sufficient, can almost render it immortal. Why does it feel so similar to the nuns of the Church of Allah? Those nuns are also nearly indestructible, and it's unclear if there's a connection. Thinking too much is pointless, Jianlin patted Yejian's head and returned to the floating mother. As soon as Yinji returned, she quickly dived into his underside. Hongyin didn't even glance at him, standing aside with her arms folded. The floating mother flew in the direction of the simulation. The journey was not peaceful. The skies of the foggy world were no safer than the ground. The various flying beasts and monsters provided Jianlin with a wealth of psychic resources, but it was a shame that no treasure chests spawned at high altitudes. Although bronze and lower treasure chests wouldn't appear now, silver and gold ones should. As it turned out, the tiger vine floating mother occasionally devoured level 4 and 5 creatures, but no treasure chests appeared. System, it's time to update your mechanics. Jianlin tapped the system panel furiously, but naturally, there was no response. Perhaps the system hadn't anticipated any survivors hunting at high altitudes during this period. He didn't dwell on it too much. Tier 5 items could now be drawn from the Smile Roulette. While the odds were low, it wasn't a problem for a Kryptonian. I just wondered when the system would open the crystal lottery. The downside of having too many versions ahead of him was that the system's mechanics couldn't keep up. 3 hours later, Jianlin finally encountered the simulated tornado. Whoosh, a raging hurricane roared, and the terrifying tornado lifted the desert floor, sending sand and rocks flying. Like a tornado-like sandstorm. A slender, enormous figure could be vaguely seen moving slowly within. The violent wind caused the tiger vine floater to sway. Maneuvering the floater further away, he could then observe it more closely. It was a strange, elongated creature hundreds of meters tall, waxy yellow in color, with 5 legs each several hundred meters long, similar to human legs, their joints oscillating like a walking pillar. At the top, there was no body, only a strange, head-like structure. Compared to the 5 slender legs, the joints were inconspicuous. Windwalker, a level 7 monster. It constantly wanders through the fog, stirring up tornadoes with incredible power as it moves. Note, if you don't want to be torn apart, stay away from it. This was Jianglin's second encounter with this terrifying creature. Where it passed was devastating, its hurricane-like winds carving deep, spiraling furrows in the ground. The wind is quite strong. Unlike his first encounter, this time he could more clearly sense the Windwalker's destructive power. Even among level 7 monsters, it was at the top of the heap. It would be difficult for Yinji and Hongyin to inflict fatal damage on a monster this massive. Even if they were to reach it in its true form, they would be torn apart if they got close. The only creature capable of a head-on confrontation was the great whale, but Jianlin wasn't holding out much hope for that right now. As usual, Injuring and killing are two different things. Hong-in, it's your turn. In any case, Jianglin was prepared to give it a try. If that didn't work, he could find a smaller level 7 creature. Hong-in lowered her arms from her chest, flew out of the floating mother, and hovered in midair. The hurricane whipped her black skirt up and down, her black hair flying wildly. Yin-ji, find an opportunity to tear its underside apart, Jianglin continued his command. Bandaged Yin-ji flew out listlessly, her 4 arms moving rhythmically as she soared towards Feng Xinke. A red light flickered on Hong-in's chest, covering 1,000 meters ahead. The enormous body of a whale appeared out of thin air, obscuring the sky and the sun. Woo, woo, the space in front of it crackled, and the whale slammed straight into the raging tornado. The sand and dust ripped apart, and the hurricane retreated. In the center of the tornado, Yin-ji's 4 hands flashed red light, and her sharp claws tore through Feng Xinke's underside. The raging tornadoes around her abruptly stopped, and the whale slammed into Feng Xinke's slender body. Bang, the long, waxy yellow legs, like giant pillars, were bent by the impact. The whale struck the pillar of heaven. Ing! A strange cry, like a baby's cry, echoed through the sky. The sound emanated from the strange-looking head atop Feng Xinke's 5 spindly legs. Whoosh, as if enraged, it began to surge with an even more violent wind. The whale continued to charge forward, attempting to crush Feng Xinke's slender legs, but was blown back by the force of the wind. The long, waxy yellow legs slowly straightened, a terrifying energy gathering. Yin-ji, return. Jianglin, seeing the situation was dire, quickly used a communication rune to send a message. At the same time, he controlled the tiger vine floating mother to retreat. At that moment, a tornado even more terrifying than before began to form, a pitch-black force emerging from the invisible wind. Black wind, swish, the flying sand and rocks were annihilated into nothingness upon contact with this strange black wind. Woo, half of the whale's head had vanished, leaving a clear red and yellow cross-section of its brain. This black wind was terrifying, as if it could reduce everything it touched to nothingness. Hong-in, retract the whale, retreat. Jianglin shouted, his brow furrowed. The situation was urgent, and Hong-in, understanding the severity of the situation, naturally retracted the whale with a flash of red light on her chest. Ingwu! Feng Xinke let out another strange cry, like a crying baby. With 5 sallow legs moving, the pitch-black tornado of strange wind began to expand and swirl towards the floating mother. There was no time to wait. Feng Xinke was even stronger and more strange than Jianglin had expected. He controlled the floating mother to fly into the sky, and then return the same way. Checking the situation, Hong-in was far away and had not been affected. Yin-ji's right hands had been annihilated into nothingness, and the clear fracture revealed the red structure within. It was a spirit, different from ordinary humans. Chapter 254. Can it recover? Jianglin hadn't expected the black wind to be so terrifying. Even Yin-ji couldn't withstand it. Yin-ji's pupilless gray eyes looked at Jianglin, the dark red blood veins around her eyes unchanged, revealing no emotion. She nodded in response, unconcerned about the loss of 2 arms. That's good. Jianglin breathed a sigh of relief. This proved that the black wind wasn't annihilated conceptually, but only physically. Yin-ji was a spirit, and simply absorbing spiritual energy would restore her to her original form. Similarly, the great whale's head could be restored, but it would require Hong-in to absorb sufficient spiritual energy. Although there was some damage, it could be repaired, which was a blessing. Go back and rest. Yin-ji obeyed and returned to the dark side. Hong-in, without her pride, stared blankly behind her. Clearly, she was still reeling from the great whale's defeat. Jianglin looked behind him, but the fog had already obscured his vision. I wonder if Feng Xinke will remain in his black wind form for the rest of the time. That shouldn't be the case. That terrifying power would have consumed a great deal of energy, making it impossible to unleash normally. To summarize the reasons for this hunt's failure. First, I knew too little about Windwalker, and second, I underestimated the massive, powerful level 7 creature. His only effective weapon against such a creature was the great whale. However, the great whale was merely a replica, lacking all the abilities of the original creature. It was a weakened version. Can the greedy hand steal Black Wind in its original form? It should be possible, but he'd have to get close in person, which would be somewhat dangerous. Not to mention Windwalker's level 7 status, he couldn't even withstand a tornado in its normal state. If Windwalker noticed and used Black Wind directly, too risky. He might not even be able to use his creature substitute. Windwalker isn't the only level 7 creature, he could definitely find other targets. After using the trick lance gun to bind 5 lucky creatures, he cursed himself back to the round castle. Adding his previous accumulation, he still had 3 golden treasure chests. Jianlin decided to open them all. This wasn't a big deal if he wanted to trade for the crystalline treasure chest. If he could find an advanced scroll, he could upgrade Hongwu and Xiaoyu to level 5, and after transformation, to level 6, which would allow them to keep up with the main group. On the square table in the hall, 1 crystalline treasure chest and 3 golden treasure chests were lined up. Transformed into Sophia. A delicate hand opened 3 golden treasure chests in quick succession, one of which emitted a strong white light. Holy crap! Jianlin's eyes widened in disbelief. The 5% probability wasn't just a gimmick. He was going to vindicate the system. He quickly checked the high-level treasure chests. There was only one item inside, a rune. An old friend. Ethereal rune. Level 6, single-use rune. Upon use, it causes both the physical body and the spirit to become ethereal, allowing them to evade attacks. The effect lasts for 120 minutes, and is effective at level 6 and below. It's indeed level 6, but it's a shame it's a single-use rune. Using this thing directly is too extravagant. Let's see what it becomes after it's transformed. Let's look at the other 2. Crystal Mark Lock, level 5, uses on a selected target, limited to 1 target, can imprison most level 5 creatures, and becomes ineffective upon destruction. Advanced Scroll, level 5, slightly. Breeding Puppet Creation Blueprint, level 5, single-use blueprint. This creates a breeding puppet that automatically matches its sexual characteristics, transforming into the mate you desire, and automatically iterates to produce excellent offspring. Advanced Scroll, level 5, slightly. The Crystal Mark Lock is simply the level 5 version of the imprisonment chain. Nothing much to say. But what the hell is this breeding puppet? There was a breeding manual that Jianlin had stashed away in his backpack, gathering dust. So, the idea behind this breeding puppet is that after absorbing certain things, it slowly transforms from a companion into your offspring? What innate spirit master had this outrageous idea? It would take decades of brain damage to come up with such a puppet. Jianlin put all his items away unhappily. Next was the crystal pattern treasure chest. Since the 5% chance isn't fake, could a tier 7 item be revealed? He excitedly extended Sophia's hand and opened the chest with a click. A flash of white light, remarkably ordinary, seemed unnecessary. Inside lay a withered, yellowed parchment, its material indistinguishable. Jianlin picked it up and examined the contents. To him, they looked like scribbled characters, and the system's translation function failed. Opening it for exploration. Mysterious parchment. The protagonist's treatment? According to the clichés of novels, such a bizarre item must be the protagonist's opportunity. But after studying it for a while, he was convinced he couldn't understand the record, which was either text or pictures. Are you out of stock and just giving me something to fool around with? Jianlin doubted the system's integrity. Please translate it. He picked up the parchment, shook it, and even burned it a few times with the fire witch's flame. There was no reaction, not even a trace. Placing the parchment on the floor, he took out his wild hunt whip and smashed it down hard. Bang, the ground shook. It was normal for the round fort to withstand the attack, but it was strange that the parchment remained unscathed. The item in the crystal treasure chest should be level 6, and its defense was surprisingly strong. What kind of leather is this? He picked up the parchment, examined it carefully for a moment, and gave up. Whatever it was, the system was just playing dumb. He'd just transform it, and see what he could find. This treasure chest opening ended with a whimper. Jianlin felt unsatisfied. He had no choice but to bring the advancement scroll to find Xiaoyu and Hongwu. After reaching level 5, they saw no noticeable changes other than their increased level. Seduction Queen, a level 5 queen that can continuously produce a swarm of level 4 seduction bees. It requires crystal nuclei to nourish its production, and seduction bees can attract and kill creatures of level 4 and below. There are 2 more transformations today, starting with the queen. After reaching level 5, the queen becomes even more alluring. Ignoring the body behind it, she's a true beauty. Her oval face, cherry lips, and phoenix eyes stared at Jianlin pitifully. Luckily, he was already a level 6 professional, otherwise he'd feel the heat again. Transformation activated. 1600 spiritual energy points overflowed, covering Xiaoyu's entire body, which began to wriggle and transform. A flesh-colored bulge emerged, growing larger until it reached nearly 2 meters in height. The upper half of the little temptation was already nearly humanoid, its lower half a massive tail. Just looking at its graceful upper body, Jianlin felt a surge of agitation, but he suppressed it. Level 6. This temptation was indeed strong. Transform Temptation Queen Bee. Obtain Charming Queen Bee. Charming Queen Bee. Level 6. A queen bee that can continuously produce a colony of level 5 charming bees. It requires crystal marrow to nourish its production. Charming bees can both attract and kill level 5 creatures. When sufficient, they can form a charming field, enchanting level 6 creatures, and causing them to die of joy. From now on, call her Charming Queen. Jianlin randomly picked a few words to name the Charming Queen Bee. Yes, master. The Charming Queen's red lips parted slightly, her voice soft and charming. At that voice, the agitation he had suppressed earlier began to surge again. This charm is truly powerful. Jianlin sighed inwardly. To distract attention, he pulled out a women's shirt and had Charm King wear it, not forgetting to include underwear. Huh? With his nearly perfect upper body now covered, Charm King felt much better. Focus on his ability. Now Charm King needed crystal essence to produce level 5 charm bees. The cost increased, but being able to mass-produce level 5 combat power was still worth it overall. Chapter 255. Charm Emperor, how many crystal essences are needed to produce a level 5 charm bee? Master, approximately 2 crystal essences. Charm Emperor's voice held a certain magical allure. Jianlin felt that his 68-point mental capacity was still too low, which was why his imagination was constantly wandering. Charm Emperor is a bee monster. He reminded himself again. He shook his head, stroking his chin in thought. 2 crystal essences for a level 5 charm bee is actually a bit expensive. But if you think about it from another perspective, charm bees aren't consumables. They can hunt on their own, and the benefits they generate far exceed what 2 crystal essences can measure. How many do you need to form a charm field? He asked again. Charm Emperor's phoenix eyes blinked slightly. At least 20 are needed. Jianlin estimated in his mind. That means 40 crystal essences can produce a level 6 combat power, and more charm bees can enhance the field's effectiveness. It's expensive, but as long as the benefits are high, it's not a problem. If one bee can hunt 2 level 5 bees, it's a break-even point. The rest is profit. Jianlin threw his entire belongings, 36 crystal essences, onto the ground. This will serve as startup capital. You produce some first, and let the charm bees hunt the rest. We form a team of 20. Yes, master. The Charm King readily agreed. Jianlin was about to leave the hive when the Charm King seemed to think of something. Master. Jianlin paused. The Charm King hesitated, but still asked, Master, can I breed my previous offspring again? Is it even possible? Jianlin hadn't even considered this question. Previously, there were quite a few level 2 and 3 bees that had been providing carcasses for the crystal fish in the round pond, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. He hadn't expected the Charm King to be so interested in the temptation bees it had spawned. Yes. He had no reason to object to such a thing. Thank you, Lord. The Charm King's pretty face beamed with joy, her red lips curling seductively. A wave of heat rose, and Jianlin dared not look any further, hastily pushing the door open and leaving. Spiritual power was slowly returning. He glanced at the time, 6 p.m. One more transformation left, so Hanga wasn't in a rush for now. He had no shortage of level 6 combat power. He planned to transform the mysterious parchment. This strange item from the crystalline treasure chest couldn't be wasted. Even the wild hunt whip hammer couldn't damage it, but its defensive capabilities alone were formidable. As for what was written on it, I don't care. Jianlin curled his lips. He was a pragmatic man, not one for fancy things. He would take today's earnings from the mine and shop number 9, add them to today's earnings, and exchange them for a small box to obtain 67 crystal essences. He currently possessed 200 crystal cores, 67 crystal essences, and 15 crystal blocks. Ever since acquiring this small box, he had never worried about psychic items. Exchanging treasure chests was indeed impressive, and he became increasingly curious about the power that had previously flowed into the box. With more exposure, he had a vague suspicion, but without concrete evidence, he couldn't be certain. Why did the system prevent him from further mutating the box? He had previously thought it was to prevent a bug, but now it seemed that might not be the case. Lying on the Crystal Dynamics sofa, Jianlin opened the Survivor Forum. The previous post about professional information was still going viral, with 50 million views. Professor Tiers, names, and general ability information. Author, anonymous. Payment, 10. This is definitely the most popular post since the forum's inception. 500 million forum coins, extracted at a 1,000 to 1 ratio, equals 500,000 crystals, which can be exchanged for 50 crystal essences in a small box. He only spent 1 crystal essence to buy this information from Fei Yi. If Fei Yi knew about this, he would be envious. After the extraction, he exchanged the small box for 5 crystal blocks. He currently has 20 crystal blocks. Continue to check the forum. System benefit: upgrading a shelter from level 6 to level 7 without level 6 items. The pros and cons of 5 development paths. Someone actually upgraded to level 7. Jiang Lin was a little surprised, but then he realized that upgrading from level 6 to level 7 was indeed a benefit, and the hardest thing to obtain was just the 5 fog repellent sparks, so he felt relieved. Click to view. Author: Isabella Rossini. It seems the Blood Moon Temple is quite generous, giving Isabella a lot of support. Isabella should be the second person after Jiang Lin to upgrade a shelter to level 7. In comparison, other factions are much more stingy, though it's possible that others are keeping a low profile. She also shared 5 development paths in her post. Unlike Jiang Lin, Isabella chose the Mountain City, which focuses on infrastructure. Crystal Flame Iron Wall, Mountain City, level 7 5,000 iron, 1,000 mirror gold, 5,000 crystals, 20 crystal cores, 5 crystal essences, 10 fog repellent fire seeds, 2 crystal blocks, 1 source crystal. Unlike Jiang Lin's suspended platform, the Mountain City requires mirror gold. The mention of the word mirror brought Jiang Lin to mind the Broken Mirror Mountains. With the Exchange Alliance and the Blood Moon Temple engaged in an open and covert struggle, Isabella's further upgrades would be difficult. A flurry of discussion ensued. There are so many powerful human figures on Blue Star. This should be the first level 7 shelter, right? Think carefully. Laughing Nightmare is already level 6. Do you think he hasn't reached level 7? Yes, Boss Jiang Lin is very low-key. Can anyone sell me some fog repellent fire seeds? I've been stuck at level 5 for so long. It's getting increasingly dangerous around here. I feel so insecure. Can you afford it? These comments reminded Jiang Lin that he still had dozens of fog repellent fire seeds to sell. As for the members of the secret society, at most, they could be informed in advance. Whether they could secure enough crystals was a matter for them to consider. Then they began discussing the direction of development. I think the underground fortress is great. Staying alive is paramount in the foggy world. The Mist Hidden Villa is great. It sounds so classy. No one chose the suspended platform. At this level, anyone still wants to fly. You're crazy. That's right. The suspended platform only flies. It's useless in every other way. Only a fool would choose it. Jiang Lin felt like an unwitting scapegoat. Common sense dictates that the suspended platform is completely useless besides flying. If he didn't have the alienation technique, he definitely wouldn't have chosen it. But he did have it. Take a look at the 8th level Invisible Touch. In the Invisible Touch space, even 8th level players wouldn't be able to harm him. If he hadn't been worried about accidents, he would have been flying around the foggy world on the circular platform. Youngsters, you're still short-sighted. If you don't have an 8 defense, you can always improve it. Just like Melika's Battle Fortress, it's also very fast, and has strong offensive and defensive abilities. All it needs is a slight modification to the 6th level Inspired Hand. Wouldn't a little more effort be better than staying underground or in the mountains? But the survivors who'd made it this far were all pragmatic, so it's understandable that they had these thoughts. Facing unknown dangers every day, any normal person would want to be safe. He shook his head and closed the forum. He opened private chat and sent a message to the secret society members. Jiang Lin, I post a forum post tomorrow to auction off the fog repellent fire. Get your crystals ready. After the members replied, he shut down the system. Ah, cool. Jiang Lin sat up and stretched. This crystal animated sofa was a good buy. 1 crystal can keep it moving for a long time. He grabbed a hard-shaking meat fruit and ate it while strolling around the courtyard. Ignoring Bai Ji, who lay like a salted fish by the round pond, he glanced at the crystal fish in the pond. There were 24 before, but now, thanks to Lin Yu's efforts, there are 35. He also had 1 more mutated gluttonous crystal fish, now 4. He didn't know which to give birth to them. Raising crystal fish is a long-term job, and the profits will increase slowly. Chapter 256. Ordinary crystal fish earns 48 crystals a day, while gluttonous crystal fish earns 96. The total daily income is now 1872 crystals. Compared to his other income, it's still too little. Maybe it's time to upgrade. Jiang Lin looked at the crystal fish in the round pond, producing crystals, and touched his chin. After all, it was easy for him to obtain low-level scrolls now. It was just a matter of spending more crystals. He had plenty of crystals. Opened the survivors gathering and clicked to enter. Pop! Like ripples on the water, Jianlin walked straight into Gate 1. The Smile Roulette Plaza was still bustling with roars, surprises, and insults. He ignored them, looking at the roulette wheel above with the confident smile of a Kryptonian. Smile Roulette, invest psychic energy and draw corresponding items from levels 1 to 5. The more you invest, the more smiles you get. Every 10 draws will yield a high-quality reward. 10 crystals, 50 crystals, 100 crystals, or 1 beast core, 1 crystal core, 1 crystal marrow. Smile and choose to draw. Start drawing. Jianlin began frantically clicking 100 crystals. Beep, beep, beep. After clicking over 2,000 times in a row. Huh? Spending money is exhausting. After spending tens of thousands of crystals, combined with the accumulated funds from previous draws, he finally managed to collect 31 Tier 3 advanced scrolls. The odds were quite impressive, basically guaranteeing 1 out of every 5. But it was much better than crafting scrolls. He couldn't afford to spend crystal cores right now, so he traded them all for crystal marrow and crystal blocks. He only had 200 on him, which was clearly not enough. Wait a few days until his income had accumulated. Exit the gathering. Under Bai Ji's curious gaze, white light flashed continuously. All Tier 2 crystal fish were upgraded. Large crystal fish, Tier 3, an extremely rare fish. Isolated from the group, they become depressed and starve to death. They absorb nutrients from flesh and blood to produce crystals. Sufficient food, 72 crystals per day. Although not as good as his mutated gluttonous crystal fish, any improvement was a good thing. The payback was a bit slow this time. He had invested 31 level 3 advanced scrolls, estimated to be worth over 100,000. It would take 2 months to earn back the money. That's how it works when buying production materials. This is long-term profit. He could only console himself with this. And even that wasn't accurate, because the large crystal fish reproduced, and their numbers could double or even more in a month. Just as he was about to return to the round fortress, Jianlin, I want to grow bigger too, Bai Ji suddenly said. It no longer called Jianlin a frogman, as it had at the beginning. After spending time with Lin Yu and the others, Bai Ji had long since realized they were humans, another intelligent species. But its simple mind didn't care, and it didn't realize it had been abducted by Jianlin. At least, having food, water, and sleep every day was good enough. Jianlin glanced at it. How big do you want it? Bai Ji's eyes rolled, then she pointed at the round fort. If only it were this big, I could eat more. Jianlin looked at the 10-meter-tall round fort, then at the petite Bai Ji. Are the two related? Okay, I help you try it out when I get a chance. He still responded. It's just a matter of transformation, but he can't decide what it will become. Hee. Bai Ji lay by the round pond, a bright smile on her face, already imagining a bright future. Round Fort Hall. At the square table, Jianlin studied the mysterious parchment for a while longer. Naturally, he found nothing. It seemed to contain something, but such a thing, whose origins were unknown, was the same to anyone who tried it. It's just a piece of torn parchment. Losing it won't matter. Jianlin extended his right hand and activated the transformation technique. 1600 spiritual energy overflowed, covering the mysterious parchment. What's going on? The spiritual energy had indeed entered, but there was no movement for a long time. Just when he thought the transformation technique was about to fail, the parchment finally moved. It slowly unwound, bloodshot and churning, gradually converging into a withered hand. The back of the hand cracked, revealing a shrunken, dark red mouth. The interior was hollow and pitch black, like a devouring abyss. It was a human hand, but it looked like the hand of a mummy. Jianlin didn't quite understand how a piece of parchment could transform into a hand, and even grow a mouth. Was this the result of the transformation technique, or was there some other reason? Because this transformation technique had many strange features, not as strange as Xiaoying's, but similar to Xiaoyan, the small box, and the fake yellow seal. Open it to investigate. Strange hand, the system is becoming increasingly unreliable. Jianlin had no choice but to investigate on his own. He was about to pick up the hand to examine it. The hand's mouth suddenly opened and closed, and an old voice echoed, as if resonating from the source of spirituality. I've often heard that it's not people who diligently seek knowledge, but those who know diligently seek others. However, I know this is absurd. Those who know don't seek others, but actually chase others away. Those who are cruel and ruthless are like hawks and dogs chasing rabbits. For some reason, Jianlin felt an inexplicable sense of vicissitudes and despair rising in his heart. But he quickly suppressed the feeling. Why are you speaking classical Chinese again? After all, he had gone through compulsory education, so he could barely understand. It's something like, I've often heard that it's not people who pursue knowledge, but knowledge that pursues people, but I know that's wrong. Knowledge doesn't pursue people, it chases them. Its pursuit is brutal and emotionless, like a falcon and hound catching a rabbit. Jianlin felt strange. Wasn't this referring to the principle of hidden attraction? The strange hand continued to mutter unconsciously. Only the Tao is formless and directionless, so it can be grasped in a single breath. It cannot be analyzed, combined, described, or thought of. It is precisely because of its unity that it is the Tao. It spoke for a long time, with many profound and abstruse passages that Jianlin couldn't remember. But as soon as it finished speaking, the strange hand began to dissolve into nothingness from the fingertips. It was as if it had just been a dream, and nothing had actually happened. It vanished completely. Jianlin felt dizzy, and his head was spinning. Strangely enough, he already knew the source of the strange scripture the strange hand had just recited. The 7 chapters of the secret scripture. What the strange hand had said was only a fragmented one. He suddenly felt as if he had learned something in that instant, yet it also seemed as if he had understood nothing. Achieving enlightenment in a single breath? He pondered these words. Suddenly, as if a sudden realization dawned on him. Opening his profile. Skill, Illusionary World Spirit, Level 7, as expected, he had learned a skill simply by listening to that fragment of the secret scripture. Knowledge pursues people. Jianlin didn't feel delighted, but instead felt an inexplicable sense of dread. He seemed to have never considered the question, was everything he had experienced since arriving in the misty world truly just a coincidence? Alienation, systems, tricksters, the strangeness of the surroundings, the subtle and overt arrangements. Perhaps under the principle of hidden attraction, everything a living being encounters is fixed, a matter of time. Those who are profound and ruthless are like hawks and dogs chasing rabbits. He shook his head, pushing these chaotic thoughts out of his mind. What does it matter if he knows? Life goes on as usual. Check out the skill descriptions. Chapter 257. Illusionary World Spirit Stepping, Level 7. Wander in the fantasy world, encountering the unknown. There lies the beginning and the end of everything. What a lonely introduction. In fact, there's no need for introduction. Jianlin himself understands the usefulness of this skill. He can use his spirit body to enter a place called the fantasy world, similar to his strange Miss Spirit Hall. But the fantasy world is obviously much larger than the strange Miss Spirit Hall. It is a world independent of the real world, a world between reality and illusion. But for the creatures of the fantasy world, their world is the real world. Reality and the fantasy world are two completely unrelated worlds, so generally speaking, there is no intersection. Only by mastering a method like the fantasy world spirit stepping can one travel between the two worlds. Another characteristic that distinguishes the two worlds is that things in both worlds are not shared. Therefore, things from the real world cannot be brought across, and the same applies to things from the fantasy world. In other words, if Jianlin were to go to the fantasy world, he would be a solitary spirit. Aside from his own strength, he has no other resources. Spirit death is still death, and there's still some danger involved, but with his rank 6 strength, it should be fine. I'm not sure what's going on over there yet, but I could go check it out later if I have nothing else to do. So this counts as a skill being transformed? Jianlin summarized the incident, feeling that the strange things caused by transformation were becoming more and more frequent. But in fact, among all the strange things, Xiaoying's was the most bizarre. Thinking of this, Xiaoying. Master. Xiaoying's cold voice rang out, and a flash of moonlight shone from him, gathering in front of him. Silver hair and silver eyes, crystal clear skin, wearing a thorn-chain-made dress, white silk knee-length wraps, and round-toed leather shoes. It had been incredibly beautiful from birth, and each time it transformed, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. This completely defied the style of the transfiguration technique. Except for Hongyin, a pseudo-angel whose appearance could change. Looking into Xiaoying's intensely focused silver eyes. I want a bath, he finally uttered. Yes, master. There were so many strange things going on, and Xiaoying wasn't the only one missing, so there was no point dwelling on them. 36 days. The fog had begun to snow again. And this time the temperature dropped suddenly. Yesterday, it was 10 degrees Celsius. Today, it was minus 30 degrees Celsius. But this wasn't much for the survivors now. To have survived until now, One must have at least reached level 2 or 3, so these temperatures were manageable. Even so, some survivors had the foresight to start producing clothing and thermal insulation, hoping to profit greatly from the cold snap. Jianglin disdained such small profits, so he made no move. He rose at Xiaoying's cold call, washed up as usual, ate meat fruit, and drank red silk spring water. Opening the survivor forum, he edited a post and sent it. Auction of 30 fog-repellent fire seeds. Comment below to bid. Deal in shop number 9. The highest bidder wins. Bids close at 9 p.m. tonight. Original poster, Jianglin. Payment, 10. The reason for posting a paid post is a form of screening. Those who want to buy the fog-repellent fire seeds won't be short of these 10 crystals. As soon as the post was published, it garnered millions of likes, instantly appearing on the front page. A reply arrived quickly. I thought it was a scam, but then I saw the post's name. Brother Jianglin, I love you. Where did Xiaoyang get so many fog-repellent fire seeds? Aren't they only found by level 5 creatures in the fogless land? This thing is very rare, and very precious to those forces in the fogless land. One of my level 4 tribesmen went to the Whispering Forest, which I heard was relatively safe, and he's already dead. I'm offering 50,000 crystals. Click to view. What's a poor bastard buying a fog-repellent fire seed? I give you 200,000. No, buddy, you're just pretending. You haven't even posted any information about the item. Just wait. Jianglin closed the forum and didn't read it again. Now with the smile roulette, survivors have a good idea of the value of items like crystal cores and crystal essence. But because hunting is difficult, even knowing the exchange rate should be 10:1, the actual market price is still inflated. Crystal cores are currently priced around 3,000, which is relatively stable and has a downward trend. Crystal essence is around 50,000, which is the lowest price. The occasional leaks are always higher. These are 3 and 5 times the actual value, respectively. Some powerful survivors occasionally sell crystal essence, but it's rare, as the market is high but the price is high. Fog-repellent fire seeds are even harder to obtain than crystal essence. Therefore, Jianglin estimated that the price might reach 300,000 or even higher. Some united races, or even authoritarian regimes, like the Ice Crystal Clan, might invest their entire clan in the purchase. However, this was only what Jianglin and Ian exchanged for a few hundred crystals with the natives of the Alien Sea. Although the directionless Alien Sea has its dangers, it's still very safe compared to other fogless lands. The real difficulty lies in the lack of access. So, Jianglin is probably the only one who would be involved in the fog-avoiding fire seed business. Even if someone could later hunt in the fogless land, their purchase price wouldn't be lower than Jianglin's. I can sell some crystal essence later and make a profit. A certain mountain in the fog. Outwardly, it appears normal, but within, there's a hidden world. Isabella's mountain city lies here, its entire interior constructed of a crystal blue iron wall. Red and yellow light shimmers in every corner of the iron wall. Nearly 1,000 self-built houses, large and small, are situated within, where people cultivate and produce crops. At the very center stands a 3-story crystal flame castle, constructed from iron walls. If Jianglin were here, he would undoubtedly lament the unfairness of the system. For compared to his 1,000-meter diameter frustum, the mountain city is clearly several times larger. Inside the ornately decorated crystal flame castle, Isabella's long golden hair cascades over her shoulders, her loose white dress unable to conceal her impressive curves. She sits at the table, drinking from a tall goblet of red silk spring water. Across from her is a level 5 cultivator sent by the Blood Moon Temple to assist. She is still dressed in a white priest robe, embroidered with a blood moon on her chest. Her white hair falls freely across her chest, and her features are graceful. Master Yusher, are the mist-resistant fire seeds truly that rare? Isabella looked at the forum post, puzzled. Why do you ask? The Yusher's voice was pleasant, motherly and warm. Isabella said, Jianglin, that's the one who sold the cursed weapons last time. He wanted 30. That trickster. How could that be possible? The Yusher's face was filled with disbelief, unable to maintain his usual composure. She frowned and asked, Are you sure he can produce them? Isabella shook her head. He wouldn't cheat. He's often made deals like this that go beyond our expectations. The Yusher was silent. After a moment, he frowned and explained. For a level 5 professional, obtaining the fog-repellent fire seeds isn't difficult. The challenge lies in bringing them back alive. 1 or 2 is fine, but if there are more, accidents are inevitable and could offend certain races. High-ranking members of the Blood Moon Temple don't dare hunt large numbers of level 5s. fearing a counterattack from powerful races. The fact that I was able to obtain those fog-repellent fire seeds for you is a gift from the temple. She frowned, pondering, and came to a conclusion she couldn't even believe. He might have already reached a high level. Has he joined any faction? Isabella shook her head. I haven't heard of it. Probably not. The envoy fell silent again. Perplexity filled her delicate face, and she muttered to herself, he shouldn't be alive. Isabella didn't interrupt the envoy's thoughts. She simply felt that Jiang Lin was incredibly mysterious, always able to easily accomplish things that were incomprehensible to ordinary people. Chapter 258. Gobi Desert. A deflated snail, over a dozen stories tall, slowly crawled forward. Among the dense holes on its back, nestled the kite snake man. At this moment, several female kite snake men were entertaining a distinguished level 6 expert. Yes, just like that. Huh? Draven's face flushed, enjoying the service beneath him. He relished the feeling of being a powerful and unbridled force. It released him from his repressed life. After a dozen seconds, Draven's sallow, wrinkled face twitched. He opened his eyes, met the gazes of the female kite snake man, and a nameless rage rose. How boring. You should practice more. He stretched out his short legs and fiercely kicked the kite snake man beneath him. Bang! The kite snake man's pretty face was bruised, and its head slammed to the ground, spilling yellow liquid from its mouth. Respected Lord Draven, please calm down. Several kites quickly fell to the ground, begging for mercy. Though they didn't know what had angered the Lord, they knew that when the strong are angry, the weak must suffer. Their race had always held this as truth. Continue. If I'm not in a good mood, you die, Draven said arrogantly, pointing at another kite. The kite trembled and began to follow Draven's instructions. In their entire lives, this was the first time they had encountered such a request, so it was inevitable that they would perform poorly. But what could they do? This was an order from a higher-up. Damn Ethan! Draven's face was irritated. He had been tricked by the Ethans by some unknown means, and it took him a long time to recover from his injuries. Not only did he use a rank 6 defensive rune, he even used a rank 6 disposable healing item he treasured for so long. Ever since leaving the system, it's been incredibly difficult for him to obtain these items. The rubbish from the filthy order only provided a small portion to the higher-ups, leaving him with very little. However, he was now puzzled by something else. Ethan, that useless piece of shit, had some power, yet he was killed by a newcomer? Thinking back to the unprecedented power granted to him by the Pope, allowing him to hunt newcomers for advancement, all these coincidences pointed to one thing. The newcomers were extraordinary. What kind of strangeness could have so utterly defeated the combined might of the veteran weavers and the spirit givers, and even attracted the attention of a being of the Pope's caliber? Could it be some treasure? Draven's imaginations ran wild, but he also became wary. After all, he had been in the mist for so many years that he understood some basic principles. After waiting for a long time, there was still no movement from below. Draven looked at the struggling serpent kite and kicked him over. What's going on? Such a waste. Rooftop, pavilion. Jiang Lin sat in a rocking chair and pulled out the simulated magic mirror. The trickster noose gun was ready. It was strange that I hadn't seen any negative effects after using it for so long. Trickster noose gun, level 6. Note: excessive use will counter the noose, triggering a similar fatal scenario the target had experienced. Doesn't once or twice a day count as excessive use? Jiang Lin didn't understand the mechanics, but it seemed unnecessary to dwell on it. Isn't it good to have no negative effects? Moirian, help me simulate. Yes, master. A deep, rich male voice rang out from the mirror, and a dark shadow flickered within. A spiritual intuition struck, and he entered the simulation view. This time, Jiang Lin launched directly into his main body, controlling the tiger vine floating mother to fly non-stop. At this speed, Draven wouldn't be able to catch up. A few hours later, he encountered a level 6 neutral creature, the floating eye, and decisively attacked. With the help of Yin Ji and Hong Yin, he quickly killed it, secured the crystal, and continued on his way. Not long after, the simulation paused. So, killing neutral creatures doesn't offer any benefits, and it can easily lead to disaster. Jiang Lin decided that if he encountered neutral creatures in the future, he wouldn't attack them unless they provoked him. Moirian, continue. The simulation view entered again, the same lineup, just a different direction. This time, he was lucky enough to encounter a level 6 monster. It didn't have any strange mechanics, so he killed it immediately. After that, there was nothing else to gain, just a few level 5 creatures that were worth mentioning. He noted the location of the level 6 monster, and then simulated it for the last time. The gains along the way were meager, and just as the simulation was about to end, the gains were minimal. The situation changed. This time, it was a big one. Jianlin and his group entered a strange swamp. The scene shifted, and they continued to sink. The simulation was interrupted. Did we encounter a level 7 anomaly, a monster, or a ferocious beast? The simulated magic mirror had its limits. So many things required personal judgment. This was most likely an unknown level 7 creature. Killing it would be very rewarding. The simulation didn't show any restrictions on using abilities, so perhaps we could observe it. With his current overall strength, there was no need to be timid unless he faced an overwhelming opponent. Use today's transformation first. He took out the Void Rune, which he had luckily found in the golden treasure chest yesterday. Void Rune, level 6, a single-use rune. Upon use, it can transform both the physical body and the spirit into void, allowing them to evade attacks. The effect lasts for 120 minutes, and is effective for level 6 and below. This is the only level 6 item currently available, and it's a protective item, so perhaps it will be effective. Alteration activated. 1600 spiritual energy overflows, covering the oddly shaped rune, which then forms a white sphere. It squirms and sprouts 5 smooth white tentacles, with a star-shaped hollow in the center. At first glance, it resembles a hollowed-out starfish. Alteration Void Rune, obtaining Void Child. Void Child, level 7, absorbs psychic energy, causing objects it touches to enter a void state. Higher level objects consume more energy. Effective for level 7 and below. Note: prolonged use of void will cause the Void Child to experience a sense of emptiness, causing surrounding objects to uncontrollably enter the Void Realm. Just learning about the fantasy world, I've come up with a new term. The Void World. What kind of place is this? Is it similar to the alternate dimension ENG had previously inhabited, or is it an independent world like the fantasy world? Jianlin picked up the palm-sized sun of emptiness and touched it. The little creature extended its 5 tentacles with great pleasure, the star-shaped hollow in its center contracting and undulating. Let's call you Void Star. It seems quite fitting. Yes, Master. A slightly childish response came over. Void Star, how much will it cost to voidize me? A psychic item? The Void Star's tentacles shrank, and it replied somewhat reluctantly, Master, 1 crystal block, lasting 240 minutes. ENG, come out. With a call, ENG, having recovered from her injuries, emerged from the shadowy side, her 4 arms moving rhythmically, her dark red claws eerie. Where's it? Jianlin asked again. Master, 1 source crystal, lasting 480 minutes. Jianlin confirmed again. Empty Star's ability isn't a one-time use. It can be interrupted, like a recharge. But there's a downside. Empty Star can't control its own emotions, meaning it doesn't know how long it will be empty. So using Void Transformation to save your life is fine, but it's best not to use it for extended periods, otherwise you enter the Void Realm. Empty Star doesn't know where the Void Realm is, so for Jianlin, it's a completely unknown place. At least he has a general understanding of the fantasy realm from his own abilities, but he knows nothing about the Void Realm. So, it's best not to try it. It's better not to go there and not come back. If there's danger, you won't know how you died. Take out a crystal. Empty Star, recharge me. Chapter 259. Kong Shing extended 5 tentacles, and the star-shaped cavity contracted, instantly transforming the crystal into dark blue energy and being absorbed. Try it for 30 seconds, Jianlin ordered. Yes, Master. Kong Shing seemed reluctant, but responded nonetheless. Afterward, Jianlin didn't see Kong Shing move. Simply holding it, he felt himself enter a state of being and not being. Ethereal. He reached out and touched it, but only felt air. It was strange. He was clearly there, yet it seemed like an illusion. Even more advanced than an illusion, he could influence the real world if he wanted to. With a thought, he reached out and picked up a few strands of ENG's black hair, no different from usual. Try to attack me. If you touch me, I give you a taste. He beckoned to ENG. ENG's previously listless expression suddenly brightened. She licked her bright red lips and clawed at Jianlin with her dark red claws. Expecting to tear out a wisp of spirit, but finding nothing, ENG, unconvinced, waved her 4 bandaged hands repeatedly. Unharmed. Alright, I gave you a chance, but it didn't work. Next time. Jianlin waved his hand, signaling ENG to return to the dark side. ENG's pupilless gray eyes stared at him. Realizing she'd been tricked, the dark red veins around her eyes trembled. Don't treat me like a fool. She parted her lips slightly, letting out a queenly voice before returning to the dark side. She was even angry. Jianglin shook his head. It didn't matter. A small lesson would be good enough to stop him from constantly worrying about his spirit. The void effect ended. The effect was even better than Jianglin had expected. The void rune should be a relatively rare and useful item. Finding it in a treasure chest is a sign of good fortune. During the void phase, one can dodge most attacks. I didn't mention all of them because some types of attacks are more conceptual and can't be addressed by void. There are always other ways to deal with them. One shouldn't rely too heavily on one method. Of course, for now, Kong Xing's abilities are more than enough for him. It's a bit costly, but worth it. Everything is ready. The tiger vine jellyfish swam outward at 5,000 kilometers per hour. Under the effect of the fog-controlling whiskers, the fog quickly receded, looking from a distance like a giant jellyfish piercing through the mist. Occasionally, they passed by shelters, and curious survivors took photos and posted them, expressing their admiration. The tiger vine jellyfish suddenly appeared in the sky, a terrifying creature preying on everything around it. A person at home, a giant beast passing by, saving another life. The system only introduced a name, omitting all other information, which made the survivors' imaginations run wild. Jianglin saw some similar posts yesterday, but because the foggy world is full of terrifying creatures, they didn't go viral. After reaching a higher level, the occasional noise they make is quite loud, and even passing through can cause panic. This is normal. If the crawling mist were to arrive in the Gobi Desert at this time, he would also be quite troubled. The current direction is the level 6 monster. After dealing with it, we will proceed to the swamp. Swish! With a crisp cracking sound, Ji's dark red claws swung ferociously, a dazzling red light. Ho! With a final, piercing cry, the 10-meter-tall lizard-man-legged monster's spirit was torn into several pieces. Plop! The massive lizard's head slammed heavily onto the gravel ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The headless lizard-man-legged body lost its support, twitching and collapsing to the ground with a muffled thud. She! Ji continued her movements, slashing rapidly with her claws, each swing accompanied by a sharp red light. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere, hundreds of human legs shattered beneath a crimson glow. The scene was bloody and violent. A level 6 monster was brutally slaughtered. It was clear that Ji was in a terrible mood. Her movements were several times more violent than usual, completely devoid of her usual listless demeanor. The dark red veins around her eyes glowed a faint, blood-red light, a terrifying sight. Being angry was good, at least it made her work more efficiently. Jianglin, however, wasn't afraid. Instead, he wondered if he could often provoke Ji in this way in the future, allowing her to unleash her full power. He collected the crystal pattern treasure chest that had appeared out of nowhere, along with the crystal blocks and corpse. Skeleton-footed slime lizard corpse. Fragments of a level 6 monster, a body that had been brutally slaughtered and ravaged. It's already like this, so its ability description is of little importance to you. Enjoy your achievements and have a good meal. The process was extremely smooth, a near-instant kill. In fact, this is normal. After all, peculiar creatures like the Stonehill Beauty are rare. Easy. Go back, Jianglin ordered. Ji said nothing, her pupilless gray eyes cold as she entered the dark side. Back inside the tiger vine floating mother sphere, Hongyin folded her arms across her chest and turned her head away, pretending not to notice. He ignored the arrogant Hongyin and began to estimate his position. With direction and speed, the location was easy to determine. He didn't bring his night side this time. His target was a level 7 monster, so the night side wouldn't be useful. The floating mother continued to swim, and no one would have guessed that a level 6 monster had just been casually killed here, thanks to the floating mother's extreme speed. Otherwise, Jianglin had no idea how long it would have taken to cover the tens of thousands of kilometers. However, even with the floating mother, it would take nearly 10 hours to reach the swamp, so he would have to spend the night outside. A few hours passed, and his spiritual power was fully restored. Nothing of value, so he decided to open a crystal pattern treasure chest and see what he could find. With his trick luck noose ready, Jianglin transformed into Sophia. Sacrifice another 80 years of bad luck, and open. A delicate white hand grasped the lid of the chest and pried it open with force. A flash of white light appeared. Not disappointed, Jianglin peered inside. Advancement scroll, level 6, can upgrade level 5 items to level 6. The specific effect depends on the item's characteristics. Finally, it's out. Jianglin was thrilled and began to undress. The gray spiritual garment condensed into a gray liquid in his hand. Hong Yin heard the noise and glanced over, then again. Her pretty face looked a little strange, her red eyes slightly dilated. Unaware of the situation, Hong Yin thought he was about to do something strange. Jianglin didn't mind. Theoretically, 5 altered entities were watching him, but was he the kind of person who cared about such details? He tossed the paper figurine and Kong Xing aside. Jianglin immediately took the scroll and upgraded his gray spirit garment. The scroll transformed into white light and merged with the gray liquid, its appearance remaining unchanged. Opening it for inspection, he saw that it had indeed reached level 6, enhancing all abilities, but not enough. Transmutation activated. 1,600 spiritual energy points overflowed, covering the gray spirit garment. The gray liquid began to wriggle violently. Wriggle. For a long time. In the end, it remained a gray liquid, though faintly surrounded by gray mist. Transmuted the gray spirit garment, obtaining the gray mist spirit garment. Gray mist spirit garment. Level 7, capable of changing form at will, limited to wearing only one, can avoid targeted mental damage, combines defense and concealment, and possesses multiple abilities. Gray Demons. Summons 10 level 7 Gray Demons, capable of directly attacking spirits and absorbing spiritual energy for unlimited rebirth. Silver Key. Opens a portal to travel 100 kilometers across space, unaffected by interference. Cooldown, 1 day. Corrosion. Reflects damage to the source spirit. Level 7, 30-minute cooldown, sacrificing half of the spirit to sever a causal connection. Healing. Consume stamina to heal with gray mist, transforming the affected person into a gray mist puppet. The beauty of fusion is this. 1 transformation is equivalent to 5. This dress is simply amazing. Chapter 260. Gray liquid and mist surged in his hands, transforming into a windbreaker suit that he donned. A black windbreaker with a white lining, paired with crisp trousers and black boots. He was tall and well-proportioned, his black hair tangled, and his lips curled slightly. Handsome and mysterious. The gray mist spirit suit took on a more mysterious air than before. Hong Yin was secretly observing, and when she saw Jianglin looking over, she quickly turned her head away, making her presence felt even more apparent. Jianglin's windbreaker twitched, and gray mist rose. 10 creatures composed entirely of gray mist condensed in front of him. They were 3 meters tall, resembling night demons, but more ethereal than them. Their 3-petaled, flaming eyes emitted a creepy yellow light. These were the new summoned gray demons, their appearance not much different from the previous ones. 10 spirit creatures, but unfortunately a little small. Jianglin retracted the gray demons, still possessing a fascination with giant creatures. Small doesn't necessarily mean weak, but large does mean strong. Even if a level 7 ant could easily damage a level 6 dragon, how long would it take to kill it? Of course, this is just an example. In reality, if a level 7 ant really existed, it would surely be exceptionally powerful in some way. He's referring to a purely head-on confrontation. Take the trickery path, for example. If you're at the same level, the only way to kill a giant creature is to use trickery to mutate its body, forcing it to kill itself. Or, you can use trickery fusion to create a similarly sized creature for a head-on confrontation. Then, you can use trickery transformation, expending a significant amount of energy to temporarily create a giant creature. Some other classes also offer this capability. For example, the 5 Elementalist path can create elemental explosions, while the fighter path offers no problem for direct confrontation. So, while spirit creatures like the Grey Demon and the Ing have high damage, they lack the corresponding killing power, making them very limited in combat against giant creatures. As for the Silver Key's teleportation skill, it has a long cooldown of 1 day, and its range is only the same as that of a level 6 Tiger Vine Floating Mother. But it has a crucial advantage that can save lives in critical moments. It's immune to interference. Ordinary teleportation or stand abilities can be restricted, but the Silver Key's spatial gate is different. It can ignore any interference or restrictions. With this ability, there's no fear of being trapped. Overall, having this advanced scroll is a sure win this time. After donning the level 7 Gray Mist Spirit Cloth, he felt a sense of security. The sky gradually darkened, and the blood mist began to gather around him. The red and yellow light of the fog-repelling flame dispersed the blood mist, and the floating mother hovered in midair. Jianglin left a fog-repelling flame on the floating mother, and floated out with Hong Yin. The strange swamp was not far ahead, and the floating mother was only level 6, so going there could be dangerous. Now that he had the Grey Mist Spirit Cloth, Sky Star, and the paper figurine, he didn't have to worry about his safety. A faint, Almost an audible murmur echoed from the blood mist. Jiang Lin was accustomed to this. He had heard the voice within the mist more than once. "Stay close to me," Jiang Lin said to Hong Yin, floating forward. This was to prevent any accidents, so he could use the silver key to escape at a critical moment. Although Hong Yin wore a look of disobedience, her body practically stayed close to him. "There's no need to be so close." Jiang Lin restrained himself from saying this. "This guy is incredibly arrogant. It's best not to provoke him." This wasn't a desert anymore. Instead, low shrubs grew amidst the snow. The plants in the misty world were truly remarkable, rarely affected by the temperature. Even in temperatures dozens of degrees below zero, some still had dark green branches. Jiang Lin floated low in the sky. The white snow gradually faded, and the sky ceased to snow. A dark brown swamp appeared ahead. This was it. Jiang Lin braced himself and continued forward. At the same time, he activated the exploration function. Swamp, the system was useless as always. The dark red vertical eye on his forehead opened, and he scanned the area with his true vision eyes. Nothing unusual was happening. It seemed this place was indeed a level 7. "Hong Yin, what do you feel?" He turned his head to look to his side. Hong Yin shook her head. This time, it wasn't arrogance. She probably really didn't feel anything. "Guess we have to try it out," Jiang Lin said, continuing forward, Hong Yin following closely. The moment they entered the swamp, a suction force was felt. Floating no longer worked, and Hong Yin was unable to maintain flight. The two of them plummeted, crashing into the swamp. This had happened before in simulations, so Jiang Lin didn't panic. Puff, dark brown mud enveloped the two of them, and Hong Yin instinctively grabbed Jiang Lin's arm. Sinking. Sinking. In the darkness, mud and water swirled, and a suffocating feeling came over them. But for Jiang Lin, already at level 6, holding his breath for extended periods was no problem. More than 10 minutes passed, and the two continued to sink slowly. Jiang Lin hadn't encountered any other situation, and he was getting a little tired of it. He wanted Hong Yin to summon a whale to strike. At that moment, the ground below suddenly fell. Bang! Jiang Lin landed heavily, instantly throwing Hong Yin up. Surveying his surroundings, he saw pitch black, his spiritual sense unusable. The air was thick and moist, with a fishy smell of mud, tinged with a faint sourness. Like the smell of something fermenting. He tried to float, but couldn't. This strange place had many restrictions. He regretted not bringing his night scythe. Xiaoying some light. The moonlight surged around him, its cool glow instantly illuminating the surroundings. What caught his eye was a dark brown mountain wall. Above it was not a swamp, but the cave ceiling. There were 2 passages nearby, seemingly leading outside. Jiang Lin pulled out his wild hunt whip and smashed it upwards. Bang! Stone chips flew down, creating a crater several meters in diameter in the ceiling. He smashed it more than a dozen times. He continued upwards for dozens of meters, still not reaching the end. It had been a swamp when he came down, but now it was a mountain wall. It was truly strange. The silver key of the gray mist spiritual robe could be used, but Jiang Lin showed no intention of leaving. He wanted to see what was going on here. He chose one of the cave passages, Jiang Lin leading the way, Hong Yin following closely. The passage was rugged and winding. He checked the time, 10 p.m. The alienation spell would refresh in 2 hours. To avoid wasting time, Jiang Lin pulled out a blueprint. Arcane Teleportation Array Manufacturing Blueprint, Level 5, one-time use, can be used to deploy a teleportation array connecting 2 locations within 10,000 meters. Can only be deployed on objects, and cannot be retracted or moved. I didn't have much else on me, so I just make do, and give it a try. Last time, the Alienation Arcane Teleportation Array Blueprint yielded a useless shimmering parchment. Let's see what this time. Alteration activated. Alteration Arcane Teleportation Array Manufacturing Blueprint yields Undetermined Light Sphere. Undetermined Light Sphere, Level 6, a light sphere that can teleport uncontrollably within a 100-kilometer radius. Before he could even finish reading the introduction, the dim light sphere had vanished from Jiang Lin's sight. What the hell is this alienation? The blueprint is this, the effect is completely uncontrollable, and this time it's even more outrageous than the shimmering parchment last time. Think of it as alienation plus sanity, Jiang Lin could only offer as a consolation. A few minutes delay. Jiang Lin and Hong Yin continued on their journey, finally seeing the dark brown mountain wall ahead. A commotion reached them. Is anyone there? A blinding light enveloped them. Under a massive searchlight, ragged men dug with a clanking clatter of mining. What are you doing here? Jiang Lin took a step forward, and the view ahead suddenly opened up. He looked around. The vast underground space, adorned with caves like the one behind him, was dotted across the rocky walls. Chapter 261. Ding! Ding! Gently placing the dented pickaxe on the ground, Marcus reached out his hand, covered in brown dust, bent down, and picked up the freshly unearthed topaz wrapped in brown stone. Carefully placing it into the stone pouch hanging from his waist, a smile graced his unshaven face. Getting the topaz meant another day of life. Crack! Pebbles creaked underfoot, and undisguised footsteps echoed behind him, but Marcus paid no attention. What are you digging for? The deep, steady male voice of the person who arrived was none other than Jiang Lin. Curiosity seized upon the unfamiliar voice and Marcus turned. He saw a handsome young man in a black windbreaker, followed by a fair, cold, and arrogant beauty with black hair and red eyes, black wings, and black and red eyes. He was certain he had never seen such a refined individual, both in dress and appearance. Occasionally newcomers would enter the mine, but they would soon end up looking like him. Those who don't mine are dead. What a shame for such a beautiful face. Marcus's mind raced, his eyes repeatedly glancing at Hong Yin, sighing inwardly. Such a beauty, spending every day mining, what a shame. Speechless, Jiang Lin saw the middle-aged man remain silent, staring at Hong Yin non-stop, feeling somewhat annoyed. He had chosen this man to question, thinking that as fellow humans, they might be able to communicate better, but he hadn't expected him to be such a retard. So he transformed himself into Meng Zi. Marcus was stunned as the young man before him transformed into a strange spider woman, its legs stabbing at him. Hey you! He instinctively tried to dodge, but he was no match for Jiang Lin. The thorny vines had already bound him, pinning him firmly in place. Draining memories. Jiang Lin had expected a long time, but it turned out to be only a few years, and only memories from the mine. Including Marcus, there were many creatures here, not just humans, who had all appeared out of nowhere from the cave. You must regularly deliver topaz to your own cave, otherwise you die a strange death. The dead creature supplies will be looted, and their bodies will be cannibalized. If you regularly deliver topaz, brownish yellow nutrients will appear in the cave, providing life support. As for pickaxes, they occasionally appear in the cave, so there's no shortage. They were born for mining. There are many illogicalities. Why do all the creatures only start dividing up the supplies and corpses after they die? Why not just rob them while they're still alive? Marcus didn't realize this, and the creatures here also subconsciously ignored it. It was as if everything was pre-programmed, and clearing the bodies was just a mechanism. They were all affected, no doubt about it. The purpose of their existence was to mine topaz. Jiang Lin transformed back into his original form, and released Marcus. The latter retreated repeatedly, not forgetting to reach for the stone pouch at his waist. How could you? How could you? Marcus had no memory of being forced, so his words were somewhat incoherent. What about me? Jiang Lin wanted to see if he could realize something. This is wrong, it's... Marcus paused, clutching his head, but the rest of the sentence wouldn't come out. Jiang Lin manipulated the phantom thorn to wrap around the yellow crystal Marcus had painstakingly dug, hovering it in front of him. What do you call this? A normal person would have answered robbed, but Marcus froze. He crashed. It can be like this. No, that's not right, that's not right. His eyes widened, and his head shook like a machine out of control, each word distorting. It was like some underlying logical conflict. Jiang Lin was at his wit's end. He was completely bewildered by this place. So is this a strange place, or a monster? He could already rule out the possibility of a ferocious beast. The strangest ferocious beast he had ever seen was the emerald beast, but that creature, aside from its own separate space, wasn't anything special. Not only did this swamp have a space beneath it, it could also influence the thoughts of living beings. Only some special monsters or strange things could do that. Of the two, Jiang Lin leaned more towards strangeness, because everything here gave him the feeling of a psychopath. He looked forward at the yellow crystal wrapped in the virtual spikes. He opened it to investigate. Yellow crystal. The annihilation state of the crystal, the manifestation of energy heading towards destruction. It was extremely ominous, and could contaminate psychic objects. Living things absorbed would fall into chaos and collapse. The higher the level, the more pronounced the effect. Holy crap! Jiang Lin quickly controlled the void thorn to release the yellow crystal. Goodness, I thought it was something good, like a crystal, but it turned out to be the opposite, capable of dragging people into the abyss. This is pure entropy increase. Such a terrifying thing, and yet there's actually a mine here. So what's this creature, either strange or monstrous, doing occupying this mine? Or is this yellow crystal generated by this creature, If that's the case, why control these creatures to mine day and night? Annihilation state, chaos collapse. Jianglin pondered, and suddenly an idea struck him. Could it be saving itself? Living things that absorb yellow crystals will fall into chaos and collapse. Does this mean that yellow crystals will continue to be produced in the body until the entire body, including the spirit, is transformed into yellow crystals? Then, if it continues to spread, unimpeded, it could destroy the entire world. But this annihilation is irreversible, and this is just a temporary solution. What's more, where did the excavated yellow crystals go? It can't just disappear after being dug up. What if some yellow crystals come into contact with a crystal vein? Wouldn't that contaminate the entire mine? For both public and private reasons, Jianglin had a reason to kill this guy. But the problem now was that he couldn't find his true form. No, that's right, no. Marcus was still twisting his body, his eyes wide and his head shaking, his words stuttering. Plop! Jianglin activated his transformation, manipulating a stone to sprout tentacles, knocking him to the ground. The stone was inanimate. Jianglin then tried to use objects to shift the surrounding mountain walls, which he also succeeded in doing. The mountain wall was also inanimate. This actually confused him. According to past experience, shouldn't this entire wall be a living thing? Just like the strange island in the middle of the lake they'd encountered before, the entire lake was it. His experience failed, so Jianglin had to keep trying. He even used his cursed body to test the topaz ore, and still managed to move through it. Unconvinced, Jianglin and his cursed body exerted their combined power, frantically moving through the mountain wall. He entered hundreds of caves and tried, and every time he succeeded. When he reached the edge, it failed. Jianglin observed carefully, and discovered that it was the ground of the Misty World. The ground of the Misty World had always failed, and he didn't know if it was alive or for some other reason. Jianglin returned to the mine and stood beside Hongyin. Hongyin was standing with her arms folded across her chest, her red eyes curiously gazing at the busy miners around her. Ding! Ding! The sound of mining continued incessantly. Miners of all stripes and races moved in unison, happily pocketing their topaz after unearthing it. Their expressions and movements were almost identical to Marcus's earlier. Is there anything else I've overlooked? Jianglin glanced around, reviewing everything he had experienced on his way here, trying to find any clues. Chapter 262. Jianglin gently rubbed the side of his index finger with his thumb. Initially, he had fallen from the swamp. The swamp's characteristic was that it prohibited air movement, but it didn't block spiritual awareness. The blockage of spiritual awareness occurred after he fell into the cave. The reason for this change is unclear for now, so let's put it aside for now. Since the cave is a dead place, then the only living things here are the miners. Thinking of this, he began to observe all the miners. There were miners of all races, all dressed in rags, their movements and expressions remarkably uniform. Ding! Ding! A tiger-headed man dug out a yellow crystal, his expression mirroring Marcus's. To confirm his suspicions, Jianglin transformed into Mengzi and successively absorbed the memories of several miners. Surprisingly, just like Marcus's, they all started from within the cave. This reminded Jianglin of the strange man and woman who had appeared on the lake's island. They might be real people, but assimilated. Jianglin extended his left hand and touched the unconscious Marcus. Greedy Master activated. He felt he could steal several abilities, including the mental patience field. Sure enough, the thousands of miners here were merely puppets assimilated by the field, neither alive nor dead. They were all the weirdness itself, or perhaps they were all one. Still, with Jianglin's action, the surroundings seemed to have been paused. The scene shifted as if refreshed, and all the miners vanished. Dead silence. Hongyin was startled by the sudden silence, and stood guard beside Jianglin. Ding! Ding! The sound of the pickaxe colliding with the topaz ore echoed through the empty and silent underground space. The real body appeared. Jianglin had expected this, so he didn't panic. Turning his head, he saw a model pickaxe automatically digging the ore. It looked as if someone was waving it, but no one was nearby. Ding! The pickaxe dug on its own, unstopped by the gazes of Jianglin and the others. A voice emanated from the pickaxe. Don't worry, I saved you. Cece, don't be afraid. The pickaxe spoke as it dug, still deeply moved. It repeated itself, as if it had long since lost consciousness. From Jianglin's perspective, this strangeness wasn't terrifying. On the contrary, it felt somewhat tender. But that was after he used his greedy hand to break its field. If ordinary creatures entered this place, they would simply be assimilated into miners. The thousands of miners, who had come before were once living creatures. This shows how terrifying the strangeness was. Now there's another question. If the strangeness itself is this pickaxe, then who is the Cece it's referring to? Perhaps Cece is already dead, and therefore everything in the cave, including the topaz ore, is dead. Inji, kill! Jianlin ordered. No matter what, now that the true form of the strange creature had appeared, it was always right to kill it first. A flash of red light. Swish, the pickaxe was ripped into pieces, its spirit torn apart. Inji hadn't appeared, or perhaps it had appeared too quickly, so he only saw an afterimage. Clang, clang, clang. The pickaxe fragments fell to the ground. After waiting for a long time, no strange items appeared, let alone a treasure chest. This meant one thing, it wasn't over yet. A rank 7 strange creature should have some of the 6 desires abilities, but this one seemed to possess only the aura of a psychopath. It was indeed too weak to support a rank 7. Jianlin looked up at the mountain wall above. He grabbed Hongyin and activated the object-based teleportation technique, escaping into the ground beneath him. He continued to move upward until he reached a bottleneck. Swamp. Stretching out his left hand, he greedily touched it, stealing its power. There were many powers: makeup, narrative, life-making. That was it. Jianlin decisively stole the power representing life-making. Buzz. In that instant, everything below vanished, his mind cleared, and the world returned to normal. The swamp was no longer a swamp, but a gigantic leech with a female face. It couldn't be moved by objects, simply because the entire swamp was fake. The leech had altered some perception. Or perhaps it had deceived the world. Life-making. This was likely a skill from the 7th level of the actor's path. If he hadn't stolen this power, it would have been nearly impossible for him to find the female-faced leech's true form, because his fate had no intersection with it. Jianlin floated up, followed closely by Hongyin. Boom! The female-faced leech, sensing its power's failure, began to wriggle, and the ground shook and collapsed. Only then did Jianlin notice that the lower half of its body was actually topaz, or the enormous humanoid face on its head was a woman's, its features twisted and hideous, its mouth stretched from ear to ear, a truly terrifying sight. He was no longer bothered to investigate its connection to that strange pickaxe. Now, he had only one thought. Kill Yuanjing. Hongyin dying. Inji, attack. As he commanded, gray mist swirled from the hem of his windbreaker, and 10 gray demons swarmed forward. At the same time, he opened his probe. Human-faced leech, a level 7 monster. Due to special circumstances, it forms a strange symbiotic bond. Its abilities are diverse, capable of altering the fate of living beings to a certain extent, and it exhibits ominous changes. Note, it's not something you can handle. Running away is the best strategy. So, the strange creature from before was likely a symbiotic bond with the human-faced leech, and merely a part of it. It kept digging out topaz ore. Was it instinctively trying to avoid destruction, or was there some other reason? Jianlin didn't bother to care, as the two had already begun to collide. Bang! The great whale slammed headfirst into the human-faced leech at astonishing speed, sending green and white slime scattering in a terrifying rain of slime. The human-faced leech was slammed into the pit. Its coiled body, if stretched out, would have stretched nearly 1,000 meters, roughly the same length as the great whale. Its twisted human face let out a silent roar at the moment of impact, sensing danger. It quickly twisted its body, attempting to burrow underground and escape. In the blink of an eye, Inji emerged from the underside. With a flash of red light, her 4 claws tore through the underside of the human-faced leech, knocking it off balance. The human-faced leech, which had been about to escape, suddenly lurched, temporarily losing control. Woo! The great whale rose, its roar darkening the sky as it prepared to strike again. At the same time, 10 gray demons attacked frantically, their claws like blades, tearing the human-faced leech's spirit into pieces. However, they were too small, and each time, they could only carry away a small portion of its fragmented spirit. But this was enough. Given enough time, with the giant whale's frantic impact and the gray demon's continued attacks, the human-faced leech would eventually be defeated. Bang! Another violent crash. The earth shook, and the human-faced leech was shattered in half, its face distorted in a hideous manner. Jianlin could already see the higher-level treasure chests beckoning him. The siege lasted for over 10 minutes. The human-faced leech screamed silently, desperately trying to escape, but ultimately perished under the giant whale's continuous impact. The surroundings were in shambles, leaving only dozens of whale-head-shaped holes of varying sizes. This was the first level 7 creature he had killed, but it wouldn't be the last. next to the green and white slime corpse, crushed into pieces. A faint blue, irregular crystal gleamed with an intense glow. Source crystal, an energy core produced only by ferocious beasts and monsters above level 7. It's incredibly precious, a priceless treasure. Jianlin floated the source crystal and touched it. This texture is instantly recognizable as high-end. With a smile on his face, he carefully placed it into his system backpack. Now, all he needed to repay the loan for the level 8 shelter was the pumice stone. Chapter 263. He sorted and stored the fragments of the human-faced leech's corpse. After all, it was a level 7 monster corpse, so it had both collectible and practical value. As for the topaz ore on the human-faced leech, despite a sense of foreboding, he still stored it in his system backpack. The large amount of topaz ore only took up one slot, which also prevented contamination of other psychic items. Jianlin looked around, not forgetting his most important gain. System, where's the treasure chest? This one was even more advanced than the crystal treasure chest. Don't tell him he didn't find it. After searching various pits for a long time, he found nothing. Jianlin scratched his head, in disbelief, feeling like he'd missed out on 100 million. Just when he was about to give up, he inexplicably opened his system backpack to check. Wow, they just put it there. A treasure chest he had never seen before was placed in one of the slots. He took it out. A dazzling blue light suddenly illuminated the surroundings. Brilliant crystal chest. Contains a random item, with a 99% chance of a tier 7 and a 1% chance of a tier 8. It's more delicate than the crystal pattern chest, with intricate patterns. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Jianlin feels it's much heavier than the other chests. The probability has also been changed, with only a 1% chance of a higher tier. This kind of true randomness isn't as simple as it sounds. It appears to be 1, but it's infinitely close to 0. It's already 1 a.m. Jianlin prepared to return. With such a long distance, Draven wouldn't be able to catch up even if he ran himself to death, so there's no need to worry. The red and yellow light dispelled the blood mist. The tiger vine floater sped forward, feeding on the occasional flying creatures it encountered. Jianlin leaned against the edge of the sphere, feeling incredibly comfortable. Hongyin followed suit, leaning against the soft surface with her arms folded, her lips curled slightly. He opened the survivor forum. Hardly timed by the level 7 hunt, he hadn't even had time to check the bids for the fog-repellent flames. Auction of 30 fog-repellent flames. Deadline, 9 p.m. tonight. Original poster, Jianlin. Enable the filter to only view bids submitted before 9 p.m., with item information, and bids over 200,000. Many people are making random, boisterous bids, but the filter will eliminate them. Otherwise, Jianlin would be overwhelmed. Surprisingly, the leader wasn't Isabella, the wealthy woman. But she also bid below. Who would have thought that even with the Blood Moon Temple behind her, there was still a lack of fog-repellent flames? On the other hand, Zhou didn't bid. Perhaps joining the Supreme Cult offers the benefit of obtaining fog-repellent flames. I wonder if he steal my business. Jianlin stroked his chin, seemingly unconcerned. Zhou wasn't stupid. Even if he wanted to sell, he probably wouldn't have bargained down the price. The following are the final results of the auction. Astronomy, 400,000, 1. Crystal, click to view, Cybran, 370,000, 1. Cooley, 360,000, 1. Wing King, Laughing Nightmare, 350,000, 5. Ice Crystal Queen, 350,000, 5. Sun Huanyu, 350,000, 1. Meng Zi, 350,000, 1. Isabella Rossini, Boss Jianlin, 320,000, I want 10. The Jellos, 310,000, 1. The Dragonborn who was at shop number 9 before, Vigelos, is indeed a very careful buyer. He kept his bid at 30, unwilling to pay even a little more. The members of the conclave were very competitive. Although they didn't bid the highest, they kept their prices high. With their current strength, earning hundreds of thousands is easy. Whether looting or selling high-level items, crystals come in quickly. Sun Huanyu, for example, earned quite a bit by posting a post. Even Sophia, the weakest, made a bid. It's unknown where she got the crystals. Wing King and Ice Crystal Queen Lung Bai Bai are both powerful, and have likely already obtained fog-repellent sparks, so they're directly buying 5, likely aiming to upgrade their shelters to level 7. And there's Cooley, the three-headed tribe. Jianlin simply eliminated him, and moved him up 1 position. Now is probably when fog-repellent sparks are most valuable. After that, as survivors gain strength, their value gradually decreases, similar to crystal cores. Jianlin wrote down the list, entered the survivors gathering, and went to shop 9. It was so late, and he didn't expect to find some people waiting. He concealed his unique identity, so he didn't attract attention. Without intending to communicate, he handed the 30 fog-repellent sparks to Bai Miao. He told her to sell the items according to the names on the list, and told her there would be a clear code. Bai Miao was confused, but nodded. Jianlin left the meeting, then opened the forum and responded to each question. The fog-repelling fire seeds are now available at shop number 9. Please purchase them yourself. Code 521. After that, he ignored them, and simply waited for the money. In front of shop number 9. The Winged King was very patient. He had entered the Whispering Forest, a fogless land, and knew how dangerous it was. Thankfully, thanks to his immense strength, he successfully brought back one fog-repelling fire seed. The process was naturally extremely dangerous, and he had used strange objects and suffered considerable trauma. He heard that his lifelong enemy, Jianlin, the Laughing Nightmare, was actually selling 30 fog-repelling fire seeds. He went through a series of mental struggles, doubt, suspicion, pain, self-doubt, and finally, resignation, before finally deciding to purchase 5 as upgrade materials. How did he do that? This question lingered in his mind, and no one could answer it. He only knew that Jianlin was powerful, so powerful that he was instantly killed every time he dreamed of him. But even if he was powerful, he couldn't run rampant in a place like the Fogless Land, could he? At that moment, a message alert rang out. Winged King saw it, a look of surprise on his face. Upgrade materials found. Thinking this, he quickly stood up and rushed into the store, and several figures nearby followed suit. Behind the counter, Bai Miao was waiting. Several figures suddenly rushed in, shouting, 521, 521. She froze for a moment, then instinctively uttered, "Get out." The cold voice stunned the others. The atmosphere was awkward. The code wasn't right? A figure scratched his head. Bai Miao finally realized what Jianlin had meant by the code word. Sign up and get the crystal. She was very professional, but her tone was icy. Somewhere in the fog, a level 6 crystal fire iron fortress. Lung Bai wore a delicate, cold white dress, ice crystals gleaming on her shoulders. She sat patiently at a square table, waiting as a beautiful girl dressed as a maid carefully placed the ice crystal crown in a crystal box. Lung Bai blinked her blue eyes as she glanced at the system notification in front of her. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, like ice melting. It's actually true. Looks like I don't have to venture into the weird desert for now. Jianlin, how on earth did you do that? She sighed softly, her voice so cold it seemed to freeze the air. She thought of the fog-repellent fire she had narrowly escaped death to obtain, only to find it being sold. Fellow survivors, why was there such a huge gap? She clicked on the survivors gathering, fearing that something might happen if she arrived too late. The auction of the fog-repellent fire sparked a heated discussion among the survivors. Some expressed gratitude to Jianlin, while others expressed doubts, though these had already been dispelled. Some were furious, the most obvious being Kuli from the three-headed tribe. He angrily accused Jianlin of dishonesty, saying the auction hadn't been held to the highest bidder. Jianlin didn't respond, simply disdaining to pay any attention. It was his decision to sell his things to whomever he chose. Who had caused that three-headed tribe fool to offend him? From now on, he would kill anyone he encountered. Chapter 264. It was early morning, after all. Jianlin had thought all the transactions wouldn't be completed until tomorrow. The result was beyond his expectations. Almost within 10 minutes of listing the fog-resistant fire, all the crystals were deposited into his account. Shop number 9, withdraw your earnings. Crystals plus 10,230,000. 10 million has arrived. This is definitely Jianlin's biggest profit yet. If he trades it for a small box, he can get 10 source crystals. Of course, the small box is still level 6, so it can only be exchanged for 100 crystal blocks. But this is terrifying enough. If word got out, all the survivors, and even most creatures in the fog world, would go crazy. Thankfully, the other survivors didn't know he had a small box, and would just think he was a crystal tycoon. Crystals are really just numbers to me. Looking at the stacked crystals in his backpack, the series of numbers displayed on them felt unreal. If the backpack didn't have a folding function, the 10 million crystals would have piled up about 5 meters high. Jianlin had previously accumulated nearly 1 million crystals, so he had experience with this. My little box has to work hard again. Just as he was sighing, a private chat notification suddenly sounded. He only had a few friends, so they usually didn't bother him. He opened it to check. Isabella, brother Jianlin, have you joined any faction? If not, the Blood Moon Temple welcomes you. You just need to regularly hand in some crystals and items. I believe it won't be much, and you also receive the temple's protection. With your strength and ability, you quickly become a high-ranking official. Besides, the temple doesn't have any high-level trickery practitioners, so you don't have to worry about your safety. This was the first time Jianlin had received an invitation from a faction in the Mistless Land. Although he had no intention of joining, he still planned to gather some intelligence. Jianlin, what are the requirements? Isabella, integration into the mother race. Don't worry, this is just a method of verifying loyalty. Normally, there won't be any abnormalities. As long as you don't endanger the temple or harm the temple members, you'll be fine. It seems this is how the forces of the Mistless Land control people, similar to the mind control of the filthy cult. Isabella said it casually, but Jianlin felt it was more complicated. If it was just what she said, the requirements were too lenient and shouldn't be this way. If Jianlin were the leader of the Blood Moon Temple, he would at least make everyone sign a vassalage contract. Jianlin politely declined, replying, "Thank you for your invitation, but I have no plans to join a faction for now." Isabella, think it over carefully. If you're ready, feel free to contact me to join. The temple's conditions are very generous, and they provide some support. I'm sure you've seen my post. I bought the materials for my level 7 sanctuary from the temple. Jianlin, how many crystals did you spend on the mist repellent fire? There was a long silence, and then a message came back. Isabella, 350,000, but that's really a bargain. Great. You spent 350,000 at the temple, and 320,000 from me, right? 350,000 at the current market price is equivalent to 6 or 7 crystal essences, not a low price. No wonder Isabella was so conservative with her bid this time. No longer the relentless type she once was. It turns out she'd been exploited by the Blood Moon Temple before. Isabella, I'm curious, did you hunt the mist repellent fire yourself? That's incredible. If you're not comfortable answering, forget it. Jianlin, it's inconvenient. After sending the message, he closed the chat. Somewhere in the fog, the woman clenched her fists, her chest heaving, and she closed the panel with a pout. Jianlin stroked his chin. Joining a faction would indeed provide some help, but the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. First, at his level, the faction's assistance was limited. If he wanted to advance, could they even provide him with promotion materials? Absolutely not. This was a personal matter. Ethan and Melika came to hunt him, but they received no help. Even when they were killed, the Holy Alliance didn't intervene. Draven, on the other hand, received help from above, most likely because of Jianlin, but the specific reason was unknown. Second, he possessed the alienation technique and the small box, something so extraordinary that the higher-ups in the factions would undoubtedly be jealous. So, to avoid becoming a tool, he wouldn't join any faction. The option was settled. He took out the brilliant crystal treasure box and gently stroked it. This is the most important thing. A single brilliant crystal treasure chest is worth far more than 10 million crystals. Let's not even talk about the brilliant crystal treasure chest. If the crystal blocks were to be sold now, even a price tag of 1 million would be fiercely sought after, and even 5 million would probably be enough to buy them. Not to mention the rank 7 source crystal. This isn't something that can be bought with crystals, and no survivor can afford it these days. Have the cursed body prepare the trickster's lasso gun. Jianlin transformed into Sophia. A delicate, fair hand grasped the delicate chest lid, and a soft, female voice rang out. Sacrifice 160 years of suffering, open. The brilliant crystal treasure chest flashed, and I eagerly peered inside. Inside the chest was a pair of black, unassuming scissors of unknown material. Cutting shears. Rank 7, can cut a creature's fate for a short period of time, forcibly connecting it to another. The connected creature will then experience everything in that fate. Note, cut your own destiny first before cutting your own destiny. Each use requires consuming your own destiny. It is effective at level 7 and below. This thing is a bit mysterious. So, if you cast a fate of death on another creature, will it also die? If you cast a fate of advancement, will the other creature also ascend? That's roughly what it means. But the cost is a bit vague. Exactly how much of its own fate is consumed isn't specified. To test the effect, Jianlin found 3 monsters of the same level. He hypnotized one of them, and used it to cast the other 2, and the process went smoothly. The hypnotized one mysteriously died after using it. A moment later, the 2 casted creatures shattered simultaneously, as if they had been smashed by a wild hunt whip. He found 2 more monsters of the same level and crippled them. He hypnotized one of them to cast the other, connecting it to itself. The caster was initially severely injured and near death, but both were healed and restored to normal. This was the healing effect of the Grey Mist Spirit armor. It paid the price of being severely injured and near death, but it connected the healed fate to itself, thus surviving. Jianlin roughly understood that fate ultimately leads to death, while the fate of consumption leads to life. Whatever you want to cut, you have to pay the corresponding price, whether good or bad. If you can withstand it, like the last monster, your fate will be cured. The shears are powerful, but the cost is too high. He could indeed cut some good fate connections for himself, but first, he had to make sure he could withstand the consumption of fate. The tiger vine floating mother continued its return journey. Jianlin leaned against the edge of the soft sphere, weighing the shears in his hand. If it is transformed, he wasn't sure. A level 7 item could be transformed into a level 8. Aside from the sanctuary, he had never transformed a level 8 item. If he created a disobedient creature, it would be troublesome. The sanctuary didn't have a spiritual imprint, but the hidden void floating touch was loyal and obedient, which reassured him. The spiritual imprints of Hongyin and Yinji were more limited. Without the imprint, he had no way to forcibly control it, and could only rely on the creature itself. Chapter 265. Jianlin decided to give Transfiguration a try. For 2 reasons. First, without Transfiguration, he wouldn't dare use the shears. The cost was too high, and he could easily get himself killed. Second, if he actually created a living creature, and it didn't obey, he had already decided to take it back and destroy it. Like the mocking chair. I hope you do well. He stroked the shears. Transfiguration activated. 1600 spiritual power overflowed, enveloping the shears, which began to wriggle and deform. Everything seemed normal, just a normal transfiguration. The shears curled into a ball, fine spider silk emanating from it, converging into a humanoid form. A dark figure slowly emerged from the threads. Before he could fully grasp the whole thing, he suddenly felt dizzy, and the world began to blur. What? This feeling was even stronger than when he was a transfigurationist. Master! Be careful. A low, intermittent female voice rang out. Upon hearing these few words, Jianlin completely lost consciousness. Jianlin dazedly opened his eyes. He was in the pavilion, rocking in a chair. The sky was dark, gray snow drifted, and in the distance, a blood mist threatened to break through the red and yellow light. The tiger vine floated in the air, the circular fort was silent, and only Hongyin stood beside him, arms folded, watching him. He then remembered that he had been back for a while. The journey had been uneventful. He sensed something was wrong, and had subconsciously ignored the matter of the mutated shears. Glancing at Hongyin, who looked away, he had no choice but to change the subject of his inquiry. Xiaoying? Master, I'm here. Moonlight surged around him, and Xiaoying gathered in front of him. What just happened? Xiaoying blinked her silver eyes. Master, you were just lying here sleeping. Before that, on the way back, I opened the treasure chest and everything that happened to me. Xiaoying was stunned. Master, you didn't open the treasure chest. How could that be? Jianlin didn't know if his memory was flawed, or if Xiaoying's memory had been tampered with. Is that so? He looked at Hongyin. Hongyin turned her head and nodded with a strange expression, as if she didn't understand why he was asking. This made Jianlin unsure. He quickly opened his system backpack to check. There was a brilliant crystal treasure chest inside. This? Perceived alienation 2 more times today. He had indeed used alienation once. So what was going on? The depletion of alienation spells proved that the shearing incident had indeed occurred. So how did this brilliant crystal treasure chest appear? Was it left behind? Where did it go then? Its last words echoed those of the hidden void floating touch. What are you being careful about? Jianlin held out the brilliant crystal treasure chest. Brilliant crystal treasure chest. Receives a random item, 99% chance of a tier 7, 1% chance of a tier 8. He felt a sense of unreality and trance. It was as if everything before was an illusion, his memory malfunctioning. But the alienation technique had indeed been used. There was no mistaking it. If his memory was correct, then it was something the shears had mutated into. Is this compensation? Or something else? Looking at the treasure chest in his hand, Jianlin, not in the mood for any luck, simply opened it. A flash of white light. Inside the chest lay a scroll. Elemental Cage Scroll, Level 7. Consume psychic energy to release an elemental cage constructed from 5 elements, imprisoning creatures and inflicting massive damage continuously. Teleportation, substitutions, and other methods are prohibited within the cage. A good item, needless to say, Krypton crystals kill. Perhaps it was crafted by a high-level 5 elements master. Putting the scroll away, Jianlin looked at Hongyin and Xiaoying. You two go back first. He walked alone to the edge of the circular platform. Looking at the floating touch, wrapped in a ball and disappearing into the void, he was stunned. What exactly did you want to say? Getting no response, the floating touch's consciousness seemed to have fallen dormant. He could control the floating touch, but it was more like an instinct. Level 8, what secrets did it hold? Fei Yi said that without the stone tablet, advancing to level 8 would be a dead end. The level 8 creatures he had transformed twice each warned him to be careful. But apparently, for some reason, they couldn't learn the full details, perhaps as a form of protection. If a level 8 professional didn't have a slate, they would attract attention and be surrounded by their peers. What about level 8 creatures? Jianlin had never encountered a level 8 creature, but he had heard that the crawling mist had reached level 8 and was still lingering in the mist. It was a projection of the power of an old god, so it had no reference value. Huh? Jianlin exhaled, and a breath condensed into white mist in front of him. Perhaps he was a little too impatient, wanting to transform into something level 8 at only level 6. There were still many secrets he didn't know, and the matter was clearly not simple. For now, he should advance to level 7 first, then consider other things. A forger must be strong himself. Without a sufficient level, there are some secrets he's not qualified to understand. After glancing at the floating touch disappearing into the void, he returned to the circular fortress. After a bath in the red silk spring, he laid down on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. I feel especially exhausted today. 10,000 meters above the fog, a phantom island hangs. The small war fortress slowly advanced, its red and yellow light parting the blood mist. Melika, her platinum robe tattered in many places, swore bitterly as she piloted the war fortress forward. I will kill you. Get the pumice stone, and kill you. She kept muttering, her pretty face twisted with a ferocious expression. The gray sky suddenly shifted, a dazzling light. Land appeared ahead. The blood mist was blocked, and in the far center of the dense forest, the outline of a towering mountain range, shrouded in mist, rose. Small stones floated in the sky above the mountain range. Pumice stone! Melika, as if possessed by an obsession, stared intently at the stones. Regardless of anything else, she piloted the war fortress toward the mountain. The war fortress flew at high speed, swiftly passing through the forest below. At that moment, a woman suddenly appeared on the battle fortress. She was wearing a revealing white dress, her fair calves faintly visible, making her extremely conspicuous. May I introduce you to the Allah? The woman in the white dress smiled warmly, speaking to Melika through the dark blue barrier. Get lost. Melika, with only pumice in her eyes, immediately controlled her puppets to attack. Puff! With a crisp sound, the woman in the white dress was disintegrated by a beam of light, her flesh and blood shattering and scattering. The battle fortress continued forward. Melika thought that was the end of it, but it wasn't long before. May I introduce you to the Allah? Two identical women in white dresses appeared, their smiles warm. Puff! Puff! Melika didn't waste any words and attacked directly. Hours passed. May I introduce you to the Allah? The battle fortress was now filled with blood and corpses, and the hundreds of women in white dresses almost obscured Melika's vision. They spoke in unison, their voices carrying a certain demonic allure. Melika could no longer see the mountains, and she was instantly enraged. Go! Go! She commanded her puppets to attack frantically, beginning another massacre of the women in white dresses. The scene was awash with blood, the fragments of crumbling bodies, and a bloody mess. But no matter how hard she tried, the women in white dresses kept appearing, and in ever-increasing numbers. Their voices grew increasingly demonic, leaving Melika's mind in a state of turmoil. The god who weaves dreams, weaves the world, the lord of dreams, reshapes space. Ah! Die! 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 All of you. Melika's pretty face was twisted into a distorted form. She only wanted to get the pumice stone. Chapter 266. A phantom sky over the hanging island. A blood-soaked war fortress slowly approached from the central mountain range. Die! 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 Pumice stone! Pumice stone! Melika, like a madman, manipulated her puppets to slaughter countless women in white dresses. Can I introduce you to the Lord? I can. The demonic voice echoed, blurring her mind. The right half of her body had transformed, sprouting black, furry spider legs. The mark of the hood on her left cheek burned red, as an invisible force impelled her to complete her mission. Puff! Puff! Every moment, dozens of women in white dresses were dismembered, their flesh and limbs scattered across the war fortress, most of which rained down from the sky. From afar, it looked like a bloody rain of corpses. Marika could no longer tell the time, let alone how many women in white dresses she had killed. Finally, a floating stone several dozen meters in diameter appeared in front of her. I am a Jiu person. Pumice, pumice. God. Pumice. Melika muttered unconsciously, on the verge of collapse. Her clothes were tattered, with only a wisp of her robe still hanging halfway on her left side, leaving most of her snow-white body exposed to the air. On her right side, a spider leg covered in black velvet, along with her normal left leg, supported her standing. Sizzle, the scorching mark pressed down a certain erosion. Pumice! She forced herself to activate her shapeshifter skill, transforming a humanoid puppet into a giant beast. The pumice was swallowed whole. With the item in hand, she instinctively drove the war fort away. On the way, the women in white dresses rushed towards the war fort without stopping, their demonic voices echoing continuously. But soon, they all turned into a bloody rain that fell from the sky. Just as Melika was about to leave the Phantom Island, something suddenly descended from above. The world froze, everything crumbling under this gaze. But this gaze lasted only a moment, then vanished like a mirage, and the world returned to normal. As if nothing had happened. Melika murmured as she continued outward. Get the pumice. I'm from Jiu. The god who weaves dreams, weaves the world. The Lord of Dreams. 37th day, 9 a.m. The temperature continued to drop, reaching minus 50 degrees Celsius. This was the first time in a month of survival that it had been this low. The survivors selling thermal gear or furniture were probably delighted. Jianlin awoke to Xiaoying's call, feeling a little tired for some reason. I wondered if it had something to do with the altered tailoring technique. But he quickly pulled himself together and began to exercise self-discipline. Wash, eat, drink. Persist daily, and you become stronger. After drinking the red silk spring, he felt a tense sensation in his body. Opening his profile. Name, Jianlin. Talent, alienation, unique, fusion, professional skills, fusion, ghost nest, ghost shaping, ghost substitute, ghost spell, spirit possession, ghost transformation, levitation, ghost transformation, object relocation. Skills, ghost step, level 3, dream eye, level 4, gray light curse body, level 5, ghost explosion crystal technique, level 5, mysterious luck, level 6, illusionary world spirit step, level 7, crystal sewing technique, level 9, profession, ghost weaver. Const, 63. Mind, 68. Stamina, 3200/3200. Spirit, 1600/1600, 400/hour, overall rating, level 6. Const, increased by 1 point, thanks to the red silk spring and crystal sewing technique. While the improvement wasn't as great as mental power, it was almost 10 times greater than using the Krypton Gold method alone. It took about 3 to 4 days to improve 1 point. 6 points were still needed to reach level 69, and I should be able to advance to level 7 within a month. Perhaps it was time to calm down. I'd stay home for the month, and let the cursed body lead the team out to search for treasure chests. This wasn't Jianlin being lazy. The foggy world was so dangerous, he'd have to hide wherever possible. He pulled out a crystal block. He lifted the lining and activated the crystal stitching technique. His fingers flew, a black light emanating. His unique technique split the abdomen, fitting the crystal block tightly between the skin. The crystal block melted, the stitching was complete, and a faint blue light emanated from his lower abdomen. Too extravagant. Jianlin patted his belly, feeling the warmth. The crystal stitching technique was fast, but the energy consumption was truly astonishing. If he hadn't had the small box, it would have been painful for him to use. After using the simulated magic mirror, he only found a single level 6 beast. Jushin set off with Yin Ji and Hong Yin. Taking the 6th level wasn't a problem. Because of the weird mist temple's protection, Ian was also sent by Jianlin to the directionless sea to collect the mist-repellent fire. He could also investigate the movements of the filthy cult of the directionless sea. He had a feeling that the Whispering Forest and the filthy cult of the directionless sea weren't on the same page. But it was just his feeling. The specifics weren't clear. Jianlin arrived at the door of Huan Nu and Tina's room. Hanu. As soon as he finished speaking, the red-dressed girl puppet quickly opened the door. The room was tidy and empty. Both girls, both purists, were helping Lin Yu with yard work. Huan Nu particularly liked Hanu, so Jian Lin simply asked Hangge to stay with her. Master. The endearing girl's voice emanated from Hangge's mouth, making it hard to refuse. I previously used an advancement scroll to upgrade the resentful doll to level 5, but it hasn't yet transformed. Since I have nothing else to do, I upgraded. Transformation activated. 1600 spiritual power overflowed, enveloping the red doll's petite body. Then blood-red threads emerged, entwining it, wriggling and transforming, their interweaving transforming the red doll into something more delicate. It now resembled a normal little girl, its joints connected by fine blood threads. If you ignore the joints, it's just a normal girl in red, her expression more natural, less ferocious and creepy than before. She has black hair and black eyes, delicate features, and a bright, pale complexion without any unwanted coloration. She's incredibly adorable. The transformed resentful doll gains the Daughter of Violent Command. Daughter of Violent Command, level 6, allows you to issue commands to creatures. Creatures that disobey will lose their minds. Using Violent Command, you can forcibly control 3 creatures, effective at level 6 and below. The Violent Command effect has been increased, compensating for the previous one. While losing control of their minds when disobeying commands is powerful, fog creatures are inherently out of control, and this ability only affects normal creatures. The violence order is different. As long as their mental resistance is within the Red Owl's control limit, they can forcibly control 3 fog creatures. It's quite powerful. Since their strength has increased, they naturally can't sit idle. When the boss is idle, the employees must work. He had Tina go hunting with Red Owl, Night Scythe, and Little Pickaxe. With this lineup, they shouldn't be in danger. The Gobi Desert is vast, and the chance of encountering Draven is still small. In truth, Jian Lin wasn't particularly afraid of Draven. He was just a weakling who relied on some means. If he hadn't been wary of the Pope, he would have killed him long ago. He held back because he was afraid of something unexpected happening. After all, he was a level 8, so it was better to be cautious. Courtyard. Lin Yu was stimulating the crops, while Huan Nu was shoveling crystals by the round pond. Jian Lin glanced over and saw that there were already 32 large crystal fish, with one more. He traded yesterday's earnings and the crystals from selling the fog-repellent fire seeds for the small box. The small box ticked for a long time. Finally, it was exchanged for 1,500 crystal cores and 94 crystal blocks. The small box collapsed to the ground. Chapter 267. Jian Lin packed his backpack. He now had 69 crystal essences, 112 crystal blocks, and 20 fog-resistant fire seeds. As for the 1,500 crystal cores he had just exchanged, he was going to use them for a lottery. That's right, he was going to upgrade all of his big crystal fish again. He was just that arrogant. Entering the survivors' gathering, Jian Lin wore a stoic smile and ignored the shouting survivors. Smile roulette, invest psychic items, and draw corresponding items from level 1 to 5. The more you invest, the more smiles you get. Every 10 draws will yield a high-quality reward. 10 crystals, 50 crystals, 100 crystals, or 1 beast core, 1 crystal core, 1 crystal essence. Smile, and select the draw. Draw. Jian Lin began frantically clicking on 1 crystal core. Beep, beep, beep. After clicking over 1,000 times in a row. Perhaps because crystal cores are still relatively rare, the chances of drawing an advanced scroll are much higher. He spent just over 1,400 crystal cores and pulled out 36 advanced scrolls. The backpack expanded by over 1,000 slots, and there was no way it could hold all of them. There were also a bunch of fancy level 3 and 4 items, all kinds of them. The most outrageous one was a level 4 doll, the kind you use. He took them all to Shop 9 and sold them off. He saved some useful runes and potions for emergencies. Back in the courtyard, under Lin Yu's glare, which seemed like he was mentally retarded, Jian Lin used all the advanced scrolls. Big belly crystal fish, level 4, an extremely rare fish. If separated from their group, they will become depressed and starve to death. They absorb nutrients from flesh and blood to produce crystals. Sufficient food, 216 crystals/day. Violet belly crystal fish, level 4. Sufficient food, 384 crystals/day. The constant flashing of white light dazzled Lin Yu. She couldn't help herself. Actually, I think you'd make more money selling the scrolls than the crystal fish. Really? Jian Lin stroked his chin and calculated carefully. 32 big belly crystal fish and 4 explosive belly crystal fish, for a daily output of 8,448 crystals. He'd spent nearly 1.5 million crystals this time, and it would take 6 months to recoup his investment. His, he gasped. After a moment, his expression turned serious. Lin Yu. Lin Yu glanced over. If you work hard and increase the number of crystal fish tenfold, wouldn't you be able to recoup your investment quickly? The reason I'm losing money is because you're not working hard enough. Jian Lin patted Lin Yu's shoulder, speaking earnestly. He returned to the rocking chair. Lin Yu was left bewildered. She calculated carefully, and it seemed to make sense. But something felt off. What was going on? It was almost the same time Jian Lin was drawing the lottery. Gate 2 Smile Roulette Square. Sun Yan pulled out 10 beast cores with great care. Damn system. They don't even give out bronze treasure chests. Had they considered the feelings of the survivors at the bottom? She raged, her hand trembling as she reached for the button that would release 100 crystals, or 1 beast core. One shot. She clicked it hard, and the wheel spun. Beep, beep, beep. Sun Yan stared, her eyes wide open, watching the level 3 area spin. The level 3 area slowly stopped on the pointer, still moving. She was filled with excitement. Yes, stop. The wheel continued to move. Don't move. Don't move. But contrary to her wishes, the pointer eventually pointed to the smaller level 2 area. Refined iron blade, level 2, meticulously forged by a craftsman. Its sharp edge can penetrate the defenses of most level 2 creatures. What a meticulously crafted piece. Sun Yan felt utterly awful. This was nothing more than something a master craftsman had casually spun out of iron. She had no choice but to trust her fate and decisively click 9 times in a row to get the guaranteed draw. Mining Puppet, Level 3, an automated mining puppet with high efficiency. Thank you. Sun Yan was speechless, angrily closing the roulette panel. She was already a Level 3 observer and preparing for Level 4, so she needed to convert as many psychic items as possible into power. Beast cores were not valuable, so she used them for the lottery. To break through the Level 4 barrier, she had to go to the market to buy Level 4 equipment. But the Level 4 items at Gate 2 were incredibly expensive. If she hadn't earned a lot of crystals on the forum, she wouldn't have been able to afford them. I heard the Level 4 items at Gate 1 are everywhere and sold very cheaply, but those bigwigs aren't short of money and rarely come down here to trade. She looked at the outrageous prices and secretly hated herself for not working hard enough to make it into the top 1,000. In the end, she spent over 20,000 crystals on 2 pieces of Tier 4 equipment. Although she felt it was a bit pricey, she had no choice but to accept it. In the afternoon, in the courtyard, Jian Lin was rocking in a chair, enjoying Xiao Ying's shoulder massage. He sighed softly, looking at the battle fortress flying across the sky. Marika, you brought it back? Under the control of the pseudo-yellow seal, if the pumice stone wasn't found, Melika wouldn't be able to return. Doesn't that mean he can pay his mortgage? He stood up, ready to receive his pumice stone. However, a glance of his spiritual sense revealed that the battle fortress was drenched in blood, covered with the severed limbs of women, and all sorts of red and white objects scattered across the ground. It seems the battle was quite brutal. Jian Lin touched his chin, shook his head, and floated towards the battle fortress. The moment of handover would render the pseudo-yellow seal ineffective. He had to immediately issue another order or kill Melika outright. He pulled out the pseudo-yellow seal, and the battle fortress stopped in front of him. Melika flew out of it. Seeing her current appearance, Jian Lin instinctively frowned. The right side of her body was naked, with only the blood-stained, tattered platinum robe dangling from her left. Her right leg had vanished, replaced by 4 black velvet spider legs. Pumice stone, I leave it to you. She waved her hand, and a giant beast puppet rose from behind, spewing out a stone several dozen meters in diameter. Once the stone appeared, it would float into the sky. Jian Lin didn't bother to understand the reason for Melika's appearance, and waved his hand. Pumice stone, an extremely precious stone that grants objects the ability to float. It is only found in specific locations, and is priceless. After storing it in the backpack, the large stone displayed 2,350 units. Just right, there's still some left, but I wonder if I need it for the next upgrade. The moment he put away the pumice stone, the mark on Melika's left cheek vanished. Jian Lin was wondering if he should try again when he saw Melika's expression begin to contort. Ah! She clutched her head and screamed. The last wisp of her robe fell away, and at some point her left leg vanished, her lower body transformed into 8 black velvet spider legs. The screaming didn't last long. Her expression suddenly changed, and she muttered in a daze. I am from Jiyu, the Lord of Dreams, weavers the world. As she chanted, her naked upper body began to twist and dance, And she was about to continue. Jianlin felt a surge of terror descending. He didn't care about anything else, sheathed the yellow seal, and instantly switched to the Wild Hunt whip hammer. Bang! With a crisp explosion, Melika was shattered to pieces. With Melika's death, the battle fortress lost control and slowly fell. The feeling of terror vanished. Huh? Jianlin retreated back into the invisible space and waited for a moment, but there was no movement. What a shame. This was a level 6 shapeshifter, and yet she was assimilated like that. To prevent any further mishaps, he had no choice but to kill Melika. Just as Jianlin was lamenting and preparing to upgrade his shelter, a female voice rang out from behind him. Can I introduce you to the Lord? Chapter 268. Jianlin wasn't panicked. He'd encountered many strange events. His spiritual sense swept through the air, revealing nothing behind him, as if this Marika, who had appeared out of thin air, didn't exist. But she was indeed there. This was reality. Turning around, he saw Marika was now wearing a black dress, her skin no longer a dark blue, but a normal, pale white. Her previous dark blue body had likely been transformed by a shapeshifter. And now, it was clear that she was no longer herself, but something else in Marika's guise. Seeing Jianlin didn't respond, Marika clasped her hands to her chest and began to chant. The god of dreams. Bang! The Wild Hunt's whip hammer struck her head hard. The skull shattered, and for the first time, the platform was stained with the blood of an outsider. Another blow brought the black dress body down, shattering into pieces. But Jianlin didn't relax. The situation was far from over. As expected. Can I introduce you to the Lord? Marika, dressed in a black dress, reappeared, looking devoutly at Jianlin. Where on earth did this come from? Though puzzled, Jianlin decisively swung his right hand. Bang! The whip hammer struck again, staining the platform with blood and fragments. I can. Bang! Bang! This isn't going to work. Melika is now unkillable. While this ability doesn't deal direct damage, it's truly disgusting. Resolved, Jianlin opened the system. Shelter panel. Floating touch of the hidden void. Crystal flame dome. Level 8. Upgradable 5000/5000 iron. 2350/1000 pumice. 8865/5000 crystal. 6520 crystal core. 69 out of 5 crystal essence. 20 out of 10 mist repelling fire seed. 112 crystal blocks. 1-to-1 source crystal. This upgrade will make the dome and platform stronger, but will not increase in level. Click to upgrade. Boom! A blinding white light flashed as the platform visibly expanded, from its original diameter of 1,000 meters to 5,000 meters. A full 25 times larger, estimated to be approximately 20 million square meters, it could easily accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. The iron platform, engraved with intricate dark blue patterns, seemed even more sturdy and refined. The central circular fort also expanded, now occupying nearly 1,000 square meters, several times its original size. But compared to the platform, it seemed insignificant. Even with the courtyard in front, it was only a tiny fraction. It was enough. Jianlin didn't want to live in a house too large. It would be difficult to move around. Now the platform had become his territory. It felt a bit strange to see the end of it in the distance. Floating touch of the hidden void. Crystal fortress. Level 8. Non-upgradable 1350/10,000 pumice. 0/10,000 red iron. 0/10,000 times sand. 10 out of 100 fog repellent spark. 1-10-20 crystal blocks. 0 out of 10 source crystals. 0 out of 1 spirit crystals. Note: the crystal fortress can dispel fog within a 5,000 meter radius. This is your territory. Dispersing fog over a large area may attract the attention of certain entities, so be careful. Seeing the prompt, Jianlin limited the fog dispelling range to a few meters outside the perimeter of the cone. Since the system had prompted it, he followed suit to be on the safe side. A 5,000 meter diameter fog dispelling device was already quite large. This effectively upgraded the shelter to level 8. Although Jianlin was curious about what would happen after upgrading to level 9, and then transforming, after looking at the materials. The survivors would likely stop there. Not mentioning the 2 new materials of unknown origin, the spirit crystals alone were clearly level 8. Aside from the crawling mist, Jianlin hadn't encountered any other level 8 beings. No rush yet. The sanctuary was already far beyond his capabilities. He still had things to deal with. Can I introduce you to the true lord? Blood and limbs lay scattered on the ground. Melika, dressed in a black dress, had reappeared beside him. No more killing. Jianlin put away his wild hunt whip and took out the pseudo-yellow seal. Let me introduce you. For some reason, he uttered that sentence, then lost his way. While he was distracted, Melika had already begun chanting. Dreamweaver. Jianlin shook his head, exerting force with his right hand, fiercely pressing the pseudo-yellow seal onto Melika's left cheek. Go and bring me back the pumice stones. The more the better. It didn't work. It must have been because his goal wasn't clear enough. Jianlin had to change his approach. Bring me back 5 pumice stones of the same size as before, and I'd be done with them. Sizzle. There was a scorching sound at the seal's location, as if both flesh and spirit were being burned with the hooded man's mark. Ugh. Marika's expression twisted, as if some conflict was raging. Dreamweaver. Pumice. Island Weaver. Pumice. Finally, she fell silent. Before leaving, she deliberately turned her head, a bit dazed. When I bring back the pumice, I introduce you to the Lord. She didn't drive the battle fortress, but walked in the direction they'd come from. Finally done, Jianlin breathed a sigh of relief. Whether or not Melika could bring back the pumice, as long as she wasn't constantly nagging him, it was all good. Using the fire witch, the corpse fragments were cleaned and burned to ash, and the circular platform was restored to its clean and exquisite state. He returned to the circular fortress and took a look. Aside from the intricate dark blue patterns on the surface, the interior had remained unchanged, except for its enlargement. However, as he reclined back in the pavilion's rocking chair, ready to wait patiently for the cursed body to return with the crystal treasure chest, Lin Yu and Huan Nu's wary gazes puzzled him. And the first words Lin Yu spoke to him startled him. Who are you? Lin Yu sounded like she was questioning a stranger. Jianlin was bewildered. Anyone suddenly uttering such a question from someone they'd spent every day with would be stunned. Lin Yu carefully observed his practiced rocking movements. Her expression relaxed for a moment, but then a strange expression appeared. Are you Jianlin? Why are you like this at home? Preparing to open a treasure chest? What? Jianlin realized something was wrong and quickly stood up, checking himself. Nothing was wrong. Lin Yu also realized something was wrong and quickly glanced at Huan Nu, who nodded. She was then certain she wasn't mistaken. I see you're a woman now. Jianlin was startled, but remained calm. Xiaoying. The moonlight flickered, and Xiaoying's figure solidified in front of him. What do you see me like? He got straight to the point. Master, you're the woman in the black dress. Xiaoying answered swiftly. She'd often seen Jianlin transform, so she wasn't surprised. A jolt of emotion hit her. Jianlin realized something serious. He'd been unknowingly infected by an unknown force. Was it brought by Melika, or somewhere else? The question was no longer important. What mattered was knowing the true nature of the force. He flashed to the edge of the round pond, and looked in the mirror. A woman was clearly reflected in the water, a strange woman in a black dress. He checked himself again. He confirmed his original appearance, with all the parts still intact. So, to others, he looked like the woman in the black dress, and to himself, the same thing appeared in the mirror. But to him, it wasn't. Jianlin slowly reclined in his rocking chair, closing his eyes and thinking. Lin Yu approached, asking with concern, what happened? The Huan Nu also watched anxiously from the side. They were both knowledgeable, and knew that something was unusual. Keep a close eye on me, and report any abnormalities. Jianlin opened his eyes and, without further ado, gave orders. He wasn't completely helpless, but the cost was considerable. Chapter 269. Okay. From Lin Yu's perspective, a strange woman in a black dress was giving her orders in Jianlin's voice. She felt a little uncomfortable, but some connection told her that it was indeed Jianlin before her, just in a different appearance for some reason. Jianlin thought for a moment and continued. Touch her. Is it as you see? Huh? Lin Yu felt strange, but still reached out. It felt soft and delicate. She instinctively let go, her cheeks flushing slightly. However, Jianlin didn't feel anything, only that Lin Yu gently grasped his firm chest. So Lin Yu's reaction seemed truly odd to him. How is it? Quite soft. Jianlin looked at Huan Nu again. Huan Nu's gray eyes blinked, and she actually swallowed. She reached out her small hand and gently touched him, feeling a strange pleasure surge in her heart. You feel the same? Huan Nu nodded in a daze. Jianlin didn't have time to delve into their thoughts or analyze himself. This change wasn't just superficial. It was real in other people's perceptions, or rather, in the world itself. Yet he was the only one who felt differently. Two possibilities. One was that he had indeed changed, but only in his perception. Two was that he hadn't changed, but only in the perceptions of others. But both scenarios were illogical. The mirror. When he looked in the mirror or the water, he saw the woman in the black dress. If it was he who had changed, but not his perception, then the reflection he saw should be himself. There was another possibility. The world had changed. There was nothing wrong with him, but the world had changed for him. To the world, he was already the woman in the black dress, but he didn't see it that way. Only this could explain it. The God who weaves dreams, weaves the world, the Lord of dreams, reshapes space. Combined with this prayer, the third possibility was likely true. He had unknowingly been influenced by the Phantom Island. Wait! Jianlin suddenly realized why he had suddenly recalled this prayer. Damn it, he might have been tricked. But thinking of the Grey Mist spiritual robe's abilities, he felt relieved. This time, I might have to pay a heavy price. You guys go about yourselves. Just keep an eye on me for now. He waved his hand, signaling Lin Yu and Huan Nu to leave. Though the two women were worried, this matter was beyond their control, so they continued with their work. Xiaoying, keep an eye on me. Stop me if I see any abnormality. Yes, Lord. Xiaoying transformed into moonlight, covering Jianlin's body. Jianlin lay with his eyes closed, feeling that he had lost a lot for the pumice stone. To have been inexplicably involved with such a thing was truly unexpected. He tried his best to distance himself from the matter, even using a fake yellow seal to get Melika to retrieve it, but he'd still been contaminated. It was still unclear whether the contamination was caused by Melika or the pumice, or if the person had already set their sights on him. The thought of Melika bringing back the pumice later gave him a headache. Should I take it or not? It was hard not to take it now. Melika was no longer the same person she used to be. Finding Jianlin was easy for her, even ignoring the limitations of the invisible space. Thinking about it, the Allah order is truly bizarre. Jianlin muttered unconsciously. Wait, why am I? I hadn't thought about it that way, yet he kept mentioning Allah. He took out the paper figurine of the forgetful sacrifice and examined it. The figurine was flawless, meaning it wasn't resisting the skill. So it wasn't the skill that caused his transformation, but something else, perhaps more accurately pollution. Whether it was he himself who was being polluted, or the world itself, was beyond his comprehension. The best option now was to wait for Melika to return, and use the pseudo-yellow seal to give her an impossible task. It would be best if she never showed up again. Then, he could use the Grey Mist spiritual robe's effects to resolve the matter once and for all. Whether he could hold out until then would depend on subsequent developments. 6 p.m. Tina returned with Red Owl, Little Pickaxe, and Night Scythe. You are? The Lord? It took her a moment to sense it before she was certain of this fact. If it weren't for some connection after the transformation, she would never have recognized him. Looking at Tina's surprised purple eyes, Jianlin nodded. Did you intentionally become like this? Tina's expression was quizzical. She knew Jianlin had many ways to change his appearance, but turning into a woman at home was. Shoo! The Huan came over, picked up Hanu, and told Tina not to disturb Jianlin. She gestured to Tina to step aside and began to explain. Tina finally realized what was happening and looked at him with some concern. Jianlin simply sat in the rocking chair with his eyes closed, clearing his mind. So far, apart from the fact that he appeared to others as the woman in the black dress, nothing had changed. The cursed body then returned, bringing back the crystal treasure chest. Inji returned to his inside without a word, unconcerned with Jianlin's appearance. She only wanted to devour Jianlin's spirit. Hongying stood to the side, her arms folded, occasionally glancing at Jianlin, as if confirming something. It was clear it still cared, just unwilling to speak. Huh? Jianlin stood up and sorted his haul. 1 crystal pattern, 3 gold pieces, and a few others. He casually put them away, leaving only the crystal pattern treasure chest. Without the usual enthusiasm, he opened it directly. A flash of white light, and a faint blue longbow condensed in front of him. Crystal block pattern bow. Level 6, a bow meticulously transformed by a master. It possesses spiritual power, absorbing psychic energy to fire tracking arrows that can penetrate the defenses of most level 6 creatures. It can store 3 arrows at a time, condensing 1 every hour. My already low mood was further exacerbated. With so much crystal marrow pattern equipment, how far could crystal block pattern equipment be? There's one more transformation today, so I test the waters with this first crystal block pattern bow. Transformation activated. 1600 spiritual power covered the crystal block pattern bow, and the bow began to twist. The color was like black jelly, with twisted geometric patterns emerging on its surface. Translucent tentacles extended, transforming into bowstrings. Transform, the crystal block pattern bow to obtain the imaginary touch bow. Imaginary touch bow, level 7. This bow shoots strange, amorphous arrows. Upon release, these arrows transform into distorted forms, causing cognitive contamination and confusion upon impact. Charging power allows it to fire imaginary arrows. Imaginary arrows, arrows capable of folding space, capable of striking at extremely long range, potentially crushing enemies. Keep 3 in reserve, condensing 1 every hour. So, every shot must be charged. The effect of this transformation is quite good, and it has alleviated my bad mood considerably. Jianglin picked up the imaginary touch bow and gently stroked the string. It felt soft and resilient. If he knew Draven's location, he could fire an imaginary arrow that would either kill or cripple him. He held the bow in his right hand and pulled the string with his left. As he charged power, an illusory, twisted arrow with a strange face appeared. As he continued to charge, the surrounding space began to distort and fold. Estimating the direction, he released his grip directly towards the red-eyed dark sheep man's encampment. Buzz, space twisted and collapsed. The strange-faced arrow vanished without a trace. As for whether it could shoot that far, Jianglin didn't know. It was highly unlikely, so the arrow would likely miss, right? Crack, 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 space folded, twisting like a mirror, making a crisp sound. Draven swallowed, as he watched the strange-faced arrow blast a crater dozens of meters ahead. Who wants to kill me? Chapter 270. Jianglin had only casually experimented, not taking it seriously. Putting away the imaginary number bow, he didn't prepare to sleep, but lay in his rocking chair, thinking. 10 p.m. He had fallen asleep for no apparent reason. It seemed as if he had a dream, but he couldn't remember the content. The woman in the black dress was acting strangely. She was twisting her body, performing a strange dance, as if it were an instinct. The moonlight surged around her, but she made no attempt to stop it, more like anxiety. Lin Yu and the other 2 women gathered, along with Han Yin, her eyes etched with unease. What should we do? The illusionary woman looked at Lin Yu, as if searching for a leader. Lin Yu didn't answer, but continued to call out Jianglin. Ghost Master. They had already tried to stop Jianglin by force, but it didn't work. For as soon as they stopped moving, Jianglin would begin to make noises. The god who weaves dreams, weaves the world. After just the first 2 lines, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, as if some great terror was about to befall them. So, for the time being, they could only let Jianglin dance. Although it was a little strange, it was still better than the prayer. Just then, the woman in the black dress began to remove her top, revealing her upper body. She continued to twist and turn, creating an extremely bizarre scene. But the scene Lin Yu and the others least wanted to see unfolded. The woman in the black dress twisted her body, slowly opening her red lips. The god who weaves dreams. Tina was the first to react. Xiaoying covered his mouth. The moonlight surged, forcibly closing the woman's mouth. Hold her body, Tina warned. The woman in the black dress tried to continue dancing, but the moonlight held her in place. The scene calmed down. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of the topless woman in the black dress before them. But just when they thought the situation had stabilized, the god who weaves dreams, weaves the world, the Lord of Dreams, reshaped space. The voice emanated from somewhere within the woman in the black dress, and everyone's eyes widened as soon as it appeared. A sense of foreboding welled up within her. A chill spread from her toes throughout her body. This is bad? Lin Yu thought. They had tried their best, but to their surprise, they still couldn't stop it. Praise your hands, bring new life to the world, creatures sing praises, outline all things. The strange prayer continued. Just as everyone was about to despair, the voice abruptly ceased. The woman in the black dress slowly closed her eyes, and the sense of imminent terror vanished. Everything returned to normal. Lin Yu felt a chill. Cold sweat had already soaked her back without her knowing. The phantom woman stepped forward and put her clothes back on. Outside the invisible space, a gray mist rose from the blood mist. A gaze cast towards the circular fort, as if just awakened from sleep. After confirming something in the direction of the circular fort, a wave of movement spread. Then, there was no movement. The blood mist surged, and the mist gradually receded. Jianglin woke with a start. How could I sleep? His eyes widened, his gaze focused, only to realize that everyone was standing guard. Something had happened. He knew what had happened without asking. Thinking of the friend Fei he had mentioned, he confirmed with everyone, I danced. Seeing that he had regained consciousness, the women beamed with joy. You were out of control just now, reciting a long prayer. Lin Yu knew his character, and got straight to the point. Jianlin didn't panic, but calmly ordered, "Everyone, come here." As he spoke, he transformed into Mengzi and selectively stole everyone's memories, focusing on the prayer. He also saw how he looked in everyone's eyes. It was quite pretty. But now wasn't the time to worry about that. Things were already out of control, and he had to come up with the best solution immediately. He only had one chance to deal with this contamination, and he had to wait until Melika returned. Otherwise, if he resolved the matter, it might be contaminated again. He also had to get the pumice stone. This was a one-shot opportunity, a permanent solution, a win-win situation. The problem now was that he might not be able to wait until then. Somehow, he had managed to withstand the contamination of the prayer, and the unknown terror hadn't arrived. But there was no time to dwell on that. How will I hold on? This was the most crucial thing. Transform myself? A glance at the time, 1 a.m. Alienation has been refreshed, but can it really solve this problem? Leveling from level 6 to level 7 seems like just the beginning. Glancing at the skill panel, Jianlin had a flash of inspiration and made a decision. He began to pull out his items. Trickster Lasso, Pseudo-Magic Mirror, Treasure-Seeking Dragonfly, Imaginary Tentacle Bow. I leave my treasure hunting 3-piece set to you. Your daily mission with Yin is to find treasure chests. He handed the storage crystal to Hongyin. Hongyin reached out to take it and nodded. Her red eyes glared at Linyu, a look that conveyed something. Linyu understood and looked at Jianlin, who had taken out 10 crystals. Are you leaving? That's probably what I meant, but my body will remain here. Jianlin nodded, as he used the crystal sewing technique to sew the crystal blocks into his chest and abdomen. Soon, 10 crystal blocks were sewn, and his chest and abdomen glowed with a deep, faint blue light. The immense energy gathered was enough to support him to reach 69 points, with some left over. Inside the circular fortress, the bedroom had more than doubled in size due to the upgrade. Jianlin lay on the bed, and the women watched as if they were watching a strange and bizarre performance. The gray mist spirit robe squirmed and transforming into a straitjacket that bound Jianlin tightly to the bed. From the outside, he looked almost like a gray stone, with a tube inserted into his throat, extending outward. Xiaoying, remember to feed him the red silk spring and meat fruit every day. By the bedside, Xiaoying nodded calmly. Everything was arranged, and he could leave without worry. His strength would steadily improve on its own. Hongyin and Yingji would take care of the treasure chest, so he didn't have to worry. He only had to wait. He could resolve the matter once Melika returned. In the meantime, he would go to the fantasy realm. Fantasy World Walking Spirit, Level 7. Wandering in the fantasy world, encountering the unknown, where everything begins and ends. To put it bluntly, it's a world completely unrelated to the foggy world. He didn't believe such pollution could catch up to him. A 7 or 8 day absence wouldn't diminish his strength. Just treat it as a vacation. Jianlin thought so, and finally said to the women, "Wait for me to come back." Under the women's gaze, the gray mist spirit robe completely enveloped him. Fantasy World Walking Spirit. The moment the skill was activated, the spirit separated from the body, and he entered a mysterious realm. Jianlin moved with strange steps, twisting and turning in the unnamed realm. An unknown amount of time passed, and the concepts of time and space blurred here. Invisible, silent, insensible. It was as if he gradually gained a brand new body, gradually becoming aware of space. An unknown amount of time passed. A loud noise, like wailing and cursing, reached his ears. A soft, damp feeling came from behind him, and the scent of damp earth filled his nostrils, mingling with the scent of green grass. Jianlin slowly opened his eyes, a blinding light catching his gaze. He took a moment to adjust before taking in his surroundings. Sky, blue sky. There were a few wisps of white clouds. Jianlin hadn't seen a normal sky in over a month. What the hell is this? This sky, resembling a starry sky, felt incredibly familiar. He sat up, his eyes fixed on a white body. Don't get me wrong, this is his own. Chapter 271. Judging from his size, it was definitely him. The fantasy world stepping spirit traveled through worlds, and even condensed a new body. Why? So that he could enter this world completely as a native. Before Jianlin could continue thinking, he heard angry curses from afar. Get up, you useless thing. Don't kill me. Please. Puff. Let me go, please, I have a child. Jianglin's spiritual sense swept through, and his expression was peculiar. Are they filming a TV show here? Not far away, a bandit raid was underway. The target appeared to be a village. But judging by the bloody scenes of heads tumbling, It was most likely not a TV show. The people were dressed in strange ancient costumes. He was unfamiliar with them, and couldn't tell which era they were from. Although he knew the fantasy world was a real world, he hadn't expected such scenes. It was like traveling through time twice. To mask his embarrassment, he extended his hand. A bandit slipped underground and approached him. The bandit felt a flash of light before his eyes, and then his head was torn apart. Jian Lin put on his slightly stained bandit clothing, covering his well-defined muscles. This was his first time wearing clothes in the fantasy world, and he'd achieved his accomplishment. After a bit of exercise, he found this vacation quite interesting. The ground here could actually be shifted, meaning he could burrow underground. The wailing, the screaming of women, the crying of babies. The looting of the village continued, and Jian Lin found it a bit noisy. He was about to activate his transformation, but found it wouldn't work. This wasn't a foggy world, and his spiritual imprint was blocked. He had to settle for the next best thing and activate his transformation. Suddenly, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the village. What's going on? The bandit leader was tearing at a woman's clothing when he noticed the sky darken for a moment. The lower half of his body made him lose his mind, and he continued his movements. Please let me go! The woman desperately tried to shield herself, but the tattered clothing couldn't block out the sight of her. Just then, the bandit leader felt a shadow looming. He thought it was a dark cloud, but then he looked up. What is this? Behind him, a thick tentacle covered the sky, dotted with strange eyes. The tentacle stretched out, splitting into smaller tentacles that quickly enveloped the bandit leader. No! Bang! Blood and flesh splattered on the woman's face. She stared at the horrifying scene with wide eyes before her vision went dark and she passed out. Tentacles, covering the sky and the sun, sprouted from everywhere, their strange eyes swirling, observing all living things. The atmosphere in the village shifted instantly. The sounds of looting faded, replaced by the people's cries of terror. It's a beast ghost. What a massive beast ghost. Shouldn't it be a touch ghost? Jian Lin was puzzled. Such a similar existence existed in this world. He had thought it was just a normal place like the ancient Yen kingdom. He casually performed a good deed, using an object to shift his position underground, heading towards a crowded area. As for the extent of the panic he would cause, that was not his concern. In the distance, a young man in green brocade clothes, taking hundreds of meters at a time, was approaching. Zhang Jia had come here because the ghost compass had experienced unprecedented activity. Could this be the appearance of a red ghost? As a member of the Ghost Suppression Division, he often slew or sealed ghosts both large and small, but he had never seen the ghost compass vibrate like this. In his hand, the center of the once gilded compass trembled crimson, pointing in a certain direction. He frowned, his eyes fixed with an unusual determination. So what if it's a red ghost? I'm Zhang Jia, so why should I fear it? He kept walking, his legs intertwined, a chessboard converging between them, the scene shifting with every step. But when he reached the village, his legs trembled involuntarily. Tentacles danced in the sky, shrouding the entire village in shadow, a scene of doom. People fled in panic, but the tentacles seemed to be playing around and not attacking. Such a terrifying beast ghost. The compass in Zhang Jia's hand vibrated more and more violently. He looked down and saw that the entire compass was stained crimson. This meant one thing. Red ghost. The tentacles before him were a red ghost. He was merely a second-level disciple of Zongheng. Facing a third-level red ghost, there were only two words. Seeking death, but why fear life or death? I, Zhang Jia, must always put the people first, the world first. I must not disgrace the name of Zongheng. Chessboard of heaven and earth. Open and close. Zhang Jia stretched out his hand, and a blood-soaked chessboard enveloped the village. Each chess piece within it was a great ghost he had sealed. The great ghost pieces materialized, interlacing in a killing formation, attacking the tentacles. His eyes were cold, and he drew his knife and cut at his scarred right arm. A large chunk of flesh was severed, leaving the entire right arm drenched in blood, the bone visible. The chessboard seemed nourished, and the great ghosts grew even more ferocious. Not enough. He shifted his knife, cutting at his left arm, repeating the same pattern. Zongheng Zhang Jia, invite the red ghost to his death. He shouted, and the chessboard followed the other giant ghosts, pressing down upon the hideous tentacles. The air stagnated, the sky and earth darkened. But the tentacles stood there in a daze, some even scratching themselves, as if they were somewhat bewildered. Daqing, Dongyang County. Jian Lin had no idea that his casual transformation would elicit such a drastic reaction from a young, uninitiated person. He was excited now, for it felt like he had arrived in a magically reimagined Dachin. Though the people here showed little joy, there were still many people and a lively atmosphere. The 7-chapter secret scripture most likely originated from this world. He had mastered the 7th-level illusionary world spirit after only a brief listening experience, which made him yearn to read the full text. But he was new here and knew very little about this world. Transforming ghosts was restricted in this world, and he missed Meng Zi's memory-draining abilities. Now, if he wanted to gain intelligence, he could only rely on listening. Clothing shop. Clothes make the man, and Jianlin casually picked up a black brocade robe that suited his taste. As for money, he was a rank 6 professional. Was he really worried about running out of money? Not caring about purchasing power, he took a silver ingot from some mansion and left it at the tailor's shop. Walking down the unfamiliar streets, he used the technique of borrowing objects to pick up some food. It had been so long since he'd eaten normal food, and he missed it. Something the people around him were discussing caught his attention. Another major ghost has struck the eastern part of the county. Hundreds of people died overnight. Sigh. Is the Ghost Suppression Bureau a bunch of idiots? We pay so much tax, and it's all gone to the dogs. I heard a red ghost appeared in the neighboring county, and Lordly of the Ghost Suppression Bureau has been there lately. You can't even manage your own county's affairs, and yet, you're meddling in others? You're useless as pigs. It seems this world has its own hierarchy. Jianlin didn't know what level the red ghost and the major ghost corresponded to, but they sounded impressive. He ate and walked when a sudden commotion broke out up ahead. Unlike the usual melancholy crowds on the streets, everyone here was beaming with joy. He took one look and understood why. The attic sign read 3 large characters. Ichuan Tower. Upstairs, men and women poked their heads out to watch the excitement. In front of Ichuan Tower, a young man knelt on the ground, begging a drunken middle-aged man embracing a voluptuous woman. Sir, please teach me the ways. Bang, he cowed out heavily. Jianlin was puzzled. He had to find a place in a brothel to become a disciple. Teach me the ways? What did he have to learn? Isn't that what he was thinking? Chapter 272. Jianlin extended his spiritual sense. He discovered that the middle-aged man's spirit had reached the 2nd level. In response to the young man's request for advice, the whites of the man's eyes became bloodshot, quickly staining them crimson. He casually glanced at the young man with his bloodshot pupils. You can't handle it. Go back. His voice was ordinary, but Jianlin sensed a wave of hypnosis. The young man nodded dejectedly and walked towards the end of the street. It seemed this was a person with extraordinary powers. He wondered what method he had used just now. Although Jianlin felt it was hypnosis, it didn't seem likely. He listened carefully to the conversation upstairs and finally heard something about it. Another one. These people don't even think about it. Becoming a disciple isn't that easy. I can't blame him. Of all the disciples, I've only seen Master Zhao in a brothel. Opportunities like this aren't common. Master Zhao seems to be a Confucian. Visiting brothels. Shh. Keep your voice down. Disciples have sharp ears. So this is what initiate means? Jianlin suddenly realized he'd misunderstood. So disciples are like professionals, except they don't know how to improve. He was curious, but he had no intention of seeking further insight. After all, he was just passing through, and he would return soon. After wandering around Ichuan Tower and gaining some experience, he fled eastward. He'd heard a great demon had appeared there, and he wanted to see how powerful it was. He also wanted to see the extent of the power in this world. The introduction to the fantasy world mentioned that it was where everything began and where everything ended. If that was all he had seen, it wouldn't be enough. The number of people gradually decreased until there was no one left. The few houses left were empty, and the people inside evacuated in a hurry. Further ahead, corpses appeared one after another. Their bodies were horribly distorted, their features bleeding, and they clutched their own shattered hearts. Estimating there were hundreds of these corpses. Jianlin released his spiritual sense and quickly found the so-called Great Ghost. There's actually a level 4? As he approached, a strange force acted upon him, but facing a level 6, he was completely deafened. A brush trembled on the ground, as if about to write something, but it remained motionless. Hundreds of names were densely packed on it. It was diligently writing names to kill Jianlin. If it hadn't been Jianlin, but a level 4 or lower creature, it would have been like those corpses by now. This was a murderous brush. This was just a so-called Great Ghost. Wouldn't the more powerful Red Ghost be level 5 or even higher? It was quite a high level. His level 6 strength might not be much in this world. After all, what he had encountered so far was only the tip of the iceberg. With a wave of his hand, the strange brush appeared before him. This thing can't stay here, or it kill more people. Try transmutation? Jiang Lin suddenly remembered that he hadn't used transmutation yet. His mental state had almost reached a plateau, and he didn't need to use transmutation to improve it, but he habitually used it up every day. Spiritual energy flowed from his hands, and the transmutation technique was activated. Before Taoism, within the Xianin. This was a small world. If Jiang Lin were here, it would feel similar to a fogless land. Shrouded in fog, strange shadows flickered within, making it difficult to see clearly. In the center, there was a platform where 9 people, both men and women, sat cross-legged. At this moment, the fog above slowly dissipated. The 9 people opened their eyes and saluted in unison, "Master Yu." A faint voice echoed from an unknown source, as if echoing at the edge of the world. "The impermanent man has appeared. Yining, you go and bring back the items he made for safekeeping. Those items, if not carefully preserved, will bring disaster. His name is Jiang Lin. You meet him at Yichuan Tower in Dongyang County. You must follow him until he leaves, as quickly as possible, before the Yin-Yang family arrives. Be careful, and speak with sincerity." On the platform, a woman in a Taoist robe, half black and half white hair, looked puzzled. "Master Yu, my realm is not as high as that of my 3 senior brothers, so why am I going?" Under normal circumstances, Master Yu would let her senior brothers, who were higher in realm, handle important matters. A moment's silence followed, and then she slowly spoke. "You go, the results will be the best." Yining was extremely puzzled. A senior brother beside her spoke at the right moment. "Yining, Master Yu's calculations are correct. Everything is in the Tao." "Yes." Yining had no choice but to set off, flicking the long dust in her hand. A twisted Tai Chi diagram emerged, 2 eyeballs centered within the black and white yin-yang fish. Outside the great Qin realm, the space, supposedly empty, was now nearly filled. The word filled isn't quite right, for there's no concept of time or space here. The reason it's called filled is that, in a sense, it's obscured by several indescribable entities. Something, as if sensing something, threatened to cast its gaze upon the great Qin. In an instant, space trembled, and the realm seemed to crumble. But ultimately, it failed to do so. From the void, several tiny figures suddenly appeared, a battle of gazes between ants and giant dragons. No one could perceive this battle, nor was anyone aware that the great Qin realm had nearly been destroyed. Several figures began to exchange words, seemingly weak. "Why is he moving?" "I don't know." One of the figures seemed to know something, but remained silent. This apocalyptic war had begun and ended so inexplicably. Dongyang County, uninhabited area to the east. Jiang Lin gazed at the flesh-winged brush twitching on the ground, lost in thought. The transformation went smoothly, but the degree of improvement was somewhat alarming. The brush, originally only at level 4, had now leaped to nearly level 6. While not quite level 6 yet, it wasn't far off. This world is a bit strange. The improvement in transformation here was unexpectedly large. Perhaps because he wasn't familiar with the realm divisions in this world, the methods he'd used in the fog didn't apply here. The effect of transformation was to raise the level of transformation, and level 1 here was clearly different from level 1 in the foggy world. But it didn't matter. I couldn't take it with me anyway, so I'd just treat it as a hobby. A bit stronger would be nice. With a wave of his hand, the brush flapped its fleshy wings, circling before him. The fact that a level 4 creature could easily appear showed that the power of the great Qin was quite high. So, he didn't bother to make any extra trouble, and decided to just stay somewhere for a few days. With nothing else to do, he pocketed his brush and returned to Yichuan Tower. In all of Dongyang County, this place was the most lively and perfect for a vacation. The voices of men and women were boisterous all around. Whether they were laughing or not, at least they were smiling, unlike the gloomy faces of the people outside. In the window compartment, Jiang Lin sat on the couch and took a sip of wine. It's quite unpalatable. He couldn't put his finger on the taste, but it wasn't to his taste. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Jiang Lin thought it was someone calling for food. "Come in." But the person who pushed the door open was a woman in a black and white Taoist robe. Her hair was half black and half white, tied in a bun at the back of her head. Her eyes were dull and lifeless, with a hint of detachment. Willow-shaped eyebrows, phoenix eyes, and soft pink lips. Even the loose Taoist robe couldn't hide her beautiful figure. At first glance, she gave off a cold feeling. But paired with her figure, it gave off a rather astringent feeling. Yining glanced at Jiang Lin, who was sitting by the window, then slowly sat down across from him. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Lin's words froze her. I didn't order anything? Chapter 273. Jiang Lin was certain he hadn't ordered that kind of service. So the strikingly beautiful woman before him must have had other motives. He used his spiritual sense to investigate. Sure enough, her spiritual body level was actually level 5. Wow, he hadn't even spent half a day in Daqing, just sitting in a brothel, and a level 5 spirit had come knocking on his door? Would there be level 7 or 8 soon? He was here to escape contamination, not to overcome a tribulation. What do you mean? The black and white woman's pink lips moved slightly, her indifferent black eyes gleaming with confusion. She was questioning the meaning of Jiang Lin's previous words, quite innocently enough. Nothing. Jiang Lin changed the subject and got straight to the point. What do you want to talk to me about? It was clear that the black and white woman was here to see him. My Taoist name is Yining, the black and white woman introduced herself. I'm here by Master Yu's command. I hope you allow me to do so. She remembered Master Yu's words, speaking with sincerity. He had been prophesied. Jiang Lin frowned. Yining, are you coming to spy on me? Although Yining's words were subtle, and he even asked for permission, that was probably what he meant. Yining shook his head. Not spying. Master Yu ordered me to take back what you created to prevent any disaster. He was referring to his mutants. Indeed, if Jiang Lin left, these uncontrolled mutants would likely cause trouble. The fact that they could predict him, but didn't attack him directly was a gesture of goodwill. Can you tell me about the Master Yu you mentioned? Yes, Yining said tersely. Master Yu is a title for a Taoist disciple of one of the 4 realms, and there is only one currently. How many realms are there? After Jiang Lin asked this question, Yining's expression was puzzled, but only for a moment. She explained, the highest realm is the 5 realms. This is something all disciples know. How many 5 realms are there? 5, but they only exist in legend. Great Qin hasn't had a 5-realm master in hundreds of years. What realm are you? A 3-realm celestial master. Jiang Lin asked many questions, and finally understood the realms of this world. The realms of Great Qin differ from those of the Misty World. One realm represents either rank 1 or rank 2, and so on. The 5 realms represents the highest combat power, most likely representing rank 9 or higher. Yining is a 3-realm celestial master. Those who have mastered this realm can reach rank 6. Yining is currently at rank 5. She has 3 senior brothers, whose names are similar to hers, inspired by Taoist principles. Shou, Su Jian, and Ning. Yining is the 4th and the weakest. So, her 3 senior brothers are likely all at rank 6. And above that, the 4-realm feather master. Rank 7 or 8 is unclear. From the ease with which he could predict Jiang Lin's appearance and departure, he's most likely at rank 8. I thought it was a vacation, but I didn't expect this world to be so dangerous. There are more than a dozen beings stronger than him among the 100 families, but for some reason, those in the 4 realms cannot travel the world. Yining answered all his questions with complete candor. Jiang Lin thought it would be helpful to have a local guide to help him understand this world. Yining felt that the trip had gone smoothly. The impermanent ones that Master Yu had mentioned were quite approachable. Did you dye your hair? Jiang Lin had almost finished asking, pointing to Yining's half-black, half-white hair. It was natural. Master Yu thought I was very similar to Yin Yang, so he took me in. Yining's pretty face dimpled, as if she were recalling something funny. As they talked, Jiang Lin's spiritual sense sensed the approach of a level 6 being. It was quite lively here. They're from the Yin Yang sect. Yining also sensed it, her brows furrowed slightly, her eyes returning to a calm expression. She grasped the unusually long dust in her hand, twitched it beneath the handle, and drew out a thin sword. Are you going to fight? Jiang Lin stroked his chin. Even though we're both at the 3rd level, I don't think you can defeat them, are you? He had a favorable impression of Yining, and didn't want to see her die. To his surprise, Yining glanced at him, and sheathed her sword. Not fighting again? You're right. She was quite direct, and Jiang Lin found her personality quite suitable. Yining, reflecting something, said seriously, don't go to the Yin Yang sect. Before Jiang Lin could ask, the air around them trembled. A blood-red Yin Yang pattern emerged from the compartment, and a figure in red emerged. Because Taoism and our philosophy are not aligned. The woman in red spoke in a playful, gentle voice, making one want to listen to her continue. This was an incredibly alluring woman, her every move radiating seduction. She continued, her bright red lips captivating. Jiang Lin, the Yin Yang family sincerely invites you to be their guest. Sincerely? Not even knocking, calling it sincere? The woman was incredibly beautiful, But Jiang Lin's first impression was one of arrogance. What's the benefit? He wasn't planning on going, but he didn't mind exploring their intentions. He'd only been in this world for half a day, and 2 families were already looking for him. How could he possibly have a good vacation? Yining tightened her grip on Fu Chen's hand when he heard him ask this. The seductive woman noticed Yining's change, and a hint of disdain curled her lips. Looking at Jiang Lin, she asked, "What do you want?" "The Yin-Yang family will do its best to satisfy you." This question actually stumped Jiang Lin. His understanding of this world was extremely superficial, so how could he know what precious things were? She casually lied, "Give me a bunch of 4-realm materials." The seductive woman was stunned, and Yining's eyes widened. This wasn't just an exorbitant demand, it was a lack of common sense. 4-realm materials are extremely rare, only produced by domain ghosts above the red ghost. In this period when 4-realm ghosts are not available, obtaining even a single one is as difficult as ascending to heaven. He demanded a bunch right away, a clear rejection. "Jiang Lin, the Yin-Yang family sincerely invites you. I hope you won't be prejudiced by certain people." The seductive woman glanced at Yining, her meaning self-evident. Jiang Lin relied solely on his own judgment. "What do you want from me?" They claimed sincerity, but if it weren't for their strength, they would have already resorted to force. "You seem to have some ability to enhance ghosts?" The seductive woman blinked. "The Yin-Yang family can pay you to do something for us." "Huh." Jiang Lin chuckled inwardly. The prophecies of the Yin-Yang school seemed much weaker than those of the Taoists, and they only had a limited understanding of him. This was because they were attracted by his transfiguration technique. But he always made his own decisions about what to transfiguration. How could anyone choose for him? The seductive woman's words were nice, but it was about paying him. If he went, he might be forced into a role as a tool. Luckily, the 4 realms couldn't be practiced in the world for some reason, otherwise he might not be facing a kind of persuasion. Possessing a treasure is a crime. "I refuse." His fingers tapped slowly on the table. Yining's expression relaxed, but the seductive woman's eyes were cold. "Are you kidding me?" Her voice lost its gentle charm, revealing her true nature, a chilling tone. Blood oozed from her hands, slowly forming 2 blood-red ropes. The 2 ropes intersected, resembling a blood-red yin-yang fish. "Be careful, this is the yin-yang bloodlock." Yining warned at the right moment. To fight at the slightest disagreement, that's what sincerity is. Jiang Lin's lips curled slightly, but he remained calm. Although the enchanting woman was also a level 6, he had plenty of means to deal with her. "I give you one more chance. Follow me, or die." The enchanting woman thought she was being tolerant enough. Under normal circumstances, anyone who crossed her would have been reduced to blood. Jiang Lin raised the cup in his hand. "Why don't you try and see if you can defeat it?" As Yining and the enchanting woman stared in shock, the cup slowly sprouted an eyeball, and several tentacles extended from its bottom. Chapter 274. Daqing, Tianan County. This is an uninhabited land, its former inhabitants all dead at the hands of the domain ghost. Desolate streets, moss creeping up on abandoned houses. Click, click. Jiang Lin walked slowly ahead, Yining following closely behind. Tens of millions, just like that. He sighed as he walked, remembering the great fog tide, when hundreds of millions of blue-starred humans perished overnight. The domain ghost was so powerful that the Suppression Bureau even lost a 4th realm disciple, and the Suppression Bureau never recovered. Yining had taken on the role of guide, answering every question along the way. She glanced at the snake woman silently following behind her, and a shudder ran down her spine. This domain ghost, with a humanoid upper body and a thick serpentine tail, was created by the man in front. Using Yunjin of the Yin-Yang school, the seductive woman who wanted to take Jiang Lin away. Yining had never imagined that Jiang Lin could actually use a 3rd realm disciple to create a domain ghost. It was terrifying. "What's wrong?" Jiang Lin noticed her gaze, and turned to ask. Yining came back to her senses, remembering Master Yu's words about sincerity. "You could easily subdue her, so why didn't you just kill her? Instead, you resorted to this?" Jiang Lin smiled and gestured for Yunjin to come forward. "Master." The latter twisted his tail, and knelt on the ground. He reached out, and touched Yunjin's head, as if patting a pug. "Killing is easy, but she's at the 6th 3rd realm after all. It'd be a shame to let her die like this. How much better to use her for your own benefit." "And," he said, his lips curling up, "how do you think it would feel to have her hunt down the Yin-Yang clan?" Yining shuddered at the thought of that scene. "You have to know that now, if the 4 realms remain, a single domain ghost is essentially unstoppable. With such combat power, If they were to block the Yin-Yang clan's door, they would be left with nothing but blood. Alright, let's go! Take me to that red ghost you mentioned. I find it useful. Jianlin released his hand and continued forward. Today, he had transformed the brush in Yunjin, and once more. He had transformed Yunjin into a ghost, but he hadn't told Ning about it. To stay in this world for a few days, it was necessary to acquire a certain level of strength. After being transformed into a snake female domain ghost, Yunjin's combat power approached rank 8. While not quite there yet, she was already at the top of rank 7. With this level of strength, if Ning wasn't lying, he could dominate Great Qin, and he could take a vacation without worry. Ning followed silently. A gust of wind blew, lifting Jianglin's black robe, the hem rustling as if to draw him in, merging with him. Ning's black hair danced, her loose Taoist robe fluttering, revealing her exquisite curves. Her pink lips parted slightly, as if whispering, "Perhaps, you possess the power to destroy an entire world." Jianlin paused. Indeed, he rarely pondered this question. As Ning had said, if he so desired, using the alienation technique on certain beings could destroy the world. But there was a prerequisite. Before the world was destroyed, he would be the first to suffer. Alienation technique. He continued walking, shaking his head and smiling. Perhaps. Zhang Jia was also on his way. He was feeling particularly distressed. The creature he had encountered earlier, a suspected red ghost, had inexplicably vanished. His passionate words back then now seemed like a joke, and he had lost a lot of blood and flesh because of it. He had originally gone to deal with a large ghost in Dong'an County, but his efforts were in vain. Now the ghost compass began to vibrate again, its center crimson red. As expected, it was another red ghost. He was heading that way, judging by the direction. It seemed to be the neighboring Tianan County. "I'm in Zhongjia, and today is likely to be a dangerous day," he muttered, but his steps were not slowing down. Jianglin had no idea that a certain young man had been following his path, chatting with Ning. "Have you heard of the 7-chapter secret scripture?" It suddenly occurred to him that this scripture was likely from this world and related to Taoism. No, Ning shook his head, but felt that the denial was too direct, so he added, "I can ask Master Yu for you. He is the most advanced Taoist today." That was probably a no-go. Jianlin did not ask further. Master Yu could predict his appearance and departure, so he must know what he was looking for. He hadn't told Ning, either because he didn't know or because he was unwilling to tell him. No matter which one, he was doomed to failure. A noise up ahead interrupted their conversation. Tap! Tat! Tat! The sound of measured footsteps approached from afar. In the distance, a patrol of soldiers was approaching, bearing down on Jianlin and his group. In this uninhabited county, there couldn't be any real people. These were, surprisingly, ghost soldiers. In Jianglin's perception, they were spirit creatures like the Grey Demon. "Here they come." Ning stepped forward, standing beside Jianlin, her right hand grasping the end of the dustpan. Jianlin reached out to stop her, turning to look behind him. "Yunjin, capture them alive." "Yes, master." Yunjin swung his serpentine tail forward, stained the surroundings with blood, and a massive blood-red yin-yang diagram unfolded from below. The entire Tianan County was transformed into a bloody domain. Endless red snakes emerged from the edges, crawling onto the ghost soldiers, enveloping them alive. "Is this a domain ghost?" Ning gazed at the blood-red domain that nearly enveloped the entire county, feeling a sense of enlightenment. If those red snakes had targeted her, she would have been killed instantly. Jianlin was also very satisfied with Yunjin's combat prowess. He was indeed a top-tier 7 being, close to 8th. If he were even stronger, he could have gone head-to-head with Feng Xinke. He looked at Ning. "So you want to become stronger? I can help you." "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it." Ning glanced at Yunjin, who was shrouded in blood, and refused decisively. "Why, worry about appearances? That's not important. There are many things that can change appearances." "No, I just want to rely on myself." Under the bloody color, Ning's eyes were firm. Jianlin stared at her intently for a long moment, confirming that she truly meant it. "That's such a shame." He said it was a pity, but in his heart, he felt even more sympathetic towards Ning. Ning's personality was very much his own. Was this all Master Yu's deduction? He couldn't help but feel a certain curiosity about the most powerful Taoist. Speaking of which, he always received some help and reminders regarding prophecies, just as did the mysterious high-level being who had previously possessed Mingzi. Is this a coincidence, or is there another reason? The surrounding bloody zone dissipated, and the crushing battle was over in a matter of breaths. "Master." Yunjin stepped forward, holding a broken sword. This was the true form of the red ghost, and the cause of those ghost soldiers. It's a physical ghost. Yining took a look and knew that Jianglin knew very little about this world, so he would explain everything he encountered. Jianglin took the broken sword and felt that he could summon ghost soldiers at any time, similar to his gray demon. Physical ghosts are probably classified by type, similar to the monsters, ferocious beasts, and strange things in the foggy world. If it's a humanoid ghost, what do you call it? Remembering the villagers who had called his tentacles animal ghosts, he felt a surge of curiosity. Yining's expression was solemn, her lips moving. That's the most terrifying kind, often more powerful and bizarre than the other two. We call it a vengeful ghost. She had been serious. Unexpectedly, Jianglin blurted out, "Great, I want this kind. Do you have a red ghost? Take me there." Yining's expression faltered. Chapter 275. The moment he heard about something stronger and more bizarre, Jianglin's broken sword lost its appeal. Compared to animal and object monsters, the humanoid resentful monster was undoubtedly more intelligent. If he could transform into a whole bunch, he could even form a faction. Rampaging this world wouldn't be a problem. Do you really want to destroy the Great Qin? Yining finally understood why Master Yu had asked her to come. If left unchecked, the things Jianglin had created would be enough to devastate the people of the Great Qin. Not really, Jianglin shook his head. It's just that I don't have any, and I feel a little uneasy. And after I leave, you can take them back to the Taoist sect for safekeeping, right? But Yining felt something was wrong. Don't say buts. Just tell me if this makes sense, Jianglin said, gently patting her shoulder with a sincere expression. Perhaps this was all Master Yu's prediction? Yining wasn't sure, but this was the only way to comfort herself. I know a wedding dress ghost in. Let go of that sword. She was interrupted by a male voice before she could finish. The two looked in the direction of the voice. The person approached was dressed in green brocade, and his movements resembled a chessboard. The young man's gaze was fixed on the broken sword in Jianglin's hand, a look of anxiety on his face. Jianglin's spiritual sense swept over him, revealing that his limbs were covered in scars, with fresh wounds on his arms. A masochist? As the young man approached, he finally saw Yunjin, standing beside them, with a snake's tail. In shock, he pulled out the ghost compass, and it trembled. Bang! Pieces flew everywhere. Zhang Jia was stunned. The compass exploded, and he wasn't dead? Jianglin looked at Yining, his eyes signaling to the stunned young man, hoping to learn his identity. Yining carefully examined the young man's clothing and the shattered compass in his hand. Thinking of something, she began to introduce Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia, a discarded disciple of Ghost Valley, has poor physical tolerance. He nearly suffered a metamorphosis while consuming materials from the Third Realm. He was expelled from Ghost Valley and joined the Ghost Suppression Division. He's a good person. She seemed to have no idea how to describe him, so she could only come up with a random word to summarize him. But for Yining to call him a good person, he must really be a pushover. You guys. Zhang Jia also sensed something was wrong at this point. Observing carefully, he realized that the two people and the ghosts were actually led by the man in black. Had he encountered a Third Realm expert? Or a Fourth Realm expert? It was hard to imagine. Zhang Jia, please forgive me for my rudeness. I be leaving now. He bowed and was about to turn around. He was very perceptive and intelligent, and Jianglin had a good first impression of him. Yunjin's power had damaged Zhang Jia's equipment, and since he had come to remind her, Jianglin didn't mind making amends. Wait, he called to Zhang Jia. The latter, puzzled, bowed nervously. What are your orders, sir? Are you in trouble? Jianglin pointed at Zhang Jia's arm. He was fine, so he could take care of it along the way. Zhang Jia was stunned for a moment, before realizing Jianglin was referring to his injury. He continued to bow. I encountered a red-level beast-like monster in a village in Dong'an County, but it disappeared later. It should be fine. This guy, could he be talking about his monsters? They didn't attack you, did they? His monsters couldn't attack on their own, so Zhang Jia's injuries. Zhang Jia smiled awkwardly. After a long explanation, Jianglin finally understood the whole story. He was speechless. So Zhang Jia, this foolish young man, had mistaken his monsters for formidable enemies, unleashing his ultimate attack even at the cost of self-injury, only to hit nothing. He's truly a pushover, doing everything to protect the people. Although Jianglin didn't particularly like this personality, he did have some admiration for him. I give you something as compensation for the compass. He tossed the flesh-winged brush over. According to this realm's classification, It was probably at the peak of the third realm red ghost. Sir, the compass is valuable, but it's not worth your compensation. Zhang Jia was only at the second realm and couldn't sense the brush's level, but he still held it up with both hands, hoping Jianlin would take it back. Jianlin shook his head and, with Yining and Yunjin, disappeared underground. These powerful figures are truly strange. Zhang Jia scratched his neck, thinking of his master, who always refused to explain his actions. He hadn't told anyone that his exodus from Ghost Valley was arranged by his master, not due to poor tolerance as rumored. In fact, his master said his tolerance was excellent, and he had a good chance of reaching the fifth realm in his lifetime. But later, for unknown reasons, his master asked him to leave the mountain and join the Ghost Suppression Division, demanding he not return to Gigu Valley until he had slain 300 great ghosts. Looking at the unassuming flesh-winged brush in his hand, Zhang Jia picked it up and made 2 imaginary strokes, feeling nothing. What is this? A ghost? It doesn't look like one. Unbeknownst to Zhang Jia, he would escape danger many times in the future, relying on this very brush. After becoming Giguzi, he enshrined the brush as a legacy of Gigu Valley, passing it down for thousands of years. It was later acquired by a young man, and thus became a legend. Led by Yining, Jianlin continued to travel. In less than 10 days, he had created nearly 30 red ghosts, large and small, and domain ghosts. Yunjin, red wedding dress, green skin ghost, faceless man, bronze mirror, and so on. Each one, released, could easily destroy an entire county. If all were unleashed, Great Qin would be in imminent danger. Yining's initial fear and shock simmered, then he became numb, his expression akin to the end of Great Qin. Jianlin, however, reveled in this. To him, these were simply obedient aliens. And there was a wide variety. He had never encountered so many types in the misty world. The capital, Xianying. Atop a high mountaintop, one could overlook the most prosperous region of Great Qin. Jianlin and Yining sat on the edge of a cliff, taking in the entire world. He felt a long-lost tranquility, the blue sky, the gentle breeze, the scent of green grass and trees. These 9 days of traveling in Great Qin had left him feeling relaxed and happy, but he was destined not to belong here. A peaceful world, how wonderful. He couldn't help but sigh. Yining's black and white hair fluttered, her pink lips parted slightly. The Great Qin is not peaceful. Everything is strange and treacherous, and disasters abound. Jianlin smiled and said, compared to that other place, this place is already quite good. Are you leaving? Yining was perceptive. Jianlin had been restless for the past few days, but now, he was acting out of character. It's almost time, Jianlin nodded. Receiving a positive response, Yining couldn't describe her feelings. She had only been with Jianlin for 9 days, so there was no sense of any extraneous affection. But it was like a good friend about to go on a long journey, not knowing when they would meet again, or even if they would ever see each other again. That feeling, in short, a sense of emptiness. Will you come back? Yining asked this question for some reason. These past few days, she had been hoping that Jianlin, the evil spirit, would disappear quickly and stop creating so many terrifying things. Jianlin didn't answer directly, but stood up. He smiled at Yining beside him. I deliberately stayed here once. Do you want to become stronger? Yining looked at him intently for a long moment, then smiled as well. She gave the same answer. I just want to rely on myself. That's a shame. Jianlin repeated the same words as before, but his smile only deepened. Yining, you will reach the highest point. Why are you so sure? Intuition. Jianlin stepped into the void ahead, his body becoming ethereal. Take those guys back to the Taoist sect. I make them obey you, and they obey you. Yining stood up, her black and white robes billowing in the wind. She opened her mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but found she had nothing to say. She had already said everything she needed to say. Jianlin's physical body had dissipated, and his spirit began to enter an unknown realm. He turned and glanced. Yining seemed to have said something, but he could no longer hear it. Chapter 276. Misty World, Blue Planet Survival Day 65. In the weird Mist Spirit Hall, everyone was holding their weekly meeting. It's been 27 days, and the Ghost Master hasn't returned yet? Han Xiaoxiao remembered the time clearly. He was always the one most concerned about Jianlin. There's no sign of him waking up yet, and I don't know where his spirit is gone. There's no trace at all. Lin Yu was a little worried. Mingzi had a different opinion. That's the best way to go. Sun Huanyu was surprised. Why? Aren't you worried? Mingzi analyzed calmly. First, to avoid contamination, completely disappearing is the safest option. This proves the plan is successful. Second, the Ghost Master said he'd only be gone for a few days, but that's for him. If he's going somewhere where time flows at a different rate, a month is normal. He never does anything he's unsure of. I trust him. Her reasoning made sense to everyone. Lin Yu, thinking of Jiang Lin's previous confidence, felt relieved. Thinking of the recent topic, she asked, "The fog has been getting worse lately. Are you all okay?" The fog disaster that has appeared since the second major fog wave. During the daytime, random blood-colored areas appear in the fog, where the fog creatures are extremely violent and difficult to deal with. The blood-colored fog also carries a strong mental contamination, causing a large number of survivors to mutate. But there's something strange. I encountered it the day before yesterday. I just heard some whispers. I don't think the mental contamination was very strong. Sun Huanyu rubbed the back of his head and glanced at Han Xiaoxiao, puzzled. The latter shook his head coldly. Han Xiaoxiao had encountered this before, but described it in a more serious way, saying he nearly mutated. The two of them are now both at the top of Tier 4, so the gap shouldn't be this great. Meng Zi explained, Blue Star humans are relatively resistant to fog disasters. Some people have posted analysis, but the reason is unknown. During fog disasters, Level 3 Blue Star humans have a chance of resisting the contamination, but other races will only be contaminated. If Han Xiaoxiao hadn't been transformed and leveled up, he would have already mutated when he encountered the fog disaster. So we Blue Star people are special? Sun Huanyu said with an exaggerated expression. He curled his lips at Han Xiaoxiao, his eyes smug. Han Xiaoxiao glanced at him with his silver eyes, not bothering to look at him. Before, Blue Star people, due to their inherently weak attributes, were often looked down upon by more powerful races. But now, those powerful races have suffered heavy casualties, while Blue Star people have suffered minimal losses. Meng Zi warned, don't be careless. If the fog continues to intensify, we may not be able to resist. The Ghost Master may know the special reasons for the Blue Star people, but that's not important. Our priority now is to improve ourselves. Another thing to keep in mind, unlike Tina, the members outside have the protection of a level 8 shelter. Perhaps we should ask the Ghost Master whether we should upgrade to level 5. It was now the 65th day, and the lowest level survivors had reached around level 3, with the highest already at level 5. Strangely, while there were few who had reached level 5, there should have been quite a few, yet they were surprisingly low-key, not as flamboyant as one might expect. It was as if they were hiding themselves. Because of Jiang Lin, the members of the Ghost Mist Secret Society understood the reason. They understood that this was the start of a brutal battle for level 6. If they didn't keep a low profile, they would be besieged and plotted against. Lin Yu then looked at Sophia. Be careful. The shelter is only level 6, and may not be able to effectively block sensory interference. Try not to go out until the Ghost Master returns. Sophia's golden eyes blinked, and she nodded seriously. Ever since Good Luck swallowed a ball of strange mist, and advanced to level 4, she was the first person besides Tina to reach level 5. Tina had already reached level 4 after being transformed, so her advancement speed was considered normal. Sophia was just overtaking her. Luck is truly unpredictable. If nothing else, this Ghost Mist meeting will be over. Tina, currently the strongest, held the highest position and declared it over. As for her father, Ian, he was collecting materials in the directionless sea and rarely attended meetings. Adjourn. The fantasy world spirit continued to take effect. Jiang Lin's temporary body had long since dissipated. He had a feeling that returning to Daqin might be difficult. Because Daqin was only a small part of the fantasy world, the next time he entered it, he might go to a different place. I have to admit, it's quite regrettable. Ening. It seems I was right not to say I could go back. He had actually had a vague feeling beforehand that this separation might not lead to a return. The spirit moved with strange steps, shuttling through the unnamed realm. The concept of time and space began to blur, all perception vanished, and an unknown amount of time passed. In the round fortress, in the bedroom, Jiang Lin slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if he were in another world. I'm back. The gray mist spirit garment shrank, transforming from a straitjacket into a windbreaker suit. Master! Xiao Ying's voice, though still cold, was noticeably more excited than usual. This attitude, it was as if I hadn't seen her in a long time. I just went to the 9 heavens. Thinking of the issue of time's flow he had overlooked, he hurriedly asked, How long have I been gone? Master, it's been 27 days since you laid down. Huh? Not long, actually. It's quite the right time, except for missing a major fog wave. Before even opening the system, He frowned slightly. So soon? Inside the room, Melika had appeared out of nowhere. She was dressed in a black dress, her right hand clasped to her chest. "I've brought back the pumice stones." The left side of her face was stained with yellow marks, distorted and hideous, while the right side held a peaceful smile, a truly bizarre sight. It seemed that Melika had been wandering around the circular fortress, unable to find her target while he was away. "Xiaoying, wait here," Jian Lin ordered, teleporting to an open area on the platform. Just in time to resolve this matter once and for all, Melika mysteriously reappeared before him again, a faint blue light flashing in her hand. 5 enormous pumice stones appeared and slowly rose into the air. Jian Lin extended his hand and gestured. "Pumice stone plus 14,320. Collecting all the upgrade materials is pretty good, but the cost is quite high." The moment he put away the pumice stone, the mark on Melika's left cheek dissipated. "Can I introduce you to the true lord?" Jian Lin, impulsively taking out the fake yellow seal, heard this. Without waiting for Melika to continue, he raised his right hand and fiercely pressed it against her left cheek. "Search for 10 spirit crystals and hand them over to me." A sizzling sound echoed, and Melika's left cheek twitched continuously, as if resisting something, but ultimately being controlled. Her black skirt swayed as she turned and walked out. As she walked, she muttered, "I introduce you to the true lord after I find the spirit crystals." "Thank you for your concern." Jian Lin rolled his eyes. 10 spirit crystals, 10 level 8 ones? Without the small box, even, he wouldn't have much hope of collecting them all. If Melika could really, he'd accept it. It was highly unlikely. Even though Melika's situation was resolved, he hadn't forgotten the contamination he'd suffered. He came to the edge of the round pool and looked at his reflection. The woman in the black dress. If this thing wasn't resolved, there was no telling what would happen. He didn't want to become a nun every day. Even if the cost was high, as long as he was alive, it was enough. Chapter 277. Faced with this strange pollution, he always had a trump card. One of the abilities of the Grey Mist spiritual garment. Eclipse. Eclipse reverses damage to the spiritual body that caused the damage. Level 7, 30-minute cooldown. Sacrifice half of your spiritual body to sever a certain causal connection. If only I were a spiritual creature. Restoring my spiritual body would be easy. Unfortunately, Jian Lin isn't. He's human. Spiritual creatures, such as Yin Ji, Hong Yin, and Xiaoying, simply absorb large amounts of spiritual energy to restore their spiritual bodies. But spiritual creatures, like humans, are different. Both the physical body and the spiritual body are essential components of their essence. Missing one is incomplete, significantly impacting their strength. The amazing thing about spiritual creatures is that their physical body can protect their spiritual body, but conversely, once the spiritual body is damaged, it's almost impossible to restore it. Difficult doesn't mean impossible. The mist world is vast, and there's always a way. Compared to the Weaver Lord's pollution, half a spiritual body is nothing. Just as Jian Lin pondered the reflection of the woman in the black dress, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. He wanted to sleep again. I can't delay any longer. With a thought, the mist of the Grey Mist spirit robe rose, enveloping him. Eclipse. Sever all karmic connections with the Lord of Weaving. Click. The world froze. Everything seemed to have hit the pause button. Jian Lin's consciousness moved forward at a speed both fast and slow, and the surrounding scene began to flow backwards. He reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. He saw a cluster of islands, countless spider women spinning silk around their edges. They were naked, their silk slowly weaving the islands into shape. A phantom suspended island, the people of Jiyu. The people of Jiyu twisted their bodies, their postures eerie yet possessing a certain magical allure, their red lips uttering devout prayers. The god who weaves dreams. Weaves the world. Creatures sing praises. Outlines all things. He was tired of hearing this self-congratulatory prayer. He continued on his way. He arrived at one of the vast islands, and saw pumice stones on the distant mountains. Below, Melika drove past in her war fortress, and the remains of the woman in white scattered in the air like a bloody rain. It seemed this was the day when the contamination karma was established. It wasn't that simple. Melika took the pumice stones, but she was also considered a carrier of the contamination. Time flowed backwards and stopped. The moment Melika left the Phantom Island, Jian Lin felt a great terror about to fall. He didn't panic. After all, he had come to resolve this matter. A gaze from above descended, gazing at Melika. The world froze. Everything around him seemed to be shattering and collapsing. That gaze even looked towards Jian Lin's position. You have to understand that he was merely going against the flow of karma and didn't actually exist, yet this had been discovered. It was truly terrifying. But for some reason, the gaze lasted only a moment, as if drawn to something, and the world returned to normal. Jianglin noticed that the mark on Melika's face seemed to be emitting a vibrant yellow light. A fake yellow mark? There was no time to dwell on it. The purpose of his journey was to sever the contamination from Melika's body. With a thought, his consciousness extended towards Melika. Poof! Ripples rippled across the water, and his mind faded, revealing him in a pitch-black space. Spider webs stretched across the far end, seemingly woven from spider silk. The scene reminded him of the survivors gathering in his dreams. The resemblance was so striking that he doubted the connection. Continuing along the line of cause and effect, he finally saw that those spider webs were connected to a dense network of planets, seemingly far away yet close at hand. Spider silk seemed to weave the universe, a vast web stretching across the sea of stars. Jianglin finally saw the Lord of Weaving's appearance, but he knew that what he saw was only his perception. The Lord of Weaving was an indescribable being. Spider legs piercing the stars clung to the endless web, and the silk he unconsciously spun stretched space. He looked like a multi-armed beauty, or a spider with a human face. With just one glance, Jianglin felt he had 1,000 different forms. This was the indescribable being. The Lord of Weaving seemed to be asleep, or perhaps glancing at him, but ignoring him. He simply existed there, past, present, and future, everything. The contamination on Jianglin wasn't intentional. Perhaps it was just a curious glance from a certain consciousness. The difference in level between the two was vast, like the universe compared to a single planet. What kind of being was this? Jianglin had thought himself not weak, but now it seemed that measuring himself by strength was an exaggeration. If I had to describe myself, it would be nothing. Insignificant. He couldn't help but yearn. How could he ever reach such a level? A single thought gave birth to millions of planets. A single movement destroyed an entire starry sky. So, I'm so insignificant. Like a firefly seeing the moon, a frog in a well entering the world. Time was running out. If he didn't sever the causal link, he would remain here forever. Perhaps this was an honor other beings wouldn't even dream of. But it wasn't what he wanted. Jianglin seemed to see a towering mountain. He wanted to be the climber. Eclipse. In the illusion, a cold white knife condensed, its pattern strangely complex. Half of his spirit vanished, and a strong sense of discomfort washed over him, but he ignored it. Slash. The blade of the eclipse swung, and in that instant, the thread of cause and effect severed, and time and space froze. Jianglin experienced a fleeting moment of the power of dreams. He exploded. The Lord of Weaving glanced in his direction with an indescribable gaze, then returned to sleep. Crack! The air stirred, and ripples formed on the water surface as the crystal fish swam. Jianglin regained consciousness, and he looked at his reflection. It was his own image. Success, but he only clearly remembered using the eclipse. The entire process in between was a blur. The only thing he remembered was upwards. There seemed to be scenery he had never seen before, and powers he dared not imagine. He opened the system panel, temporarily ignoring the accumulated information. Clicked on the personal panel. Name, Jianglin. Talent, alienation unique, melting occupation, weaver. Constants, 69. Mind, 69, weak stamina, 3200/3200. Spiritual power, 800/1600, half due to weakness, per 100/hour, overall rating, level 6. Half his spiritual body is gone, but fortunately, only his mental state is weakened. Half his spiritual power has been reduced, so it won't affect his advancement. Losing spiritual power simply means a less effective alienation. He just needs to find a way to recover. For some reason, he felt extremely exhausted. He lay down on the rocking chair in the gazebo and rested for a while before recovering. But he still didn't feel very strong, as if weak. This was probably a side effect of losing half his spiritual body. The eclipse factor couldn't be used anymore. Another one would kill him. There was no rush to advance for now. He'd rest up first. He checked the system messages to see what had happened while he was away. It was 5 p.m., and the sky was getting dark. Congratulations, survivors of the 69th batch. You are about to enter a more challenging phase of survival. After the second major fog wave, fog-affected areas will randomly appear daily, so please be vigilant. After the second major fog wave, silver treasure chests will no longer spawn. In subsequent survival runs, the benefits of higher-level chests will also gradually end. If you need items, please visit the Smile Roulette. Before the major fog wave, World ranking rewards will be distributed, allowing you to make a final push. Again, please be prepared. Good luck with your survival. Chapter 278. The Great Fog Tide is approaching. Survivors, please be prepared. Monthly world ranking rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations on receiving the Sanctuary Overall Ranking Reward. Do you want to claim it? Congratulations on receiving the Personal Strength Ranking Reward. Do you want to claim it? Jian Lin's mind moved, and he clicked claim. Congratulations on receiving a level 6 rune crafting table blueprint and a level 6 sewage purification tank blueprint. Congratulations on receiving a level 6 skill upgrade card, a level 6 advancement scroll, and a sanctuary relocation talisman. These belated rewards look pretty good. Compared to the rewards from the first Great Fog Tide, the tiers haven't changed much. Both are at level 6. Judging by their effects, the last talent enhancement orb is definitely better, but those don't come around often. This time, there are 3 new items, 2 building blueprints and a relocation talisman. Rune crafting table blueprint, level 6. Use it to create a rune crafting table. Consuming materials automatically produces one-time runes. For survivors, it's extremely valuable. Purification pool construction blueprint, level 6. This creates a purification pool upon use. Consume psychic energy to generate clean sewage. Soaking in the pool can reduce fog pollution. Shelter relocation talisman. If you're struggling in this area, use this to relocate randomly over long distances. Aside from the rune crafting station, which is practically a money printing machine, the last 2 seem relatively useless. While we don't yet know the severity of the fog pollution, it's highly unlikely to affect someone at his level. If that doesn't work, I could try a transformation. The news was 5 days ago, so I'm no longer in the Gobi Desert. Jian Lin pinched his chin and projected his spiritual sense. Sure enough, there was snow below. The area he was in was a vast expanse of snow-capped mountains. Judging from the flat ground below, the mountain range seemed incredibly large. It was likely about the same size as the Gobi Desert before. Even at the speed of Tiger Vine Floating Mother, it would take quite a while to reach its edge. Ghost Master, you're back? Lin Yu then emerged from the round fort, pleasantly surprised to see him. Tap tap. The sound of rapid footsteps from black high heels. She wore a black dress, a color she seemed to particularly enjoy. Her neatly cropped hair was tucked behind her ears, revealing her sparkling earrings. She took 2 quick steps and approached Jian Lin, a smile plastered on her pretty face. Jian Lin smiled faintly. Things have been resolved for now. It's good you're here. Tell me about the latest developments. For him, it was only 9 days, but for Lin Yu and the others, it was nearly a month. After such a sudden absence, it was inevitable to worry. After their conversation, Jian Lin had a general understanding of the current situation of the survivors and the current state of the shelter. This is indeed a snowy mountain, with a gentle slope, but if you keep walking in one direction, you notice undulations. It's perfectly acceptable to mistake it for a snowy area. No one knows where the summit is yet, as the mountain range is incredibly vast. Unlike other areas, the Snow Mountain area has 2 dominant races and 1 strange, unprovoked race. The dominant races are the Snow Dragons and the Ice Giants. As for the strange race, there's no need to worry too much, as they're rare. They're called snow melts. A snow melt, wherever it passes, melts the ice and snow, but there's more to it than that. A level 4 survivor was lucky enough to encounter one before, thinking it was a beauty, but upon approaching, she melted into ice and snow. His companions fled in terror, posting the story on the forum. That's when the story of the snow-melting girl became known. One more thing. The members of the secret society are about to break through to level 5 and enter the hunting period. I'd like to ask your opinion. Besides Tina, Sophia also reached level 5 a few days ago. She's in some danger out there. After gaining a general understanding, Lin Yu brought up another matter. Jian Lin was stunned, sensing the spiritual imprint with a certain surprise. Now, his transformation into a ghost could do even more. The speed was quite fast. It seemed the members were working very hard. However, with the blessing of the heart-shaking meat fruit and the red silk spring, this speed was not unusual. Advancing before level 6 wasn't difficult. The difficulty lay in successfully competing after level 5. He tapped the armrest of his rocking chair, lost in thought. Newly promoted professionals do have a disadvantage against peak professionals of the same level. But his secret society members were different. Their professions had all been transformed, and their skills were significantly stronger than those of their peers. And they also had the gray mist protection of the Ghost Mist Temple. He made a quick decision and looked at Lin Yu with a serious expression. Please convey this to me. Advance if you should. If you're unsure, wait. If you're at the same level, handle it on your own. If a higher level survivor makes a move, you can temporarily hide in the spirit hall and contact me. Members of the secret society must be able to handle matters independently. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. After chatting for a while, Lin Yu continued to stimulate the crystal fish, while Jianlin entered the survivors' gathering. Smiling Roulette Square was as bustling as usual, filled with insults, shouts, and roars. Smiling Roulette, few people smiled. Crossing the square, they entered the street of shops. Because many production-type survivors had advanced to levels 3 and 4, the level 4 items inside Gate 1 were already becoming increasingly common. Almost every shop had a fair amount of Tier 4 equipment and runes, as well as puppets and other items. After a quick look, I discovered that Tier 5 items were still relatively rare, let alone Tier 6, which was practically extinct. Tier 6 items were only awarded as ranking rewards and in crystalline treasure chests, and no survivors were currently selling them. As the survivors of Batch 69 gained strength, they were gradually becoming self-sufficient in low-tier items. Some of these novel things opened Jianglin's eyes, but that was all. They had almost no impact on his strength. Perhaps this was why the system eliminated treasure chest rewards. Until this great fog, no treasure chests below silver were produced. A scene of prosperity. But Jianlin understood that this was only superficial. The previous fog had claimed over 100 million lives on Blue Star alone. Now, only 400 million remain. Because of the fog, the casualties among survivors of other races would be even higher. Gate 1 only had the top 1,000 survivors, representing the peak of the 69th batch. To a certain extent, Jianlin also lived in an information cocoon, completely unaware of the hardships faced by the survivors at the bottom of society. He arrived at his shop number 9. Bai Miao, conscientious and aloof, stood behind the counter, occasionally responding when customers paid. Surprise flashed in her eyes upon seeing Jianlin, but she quickly regained her composure and nodded as a greeting. Like an employee who's not afraid of being fired, this is how they greet their boss. Jianlin scratched his head and went around to the back warehouse. Dark blue. All dark blue. This was what he had come here for, a month's trading gains. Crystals plus 15,360,000. Every day, Lin Yu would deliver the heart-shaking meat fruit, red silk spring, and potions to the secret society members via item teleportation, instructing them to take them to shop number 9. For Jianlin, this income was as easy as just lying down and collecting money. Crystals were a small matter. Before he left, he had instructed Hong Yin and Yin Ji to hunt, and it seemed they had found quite a few treasure chests. His trip this time was quite long, so things needed to be done step by step. The most important thing was promotion. Chapter 279. Top of the Dome. Jianlin looked at the blood mist in the distance, the snowflakes swirling, blocked by the hidden space. He took out the 2 advancement materials condensed from killing Ian. Abnormal fragment, level 6, the source material required for advancement in certain professions, extremely precious. The moment the amorphous flesh object appeared, a strong sense of hunger surged into his mind. Advance? A pulling force began to surge within him, and the 2 abnormal fragments transformed into a strange energy that flowed into his body, merging with his spiritual essence. Some kind of physical restraint was broken. A familiar suction came, followed by an intense weightlessness. Having experienced it twice before, he was familiar with the process. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a pitch-black, mysterious space. At the end of the darkness lay a strange scene hidden in endless, strange changes. Under his feet was an illusory staircase with no end in sight. He took a step forward. The illusory staircase beneath his feet advanced with his steps, each step like a journey across endless time and space. He finally glimpsed the tip of the iceberg, the end of the strange transformation. Amorphous masses wriggled in the mud and mist, covering the entire starry universe. In the endless, slow undulations, the ooze-like bodies cracked and gave rise to amorphous monsters. A faint whisper reached his ears, "You bo sa flaw." Another sense of weightlessness came over him. The ascension was complete, and he returned to reality. Everything he had just witnessed was ignored and forgotten, like a dream, waiting for some opportunity to recall it. His spiritual consciousness could extend 10,000 meters, but it was blocked by the blood mist, and only reached the edge of the sphere. His physical strength had also increased, nearly 5-fold compared to before, manifesting specifically in his resistance and recovery. He is now the prison master of the prison of ghosts. Open personal dashboard. Name, Jian Lin. Talent, alienation, unique, fusion. Class, prison master of ghosts. Class skills, prison master, prison realm, fusion, ghost nest, ghost shaping, ghost substitute, ghost spell, spirit possession, ghost transformation, levitation, ghost transformation, object relocation. Skills, ghost step, level 3, dream eye, level 4, gray light curse body, level 5, ghost crystal explosion, level 5, mysterious luck, level 6, illusionary world spirit step, level 7, crystal sewing, level 9, constance, 70. Mind, 70, weak stamina, 6400/6400. Spirit, 1600/3200, half due to weakness, 800/hour, overall rating, level 7. All class skills are enhanced after reaching level 7, most importantly 2 new skills. Imprisoned, a 7th tier class skill. Imprisons a target in a prison realm, consuming spiritual energy to transform it into a controllable, strange creature, strengthening the prison realm. Prison realm, a 7th tier class skill. Constructs a prison realm within one spiritual essence. Expanding the prison realm can imprison a target and conceal one's own essence. These 2 skills complement each other, collectively considered a single domain. The more strange creatures imprisoned, the stronger the prison realm becomes, with no upper limit. If Jiang Lin could imprison a 8th tier creature, he might be able to attain a domain of 8th tier strength. But the details would have to be tested, as he was only 7th tier after all. And the moment he broke through 7th tier, the sanctuary connected to a spiritual imprint somewhere unidentified. 2 ATH tiers, the floating touch of hidden space, and the cutting shears. Jiang Lin had no idea what the transformed cutting shears looked like. He only felt the connection was vague and distant. It seemed to be hiding. What is it hiding from? Jiang Lin frowned. At the same time, different reactions echoed throughout the fog. The crimson moon hung in the sky, shrouding the world like a disk. On the tranquil surface of the lake, a woman in a pure white wedding gown, holding flowers and carrying the crimson moon, looked mysterious and noble. All around, hideous, grotesque, disgusting, and slimy creatures of all colors waited silently. She slowly opened her eyes. Serena, you are willing to pay such a price. Shattered mirror mountains. Countless mountains, like shattered mirrors, reflected the various scenes within. The pitch-black hall was illuminated only by a faint red light from an unknown source. A handsome man with silver hair and red eyes, wearing a stand-up collar and a trench coat, had a flash of red in his eyes. Serena. Pendulum illusionary realm. A woman with long hair and black claws, wearing a black hood, tapped the chair lightly, a playful smile on her face. Flesh pool swamp of resentment. A towering monster, masked in black, its face half human, half tiger, let out a strange laugh. A disgusting, slimy mass of flesh squirmed. A strange spherical object, covered in strange eyeballs, trembled with excitement as if sensing something, then melted into nothingness. The whispering forest. The upside-down gray skeleton stroked the black book in his hand, his expression suddenly changing, first with surprise, then with a sneer. So that's how it is, Serena? You actually went to such great expense to activate your concealment to conceal him. It's a shame, he was exposed after all. You suffered such a heavy loss. The concealment society can only be destroyed. I won't let those who kill me off easily either. Draven, that worthless wretch. I never knew I was so close to the destroyer. Somewhere in the fog, a group of skinny men and women in black robes were listening to something engrossed. Amidst them lay a pitch-black, mysterious stone altar. A woman wearing a garland held a red and yellow ball of light. The brilliance in her eyes had faded, her knowledge fading. The body beneath her head had transformed into a tumor, strange eyeballs drooping from it, a disgusting and terrifying sight. The ball of light was held by a fleshy, hand-like object. Even in this state, a smile appeared on her face. President, is this worth it? A black-robed woman asked from the side. Serena closed her eyes and replied softly. Knowledge is guiding me. If the future turns out as I see it, then it's worth it. The black-robed woman was puzzled, but you said that the future changes after prediction. Serena's lips curled up slightly. Except the omniscient and almighty Lord, no one can control the past and the future. Everything I do is guidance. Furthermore, I've observed him. Jiang Lin had no idea that his minor advancement would cause such a massive reaction from various factions. He was constructing his own prison realm. In his spiritual essence, a strange cage, constructed from countless twisted, deformed objects emitting a strange aura, slowly took shape. The prison realm was newly constructed and very weak, probably only capable of trapping low-level 7th level targets. But he didn't care. With the alienation technique, it would be easy to imprison and transform 7th level creatures. If possible, he even wanted to try to imprison 8th level creatures. Activating the prison realm, a strange cage covering thousands of meters appeared, enveloping the entire sphere. No energy consumption. If he wanted, he could even keep the prison realm enveloping him indefinitely. Not only could he hide himself within it, but he could also imprison targets weaker than the prison realm, consuming spiritual energy to transform into strange creatures. The prison realm will only grow stronger, a strange and uncanny realm. At rank 7, the power of the Path of Deception is already apparent. The prison master is likely at the top of his class. Chapter 280. In addition to the new skills Prisoner and Prison Realm, other class skills have also undergone significant changes. First, the most commonly used object relocation skill has had its range increased tenfold, now 10,000 meters, right within the range of his spiritual awareness. Furthermore, the duration of transformation has doubled again, to 120 minutes, now capable of transforming a level 7 creature. And thanks to his level 8 spiritual imprint, he can even transform a creature into a shelter and a transformed shears. Although limited by his own strength, he can only utilize level 7 power. It's still powerful enough. Substitute, the effective range has increased tenfold, now 100,000 meters, which is better than nothing. He hasn't used this skill since acquiring it. The enemies that truly require his full strength often have methods to disable substitutes, making it somewhat useless. The other class skills mostly have changes in duration and cost, with little difference in power. With his current level 7 strength, facing level 6 or even lower beings is just a matter of a single curse. As for the same level, if it were before, transformation would have been the most effective for him. As for now, if he accumulates enough prison realm, it will become his most powerful offensive tool. After roughly sorting out his current abilities, Jianglin took out the level 6 skill upgrade card and directly selected the Grade Light Curse body on the panel. White light merged into his body, and the Grade Light Curse body was upgraded to level 6. Grade Light Curse body, level 6. The user consumes stamina and splits part of their spiritual consciousness to generate the Grade Light Curse body. Limited to 1. The curse body's strength is determined by the stamina consumed and the number of split spiritual consciousnesses. The curse body can use all the skills of the original body, and the skill consumption is synchronized with the original body. If the attacker's mental state is lower than their original form, they will be cursed with a strange curse, their spiritual essence distorted and distorted. The user can recall their avatar at any time, but it will be ineffective if disturbed or blocked. Curse body level 6, sufficient for handling a few tasks. Another use is to simply let the curse body die, leaving the opponent with a strange curse. However, with his mental state at just 70, this effect isn't strong yet. Back to the round castle. On the first floor, Jianglin manipulated the walls to create a separate room. He planned to place the 2 buildings awarded by the system here and transform them to see the effects. He took out the rune crafting table blueprint. Click to use. The blueprint transformed into white light, and a simple black stone platform, about 2 meters across, condensed in the open space ahead. It looked quite ordinary, a simple black stone table. Rune crafting table, level 6, consumes materials and automatically produces one-time runes, the specific type being random. Seeing the word random, Jianglin frowned subconsciously. Isn't this just a lucky draw? Stepping forward and touching it, a panel appeared in the void, offering runes from tiers 1 to 6. I chose tier 6 directly. Rank 6 random rune, 5 crystal essences plus 20 crystal cores plus 10,000 iron. That seems okay. He rubbed his chin and nodded with satisfaction. I've obtained some rune crafting scrolls before, but most require special materials. While they can be purchased, it's a hassle. The advantage of a rune crafting table over crafting scrolls is that, as long as you input psychic energy and iron, theoretically any rune can be produced. Random, but convenient. Rank 6 runes require materials not ingots, but crystal essences of a lower tier. Total materials cost approximately 7.2 crystal essences, less than the value of a single crystal ingot. Runes are cheaper to craft than weapons, after all, they're disposable. I looked at the materials needed to craft runes of other levels. They were all psychic items 1 level lower than their corresponding levels. Take the best-selling tier 4 rune among survivors right now, for example. Tier 4 random rune, 5 beast cores plus 200 crystals plus 100 iron. The cost is 7.2 beast cores, or 720 crystals. The market price of a tier 4 rune ranges from 2,000 to 5,000 crystals, depending on the rune type. Offensive and life-saving runes are relatively expensive. This isn't a monopoly, as many other survivors have mastered scroll crafting. Tier 4 arcane masters also have the ability to craft runes, but the effects are relatively limited, mostly elemental attacks, and the cost is higher than crafting a scroll. Of course, you can also draw from the smile roulette, but only idiots with plenty of money would. Huh? Jianlin scratched his head. Why did he feel like he was judging himself? Back to the point. If he wanted to earn crystals, the rune crafting station was enough to be a money-making machine. But if that were all, it would hardly help him improve his strength. If he wanted a tier 7 rune, he'd have to try mutation. Given Xiao Tan's experience, he still had confidence in the mutation crafting station. I hope it won't be someone like Xiao Tan. Mutation activated, 1600 spiritual power overflowed, covering the rune crafting station. Although his spiritual power was still weakened and reduced to half, due to his advancement, the spiritual power he could use remained the same as before. The crafting station began to wriggle into form, and the changes were clearly unusual, sometimes transforming into a wriggling eyeball tumor, sometimes sprouting several spider legs. It eventually transformed into a deep blue octopus with dozens of tentacles, its head enormous, resembling a 3-meter-long sphere. Its tentacles were short and small, almost completely obscured by its round head. Its 2 large, pitch-black eyes blinked like discs. Inexplicably adorable. Transformed rune crafting station, obtained the rune artifact fish. Rune artifact fish, level 7, devours materials, and can produce disposable runes, the specific type of which is random. It is very frugal, and will try its best to help its owner save materials. This personality is almost the complete opposite of Little Greed. Master, please tell Big Head if you need anything. A clear, youthful male voice echoed, very comforting to hear. It's just that the name is a bit strange. Jianlin carefully examined Fu Wenwenyu. Your name is Big Head? Yes, Master. Where did you get that name? Master, that's all I remember. If you don't like it, I can give you a new one. Never mind, Big Head. It's quite descriptive. Jianlin examined Fu Wenwenyu's round octopus head. If you didn't look closely, you could barely see the tentacles beneath it. It was a fat-headed octopus. Big Head, what materials do you need to craft a level 7 rune? Master. After some inquiries, Jianlin discovered that Big Head was truly frugal. Level 7 random rune. 5 crystals plus 10 crystal essence plus 50,000 iron. Totaling the cost, if the previous cost was 7.2 crystals, then Big Head's rune cost would be 6.1 crystals. A complete reduction of 1.1 crystals. That's what a good employee is, unlike that annoying little greedy guy, who not only doesn't think about saving, but always tries to be greedy. Big Head, you are my most effective altered creature. Jianlin delighted, patting Big Head's head. It was smooth, sticky, and even had a slight suction to it. Lord, saving money pleases me. Big Head relished it, his dark eyes narrowing into crescents. Okay, the more Jianlin looked at Big Head, the more he liked him. After purchasing some materials in bulk at the survivors' gathering, he tossed the ingredients for the 7th level rune into Big Head's mouth. Like Little Greed and Little Box, Big Head's mouth opened like a black hole. As the materials disappeared, Big Head's head began to flush red. Chapter 281. Under Jianlin's quizzical gaze, Big Head's entire body flushed red like a cooked crab. Ugh! Big Head growled in a voice reminiscent of a teenager. Somehow it looked like constipation. Soon, Big Head's head trembled, and the redness began to fade. It squirmed twice, and a short, thin tentacle dug beneath its body, pulling out a rune from nowhere. Jianlin looked at the freshly baked rune, somewhat hesitant to reach out. Little Tam was vomiting, Little Box was dancing, and Big Head was... It couldn't be what he thought, right? He was a pragmatist and shouldn't have paid attention to such details. After all, Big Head had saved him a lot of materials. Thinking this way, he reached out and picked up the rune. It felt slightly warm to the touch. Guardian Rune, Level 7. Upon use, it automatically protects against one spiritual attack, then removes. Effective for Level 7 and below. Well, it's a truly good thing. The process didn't matter anymore. He could just ignore it. He didn't look closely, nor did he want to delve into how Big Head produced it. Not bad. I make more when I have time. Jianlin patted Big Head's head. After a moment's thought, He dropped another crystal into its mouth as encouragement. Thank you, Lord. Big Head gave a human-like silly grin. Jianglin didn't understand how this round octopus had managed to make such an expression, but he understood it. Before leaving, he put the septic tank aside, waiting for his spiritual power to recover before returning to transform. Lobby. You're back. How's your harvest been lately? As soon as Jianglin left, he saw Hong Yin and Yin Ji. But his question was clearly in vain, as neither of them would answer for some reason. The former crossed her arms, deliberately avoiding him, while the latter stepped in front of him, examining him again and again. Missing. Yin Ji's face darkened slightly, as if something delicious had been snatched away. Her bandaged arms moved rhythmically, dark red claws slicing through the air. Stop looking, and return to your dark side. Jianglin knew she was referring to the spirit, and he didn't bother to elaborate. Yin Ji's pupilless gray eyes glared at Jianglin, as if filled with resentment. She then merged into his dark side. Jianglin shook his head, and reached out to Hong Yin. Hong Yin, as if she had eyes on the side of her body, produced several storage crystals, and handed them to Jianglin. So arrogant. She had been watching him with her spiritual sense, yet she pretended not to look at him. Go and rest. He never understood Hong Yin's personality, so he could only wave his hand helplessly. Hong Yin fluttered her wings, and disappeared down the stairs. She had always lived with Lin Yu. In front of the square table, Jianglin lined up the treasure chests Hong Yin and Yin Ji had collected over the past 20 days. There were 5 crystal-patterned treasure chests. As for the gold and silver treasure chests, after exchanging them for smaller chests, he obtained 2 crystal-patterned treasure chests. So, a total of 7 crystal-patterned treasure chests. Level 6 creatures are hard to find, so a haul like this is already quite good. He had only traveled to the fantasy realm once, and not only had his level broken through, but he had also obtained so many crystal-patterned treasure chests, and a large number of crystal stones. It made him want to go again and reap the rewards. After completing the preparations for the trick lance, Jianglin transformed into Sophia. Sensing himself, Sophia was already a level 5 professional. The girl's long golden hair flowed smoothly over her shoulders, and she wore a golden dress. Her eyes were golden, and 4 spider legs covered with suction cups and eyeballs sprouted from her back. Gray Guide, level 5. This skill, a product of the guide class being tainted by an unknown aura, has undergone a transformation. Its spider legs allow creatures to enter dreams, where they can be imprisoned or information can be obtained. The 2 skills are Gray Guide Gate, a level 5 skill that consumes stamina and opens a 50,000 meter range portal. Enemies passing through the Gray Guide Gate will be afflicted by the darkness, causing them to lose their minds. Dark Wanderer, a level 5 skill that consumes spiritual power and allows one to transform into an untargetable darkness, allowing them to travel freely. Great, it's truly the traveler's path. Any level 5 skill has a longer range than his level 7 borrowed object translocation. And Dark Wanderer is absurd. It's essentially a runaway skill, and it's immune to attack. This is truly a path that takes runaway and luck to the extreme. But for Jianglin, the most useful thing is the luck he gained after transforming into Sophia. As long as Sophia hasn't had a bad run lately, he had no trouble opening the chests. He specifically asked about this, and Sophia reassured him that she hadn't encountered anything strange recently. Sacrifice 100 years of sorrow. Open. Open. 7 crystal treasure chests opened in succession. Unfortunately, even with the double blessing of luck, the results were average, demonstrating just how low the so-called 5% probability is. Blood Knight Prism, level 6. This prism contains a Blood Knight space. Consuming psychic energy can draw creatures into it, slowly draining them of their vitality. This is particularly effective against ethereal creatures. Effective at level 6 and below. Wailing Bone, level 6. This prism emits a strange, wailing sound. The target who hears the sound will be frozen in time, uncontrollably joining in the wailing. Effective at level 6 and below. Advanced Scroll, level 6, slightly. Advanced Scroll, level 6, slightly. Crystal Patterned Halberd, level 6, a halberd meticulously transformed by a master. It possesses spiritual power, and can absorb psychic energy to attack automatically, penetrating the defenses of most level 6 creatures until its energy is depleted. Transfiguration Potion, level 6, after drinking, transforms into a creature you've seen before, possessing some of its abilities. Effective at level 6 and below. Advanced Scroll, level 6, slightly. Sure. Jianglin cancelled the transformation scroll, a smile on his face. 3 level 6 advanced scrolls, plus the one rewarded by the system, make 4. This will help him upgrade 4 level 6 creatures, each reaching level 7 combat power after transformation. This is a huge gain. As for the other items, the level 6 items wouldn't be of much use to him, but he could try to transform them. He simply lay there while the staff took care of everything for him. He wanted to reward Hong Yin and Yin Ji, but he realized, awkwardly, that it wasn't feasible. Hong Yin didn't talk to him, always looking so arrogant, and it was unclear what he liked. Maybe he could find time to ask Lin Yu. As female beings, she should know something. Yin Ji only wanted to taste his spirit, so she ignored it for now. Given its personality, it was likely the type who only worked halfway and slacked off at work. He checked the time, 9 p.m. After the promotion, 800 spiritual power points were restored per hour, and in 2 hours, it would be back to its current full strength of 1600. Half of his spirit was sacrificed to the erosion factor, and it was currently weakened. Perhaps, he should keep an eye on news on spirit recovery, and restore his weakened mind as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would only be able to use half of his original 3,200 spiritual power during the transformation, which would be a shame. Furthermore, because his mind was weakened, his resistance to mental attacks would be reduced, making him dangerous in some situations. To pass the time, he lay on the sofa and opened a survivor forum. A second flood hole has been discovered, and speculation about its origin is underway. 3 methods for avoiding fog disasters, one of which surprisingly only requires crystals. Perhaps this post will save your life. Level 5 runes are up for auction. Those interested can visit shop number 33 at Gate 1 to trade. Chapter 282. Jiang Lin randomly clicked on 1. The Second Flood Cave. Original poster, Glory of the Machine. The post begins with a picture of a bottomless, indeterminate cave, beneath which lies a deep, dark body of water. Someone had discovered a similar cave before, but clearly in a different location. The original poster made a bold guess, suggesting that the foggy world was a giant creature, that the previous floods were sweat, and that these caves were its pores. For some reason, the filth within this giant creature was leaking out, creating a polluted flood. The flood creatures only live within it, in a separate world from the creatures on its surface. The following discussion was mostly skeptical, with the survivors finding this unlikely, as no one had yet been able to fully explain the extent of the foggy world. If the original poster's claim was true, then the size of this giant creature would be truly terrifying. Jiang Lin stroked his chin. The survivor named Glory of the Machine's guess was indeed bold, but not impossible. He thought of the mermaid he had brought home. Bai Ji had said that their race lived in the murky, endless ocean, and one day, they suddenly arrived in the misty world. From this point of view, the post's speculation was well-founded. However, he disagreed with the general term living beings in the misty world. In fact, it would be more appropriate to call them celestial beings. It was not a life form as we know it, but a gigantic celestial body operating in a regular pattern. Because its vital signs were different, ordinary beings could not understand this form of life, hence the metaphor of the flood as sweating. Perhaps this was why he could not escape underground by using the object to move. Clearly, some people gifted in earth escape can enter the ground at will. Perhaps it's just a conceptual issue. He clicked on the next post. 3 ways to avoid fog disasters. He ignored the original poster's name, only to glance at it briefly and realize it was an advertisement. First, hide in a shelter. Second, enter a fog-free zone. All nonsense. Third, they started to profit from it, claiming to have developed a fog disaster lamp that even the system couldn't detect, yet it truly worked. There were many curses below, but also many who half believed and offered to buy it and try it out. After all, many survivors value their lives more than crystals. Seeing this, he specifically looked back at the original poster's name. Yes, Blue Star, that's right. When it comes to this kind of thing, Blue Star is definitely one of the best. Paid post for 10 crystals, selling fake lamps, and profiting from it. It seems there's no shortage of fools among all races. As for the remaining one, level 5 rune auction. The original poster's name made it hard to tell who he is. It's probably just a random smurf. But Jiang Lin suspected this was the work of the Wing King, a member of the Divine Wing clan. Roughly speaking, there weren't many survivors who could reach level 5, and the Wing King was definitely one of them. He also happened to be a mystic scholar, capable of creating runes. He had no intention of using his big head to create runes to block anyone's financial resources. He would sell whatever he needed. At his level, there was no need to specifically target anyone. Besides, he had no grudge against the Wing King, The latter seemed to have even bought his fog-repellent fire seed. At most, there was a slight competitive relationship, but it was only on the Wing King's side. With the small box, Jianglin wouldn't be short of crystals. If he wanted to, reselling crystal essences or crystal blocks would be equivalent to controlling the power to print money. He didn't do this because the benefits to him were limited, but it would almost be helping others develop. Just enough crystals are enough. Too much won't help your strength. However, selling too many crystal essences and other materials to other survivors will rapidly increase their strength. This weakens you, weakening you. There's no need to fight for material possessions. It's that simple. This is why he's selling limited quantities of red silk spring and trembling heart meat fruit. Can I sell tier 6 runes now? Jianglin began to ponder this question, but realized it seemed a bit premature. Currently most survivors are tier 3, with a small number of tier 4 and 5 runes being difficult to consume, let alone tier 6. So, using his big head to craft tier 5 runes is perfectly sufficient, allowing him to sell them in large quantities and control pricing. He casually browsed for a while. Because the survivors are getting stronger, the forums are still full of valuable news. For example, where a tier 6 behemoth has appeared, suspected battles between high-level experts, strange races, the destruction of certain factions. There are even posts dedicated to discussing his red silk spring and trembling heart meat fruit. As people learned more about the secrets of the misty world, they finally understood the value of the red silk spring and the trembling heart fruit. Those who had previously complained about the high prices began to shut up, and some even started reselling them. This item, which can enhance both mental and physical health without side effects, is incredibly rare and one can only come across it once. However, Jianglin actually offered it for sale. It was truly outrageous. The poster speculated that Jianglin's power stemmed from his possession of these two items. That makes sense, but not much. Jianglin frowned for a moment, his expression serious. It's time to raise the price, otherwise scalpers will make more money than I do. The limited supply should also be regulated, requiring real name verification. Now all the survivors have become wealthy. Or rather, it was easier for the survivors at the top to earn crystals. With such a large base, simply taking out something could earn them a significant amount of crystals from those below. Capital began to flow upward, and those who controlled the means of production gradually formed a circle. To prevent speculative middlemen, supply was prioritized only for survivors with sufficient funds and the ability to truly use the items. Jianglin wasn't particularly sensitive to these business matters. He was only interested in improving his strength. So, for things that displeased him, his approach was simple: cut them off. If he didn't sell, the scalpers naturally wouldn't have a source of supply, and they wouldn't be able to profit from his items. Exclusive, that's how willful it was. His spiritual power fully restored, Jianglin stood up and went to the room where Big Head was housed. "Master!" Big Head called out in a clear, youthful voice, his two octopus eyes blinking with an inexplicable amusement. It seemed he was very happy to have just been rewarded with a crystal marrow. Jianglin smiled and nodded, then walked towards the nearby sludge cleaning pool. A small, ancient stone pool stood still on the ground. Psychic energy converged, forming a pool of transparent water emitting a faint blue glow. However, due to the lack of spiritual energy, this water was just ordinary water, unable to purify the fog calamity. Alteration activated, 1600 spiritual energy points overflowed, covering the purification pool. The ancient patterns on the pool's walls began to twist and wriggle, while the overall shape remained unchanged, the pristine stone walls turning a matte obsidian color. Deep dark. The pool's bottom was no longer a simple depression, but a deep, slowly rotating dark purple vortex. The water was a transparent lavender, emitting a strong, contradictory aura of both corrosion and purification. Alteration purification pool, obtaining the mouth of the filth abyss. Mouth of the filth abyss, level 7. Placed in the blood mist, it slowly absorbs the filthy energy within, converting it into filthy energy, which can be used to transform springs of different abilities. Purification sewage. A small amount of filthy energy is converted, and drinking it can reduce fog calamity pollution. Dark corrosion water. A large amount of foul energy is converted, and it is not drinkable. Those who are contaminated will be eroded by the filthy abyss, and in severe cases, they will be sucked into the filthy abyss plane. Chapter 283. Filthy abyss? Hearing the name of another plane made Jianglin feel completely ignorant. Aside from the 9 fog-free lands, he had also encountered the unknown plane Enji had previously inhabited, the ethereal realm that the Son of the Void could uncontrollably open, and another world. The fantasy world. Having just read about the speculation regarding the foggy flood cavern, he couldn't help but think of something. The filthy abyss seemed to be connected to the fog. Could it be where Bai Ji had previously stayed? Whether or not, it seemed the dark corrosion water was of no use for the time being. Purified sewage could be sold, and at zero cost. What was the one thing the foggy world lacked the most? It was the blood mist that appeared at night, and was the source of the daytime fog disaster. At night, simply throw the blood mist into the mouth of the filthy abyss, and it would continuously convert filthy energy into purified sewage. If that scammer could profit from using a fake light, his genuine purified sewage would surely sell well. Using a borrowed object to relocate the mouth of the filthy abyss to the open space outside the platform, a bloody mist instantly enveloped the black pool walls. Jianglin observed with his naked eyes, and found that the bloody mist was slowly being absorbed by the dark purple vortex at the bottom of the pool. Filthy energy, 2/10,000. Filthy energy is accumulating. Sensing with his mind, 100 filthy energy units are needed to generate a small amount of clean sewage. If it accumulates to full, it will produce exactly one pool of clean sewage, a circular pool 2 meters in diameter and less than half a meter deep, weighing approximately 1 ton. At the rate of 1 liter of water per unit, he could sell 1,000 units. If the scammers can sell a fake lamp for 500, 2,000 for this genuine item shouldn't be too much, and the cost is almost zero, with only a little labor at most. After all, it's a life-saving device. Isn't it common sense that medical expenses are expensive in any world? With so many survivors of so many races, and a base numbering in the billions, it's easy to consume such a small amount. If they were all sold, they could make 2 million yuan a day. Crystals are like clouds to me. I'm only trying to help others. Jianglin felt quite dignified. The mouth of the filthy abyss was safe here, so he left it alone and returned to the round castle. There was another transformation today, and he had 4 level 6 advanced scrolls. The most important thing was to improve his own strength. He planned to use 2 of them on the red silk spring condensation pool and the trembling hard flesh fruit vines. Then he would fuse the 2 together to create a top-level level 7 creation. In the courtyard, nearly 100 crystal fish were thriving in the round pond, constantly feeding on corpses and producing crystals. This was all thanks to Lin Yu's efforts. As the number of crystal fish increased, his initial investment would soon be recouped, and all that followed would be profits. The charming bees produced by the charming emperor would hunt fog creatures daily, producing a large amount of psychic energy, and the corpses would feed the crystal fish, forming a complete industrial chain. The area where Jianglin's circular platform currently stood was a restricted zone for creatures in the mist. Bai Ji remained as usual, acting as a mascot, her sole purpose being to ensure biodiversity and provide ample food for the crystal fish. As for the transformations promised to her earlier, unimportant items should be placed at the back. Jianglin, it's getting a bit crowded here. Can you expand it a bit? Seeing him, Bai Ji scurried to the edge of the pool, angrily pointing at the jubilant crystal fish. Her tail slapped the crimson water, her white eyes curved slightly, an expression of anger yet endearing. Jianglin glanced at her and said, "A bit, yes. We arrange it tomorrow." This circular pool had been intentionally enlarged during construction, but now, with so many large-bellied crystal fish, it did seem quite crowded. It didn't matter. The last thing his platform lacked was space. There was nothing around it for thousands of meters. Hee, I believe you. Bai Ji suddenly brightened up, carefree lying by the pool, flat on her back, sound asleep. The small breasts covered in scales were freely exposed, a truly bizarre sight. Jianglin smiled and shook his head, feeling that this kind of life wasn't bad. After waiting for a while in the pavilion's rocking chair, he used the advanced scroll after his spiritual power fully recovered. Red Silk Spring Condensation Pool, Level 6. Long-term consumption can rapidly improve physical fitness, provide effective healing in a short period of time, and double the physical strength recovery effect. Trembling hard meat fruit, Level 6. After consuming it, there's no need to eat for 3 months. Long-term consumption can rapidly improve mental acuity and enhance resistance to mental pollution. Merge. Jianglin activated the alienation technique, enveloping both simultaneously with spiritual power, and they began to wriggle. Then, before his astonished gaze, the condensation pool was gone. So were the vines. A floating mist slowly took shape, wisps of water vapor entwined within it, and a fleshy lotus with red threads slowly blossomed. Sometimes growing larger, sometimes shrinking, the mist drifted in midair, absorbing strands of spiritual energy from the surrounding area. Jianglin scratched his head. Now I don't have to find a place to put it. It had become a strange floating object. He hadn't expected it. Transform the red silk spring condensation pond, the trembling heart meat fruit, and obtain the red silk meat wax apple pond. Red silk meat wax apple pond, level 7, a floating mist pond that absorbs spiritual energy and produces red silk meat lotus. Consuming it requires no water for 6 months. Long-term consumption improves physical strength and mental acuity, enhancing mental resistance. It also provides short-term, highly effective healing, doubling physical and spiritual strength. Production, 5/hour. Compared to before, the production has indeed decreased significantly. But does it matter? In the foggy world, this is a pure immortal lotus. The mental and physical enhancement effects are undoubtedly better than before, needless to say. This time, a very important feature has been added, double spiritual power recovery. Not to mention that alienation requires spiritual power to activate, but there's not much of a shortage of it now. After all, fusion has solved the issue of frequency. He also has 2 skills that require spiritual power, Haunted Nest and Prisoner. Weaving a new haunted nest requires a large amount of spiritual power, and Prisoner transforming strange creatures also requires spiritual power. With the red silk flesh lotus, he can use Prisoner much faster. And he doesn't have to wait for spiritual power to recharge before using alienation. Spiritual power, 168/3200, have due to weakness, 800/hour. Even with 3200 spiritual power, it only takes 2 hours to recharge with doubled power. This is only because his path doesn't rely on spiritual power as much. For other classes, this effect is more valuable. Activate levitation. A red silk lotus fell from the misty pond and caught it in his hand. It was slimy and slippery. It was the size of a palm, and its appearance inherited that of a fleshy fruit. The petals were purple, covered in white hairs and green mucus. In the center was a small octopus-like tumor, and unidentified red silk threads coiled around the inside of the petals. It was quite beautiful. There was nothing wrong with a fairy lotus looking like this. Jianglin swallowed, considering where to start. Then, on a whim, he activated his transformation ability, opened his mouth to the size of a disc, and took a bite. He swallowed it without chewing, but the taste still wafted through the cavity walls. I don't know how to describe it. It was strange, but delicious. A strong feeling of fullness came over him, and his body began to swell, a powerful energy rushing through him. His physical strength and mental intelligence noticeably increased, and his physical and spiritual strength began to recover twice as much. The effect was so remarkable that selling it for 20,000 yuan was no problem, about half the price of a crystal marrow. Others would probably beg him to sell it. The price shouldn't be too high. While items that enhance mental and physical health are rare, they're not unavailable. If all else fails, one can slowly improve their abilities through crystal consumption. If there are no additional benefits, and long-term consumption simply enhances mental and physical health, then red silk lotus is probably only worth 10,000. Unlike sewage treatment, red silk lotus is destined for a small, elite group, and only they can afford it. Chapter 284. This was destined to be a restless night. For Jianglin, this was his 65th day of survival. Returning from the fantasy world, severing the karmic connection with the Lord of Weaving, and ascending to the 7th rank prison master. And for some beings, today was also extremely special. Somewhere in the fog, the blood mist was dispelled by a faint red and yellow light, and the skinny men and women in black robes had long since vanished. On the ground, only clumps of an unknown, viscous liquid remained. The liquid swirls erratically, occasionally emitting 1 or 2 bubbles that burst, revealing eerie eyes beneath. On the pitch-black, mysterious stone altar, Serena's face was reduced to a human form. The delicate wreath fell to the ground, her body completely reduced to a tumor covered in eyeballs. This is the price of knowing the hidden. The price of looking directly at such a being is inevitable, and no one is immune. Serena's voice was weak, and she forced her eyes open. Go! Only you can survive. The woman in black clutched the stone slab, her face filled with agony. Seeing the once beautiful and aloof president reduced to this state, she felt an indescribable pain. And the former members took one look at the pools of liquid and questioned again. Was it worth it? Her voice choked. Tap, tap. Tears slid down the stone slab, splashing onto the ground. Worth it. Serena answered without hesitation. It was as if she had asked herself this question countless times in her mind, and answered it countless times even more. After a while, the woman in black wiped away her tears and glanced at Serena, whose eyes were tightly closed. As if she had made some kind of resolution, her eyes reddened, and her voice hoarse, President, take care. Without waiting for a response, Serena no longer had the strength to respond. The black-robed woman slowly faded into the darkness. This was the Dark Knight's skill, stealth kill. It was strange for a combat professional to stay in the hidden consciousness society, but it wasn't impossible. In the darkness, she silently vowed, Jianlin, I watch you and see how far you can go. If you're a loser, I kill you myself. Silence fell. Only Serena's faint breathing remained, and the gurgling sound of her tumors thrashing. An unknown amount of time passed. A voice awoke Serena's fading consciousness. Serena, you're such an idiot. But it's all right. It's because of idiots, like you, that a true god like me could be born. Darkness enveloped her. Serena's head was struck hard by a hidden force, and she lost consciousness. The demise of the 8th-level dimensional sages can be minor or major, and Serena's fall was clearly the most crucial element. Her body began to shrink, condensing into a brilliant, star-shaped fragment. The strange sphere, covered in strange eyeballs, trembled with excitement. As the flesh squirmed, a sticky tentacle extended from it. The tentacle enveloped the star-shaped fragment and slowly merged into the flesh. At that moment, the blood mist began to vibrate. The misty world was about to welcome a new god. A light shone above, and even the blood mist in the sky dissipated. The creatures of the misty world finally saw the sky clearly. What happened? Jianlin reached the top of the dome and looked up in surprise. This was the first time he had seen what the sky looked like. From the pitch-black curtain hung 9 spheres of light. They hovered there, yet they felt incredibly distant, as if existing in an ethereal realm. To the naked eye, they appeared to be nearly identical in size, but Jianlin inexplicably sensed a distinct difference between the 2 spheres. One seemed noticeably larger, while the other smaller. He suddenly recalled a scene he often dreamed of, the clash of 3 spheres. Perhaps there's a connection? Before he could even contemplate, the tranquil sky shifted. Below the 9 spheres, a 10th sphere was slowly rising. It began as a mere speck of light, then slowly grew larger. Directly above it, a normal-sized sphere was shrinking, as if its light had been absorbed. Whispering Forest, Grey Hail, hanging upside down, gazed at the sky with a sarcastic smile. Serena, you deserve it. You actually allowed Norvis to ascend to the false god. Looking at the rising sphere in the sky, envy and disgust welled in his eyes. He actually stole part of the Stargate's authority. Norvis, worthy of being an ancient 8th Order, how did he do it? The strange scene in the sky continued. All beings in the foggy world watched this astonishing scene, most of whom had never witnessed the sight of apotheosis. However, just as Norvis was about to intersect with the Stargate, an attack from the Stargate slashed a small portion of him in half. To the beings below, the rising ball of light suddenly dimmed. Damn Stargate! You think you can stop me like this? Angry roars resounded through the sky, and hidden powers began to gather throughout the fog. To successfully ascend to the 9th level of false godhood, Norvis decided to undertake a major undertaking. This was Norvis's night of ascension, and also the eternal night of this path. Crystal Fire Iron Fortress. Mengzi was also gazing at the sky, but at that moment, she suddenly realized her lower body was dissipating. A certain energy, transformed into a hidden stream of light, was converging toward the sphere of light in the sky. Shocked, she didn't panic, but instead thought rapidly. Having a vague idea in her mind, she decisively began to recite silently. The magician who controls the strange fog, the tower that betrayed its origin, the bound otherworldly being. As she finished her recitation, her spirit detached from her body, and hid within the strange mist spirit hall. It was her decisiveness that saved her spirit. In reality, Mengzi's body had completely transformed into a hidden stream of light, and was sucked into the sphere of light in the sky. But others weren't so lucky. The little girl, Sunyan, sighed as she watched her disintegrating body. What? The world of fog is so boring. You can't become Queen Jianlin? Perhaps in the next life, you can be my male concubine. She forced a sly smile. If I had known? Forget it. In an underground fortress. Dad, how are you? Don't scare me. The one-horned young man panicked, clutching the middle-aged man's sleeve tightly. Before him, his father, usually dignified and confident, had a kind expression, reaching out to gently stroke his head. This was unprecedented. His father's body was transforming into a hidden stream of light. He had always seen this light in his father's eyes. This light had once brought him peace of mind, but now it felt like death beckoning him. The middle-aged man's throat churned, but he could only utter a few words. Survival is so difficult. Dad, Dad! The young man's panicked cry echoed from the fortress, followed by painful sobs, as if he was regretting his past ignorance. Oasis, the elves' home. Grandpa. Manda watched his grandfather vanish into a stream of light, feeling a sense of surreality. Tears flowed unconsciously. She knelt on the ground, looking up at the sky. The rising ball of light now seemed stained blood red in her eyes. Age of Mist, 1729. To resist the attack of the Stargate, the Star Thief Norvis devoured all the secrets of the same pathway to strengthen himself. Successfully ascended to the false god, on the Stargate, only 10 survived. From then on, the mist began to unsettle, and this incident marked the beginning of the end of the Age of Mist. Chapter 285. A majestic voice resounded through the misty world, shocking all living beings. Ascendant God. Norvis. The voice echoed down from the light ball, and with it, countless hidden anchors seemed to settle deep within the hearts of all living beings. Jianglin felt he would never forget the scene just now. Tens of millions of hidden lights, large and small, rose from all corners of the mist, merging into the rising light ball in the sky. The moment Meng Zi recited his true name, he knew what they were. It was fate, and it was also a secret. It was the secret of all those who followed the snitch path profession. That light ball had killed all those of the same path, only to strengthen itself a little. That's because this path is so rare, otherwise there would be more than tens of millions, perhaps even hundreds of millions, or even billions. If it weren't for the weird Mist Spirit Hall, Meng Zi would have died. Now the situation was not good. Only a spirit remained, and from now on, she could only stay in the Spirit Hall, unable to go anywhere. Jianglin briefly considered stopping them. But then he thought, why? And on what basis? He didn't know those people, and his subordinate Meng Zi's spirit was still there, so there was always a chance she'd be resurrected. Those orbs were clearly the so-called gods, and the rising orb was most likely a new god. Level 7 versus level 9, was he going to hit them with his head? But he just felt inexplicably unhappy. Jianglin raised his head and looked at the 10 orbs in the sky. The new orb was now right next to the one that had previously blocked it, but some force was obscuring it, preventing the two from interfering. For some reason, he found that orb so annoying that he wanted to cut it down. Those of higher rank could indeed control those below them. But to ascend to godhood, one simply kills all those below them, this kind of practice. Perhaps this is the norm. He stared blankly at the sky as the blood mist gradually returned. The foggy world returned to its previous state, pitch black, with only blood mist in sight. It's no surprise that Blue Star's chat rooms and forums are going wild. And far more than that. It's not just the survivors who have perished. Tonight, the foggy world is in turmoil. He wasn't in the mood to watch. The spirit entered the weird mist temple. Meng Zi sat blankly in her seat. How do you feel? Jianglin dodged, sitting on the top stone chair. Meng Zi felt guilty. I'm sorry I didn't advance to level 5 sooner. Even at this point, she was still considering Jianglin's transformation. I have to say, she's truly a good subordinate. Jianglin didn't broach the subject, instead asking, will you be sad staying here all alone from now on? The weird mist temple was large, but also empty. The only thing moving was the gray mist. Meng Zi lifted her legs and clasped them in her arms, curling up into a ball. She shook her head. I don't know, but I'm worried. Worried about what? Scared alone? Meng Zi was silent for a moment, her chin resting on her knees. She looked up at Jianglin, like a frightened deer. Master, can the secret meeting make it to the end? Absolutely. Jianglin's answer was decisive, as if it were a matter of course. In front of his subordinates, he always had this confident demeanor. Meng Zi was moved by his emotion, watching him gently tap the armrest, his nonchalant manner giving off a sense of superiority. She couldn't help but smile. It's a bit awkward. Really? Jianglin didn't know what was wrong, but he felt fine. Meng Zi's expression grew serious as a thought occurred to her. Ghost Lord, I've been meaning to say this before. Your talent is clearly extraordinary. You must be more careful. The informant path can reveal secrets, so your talent is nearly impossible to hide from higher-level beings, unless you have even higher-level secrets helping you. It's likely the one who previously controlled my body. Jianglin had already suspected this. Thinking of tonight's ascension, he had a bad feeling. I'd be careful. He propped his chin up and nodded. The ascension performance ended. The foggy world was gloomy, and of course, there were many envious people. Unfortunately, achieving the 9th level was incredibly difficult. Imitating Norvis's methods was impossible for other paths. Forced advancement to the 9th level meant a head-on confrontation with those above, a likely fatal outcome. For many factions, the extinction of Stargate professionals was practically equivalent to losing their sight and ears. Many things that relied on detection and prophecy came to a halt. This led to a deeply negative reputation for the new god Norvis, but apparently, this had no effect on him. That night, while unexpected for Jianlin, was relatively peaceful. Day 66, 9 a.m. He wasn't awakened by Xiaoying, but instead sensed a creature lingering outside the orb. Jianlin donned his gray mist spirit clothes and teleported to the edge of the orb. He saw a slithering slug swimming around in midair, seemingly anxious. Slithering slug, level 6, middle-aged neutral creature, a descendant of an old god. It secretes a mucus imbued with knowledge and information, instantly granting those who come into contact with it specific knowledge. However, high-level or excessive amounts of knowledge can cause mental confusion. This species possesses an exceptional memory, retaining everything they see. They can blend into the fog, acquiring knowledge by sensing information within it. Note, this species is neutral, but harming them could result in unexpected disasters. He was somewhat familiar with this species, having met them once before. The Meiji slug, upon seeing him, tapped the air with its antennae, as if confirming something. Then it arrived at his feet, and wriggled outward with its tail, pointing toward Jianlin. A pool of transparent slime was left in its wake. This is how they transmit knowledge, something Jianlin had experienced once before. The Meiji slug turned its head, and tapped the slime with its antennae, motioning him to touch it. Then it swam away, disappearing into the fog. Is this a message? Jianlin reached out to touch it, and the slime quickly burrowed into his hand. As if in a movie, he saw a woman. Dressed in black veil and crowned with a garland, her face was delicate and aloof. Her most captivating features were her captivating eyes, a mysterious glint gleaming within them that seemed to draw you in. Jianlin, nice to meet you. I'm Serena. So, do you think my appearance suits your taste? Don't deny it, I've observed you often, and this is just the way you like it. Serena's opening remark stunned Jianlin, but he knew it was a video, so he didn't respond. Unlike her playful opening remarks, her next words made his heart tighten. You're running out of time. Norvis should have successfully ascended to the false god. Once he's freed from the Stargate, he'd definitely come looking for you. But don't worry too much. I've thought of 2 paths for you. You have at least a month to prepare. Within this month you must. Remember, you must find a stone tablet and obtain the materials required to advance to level 8. Then you can temporarily hide in 2 places. One is the Strange Time Desert, and the other is the Filthy Abyss. Remember, only these 2 places are safe from covert detection. After advancing to level 8, you can return to the Misty World, as long as you don't come into contact with the Stargate. Of course, you can also escape the Misty World and go to the Fantasy World. Chapter 286. Serena paused noticeably when she mentioned escape. Then you wouldn't have to worry so much, and you wouldn't have to worry about the affairs of the Misty World. Jianlin remained silent. The Fantasy World could indeed provide him with a place to stay, but with his physical body destroyed, he could never return to the Misty World. But was the Fantasy World necessarily safe? The last time he went to Daqin, 2 families had predicted his arrival. If it weren't for some unforeseen circumstances, he would have been abducted and used as a pawn. It's a crime to possess a treasure. Unless he was determined to never use the alienation technique again, someone higher up would inevitably discover it. Before, in the Misty World, Serena had covered for him. While he didn't know why Serena had helped him, he was willing to accept the favor. Now, with great difficulty, he had reached level 7, and was teetering on the brink of the highest level, level 9. Giving up might not be a good thing. Serena smiled, as if she had already guessed his decision. Besides Norris, there are some other forces you need to be aware of. The Replacement Alliance and the Blood Moon Temple will approach you, but their motives are ulterior. I advise against contact. In comparison, the 3 forces of disorder are much easier to get along with. They definitely harbor malicious intent, no matter who they are. I used cloaking to block their perception before, but now it's gone. You must be careful. Jianlin felt like he was quite the target. There were 9 forces in total, and aside from the 3 Great Remnants and the strange True Lord Order, the other 5 had their sights set on him. Luckily, he was now at rank 7, and had some self-protection. Furthermore, because Norris had ascended to godhood, all the informants had perished, making it difficult for those forces to find him. I leave the specific secrets to you for now. Now tell me about yourself. Hearing this, Jianlin hadn't been particularly concerned, but Serena's next words perked him up. There's something odd about your alienation technique. Of course, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's too effective. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was supposed to be the product of a large authority fragment combined with two smaller ones. Serena extended a white finger and pointed upwards. Jianlin understood what she meant, knowing those names weren't something he should know right now. At lower levels, it's normal to make things stronger, but you can even do it with 7th level objects. Jianlin, you must remember this. This is your biggest secret. Serena was deadly serious. This is beyond the realm of power. It shouldn't exist. You are special, so special that words can't describe it. They don't know your limits. They think you're just the holder of a fragment of power, but that already makes them pay close attention to you. If you reveal yourself, they only become even more insane. Jianlin was confused. What if those people knew? Would they ask him to help with the transformation? But that would only allow him to obtain more powerful transformations. What good would that do them? Serena quickly answered his question. Level 8 is a special level. I'm sure you know that level 8 creatures, other than professionals, produce spirit crystals. For level 8 professionals, they've almost reached a bottleneck, so their strength is pretty much the same. If you want to continue to advance, you must widen the gap with others. Spirit crystals can solve this problem. As long as he devours enough spirit crystals, he might even reach the same level as a 9th tier creature, achieving divine enlightenment. But that's difficult, because most 8th tier creatures are older and more powerful than professionals. Therefore, relatively weak 8th tier creatures will attract numerous professionals to hunt them. That's why you rarely see 8th tier creatures. Jianlin suddenly realized. No wonder he put himself into suspended animation the moment the 8th tier shelter appeared, and the shear seemed to be avoiding something. So, if his ability to transform into 8th tier creatures were exposed, he'd be used as a tool, continuously creating 8th tier creatures for others to devour, thus achieving divine enlightenment. How's that any different from giving birth to a child for others to eat? I've already figured out a solution for you. Serena's words made his eyes widen, and he quickly pricked up his ears. Prison Realm. Integrate all your strange creatures into the prison realm to strengthen yourself. And since they're already strange creatures, they don't require spiritual energy to transform. The prison realm can also conceal their spiritual essence, making them undetectable. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Huh? Jianlin felt like he'd learned something. Why hadn't he thought of that? It was the introduction to the prison creature skill that had led him astray. Prison creature, a level 7 class skill that imprisons a target in the prison realm, consuming spiritual energy to transform them into controllable strange creatures, strengthening the prison realm. The words imprison and transform had misled him. He was the master of the prison realm. Didn't he have the final say on whether to imprison or not? If he wanted, the prison realm could also be home to the altered creatures. He could even move his sanctuary into it. From now on, he'd be a walking sanctuary. As both level 7, what could anyone possibly do to fight him? When you're ready, you can boldly appear in the mist. The slate and advancement materials will come to you. But remember, within a month. Okay, I've almost said what I need to say. Here are 2 hidden orbs of light. One is visible now, and the other awaits your advancement to rank 8. Serena left 2 orbs of light behind, so Jianlin could access them in his consciousness at any time. From all indications, this was the first, and possibly the last, he would see Serena. Considering Norvis's ascension to the godhood, Serena must have been dead by now. Even so, she still spared no effort to help him, even planning his future path. For anyone else, following the steps, advancement to rank 8 would be a piece of cake. Why are you helping me? Even though he knew it was a video, he asked the question anyway. As if she knew he would ask, Serena's cold and proud face smiled beneath the delicate garland, her eyes gleaming with brilliance. She shook her head slightly, not answering, but pointing to the rank 8 orb of light. The video ended. This was the last trace of Serena, the 8th level dimensional sage. Whoosh! White mist rose and dissipated in the cold air. Jianlin sat at the edge of the circular platform, watching the drifting snowflakes and the distant mist. He couldn't put his finger on what he felt. In fact, he was quite bewildered. The night before, he had found peace. Although the mist was dangerous, it had made survival relatively easy for him. Today, he realized that his peace was earned at the cost of someone else's life, someone he had never even met. At this point, it was pointless to explore Serena's motives. The person was already dead. What purpose could someone who had protected him for so long, and ultimately died for it, have? It was simply that he was alive. That was the future Serena wanted to see. Is it important? Not important. Of course, perhaps it was important to Serena. The snow was falling heavily. The mist, as always, felt cold and lonely. He looked up at the sky, still obscured by fog. Nothing was visible. But now he knew there were 10 spheres of light behind them, and among them was the new god who had killed Serena. Norbus. Jianlin sat there for a long time. Chapter 287. Imprisoning the Ghost. The first thing Jianlin did was to merge the hidden void's floating touch into the prison realm. A cage, constructed from countless twisted, deformed objects emitting a strange aura, slowly enveloped the circular platform. The moment the hidden void's floating touch merged, the prison realm expanded like an inflated balloon. The strange cage, nearly 10,000 meters in diameter, dispelled the fog, enveloping the world like a gray, translucent sphere. Prison realm. Level 7, the domain of a powerful being. Upon entering it, it is recommended that you quickly consider how to curry favor with its master. By integrating a level 8 ghost creature, the prison realm's overall strength instantly increased to the peak of level 7, yet a thin membrane seemed to separate it from level 8. Due to the unique nature of the hidden void space, the prison realm's ability to conceal spiritual essences was also enhanced, making it easy to conceal level 8 creatures. This meant that he could freely use level 8 creatures within the prison realm. Floating touch? Master, I'm here. The round platform extended a tentacle, as if greeting Jianlin. Shelter's consciousness had finally awakened, but Jianlin now understood the reason for its previous feigned death, so there was nothing much to say. Awkwardly, he reached out and touched the purple-red tentacle. Do your best? Yes, master. Floating touch, unfazed, transmitted its message earnestly. Jianlin waved it back, then attempted to integrate Yin Ji and Hong Yin, 2 level 7 cultivators, into the prison realm. The membrane showed no sign of breaking. This might be due to the prison realm's current level 7 class skills, limiting its level to level 7. But its power and strength were clearly not comparable to level 7. After integrating floating touch, its defense was definitely at the top of level 8. It didn't matter. Jianlin was a pragmatist. All he needed was strong abilities. He followed suit, integrating nearly all the altered objects, such as the small axe, small pickaxe, night scythe, and small pupil, into the prison realm. He also incorporated the sculpted creatures, such as the unwise one and the sacrificial mantis. This made it easier to carry around, and it didn't affect their lives on the platform. It simply changed the surrounding environment from the fog to the prison realm, creating a protective barrier. The ones he carried closely, like Xiaoying, the paper man, and the Son of Emptiness, were left outside. The production creatures, like Little Greed, Little Box, and Big Head, were also put aside for now. They had no combat power, so imprisoning them was of little use. The prison realm size had surpassed 10,000 meters, and the gray cage had become even more solid. Floating touch, begin the hunt in the snow mountains. Yes, master. Jianlin finally did what he had always wanted to do, driving the shelter around. In the snowy mountains, a 10,000-meter diameter, twisting gray cage began to move at breakneck speed. All fog creatures shrouded in it, level 6 and below, were not spared. Level 7 creatures still had a chance of escaping, but if they stubbornly engaged, they would be devoured by the endless tentacles. A mobile fog creature forbidden zone was thus created. Floating touch would avoid neutral creatures and survivors, eliminating the need to worry about unnecessary trouble. To a certain extent, floating touch was an extension of his will, knowing which to kill and which not. Looking at the crystal essences and lower-level psychic objects constantly generated by the circular platform, as well as the occasional golden treasure chest, Jianlin stroked his chin. It shouldn't be long before a crystal pattern treasure chest appears. As for level 7, they were relatively rare, so it depended on luck. Glorious crystal treasure chests would appear directly in the system backpack, so there was no need to worry. After a brief inspection, feeling all was well, Jianlin returned to the round castle and began attending to his own affairs. According to Serena, he still had a month to prepare. Slate, a material for advancing to level 8. But she also said that as long as one was strong enough and boldly entered the fog, a level 7 with a slate would come looking for him. To a certain extent, it was like playing with oneself. But no one would have expected the roles of hunter and prey to be reversed. After all, professionals with slates probably have an innate sense of superiority, believing that those of the same level without slates are easier to control. While this was true, it was a pity that Jianlin had the alienation technique. In other words, it's enough before the next fog wave arrives. Jianlin didn't feel the urgency was urgent. After all, he still had room for improvement. Opening his profile dashboard. Name, Jianlin. Talent, alienation, unique, fusion, occupation, prison master. Const, 70. Mind, 70, weak stamina, 6400/6400. Spirit, 1600/3200, half due to weakness, 800/hour, overall rating, level 7. Having just been promoted to level 7 prison master yesterday, his mental attributes are still quite low, putting him at a disadvantage against others. With alienation, crystal sewing, and the blessing of the red silk flesh lotus, his mental faculties should improve quickly. And to be on the safe side, with alienation, the more support he can get, the better. Two prison realms collided, leaving one side filled with a swarm of level 7 and 8 creatures. That kind of scene. The other side must be quite desperate. Snowy mountains, a level 7 mist-hidden villa. Lung Bai was feeling quite desperate at this moment, as a massive gray cage was rapidly approaching her. She stood at the entrance of her shelter, with a grim expression, momentarily unable to think of a solution. The mist villa was indeed mobile and quite fast, but compared to the speed of the gray cage, running was a luxury. Being caught up was inevitable. Queen, what should we do? The shelter can't outrun it. Behind her, the Ice Crystal clan members also wore bitter expressions. They had originally come out of the mist villa to hunt level 5 creatures. However, the level 5 creature, which they considered extremely powerful, was devoured by a terrifying purple-red tentacle the moment it came into contact with the gray cage. Lung Bai watched the system's description of the cage before him, his blue eyes filled with deep solemnity. Prison realm? The domain of a powerful being. What kind of powerful being could possess such a domain? Was it a professional? She was already prepared for death. Amid the despairing gazes of the Ice Crystal clan, the prison realm slowly enveloped the mist villa. Then they witnessed a strange sight. The deformed, twisted cage evoked an eerie aura that filled with oppressive fear. In the very center, a massive circular platform hovered, its countless thick purple-red tentacles, bearing strange eyeballs and slime, dancing in midair, nearly filling the entire space. Lung Bai watched in amazement, puzzled as she hadn't been attacked yet. Puff, blood and flesh splattered as she watched a level 5 beast being crushed by the tentacles. It was as easy as crushing an ant. The Ice Crystal clan members behind her also felt a tingling sensation in their scalps. But this race, born to fight, remained undeterred. The reason they felt desperate was simply because this place was home to the Ice Crystal clan's strongest members, including the Queen. At some point, they had been surrounded by several tentacles. The ferocious purple-red tentacles encircled the mist villa, their strange eyes surveying something. Queen, be careful! The loyal followers quickly surrounded Lung Bai. Even if their strength wasn't as great as the Queen's, they would still die before her. Lung Bai's blue eyes were cold and icy. Silver hair danced beneath the Ice Crystal Queen's crown. Ice crystals shimmered on her shoulders, and icy spikes sprouted from her body. She was ready for a desperate fight. Chapter 288. Icy air permeated every corner of the mist-hidden villa, and everyone's heart felt frozen. Giant purple tentacles lingered outside the villa's dark blue shield, their dense, eerie eyes observing with emotionless eyes. Viscous white mucus dripped onto the snow, making a splattering sound. An invisible pressure squeezed Lung Bai's spirit, causing her grip on her spear to tighten subconsciously. Level 6, Crystal Spear. This was the system's ranking reward and one of her greatest strengths. At the same time, the icy spikes on her body grew wildly like thorns, and her Ice Crystal Queen's crown radiated a cold light. Determination shone deep in her blue eyes, as she stared intently at the terrifying tentacles. She was the Queen. There was no reason to retreat. Prepare. There was a slight tremor in her cold voice, but she resolutely launched the war zone. A surge of air surged out, slowing the speed of the surrounding snowflakes. In the realm of a level 5 warmonger, all hostile creatures are weakened by half, and their speed is halved. How could this be? However, to Lung Bai's despair, the purple-red tentacles showed no reaction, nor did the strange eyes within them budge. Ineffective. She scoffed inwardly, wondering how a mere level 5 skill could possibly be effective against this clearly superior being before her. Perhaps she would truly die here today, but she couldn't care less. Rushiwa's bare hands tightly grasped the spear, the force of the blast slowly enveloping it. She was about to unleash a stealth attack. At that moment, something unexpected happened. Under the stunned gazes of Lung Bai and the surrounding tribesmen, all the tentacles froze, and as if receiving some invisible command, they suddenly parted to the sides, clearing a path. At the end of the passage lay the massive circular platform. Hundreds of giant red spiders spun webs around its edge, and within them loomed a gigantic, strange creature. It was like a strange realm. What is that? An Ice Crystal Clan girl exclaimed, pointing at the center of the platform. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a building in the center. It looked like a circular fortress with a courtyard. Lung Bai Bai was utterly shocked. Such a terrifying realm could easily be described as a miniature fogless land. It was comparable to the strange desert she had visited before. What kind of being could possibly be the master of this place? After waiting for a long time, the tentacles in the sky didn't move again. They simply made way for the circular fortress. The meaning was obvious. Lung Bai Bai was no fool. She knew it was an invitation. Or perhaps, an audience. But it wasn't her tribe's usual audience with her, the queen. Instead, she was meeting this powerful being. Wait at the villa. She instructed everyone, then strode toward the circular fort in the distance. At a time like this, one person was enough. She was the queen, representing all her people. An ice crystal girl wanted to speak, but was stopped by the others. They simply obeyed the queen's decision, no further questions asked. Tap! Ta! Pressing through what seemed like an endless stream of tentacles, Lung Bai Bai finally reached the circular platform. At that moment, she felt a surge of weakness and nearly fell. For a level 5 warmonger facing a level 7 devil's nest, this was a remarkable performance. She didn't know what this power was, but she smoothed her silver hair and smoothed her cold white dress, trying to appear as dignified as possible. To her side, several giant spiders stared at her with their compound eyes, and she could sense that any one of them could easily crush her. Lung Bai Bai didn't panic, just like an ant powerless against an elephant, so she actually had fewer concerns. She thought for a moment, then raised her bare hand to straighten the queen's crown on her head. Feeling ready, she continued on her ice crystal shoes. Along the way, she saw strange tentacle axes, disappearing in one place and reappearing in another. A terrifying giant spider pickaxe clattered past. Bats that paralyzed people when illuminated, snakes that transformed into mist, eerie single-eyed puppets, enchanting bees with human bodies and tails. Any one of these creatures could easily kill her multiple times. In Lung Bai Bai's mind, this place was even more dangerous than the weird desert. What could the owner of this place be like? She couldn't help but feel curious about this question. Combining what she had just seen, she had already imagined a terrifying, twisted, and monstrous creature. This made her a little worried. What kind of cruel punishment would she face for trespassing into the domain of such a being? With this apprehensive feeling, she maintained a dignified and solemn appearance as she slowly entered the courtyard. Spotting women tending to the crops early in the morning surprised her, yet subconsciously relaxed her. Hello, may I ask? Lung Bai Bai was about to ask, but Lin Yu interrupted her with a wave of her hand. Then Lin Yu pointed to Jiang Lin, who was reclining in a rocking chair in the pavilion. You should know him, right? He's the owner of this place. Lung Bai Bai instinctively glanced over and noticed a figure lying in the pavilion not far away. He wasn't as ferocious and terrifying as she had imagined. He even seemed somewhat casual, lying casually in the rocking chair, the gray, distorted lines of the prison sky behind him. The black windbreaker swayed slightly, as if alive. Clearly there, it carried an inexplicable sense of alienation, as if it didn't exist in the same world as her. And she knew it all too well. Laughing nightmare? She was stunned at first, then incredulous, as if her worldview had been overturned. This survivor from her batch had always dominated the charts, yet people only knew him as powerful and mysterious. What level had he reached? Lung Bai Bai's worry was clearly unnecessary. Jiang Lin was messaging Han Xiaoxiao. After all, he had met the queen of his race. Killing her outright was obviously not a good idea. There was no grudge, and Han Xiaoxiao was a member of the secret society, so he had some connection to the Ice Crystal clan. Han Xiaoxiao, Master Ghost, please accept the Ice Crystal clan. It's an honor for our clan to serve Grey Light. Han Xiaoxiao, I send a message to the queen right away. She surely agree. Can you please not mention Grey Light? Jiang Lin was speechless. However, Lung Bai Bai happened to be a combat path expert, and was now a level 5 warmonger. He had just enough of this path to fill his ranks. So 10 minutes later, it was unknown what Han Xiaoxiao had said to the Ice Crystal Queen. Jiang Lin looked up at Lung Bai Bai, who was kneeling on one knee. This seemed to be the highest form of respect expressed by the Ice Crystal tribe. But due to certain cultural factors on Blue Star, he felt something was amiss. God of Grey Light, please accept our service. Though our strength is limited, we are willing to sacrifice everything for you. Lung Bai Bai was incredibly pious, a stark contrast to her previous stern demeanor. Her blue eyes fixed on Jiang Lin, shrouded in curiosity and respect for the powerful. However, when she met Jiang Lin's gaze, her heart suddenly tightened. She felt that his gaze was deep and calm, as if examining the value of an object rather than a living, breathing level 5 ice crystal queen. This was the god of gray light mentioned in the ancient murals of the ice crystal tribe. It was terrifying. However, only a being like that could possess such a powerful domain and command so many powerful and bizarre creatures. Lung Baibai's imagination had already begun to imagine Jianglin as a god wandering the mortal world. The icicles on her shoulders trembled at this. Chapter 289. Jianglin had no idea what his image had been imagined to be. His glazed eyes were simply due to his moodiness over Serena's situation. Adding to the dual pressures of the prison realm and the ghost nest, Lung Baibai had developed this outrageous fantasy. Swish. Jianglin casually tossed the vassalage contract, which floated before Lung Baibai. From now on, outstanding Ice Crystal Clan members may join the Ghost Mist Secret Society and call me Ghost Master. Yes, Ghost Master. Lung Baibai didn't hesitate, piercing his fingertip with an ice spike and signing his name. Like Han Xiaoxiao, the Ice Crystal Clan seemed quite decisive, and they held the so-called Grey Light God in great reverence. This was likely the work of previous Grey Light avatar users, and had nothing to do with Jianglin. He didn't bother explaining further. He had told Han Xiaoxiao more than once before, but to no avail. The Ice Crystal Clan were stubborn. The contract had already been signed, so he wasn't afraid of their betrayal. And there was no reason for him to do so. He wasn't some tyrant. I have Lin Yu tell you about the secret meeting. Now, go to the gathering and buy a prop that can change your appearance. Yes. Lung Baibai respectfully handed back the vassal contract and then stood in front of Jianglin, stunned. Clearly, she had already realized she had entered the gathering. Jianglin had asked her to buy the prop for her transformation. He had never transformed into a combat path before, so he didn't know what it would be like. But Lung Baibai was the queen, and so beautiful, she probably wouldn't be able to accept anything strange. So, he asked her to prepare in advance, so as not to let the Ice Crystal Clan think their queen had mutated. The transformation spell was activated, and Lung Baibai's spiritual power was absorbed. Ah! She suppressed a low roar of pain as her body began to wriggle and deform. Goo! Goo! A toad's head emerged, followed by a foul tumor, and then a series of blurred human faces. The transformations were identical to those experienced by Tina, the Phantom Girl, and Ian. Thinking of the three's paths, Jianglin's previous speculations became clear, and he roughly understood the connection between each path. A gray light squeezed out Lung Baibai's naked body, but was quickly suppressed by the three anomalies. The final form wasn't pretty, but fortunately she had prepared. The transformed war madman promoted him to Phantom Mist Commander, Pseudo. Phantom Mist Commander, Pseudo Level 6, a product of the Destruction Commander class contaminated by an unknown aura. This person can transform into Phantom Mist. The bodies of targets within the mist will continuously disintegrate, and their spirits will suffer an equal amount of damage. What is this? Lung Baibai was horrified at her transformed appearance. She finally understood why she had been asked to prepare the transformation props. He quickly used his props to transform back to his original, sleek form, and put on his clothes. Jianglin watched quietly from his recliner, secretly sighing at his foresight. After all, he wasn't particularly fond of toads. Lung Baibai didn't feel awkward being overlooked by Jianglin. Though a little shy, she maintained a dignified demeanor. Feeling the surge of power within her, she knelt on one knee. Thank you, Master Ghost. Jianglin shook his head. The secret society has its own etiquette. Don't kneel so easily next time. Yes. Lung Baibai quickly stood up. The Mist Commander's two abilities are Mist Armor, a level 6 class skill. This consumes stamina and uses mist to condense into mist armor, strengthening both physical strength and spiritual power to the extreme, possessing top-tier offensive and defensive capabilities for its level. Upon contact with the mist, enemies become frozen. Black Toad Domain, level 6 class skill, consumes spiritual energy to construct a domain, prohibiting flight, teleportation, and the use of substitutes. Enemies within the domain will have their mobility continuously weakened. Jianglin had previously battled a level 6 Lord of Destruction at level 5. That was the Minotaur hired by the red-eyed Dark Sheep Man to kill him. Both of his skills had left a deep impression on him. The transformed Lord of Phantom Mist would only become stronger. Clearly, the abilities of the Phantom Mist were beyond the reach of ordinary Lords of Destruction. Ugh! At this moment, Jianglin felt a sudden surge of dizziness, as if struck unconscious by a club. Lost consciousness. Ghost Lord. Lung Baibai was horrified. He had been talking so well just moments before. How could he suddenly faint? Just as he was at a loss for words, Lin Yu approached. Don't worry, he should be fine in a moment. Lin Yu approached Jiang Lin, half knelt down to examine him. After confirming that he was merely asleep, she gestured for Lung Bai to follow her. Unlike the previous comas experienced by the mutant professionals, this time Jiang Lin had a dream. He didn't dream of 3 spheres of light, nor did he dream of the alien origins of the blue planet human race, nor did he dream of an unknown land with a frantic flute sound. It seemed like just an ordinary dream. In it, he was a tentacle that could wrap around, penetrate, extend infinitely, and expand infinitely. He shuttled through the void, as if searching for something. Then, he woke. He saw Xiao Axe washing his face with his slimy tentacles. White slime almost covered his entire face, and a fishy smell filled his nostrils. Damn it, Xiao Axe. He cursed, stood up, and floating up, punching Xiao Axe's iron head. Instead of anger, Xiao Axe was delighted, like a playful dog finally finding its master. He continuously smeared Jiang Lin's body with his tentacles. It was already enormous, and the slime practically covered Jiang Lin like a white man. It felt like, fuck. Jiang Lin couldn't bear it any longer, and transformed into Lung Bai, raising his fist to smash into Xiao Axe's tentacles. The combat path's physique was truly impressive, and Xiao Axe was forced to retreat into the void, daring not to emerge. I've transformed into a violent profession, and I think I've become violent too? Jiang Lin muttered, transforming back into his original form. His gray mist spiritual robe automatically began to cleanse the slime from his body. Elsewhere, Lin Yu had already briefed Lung Bai on the secret meeting. Seeing Jiang Lin approach, the two exchanged greetings. Lung Bai adapted quickly, completely lacking the airs of a queen. He nodded and asked, "How many people are there in your mist villa?" "Less than 20,000. Most of the Ice Crystal clan are scattered and developing on their own." To be honest, this was the first time Jiang Lin had so many people under his command, and he wasn't very good at managing them. "What are the ranks of these 20,000 people? What's the class distribution?" "A few are at level 2, most are at level 3, with 26 at level 4. I'm the only one at level 5, but I'm currently a pseudo level 6. This means there's only one level 4 for every 1,000 people. While this is due to the Ice Crystal clan's inherent strength, it also allows us to infer the average level of survivors today. The killing season is coming soon," Jiang Lin sighed. Lung Bai was stunned for a moment, then, recalling the feeling in his heart, he understood. Once a small number of survivors reach level 5, the danger will no longer be solely from the mist creatures. Fighting will begin. Trust among companions will be lost, and perhaps only through different means can friendly coexistence be achieved. Another approach is to forcibly control everyone, as Jiang Lin did, using items like vassalage contracts. But this is ultimately just an isolated case. Since everyone is a professional, with similarities, few would sign such a contract. Do you think the Ice Crystal clan can resist the temptation of advancement? Jiang Lin looked at Lung Bai, a smile on his face. Chapter 290. Lung Bai was silent, lost in thought. Indeed, compared to facing the unknown dangers of the outside world, if the opportunity for advancement is right there, it's practically within reach. So would the Ice Crystal clan still choose to fight the outside world? Perhaps most Ice Crystal clan members are united and wouldn't resort to fratricide, but there's no guarantee that all would. Intelligent creatures know how to seek benefits and avoid harm. When the benefits far outweigh the costs, hostility breeds. I can lead them in active hunting, but it won't last. She outlined the choice she would make as a queen. Jiang Lin gestured for her to continue. He had just discussed rank, not class distribution. During their conversation, he discovered that the distribution among classes was uneven. 20,000 people is a significant number. It could be considered a sample survey. With the path of informant now extinct, the other 8 paths present 2 distinct situations. First, the rarest. The path of trickery, which is where Jiang Lin resides. 20,000 people, not a single one. If he hadn't come across this path's practitioners on forums and in chats, he would have thought it, like the snitch path, was nearly extinct. It truly is 1 in 10,000. Slightly better than the tricker path is the traveler path, but it's also not very common, only half the number of the others. Except for the fighter path, the other paths are almost 1:1, and the numbers are all normal. The reason I single out the fighter path is because, among these 20,000 people, there are 5,000 fighters. That's roughly double the number of other paths. A small number is understandable, but a large number is clearly anomalous. This path is seriously problematic. Jiang Lin absorbed the secrets left by Serena. Although not much is mentioned about this, it's still possible to infer a connection to the above. This was also the reason he discussed this with Lung Bai, because it was mentioned in the secrets left by Serena. When survivors reach a certain level, a promotion trial will begin. The promotion trial, as the name suggests, involves a sufficient number of level 5 professionals. The system will then teleport these survivors to the same area. Not only will the survivors devour each other to advance, but members of certain factions will also gather. It will be a promotion feast. Jianlin, because there were too many survivors in this early batch, left the team early and entered a higher level. For him, the promotion trial was practically a game, but for other survivors, it was a near nightmare. The system's actions were essentially breeding goo. It aimed to cultivate high-level and powerful individuals, requiring wisdom, courage, and ability. Even Serena didn't understand the system's purpose for this, which shows how high-level this matter was, definitely involving level 9. Lin Yu, although you've been removed from the system, this presents an opportunity for advancement. Jianlin said, turning to Lin Yu. I understand. Lin Yu nodded earnestly. She wasn't afraid of challenges, and was undoubtedly a leader among her peers. Jianlin remained confident in her and continued speaking to the two women. Currently, there are 69 batches, approximately 1 million level 4s, but fewer than 100 level 5s. If nothing unexpected happens, when the level 5s reach 1,000, the advancement trials will begin. This period won't be long. Level 5s will soon experience a surge, signaling the start of the killing spree. Xiao Bai. Jianlin looked intently at Lung Bai. Ghost Lord. I'm listening. Lung Bai took a moment to realize he was addressing her. As the queen, no one dared to address her by her real name. What's more, this kind of thing. But, a divinely bestowed name. Is there any reason to refuse it? Jianlin didn't care what she thought. He just felt uncomfortable with the coquettish sound of the name. He took out the vassalage contract and handed it to Lung Bai. To prevent your people from killing each other, not by forceful constraints, is only a temporary solution. There may be better ways in the future, but for now, this is the safest and most effective way. Okay. Lung Bai took the vassalage contract, her fair chin slightly raised. She understood the importance of the matter, and didn't think Jianlin had any ulterior motives. This was all divinely bestowed, and it was an honor for the Ice Crystal clan to have their names enshrined in the divine contract. Let Lung Bai return to lead her people's continued development, while Lin Yu would inform the other members about the advancement trials. Currently, the survivors were all developing on their own, so Jianlin had no intention of letting the Ice Crystal clan stay. Of course, the reason he accepted the Ice Crystal clan wasn't just Han Shishia's request. Rather, the secret message left by Serena mentioned a word, anchor. Serena's explanation was vague, but the general idea was that the more beings who believed in him, the better, as it would help resist some of the erosion. Of course, she also mentioned that this wasn't necessary, but that having something was better than nothing. After all, it didn't cost him much, just a transformation. He also gained a strong and beautiful subordinate, so why not? Elsewhere, at the mist-hidden villa, the queen watched the rapidly disappearing prison realm coldly, feeling somewhat lost. She had also requested to serve Jianlin as a divine servant, with the Ice Crystal clan handling miscellaneous matters as divine servants. But Jianlin declined, arguing that he had important matters to attend to, and that it would be inconvenient to have more people. Queen, have we truly become servants of the Great Light God? A lively young girl nearby blinked her large blue eyes, a hint of excitement. The others also beamed with joy. They had just signed vassalage contracts. But knowing the subject was the Great Light God, none of them offered the slightest resistance. Of course. I've seen the Great Light God with my own eyes. He's powerful and forgiving, even granting me the power of the 6th rank. Lung Bai smiled faintly, like ice and snow melting. 6th rank, so the queen is already the top survivor? The Ice Crystal clan has risen. Thanks to the Great Light. The crowd chattered, all with delighted expressions. No! Lung Bai, listening to the flattery, suddenly looked strange, tucking his silver hair behind his ears. The Great Light God is currently acting as a survivor. He must be planning something. The number 1, Laughing Nightmare, is his incarnation. The crowd was puzzled at first, then recalled the scene they had just witnessed in the Hell Realm. Those terrifying tentacles, a force that could easily crush them. If that weren't divine power, what else could it be? And to be able to easily elevate the queen to level 6 was simply beyond human power. So that's how it is. No wonder Laughing Nightmare is so powerful and mysterious. It's the incarnation of Great Light. So, the queen is now second only to Great Light. We are servants of the god. Thank you. Some Ice Crystal women clasped their hands to their chests and began to pray, hoping that gray light would bless them with a better future. Some men knelt on one knee, facing the direction where the prison realm disappeared, offering their highest respects. Lung Bai then spoke loudly. My people, we are still weak, and therefore unworthy to serve at the god's side. The god has granted me power. We must strive even harder, striving to one day stand upright beside him. Gray light lives forever. Her blue eyes shone brightly, and the ice crystals on her shoulders flickered, condensing into the image of Jianglin. Gray light eternal. All the Ice Crystal clan members knelt on one knee, facing the ice sculpture at the queen's shoulder. Chapter 291. A certain force converged, forming a strange anchor point. But Jianglin couldn't sense all this at the moment. He was focused on his own affairs. If he knew the Ice Crystal tribe mistook him for the incarnation of the so-called Gray Light God, he would be furious. This is simply the opposite of Tian Gang. Round Fortress, Storage Room. You bastard, come here when you're useful, and leave me here when you're not. How disrespectful. A distinctive witch's voice rang out, making Jianglin scratch his ears. Are you itching for trouble? After he asked, Little Greedy immediately fell silent. Humph. Jianglin used the object to move the sofa over and sat down, gazing at the 3-meter-wide meat tube platform before him. He still had 2 level 6 advanced scrolls, but there weren't many level 5 altered items left. Little Axe, Little Pupil, Wanu, and then Little Greedy. After some thought, he decided to give one to Little Axe and one to Little Greedy first. He was already level 7, so he wasn't short of 7th level combat power. After transforming Little Greed to level 7, his weapon could be upgraded, becoming more useful. Pulling out the advancement scroll, Little Greed knew what was coming, his fleshy mouth twisting into a sinister grin. Kid, you know how powerful I am, right? You still have to rely on me. Bang! Jianglin kicked the maw, avoiding the wild hunt whip for fear of crushing Little Greed directly. Why are you attacking the platform? Watch out for me. Bang! Bang! Hey, open the... Bang! Snap! Snap! I was wrong. I was wrong. The unpleasant screams of the male, which echoed in succession, the platform's flesh tubes rupturing, the maw a bloody mess. Still barking? No, no. After his altered combat path was completely extinguished, Jianglin felt like a warrior. His lesson complete, he picked up the scroll and prepared to use it. Wait. Xiao Tan interrupted him, his voice a bit serious. What, you don't want to level up? Jianglin was puzzled. This guy had always been erratic, and his current attitude seemed off. Xiao Tan pursed his lips. If I'm not mistaken, you want to upgrade me to level 7, right? Jianglin nodded. If I reach level 7, most of my memories might be restored. Oh! Jianglin's interest piqued. How so? He knew there was something peculiar about Xiao Tan's altered combat. He carried some memories, but many of them were sealed away. To be more precise, Xiao Ying, Xiao He, did too, and Hong Yin all had varying degrees of peculiarities. But Xiao Ying had no memories, and Xiao he wasn't sure. Hong Yin didn't talk to him, so he didn't understand. Fu Wenwen Fish seemed to only know its name as Big Head, so Jianglin didn't ask further. Didn't I tell you, the memory is sealed? It will be unlocked at a certain level. Xiao Tan's voice was tinged with worry. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Jianglin rested his chin on his hand, pondered for a moment, then smiled. I need your level 7 crafting. As for the rest, it's only level 7. I can handle it. Even if, as Xiao Tan said, level 7 memories might bring bad things, they should only be at level 7. He was no longer as cautious as he had been before, and there was no need to fear the secrets he should be exposed to. I hope so. Seeing Jianglin's confidence, Xiao Tan said nothing. Click to use, and the advanced scroll transformed into white light and merged into Little Greed's body, unchanged. Accustomed to it, activate the transformation technique. Spiritual energy enveloped Little Greed, and the flesh tube platform began to wriggle and grow. Finally, it became a 5-meter square platform. The square flesh tube platform flipped over, its maw facing Jianglin. Transform the Great Greed platform, obtaining the Crazy Greed platform. Crazy Greed platform, level 7, a platform that conceals arrogance and displays extreme greed. Give it the materials, and it will give you what you want, but at a great cost. Note, it's already extremely intelligent. Smart. Jianglin looked at Little Greed. The platform had indeed grown considerably. What's wrong? You're not talking. He was a little surprised. With Little Greed's personality, it wasn't like it to remain silent for so long. Little Greed's flesh tube maw moved twice, and then spoke, some bad news, but also good news. The important parts are sealed at level 8. So you remember what you were before? Jianlin tapped the edge of the sofa with his index finger. I'm not a thing. Jianlin pursed his lips. I can tell. Xiao Tian also felt his explanation was flawed and added, what I mean is, I have an ability called transformation. Whose ability? That's the bad news. We don't know at the moment. So how can an ability of consciousness? Jianlin was confused. But Xiao Tian's next words gave him a chill. Why do you think your ability doesn't have consciousness? Yes. Why should he assume that his ability doesn't have consciousness? It's just that, as a living being, he couldn't yet comprehend this state of life. He put these questions aside for the moment and asked, do you remember how you got to my workbench? I was dragged here. Drag? Yes, probably by that strange ability of yours. It seemed as if he had said it, but it was essentially the same as not saying it. Understanding the source meant nothing. Little Greed's voice grew more serious. But I remembered something very important. You must be careful. Say it. You must be careful about that box. The box? Jianlin knew who Little Greed was talking about, because his round fortress only had one creature that could be called a box. Yes, it's a displacement. It shouldn't be here. It's very important. Little Greed seemed to be trying to recall something, but that was all he said. Do you have any proof? Jianlin's face darkened, feeling that this was a bit unexpected. Little Box had always been that loyal knight, and its abilities were extremely important to him. If there was something wrong with it, he really didn't know how to deal with it. I don't remember. It's sealed, and I hate it. I don't know why. The storage room fell silent. Jianlin tapped the sofa gently, staring at Little Tan's wide mouth. Have you gotten smarter? He suddenly asked this irrelevant question. Little Tan realized something, and his mouth quirked into a self-deprecating smile. You don't believe me? Jianlin continued, Little Tan, I'm not good to you. You think so too, don't you? Little Tan was silent. In truth, Jianlin didn't know whether Little Tan was telling the truth or not. He only believed in one thing, usefulness. Little Tan and the small box were both useful to him, and the small box's power of displacement was extremely important to him. Without the small box, it would be more than 10 times more difficult for him to obtain high-level psychic items. Little Tan seemed sincere at the moment, but he could only take his words to heart for now. Even if there was a problem with the small box, it wasn't something he could detect. He couldn't just throw it away because of Little Tan's words. I pay attention. Jianlin stood up and patted Xiao Tan's penis. Xiao Tan's mouth curved into a humane smile. Chapter 292. After a friendly negotiation with Little Greed, I learned the materials needed to craft Tier 6 and Tier 7 weapons. 1 crystal block of veined iron plus Tier 6 materials plus 1 crystal block equals Tier 6 weapon. 10 crystal blocks of veined iron plus Tier 7 materials plus 1 source crystal plus Tier 7 weapon. This number should be accurate. 1 crystal block of veined iron equals 100,000 iron equals 2 crystal essences. Excluding Tier 6 materials, there are 1.2 crystal blocks. Tier 7 weapons require 1.2 source crystals. But now there's an awkward situation. Jianlin has no source crystals. Even Tier 7 materials are useless. The only Tier 7 monster he's ever killed still didn't have any. But that's easy to fix. Just find a Tier 7 advanced scroll and upgrade the small box to Tier 7. Both the source crystal and the materials will be solved. Are you really not greedy? Jianlin looked at Little Greed, his flesh tube tattered and his mouth riddled with holes, and pinched his chin. That's the price from last time, have you forgotten? Little Greedy's mouth twitched. It had just added a tiny bit of iron, and it got beaten again. Stingy Jianlin, indeed, as Little Greedy said, crafting a level 5 weapon cost the same price before. But considering the system description of its exceptional intelligence, Jianlin felt that Little Greedy might be like Big Head, able to economize on materials. If that were the case, the saved materials would naturally be taken. But it wouldn't be much, only about 0.1, as long as the quality was guaranteed. You're so useless. Crafting high-level weapons requires high-level materials. Thinking of the impossibility of upgrading his weapon now, Jianlin couldn't help but complain. Little Greedy pouted, no way. I'm only converting, not replacing. But precisely because of its powerful abilities, you should be even more careful. Xiao Tan didn't explicitly state what to be careful about, but Jianlin couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Back in the hall, Jianlin sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Disgust? He chewed on the word. Does Xiao Tan's dislike for Xiao Box stem from their previous grudge? Or does Xiao Box's presence pose a threat to Xiao Tan? Or is it Xiao Tan trying to exclude dissidents after regaining his memories? He couldn't jump to conclusions based on Xiao Tan's words. After all, Xiao Box wasn't currently a problem, and its abilities were incredibly important to him. But he couldn't let his guard down just because Xiao Box had always seemed loyal. Although the spiritual imprint was there, Jiang Lin couldn't imagine these alienated creatures betraying him, but nothing was certain. Thinking of this, he sent a telepathic message somewhere. Jilyu, come here. Soon, the eye of Jilyu, in the form of a single-eyed black slime, emerged from the floor. Master, go inside Shishan's body and examine its memories. Be careful not to be discovered. Yes. Jilyu responded, then slowly merged into the floor. Eye of Jilyu, level 6. Can parasitize targets of level 6 or lower, controlling their bodies and minds, slowly plundering their spiritual essence, and ultimately completely replacing them. Limited to 1, with a 10-day cooldown. Jianlin waited quietly. About 3 minutes later, Master, I've seen it. Jilyu emerged from the floor again. Anything unusual? Jilyu replied, some memories are sealed, similar to when I entered Xiaotan's body before. Besides that, it's called replacement. It was once an ability, but its specific location and what it is are unknown. Jianlin wasn't surprised to hear his memories were sealed. He continued, does it recognize Xiao Tan? Or transfer? No relevant memories. Okay, you go first. So, now Xiao Tan is resentful of the small box and claims it shouldn't be here. But their memories are sealed, and they don't know the specifics. This matter can only be put aside for now. He can't just abandon it because of a small matter. How is that any different from tying his own hands? He wants to develop himself, or rather, improve his strength. He urgently needs to upgrade the small box to level 7, so he can obtain a brilliant crystal chest or materials for level 7 items. He currently has 263 crystal blocks, but 0 source crystals. Not to mention level 8 spirit crystals. According to Serena, level 8 spirit crystals are among the rarest. With enough, it could even break the shackles of a 9th level creature, possessing the power to fight against 9th level creatures at 8th level. I wonder if the small box can replace spirit crystals. If it can, Jianlin dreaded the prospect. If those 8th level creatures in the Misty World knew about this, they would go completely mad. Thus, while the small box's replacement power wasn't as strong as his transmutation technique, it was still incredible. Combined with the previous formation of the small box, the loss of energy within him, and the system's warning, the situation suddenly became confusing. Jianlin, a crystal pattern treasure chest has appeared on the platform. As he pondered this, Lin Yu and Huan Nu suddenly pushed open the door. Oh! He hadn't expected to encounter a 6th level creature so soon. Do you have the materials? 3. Not bad. High-level beasts are relatively rare, but he hadn't expected to encounter one. The good thing about having a prison realm is that hunting can be left a floating touch, and there's no need to worry about being targeted by those powerful 8th level creatures. A month later, the illusion girl advanced 2 levels, leaping over 3rd level. Illusionist. She just reached 4th level the day before yesterday, and her transformed profession is called Trickster. There are 2 skills that Jianlin finds particularly useful, one from each profession. Illusion, a 3rd level skill that transforms creatures of the same or lower level into any creature, allowing them to use their abilities without being detected. Trick, a 4th level skill that constructs a script. Creatures within the script will unconsciously act out the scene. As they immerse themselves in the performance, they gradually become puppets of the script, acting completely according to the script. The other 2 skills are merely life-saving and concealment measures, not worth mentioning. At 4th level, she's already starting to resemble a 5th level director, bringing back some bad memories. This path only gradually reveals its power after reaching the director level. It can influence reality and, at higher levels, even deceive the world. These are all secrets left by Serena. The 7th level actor path is called Fate-Changing Angel. Just hearing the name gives you an idea of the terrifying nature of this profession, let alone the 8th level. Serena must have hidden the secrets of the 8th level in another orb of light. He shouldn't reveal it yet. Lin Yu is also about to reach 5th level, just 1 point short of reaching 5th level, and is currently at 4th level. Filthy Parasite. Her parasitic skill is different from the one Yin used on Jianlin before. Filthy Parasite, a 4th level class skill that parasitizes another organism, absorbing the host's entire physical energy to nourish itself, achieving a regenerative and enhanced effect. It works at 4th level and below. There's also a skill related to seed parasitic cultivation, unrelated to Jianlin. The original parasitic skill simply utilizes physical strength and nutrients to achieve reproduction and rebirth, and does not harm the host. But the transformed filth parasite is even more perverse, sucking people to death and using this to strengthen itself. It's a truly infernal skill. If Lin Yu wants, he can repeatedly parasitize people of the same level, rapidly advancing. This skill is so perverse and disgusting that it's almost impossible to break. When the filth parasite had previously been in his body, he couldn't even find it after cutting open his stomach. Chapter 293. But parasitism requires a certain level of endurance. Jiang Lin wouldn't do it unless he had to. He'd rather possess someone else's body than bear them. Thinking of something, Jiang Lin suddenly glanced at Lin Yu's stomach. How's it doing? Lin Yu was almost at the bottleneck of level 4, about to reach level 5. Logically, she should have felt something, but she'd never mentioned it. Well, Lin Yu, seemingly just remembering this, touched her stomach. I don't feel anything. Maybe my level is too low. The phantom girl watched from the side, her eyes wide and thoughtful. Jiang Lin scanned again and again with his spiritual sense, finding nothing. He muttered, strange. Lin Yu had said that absorbing this energy would advance him, but he was already level 7. If there was no reaction, he'd advance to level 8. Never mind, just a small aside. He just thought of asking. By the way, where's Tina? There were only 4 people in the round castle, and Jiang Lin realized he hadn't seen Tina in a while. Phantom Girl's voice was soft, and she spoke Yingua fluently. She's consuming crystals from the tiger vine jellyfish, saying she wants to advance to level 6 as soon as possible. It seems Tina really loves jellyfish, even spending time there to consume crystals. She's already a level 5. Deranged patient. Crystal consumption requires level 5 or higher, so it's time. Thinking of the side effects, Jiang Lin warned, take it easy on her. Excessive use can cause mutations. Mutations probably won't happen. She only consumes crystals for 5 hours a day, but she's been acting strangely since she reached level 5. Phantom Girl pursed her lips, unsure whether to continue. Psychopaths have their own issues, and deranged patients who have undergone transformation are no exception. Jiang Lin didn't take it seriously and casually asked, what's strange? Huan Nu and Lin Yu exchanged glances. Nothing important, just a small matter. Lin Yu shook her head. Huan Nu blushed slightly, subconsciously clutching her chest and shaking her head. What's the riddle? Jiang Lin wasn't sure what was going on, but figured it was just some minor mental issues and should be fine. Tina's father, Ian, was also a mental patient. He was usually quite normal, just a little irritable. Just as Jiang Lin was about to inquire more, his eyes suddenly fixed. A large figure burst in from the Hell Realm, followed by a deafening dragon roar. Professional, you killed my son. Are you trying to make an enemy of the Snow Dragon clan? Jiang Lin's expression was quizzical. There are 2 dominant races in the Snow Mountains, the Snow Dragon clan and the Ice Giant clan. Letting Fuchu hunt freely seemed to have provoked a major threat. He looked at Lin Yu and the other woman and asked, what was that ferocious beast material you were talking about? The 2 women looked solemn. Lin Yu pondered for a moment. It seems to have a snow-white claw. What a coincidence. Since the others had arrived, it was natural to meet them and see what was going on. If the other party was a neutral race, then he had indeed accidentally killed their son, and the fault lay with him. But he suspected that wasn't the case, because Fuchu was an extension of his will and wouldn't kill indiscriminately. He took a step forward. Using the object to shift onto the circular platform, he floated up and gazed at the snow-white dragon at the edge of the prison realm. A western dragon, with a wingspan of dozens of meters, its entire body was snow-white, gleaming with a cold light. Open to investigate. Snow Dragon, a rank 7 ferocious beast, a dependent race of an old god, the overlord of the Snow Mountain region. It delights in devouring professionals to control some of their abilities and strengthen itself. Note: provoking this race will cause you great trouble. Another subordinate race. Where did all these old gods come from? Jiang Lin had dealt with these so-called old god subordinate races more than once, and he wasn't afraid at all. In his eyes, this rank 7 Snow Dragon was already a source crystal shimmering with a faint blue light. Are you the master of this prison realm? It looks quite desolate, and you dared to kill my son? The Snow Dragon flapped its wings in the sky, and a cold current burst from between its wings. Its roar froze the very air, and snow began to fall in the prison realm. Dozens of thick purple-red tentacles surrounded it, but it showed no fear. This wasn't its first encounter with the prison master of the prison of ghosts. It knew that this path was full of strange creatures, but they were all vulnerable. Jianlin was at his ease. A tentacle cushioned his body, and he slowly sat down, tapping his fingers. How about killing them? Ever since he knew these snow dragons were ferocious beasts, he had no intention of letting them return alive. Even if the snow dragons were rank 8, so what? Could they find their prison realm? After that, he only needed to remain slightly more subdued, becoming practically invisible in the misty world. Damn you bastards! Ants! The snow dragon's eyes widened. It hadn't expected the shabby, almost extinct professional to be so arrogant. Without further ado, it activated its disaster domain. Whoosh! Instantly, the surrounding scene shifted. Strange, pitch-black bulges enveloped the sky and surroundings. Black mucus oozed from these bulges, blood began to drift through the air, and bones clinging to flesh began to float on the ground. A shrill howl rang out, like the tortured and agonized death of a wronged soul. This was a skill of the 7th level combat path professional. Tuzai Tuesday. I hadn't expected this snow dragon to be able to use it. A force attempted to impact Jianlin, but was easily suppressed by the Hell Realm. His prison realm was clearly superior to the snow dragon's disaster realm. After all, it incorporated so many bizarre creatures, even including a level 8 floating touch of the hidden void. You haven't been weakened? Seeing Jianlin's lack of reaction, even hovering effortlessly in the air, the snow dragon understood that its realm had failed. But it couldn't comprehend it. The prison realms it had encountered before hadn't had this effect. Hasn't your special effect worked yet? What else do you want? Jianlin teased, as if teasing a trapped beast. The snow dragon felt something tickle the back of its head and instinctively turned, only to see a tentacle lash out. Snap! It instantly felt dizzy. Damn it! Enraged by this almost humiliating attack, the snow dragon began to condense illusory dragon armor around its body. Die! A thunderous dragon roar echoed throughout the prison realm. Whoosh! The snow dragon rushed towards Jianlin at breakneck speed, leaving only a shadow behind. Space froze, crackling with a shattering sound. Horrifying ice spikes exploded in all directions as the snow dragon moved, most of them striking Jianlin. The noise was so loud it seemed to tear the prison realm apart. Jianlin scratched his ears and waved his right hand. Swish! An indescribable, terrifying shockwave of unknown origin swept through the snow dragon without warning. Hundreds of tentacles had enveloped it without warning. The snow dragon felt powerless, its eyes widening. It froze dozens of meters in front of Jianlin, unable to move. Snap! One tentacle coiled around it, followed by a second, until the snow dragon was completely engulfed by the purple-red tentacles. No! The power within him was rapidly draining away like a flood. Hundreds of giant red spiders swarmed the dragon's body, densely covering it and gnawing at its flesh, causing it to let out a shrill dragon cry. Yet Jianlin remained unmoved, instead uttering a mocking cry. You think you can hide it from me like this? He looked at the tiny dot in the distance, about to escape the prison realm, and shook his head. It turned out that even before the disaster field was ineffective, the snow dragon had already sensed the situation and used its transformation ability to escape. What remained here was only a fake body. Chapter 294. Jianlin sat upright on the tentacle, looking down from afar at the snow dragon's true form as it was about to escape the prison realm. Its current form was a scattered icy spike, which had already shot out along with the other spikes as its fake form charged. It had to be said that the snow dragon's tactics were so deceptive that an ordinary level 7 would surely be fooled. Unfortunately, although Jianlin's prison realm was only level 7, its true strength had reached level 8. Cunning as the snow dragon was, it could not escape the prison realm's perception. Jianlin tapped the surface of the tentacle with his fingertips, speaking coldly. Accompanying his command, Inji emerged from the underside, locking onto the tiny icy spikes at the edge of the prison realm that had almost merged with the wind and snow. Hurry! Faster! The snow dragon was frantically accelerating, attempting to break through the prison realm's blockade and escape. Even when its most vaunted disaster domain failed, it knew this professional was different. When encountering an anomaly, run away decisively. This was the survival rule that every creature in the mist needed to follow. This very trick had saved its life many times, and it had thought this time would be no exception. However, puff, a flash of red light, and it felt a sharp tearing pain in its spirit, its body instantly losing its balance. Roar! Unable to maintain its form, the snow dragon slammed into the snow with a thud, leaving a long furrow. Enduring the excruciating pain, it looked up in despair, only to see a thick tentacle approaching at full speed. Atop it sat the young prison master. The young man slowly raised his hand, and dozens of terrifying tentacles surrounded him, their strange eyes fixed on him. Do you think it's over? The snow dragon struggled to its feet, its dragon eyes fixed intently. Cluster. Cluster. Jianlin didn't want to waste time on it. He controlled his tentacles to dive at high speed, simultaneously drawing his imaginary bow and drawing it. A distorted, illusory arrow took shape, and space began to fold. The snow dragon's spiritual intuition frantically warned of danger, and it no longer held back, its heart ruthless. It emanated a dazzling white light, and the surrounding snowflakes visibly melted and dissipated. It itself began to transform into white light, as if a melting field was about to form. The tentacles that came into contact with the white light emitted a burning sound, unable to move forward. The white light field grew larger and larger, uncontrollably expanding. Jianlin subconsciously frowned at this, and loosened his grip. Crack! Crack! Space folded, twisting like a mirror with a crisp sound. The imaginary arrow and the white light field collided, and the folded space and the white light merged, making a strange sound, like a wrestling match. What the hell? Seeing that neither the floating touch nor the virtual arrows could harm the white light transformed by the snow dragon, Jianlin had no choice but to take action himself. He floated up and extended his left hand toward the white light. A greedy expert, he carried both the paper figurine and the void. No matter what the white light was, it couldn't harm him in the slightest. The moment it made contact, he felt something trying to dissolve his body, but before it could take effect, his power was stolen. The white light vanished in an instant, as if it had never appeared. The snow dragon reappeared in its previous position, its face gazing around in bewilderment. It had clearly used the snow dragon clan's desperate tactics, so why did it suddenly stop? The albino realm cannot be stopped. Could it be you? It looked at Jianlin in shock. Just as it was about to say something, purple-red tentacles had already wrapped around its body. Flesh and blood were devoured, and its spiritual power rapidly drained. Professional, the Snow Dragon Clan's embers of revenge will burn you to ashes. Realizing there was no chance of counterattack, the Snow Dragon let out a final roar. A single imaginary arrow ripped through space, shattering its entire body along with it. On the circular platform, source crystals and 4 rank 7 materials slowly formed. A new brilliant crystal treasure chest appeared in Jianlin's backpack. He looked at the snow-white mark emerging on his left arm, resembling a dragon's head. Next to it was a dark red goat horn mark, belonging to the red-eyed Dark Sheep clan. 2 embers of revenge. He had no intention of stopping them, nor did he bother to try to erase them. These are truly valuable items. Perhaps to others, offending the 2 Mist clan would be troublesome and fatal, but to him, it was like finding a treasure. All creatures associated with these 2 races would subconsciously be hostile to him and attack him. Those were all psychic objects and materials. There was no way he could let them go. Outside the prison realm, 2 ice giants, one large and one small, were conversing. That rank 7 snow dragon must be defeated, the middle-aged ice giant declared. Incredible. That's a rank 7 snow dragon. Even if we can't defeat it, the albino domain will appear. It's impossible to stop it. The young ice giant was horrified. How did that prison master do that? The 2 of them slowly followed the great prison realm, their steps shaking the ground. The middle-aged ice giant shook his head. Regardless, our plan succeeded. The snow dragons, relying on their numbers, have bullied us ice giants for years. This time, a rank 7 was easily defeated. If they continue like this, the Snow Dragon clan will be devastated. The young ice giant looked at him with admiration. Father, you're so amazing. Of course, I learned this from those survivors. It's called driving the tiger to devour the wolf? But tigers and wolves are both weak, aren't they? It seems those minions think tigers are stronger than wolves. How did father know this prison master was stronger? Because his prison realm is vast, and that snow dragon was too stupid to notice. The round castle. Lin Yu and Huan Nu waited anxiously. This was the first time a creature had come to attack. Previously, the shelters were all in the hidden space, where no creatures could find them. Now that Jianlin had launched a direct prison realm hunt, he was indeed being rather brazen. Creatures outside could see him, but only with the naked eye. Only when the terrifying dragon roar, and the roaring noise faded and Jianlin returned to the round castle, did the 2 women breathe a sigh of relief. Solved? Lin Yu asked. She could sense that Jianlin was in a good mood. Of course, Jianlin stretched his arms, his expression relaxed. Snow dragons are all good dragons. Lin Yu was speechless. Any other survivor would have run as far away as possible from such a powerful species. That snow dragon was a level 7, and the undisputed dominant species in the Snow Mountain region. It must have powerful means. Yet it was easily defeated, demonstrating Jiang Lin's strength. Unlike Lin Yu, Huan Nu acted as if it was natural. In her mind, there was nothing Jiang Lin couldn't do. He was a god. By the way, what do you mean by Tina being strange? Jiang Lin asked, thinking of the previous topic as he lay back on the sofa. Lin Yu and Huan Nu exchanged a glance, seemingly at a loss for words. Huan Nu blushed, while Lin Yu was more forthright. Lin Yu spoke carefully. Actually, it's not a bad thing. It's just, she misses her mother, and her way of expressing it is direct. Jiang Lin knew that Tina's mother had died early in a failed mutation while trying to help Ian advance, so it was normal for her to miss her. He asked, how do you do it directly? Lin Yu and Tina weren't in the same room, so she looked at Huan Nu. Huan Nu's face flushed red as she added softly, when I'm sleeping, she always has these fits. She suddenly hugs me, and then... Her voice trailed off, and she subconsciously pressed her chest. Chapter 295. Jiang Lin was stunned for a moment. Combining this with Huan Nu's expression, a thought occurred to him. She attacked me? Huan Nu didn't say anything else, but blushed and tugged at Lin Yu's skirt. Lin Yu nodded helplessly, a strange expression on her face. Well, it's more than that. She'd always talk about her mother while hugging and sucking. I was attacked too. She gestured a few times, trying to make Jiang Lin understand the scene. Jiang Lin thought to himself that he had to see it in person to understand. But if this was the only side effect of the disordered patient, it really wasn't a big deal. So do you want to lock her up? Out of humanitarian considerations, he decided to ask the victim's opinion first. But to his surprise, the two women shook their heads. The phantom girl spoke softly. Tina's usually very normal. I'm used to it. Lin Yu followed. I feel the same way. It's okay. There's no need. After a long silence, Jiang Lin rubbed his chin and asked, you weren't hypnotized, were you? As he spoke, he even disguised himself as Tina to check, and found that the two women were fine. As soon as they saw Tina, they instinctively hugged their breasts, only releasing them after they realized what was happening. This whole process left Jiang Lin completely baffled. What do you mean by being afraid and unwilling to be isolated? If there's nothing else, you can go down first. He waved his hand. Okay. The two women responded and returned to their work in the courtyard. The phantom girl blushed the entire time, leaving Jiang Lin completely puzzled by their mentality. Nothing else happened today. Only the constant stream of psychic objects on the circular platform proved the devastating impact on the snowy mountain region. Wherever the Hell Realm passed, no one survived except survivors and neutral creatures. Sadly, the only high-level creatures left were the Snow Dragon and his son, leaving him to die. He only harvested one brilliant crystal chest and one crystal pattern chest. If the other survivors knew Jiang Lin wasn't satisfied, they wondered what they would think. He still had a level 6 advanced scroll, originally intended for the axe, but now he decided to see how things went. Small chest swap. After exchanging the gold chest for the crystal pattern chest, his total harvest today was 2 crystal patterns and 1 brilliant crystal. The chests were lined up on the square table in the hall. Jiang Lin had already bathed and burned incense, completing the preliminary preparations. Lin Yu and Huan Nu watched curiously from the sidelines. Tina had also returned from the floating mother. He glanced at the latter, her purple hair and purple dress, looking as tall and graceful as ever. She was acting perfectly normal, not as infant-like as the two women had said. For some reason, he felt a little disappointed, but he remained focused on his work. Transformed into Sophia, her small hands opened 3 chests in succession. A perfectly normal white light effect. Sage's Heart, level 6. This gem, condensed by a certain sage, grants the wearer constant composure and immunity to mental attacks. Effective at level 6 and below. Fixed Finger Wheel, level 6. Select a target and spin the wheel. The finger will choose either the user or the target and remain stationary. Effective at level 6 and below. Advanced Scroll, level 7. This can upgrade level 6 items to level 7. The specific effect depends on the item's characteristics. Thank you, Snow Dragon Clan. Jiang Lin was initially uninterested until he saw the last scroll and exclaimed excitedly. From now on, items from the crystal treasure chest don't need to be transmuted. Save them for the small chest to exchange for level 7, and he can then use transmutation to upgrade to level 8. And, most importantly, he finally had enough of the source crystal. Xiaoxiang, come here. Master. Xiaoxiang swung its slender legs and swiftly arrived in front of Jiang Lin, saluting with one hand. It had always been this loyal, ever since its transformation. Its memory was fine for now, but some of it was sealed. Jiang Lin couldn't care less. He urgently needed Xiaoxiang to replace it and boost his strength. His first level 7 advanced scroll transformed into white light and merged into the Xiaoxiang. Exchange chest. A strange chest capable of breaking limits. It can replace 10 low-level items with one high-level item. It only works with level 7 and below items, and has no combat power. Does being able to replace level 7 items mean breaking limits? Jiang Lin examined the Xiaoxiang carefully, seeing no apparent change. How do you feel? He asked. Master, my power has increased. Xiaoxiang's attitude and tone were extremely respectful. Very good. Jiang Lin said nothing more and began to unearth things. First, he took out 250 crystal blocks and threw them into Xiaoxiang's mouth. Xiaoxiang danced with joy, opened his mouth wide, and spat out 25 source crystals. These were materials only dropped by level 7 creatures, and he had obtained so many in one go that no one would believe him if he told them. To quickly improve his strength, he immediately used the crystal sewing technique to sew the source crystals dropped by the snow dragon into his abdomen and began absorbing high-level spiritual energy. His speed instantly increased significantly. If he continued to use source crystals to improve his attributes, combined with the red silk meat lotus and alienation, his mental state would reach 79 points in less than a month. As for his physical strength, without the blessing of alienation, it would be much slower, estimated to take 2 to 3 months. This was also why Serena instructed him to temporarily enter the Weird Time Desert or the Filthy Abyss. Before his physical fitness reached a bottleneck, even if he obtained the stone tablets and advancement materials, he would never reach level 8 and would be discovered by Norvis. Although he didn't know Norvis personally, nor did he even have any grudge against him, he could foresee the path of his betrayal. It was clear that he and Norvis would likely be enemies in the future, and he already disliked him intensely. With Serena's relationship in the air, it was impossible for him and Norvis to get along peacefully. Since he ran out of level 6 items, he didn't trade the small box for them. Letting the women go back to rest, he went to the circular platform alone and found Little Axe having fun. Since integrating into the prison realm, the entire prison realm had become a paradise for the altered creatures, their playground spanning a 10,000-meter radius. Master, play. Saw Axe's 2 large, adorable, lifeless eyes stared at Jiang Lin. 16 tentacles plunged into the void, Little Axe like a tentacle monster wandering through the void of reality. Jiang Lin shook his head in denial, using the last level 6 advancement scroll in his hand. The advancement went smoothly. It simply grew larger. Even before the transformation, its tentacles already stretched dozens of meters. What on earth will you become? He scratched the back of his head, looking at the tentacle axe, which was far too large for a normal person, and pursed his lips. Transformation activated. 1600 spiritual power overflowed, covering the enormous axe. It was still growing. The tentacles continued to expand, wriggling, and the saw axe on its head was already the size of a bus. Jiang Lin thought of how the axe had originally been, just a small axe. The name is wrong. He sighed, watching the axe's tentacles spread out for hundreds of meters. He was no bigger than a tentacle suction cup. Transform the sky-sweeping axe to obtain the sky-smashing axe. Sky-smashing axe, level 7. This terrifying void creature can soar through the void, launching sky-smashing attacks from the void into reality, causing spatial collapse. Its saw-axe attacks are imbued with the power of the void, making them extremely difficult to dispel. It's indeed powerful. But Jiang Lin couldn't quite control his expression. Outsiders couldn't grasp the strange feeling of personally transforming a small axe, repeatedly, into a terrifying, gigantic void creature. Small axe. Just as he shouted, a massive shadow loomed. Eyes, larger than his own, looked down as if at a chick. Chapter 296. Master. A childish boy's voice rang out from above. Jiang Lin stopped reaching out. He could no longer touch Xiao Axe's axe like before. The saw axe on Xiao Axe's axe was dozens of times the size of him. If he reached out to touch it, it would feel like a small horse pulling a large cart. Go play. He shook his head, finally uttering only 3 words. Xiao Axe's adorable eyes flashed with joy, and his tentacles extended, obscuring the sky above the circular fortress. In addition to the tiger vine floating mother, another giant creature arrived. Currently, Jiang Lin had 3 level 7 fighters, Hong Yin, Yin Ji, and Xiao Axe. Level 8 had the sanctuary, and the hiding alien cutting shears. However, Because the hidden void floating touch was more defensive, its offensive capabilities were only effective against level 7s. So, his strongest weapon now was the prison realm. With the current strength of the prison realm, combined with the ghostly nest, he could deal with ordinary level 8s, but that was all. Killing a level 8 creature was still difficult. After all, he lacked the means to effectively harm them. Level 8 beings weren't fools. They wouldn't foolishly fight him in the prison realm. Besides his own attributes. To increase his strength, he must accumulate a large number of crystal patterns and source crystal chests, using small chest swaps to obtain level 7 advancement scrolls. His altered creatures, such as Xiaoying, Xiaohao, and Yejian, were all level 6. As long as he obtained enough advancement scrolls, he could cultivate a batch of level 8 creatures in the prison realm. By then, the prison realm would be even stronger, which would also mean a boost in his own strength. The prison lord of prison ghosts. His combat power was essentially tied to the prison realm. Speaking of level 8, Jianlin suddenly wanted to see what the shears had become. So he activated the transformation technique. His form shifted, and the first thing that caught his eye was a pair of pitch-black scissors. Observing with spiritual awareness. A strange woman, shrouded in black veil, her hands wielding scissors. Beneath the veil was a face so ordinary, it was almost unrememberable. Fortune Cutter, level 8, can cut and modify a target's short-term destiny. The greater the modification, the greater the cost of connecting that destiny. Note, this can consume spiritual energy, spiritual body, and spiritual essence. Snap! Snap! Jianlin wielded the scissors, sensing the Fortune Cutter's power. So, the Fortune Cutter altered the destiny he had opened and gave him a new brilliant crystal treasure chest. Then, to avoid further trouble, she fled. What had she sacrificed? To connect to a destiny that would yield a brilliant crystal treasure chest, spiritual energy alone was definitely not enough. Not only that, if it were alone, there would undoubtedly be level 8 beings coveting its spiritual crystals. Its current situation was definitely not good. Floating touch, change direction. Yes, master. With floating touch's movement, the prison realm, with Jianlin as its center, sped off in another direction. The snow mountain region was vast, and the misty world was even larger. Jianlin sensed the connection with the tailoring woman's imprint, but found it vague, clearly indicating a considerable distance. He wasn't terribly worried about her. With tailoring woman's abilities, she wouldn't be killed, but the damage would likely be considerable. After dealing with the direction, Jianlin collected the clean sewage and the red silk meat lotus. He lay on the sofa in the round castle's lobby and opened Blue Star Chat. It had been ages since I'd visited this section. Even with less than 400 million left, it was still bustling. Nalvis killed my sister. I have a friend. A beast is unfit to be a god. Be careful. The informant channels are secretive. Everything you say will be discovered. What's there to be afraid of? I have no family left. Alas, we in the Jojo Imperial Alliance have lost many lives, even the leader's personal guards. Although this path is less frequented, nearly 1 million people died because of that beast's ascension. Since yesterday, the topic of conversation on Blue Star has been last night's ascension. A few people were concerned about the loss of family and friends, but most were worried about themselves. They feared someone in their own path would one day ascend to godhood and become cannon fodder. Some familiar with the situation explained that this was due to the unique nature of the informant path, and the panic subsided. The ensuing discussion was filled with contempt and abuse for Norvis's actions. They even declared that if they were in Norvis's shoes, they wouldn't make the same choice. Jianlin disagreed. Perhaps some people have more integrity and wouldn't wield their sword against unrelated, weak individuals. But faced with the lure of enormous benefits, such as ascension, how many could maintain such integrity? He didn't know, and could only examine himself. If he were Norvis, he'd come to the answer that came from his heart. He smiled. It turned out he wasn't a good person, but he wasn't a bad person either. If I had to describe him, he'd be a normal fool. He thought of the previous speech mentioning the Jojo Imperial Alliance. He opened a private chat and found Zhou Lini. Jianlin, did you suffer a lot of damage there? Missed, a certain 7th-tier mountain city. Zhou Lini sat silently at his table, his eyes bloodshot, his figure dejected. He unconsciously raised his hand, fingers together, as if to smoke, but only touched his fingertips. There was no smoke in the misty world. He chuckled to himself and glanced to his side, hoping to see the young man, who always couldn't help but laugh at his embarrassment. There was nothing there. Shiho. He turned his head, raised his hand again, then reluctantly lowered it. At that moment, a private chat notification sounded. He thought for a moment, then replied, "No problem." He closed the chat. Zhou Lini looked towards a certain spot and asked, "Priest, do I have any hope of revenge against him?" His bloodshot eyes held no trace of anger, only seriousness. A figure clad in a mysterious black priest's robe appeared with a hurricane. The robe lifted, revealing pale blue skin. Anger brings no power. His deep voice was like a bucket of cold water poured down on Zhou Lini's heart. Zhou Lini clenched his fists, unwilling to accept the situation. Are the weak destined to be dominated forever? The priest said nothing, but both knew this was the truth. This was the way the world was. Perhaps the Lord can. The priest suddenly broke the silence. But the Lord won't care about such trivial matters. Trifles. Zhou Lini chewed on the words. Perhaps. There are at least 9 gods of the same rank as Norvis, or even stronger. However, aside from one who took action because his power was stolen, the others remained motionless. Perhaps some were unable to act for some reason, but that couldn't be the case for all. In the eyes of those so-called gods, what is a trivial matter? The priest seemed to have a thought and spoke again. We can't do it, but there's someone who's different from us. Perhaps he take care of it. Who? Zhou Lini asked impatiently. But the priest simply shook his head, not saying anything, and slowly vanished into the wind. Zhou Lini didn't press his questions, knowing the priest must have his reasons for remaining silent. Human. He recalled the priest's words, and noted this crucial piece of information. The misty world contains all sorts of creatures, but there aren't many species that can be called human. Because Jiang Lin had just sent him a message, he subconsciously suspected him. But then, he shook his head in self-mockery. Not really. No matter how strong Jiang Lin is, he's only at level 6, the same level as a priest. If the priest couldn't do anything about it, how could he? And there's no reason to offend a god. Perhaps it was some of the humanoid survivors from before? Chapter 297. Jiang Lin was somewhat confused by Zhou Lini's response. No harm meant the loss wasn't significant, or that the deaths were insignificant. Didn't the Blue Star chat say that Zhou Lini's guard had died? Could the rumor be false? He didn't dwell on it. It was someone else's business anyway, and he was simply asking about the situation out of concern for his friend. He opened the survivor forum. He edited a post and sent it. Selling genuine purified sewage, system certified, can reduce fog pollution. 2,000 crystals per liter, limited to 1,000 servings per day. Red silk meat lotus. After consumption, no water is needed for 6 months. Long-term consumption improves physical fitness and mental state, enhancing mental resistance. It provides highly effective healing in a short period of time, doubling physical and spiritual power recovery. Red silk meat lotus is limited to 100 servings per day, priced at 20,000 crystals. Purchase with real name and verification of eligibility. Final decision-making authority rests with me. Purchase directly at Gate 1, Shop 9, or contact Lung Bai of the Ice Crystal Clan for a purchasing agent. Original poster, Jiang Lin. The reason for setting up a purchasing agent is to serve survivors from lower-level clans who want to purchase sewage purifiers and to prevent scalpers. As for the red silk meat lotus, there's no need to worry. Aside from the survivors from Gate 1, other clans won't have that kind of spending power. 20,000 crystals are like half a crystal core to other survivors. Given the current survivors' overall strength, something like the red silk meat lotus, which doesn't offer a significant boost, is too expensive. Only the top 1,000 survivors, who have both strength and crystals, are the main consumer group. 1 million back-end likes took effect, pushing this post to the front page. Soon, a flood of replies followed. It's the long-lost boss Jiang Lin. Boss, you've got new stuff, and it's sewage purifiers. Finally, you don't have to worry about going out. What's this red silk meat lotus that's so expensive? Brother, if you think it's expensive, you're not up to par. Look at the sewage purifier. Isn't Lung Bai the queen of the Ice Crystal tribe? She's already surrendered to Xiaoyan? I heard the Ice Crystal tribe is all handsome men and beautiful women, so wouldn't the queen be even more beautiful? Boss Jiang Lin, you're a winner in life. They were originally discussing the product, but someone brought up Lung Bai, and the conversation suddenly shifted. As expected, no matter where they are, intelligent creatures are obsessed with looks. Jiang Lin stopped reading and sent a message to all the secret society members outside, telling them to buy red silk meat lotus every day. He entered the survivors gathering and put the sewage purifier and red silk meat lotus on the shelves. Soon, a large number of survivors arrived and began registering their real name information. Robot Tribe Cyberlon, buy a red silk meat lotus, quick. Why are you taking up 2 spots? Move aside. Divine Wing Tribe, Wing King by 1. Star Abyss Tribe, Astronomy. Blue Star Human Isabella. Dragonborn the Jellos, by 1. By Meow, tell Jianlin, I think he's too shady. Buy it or not. Ice Crystal Tribe, Han Xiao Xiao. They were all regular customers, who had purchased meat fruit and red silk spring before, and they knew their value. Now that they had been upgraded to red silk meat lotus, they were naturally even more eager. Early hunting and trading to earn crystals, and then spending them at Shop 9, had become a daily routine for most top survivors. It's worth noting that the three-head tribe has been removed from the top 10. Cooley, previously ranked 8th, was assigned to the same area as Han Xiao Xiao, who found his lair and killed him. The cause was a random kill order Jiang Lin had previously issued to all members of the secret society. He'd forgotten about it, but it had unexpectedly proven effective. Only when Han Xiao Xiao mentioned it to him, just now, did he realize why he'd been seeing fewer members of the three-headed tribe. It turned out their leader had been killed, so they'd all gone into hiding. Han Xiao Xiao had treated his words as divine oracle, and so he executed them with ruthless abandon. Jiang Lin simply laughed it off. The three-headed tribe didn't even bother him. The kill order remained in effect. As long as the Guiwu secret society was present, any three-headed tribe encountered would be killed. Seeing the sale proceeding smoothly, Jiang Lin withdrew from the meeting. Before leaving, he had by Meow Reserve purchased quotas for the secret society members as a member benefit. The faster they advanced, the greater Jiang Lin's ability to transform into a ghost, and the more influential the Guiwu secret society would become. Even in his absence, the secret society could thrive. Once all members reached a high level, they would be able to traverse the mist and recruit a large number of secret society members on his behalf. He still remembered the anchor Serena had mentioned. While it wasn't currently useful, it wasn't a bad idea to prepare early. It wasn't a huge investment anyway. With all this work, the daily revenue from sewage treatment and the red silk flesh lotus alone was 4 million crystals. Exchanging it for the small box would yield 4 source crystals. It might not seem like much, but it was actually terrifying. Level 7 creatures, no matter where they were in the misty world, were dominant, and their numbers were already scarce. He could earn 4 source crystals in a single day, an efficiency unimaginable to others. If the small box could successfully advance to level 8, 10 source crystals could even be exchanged for 1 spirit crystal. What a concept! It would be like every level 8 creature in the misty world would go crazy. Don't show off your wealth. If the news leaks, you'd be the enemy of the world. But Serena said that the reason he could transform a level 7 item and upgrade it to level 8 was because his transmutation technique was unique. She even said it was a power that shouldn't exist in the world, which then made it uncertain whether the small box could continue to exchange for spirit crystals. So should I hope or not? Jiang Lin tapped his finger on the sofa, unsure of his inner thoughts. Everyone naturally wants to be special, unique, and he was no exception. If the small box's replacement could also break the boundaries of power Serena had described, it would prove that transmutation's uniqueness wasn't unique. But he also wanted to use the small box to exchange for spirit crystals, thus finding himself in a strange dilemma. Let's take it one step at a time. It was still too early to obtain the level 8 advancement scroll, so there was no point dwelling on it now. Whether it was truly unique wasn't something he could decide, so there was no need to dwell on it. Storage room. Little Greed remained the same, its mouth etched with greed, its flesh alone forming a curve. Got source crystals? You haven't upgraded that box again, have you? It had indeed become much smarter, knowing that Jiang Lin had come back to it to enhance its weapon. Jiang Lin pulled out 3 source crystals and shook them. Where else would we get so many? You're going to build them for me. TSK. Little Greed couldn't object. Be careful. It didn't say it explicitly, but Jiang Lin knew he was referring to the small box. So you're really useless. You need memory, but without it, your abilities are just average. Ignoring Little Greed, he shook his head and began to prepare the materials. 3 level 7 materials, 30 crystal patterned iron, snake finger blade, void thorn vine pattern, wild hunt whip hammer. Hey! Little Greed's mouth twitched at the sight of so many high-level materials. It even forgot to refute Jiang Lin's assessment of it. Seeing its expression, Jiang Lin was certain it had the same resourcefulness as Big Head. That meant he wasn't short of crystals right now, otherwise he'd have given it a beating. By the way, can you get this? Jiang Lin suddenly remembered something he hadn't used in a while, and reached for it. He pulled out a monocle. Chapter 298. Lens of Despair. Level 6. This monocle imbued with an unknown despair. Creatures confronted by it will experience extreme despair, leading to thoughts of liberation. The higher the life level, the stronger the resistance. It is effective for level 6 and below. Give it to me, let me try it. Seeing the monocle, Little Greedy's tone was uncertain. Jianlin simply tossed the lens of despair into its mouth. Little Greedy sensed it for a moment, twitching his lower lip. Technically, it's not a weapon or equipment, but I can upgrade it. Throw those 3 things in there too, let me try them. For some reason, Little Greedy's uncharacteristic behavior gave Jianlin a bad feeling. After dropping the 3 weapons he had previously taken out into its mouth, Little Greedy's next words confirmed his suspicions. They're already of very high quality. I can only upgrade some of their abilities and raise their rank. Jianlin quickly grasped the key point. So you can't completely change your essence? This meant that Little Greedy's upgraded equipment could no longer be transformed. Little Greedy's voice was serious, the greed on his face vanishing. Yes, I can sense that I'm incomplete, so my abilities are limited. If you still wish to use that ability, the system's advanced scrolls will satisfy your needs. They alone can do so. Jianlin was somewhat surprised, yet it seemed reasonable. Even someone as powerful as Xuxian could never replace his altered objects. Xiao Ten was already quite impressive for being able to upgrade his altered objects and change their essence at a low level. Now that altered objects have reached higher levels, it's only natural that Xiao Ten can no longer continue. If he wanted to use the same method to reach 2 levels in a row, he would have to rely on the system's advanced scrolls. Speaking of which, the system, whether it's an advanced scroll or a shelter, can perfectly upgrade, changing its essence while perfectly preserving its characteristics. He hadn't noticed this before, but now he saw that the system's power was no less than his own transmutation. If the system's advanced scrolls could also create 8th or even 9th level creatures. Survivors. Jianlin frowned, feeling as if he had grasped some crucial information. Why were there so few high-level survivors? It was the forces of the Mistless Land who frequently roamed the fog. Out of the system, they were even more reckless than the survivors. According to Serena, his transmutation could create 8th level creatures, which was truly incredible. The system's power was also incredible, right? Such a massive organization shouldn't be the greatest force in the fog. Why had it almost vanished, either absorbed or destroyed? As his own level rose, he gradually came into contact with more profound secrets. He wasn't one to explore the truth, but as the 7 chapters of the secret scripture said, knowledge pursues the person. Forget it. He felt it was too early to think about this. Whether the system could even upgrade to level 8 was still unknown. After all, he had never attained a level 8 advancement scroll, and with his current strength, it would be difficult to kill a level 8 monster. The most important decision now was whether to use Little Greed to upgrade his weapon. Little Greed was currently level 7, and after upgrading, he couldn't transform. This meant he would either need to continue upgrading his small chest, or find a level 8 advancement scroll to upgrade his weapon. It was clear that the brilliant crystal chest could yield a level 7 advancement scroll. However, the production was limited, and he had many other uses, so he couldn't supply weapons for the time being. After careful consideration he sighed. You're so useless, you know how difficult it is for your master, me? Blame me. Little Greedy curled his lips, and Jianlin began to sort his items. He had quite a bit of equipment, and using Little Greedy to upgrade it would save him a lot of advancement scrolls. He'd just keep it at level 7, it would be enough for now. Level 8 combat power could be transformed with new level 7 items, without affecting it. Jianlin found a small box to exchange for level 7 materials and crystal-patterned iron. In total, he spent 7 source crystals, 7 level 7 materials, and 70 crystal-patterned iron, a considerable expense, to upgrade 7 pieces of equipment. For combat items, Snake Finger Blade, Void Thorn Vine Pattern, Despair Lens, and Wild Hunt Whip Hammer. 3 functional items, Mist Control Eyes, Hermit Ring, and Treachery Noose. Upgrading all to level 7 was enough for his current needs. He had actually wanted to upgrade the treasure-seeking dragonfly and the pseudo-mirror, but those two were actually creatures. In contrast, the Serpent Finger Blade, a weapon that summons a giant serpent of disaster, was classified as an item. Serpent Finger Blade, level 7. Consume stamina to summon a giant serpent of disaster to entangle and imprison the enemy. The disaster will continuously devour the enemy's flesh and spirit, weakening them while increasing damage, delivering top-tier lethality at its level. Perhaps the disaster isn't life itself, but rather a form of stamina. His combat capabilities have been greatly enhanced. Especially the Lens of Despair and the Wild Hunt Whip, which allow him to crush virtually anything of the same level. For a Little Greedy to upgrade so many level 7 equipment wasn't a loss. Well, even though this isn't complete, It's still better than that box, right? The little greedy smacked his lips, still unsatisfied. Jianglin could tell from its expression that it had secretly taken some advantage, but it wasn't a big deal. As long as the upgrade was effective, it was fine. You can upgrade my altered creature, which is indeed better than it. Jianglin changed the subject, but it can spit out source crystals, can you? Little Greed choked on this. All you know is eat. Jianglin weighed the Wild Hunt Whip hammer in his hand. Bang! Howls echoed from the storage room. You're so ungrateful. Don't even think I upgrade you again. Wrong. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 70th day of his survival, Jianglin sat in a rocking chair in the gazebo, munching on red silk meat lotus. His spiritual sense reached out, and he discovered that the old snow dragon was still lingering far behind the prison realm. This old guy won't give up. He just killed 2 level 7 snow dragons. What's the big deal? He propped his chin up, his spirit uninterested. The day before yesterday, for some unknown reason, the Snow Dragon clan had another level 7 snow dragon intruded into his prison realm. The result is needless to say. Under the suppression of the lens of despair, the Wild Hunt Whip hammer dispatched him. The shattered source crystal took a long time to solidify. It's only natural that after beating the younger, the older will come. The Snow Dragon tribe's pillar, the 8th level old snow dragon, came looking for trouble. This old dragon was quite a master, refusing to enter the prison realm, attacking from a distance. But with Jianglin's current prison realm strength, its attacks were merely tickling. And upon seeing Jianglin maneuvering the prison realm towards it, the old snow dragon would retreat. This led to the current situation, with neither side able to do anything but verbal attacks. Try again. With a thought, Jianglin's prison realm suddenly vanished, withdrawing into his spiritual essence. He transformed into Sophia, used the skill Grey Guide Gate, and stepped inside. Behind him, Snow Dragon Tribe leader Zexus saw the prison realm suddenly vanish, and a strange grey door suddenly appeared before him. Swish! The dragon's eyes narrowed, and its wings flapped violently, sending snowflakes shattering in the air. Leaving only a shadow in the air, it had teleported tens of thousands of meters away. Jianglin stepped out of the Grey Gate, the prison realm poised for action, but as expected, Xerxes escaped once again. He floated in midair, his arms folded across his chest. Xerxes, you're not going to fight me, so why bother? Chapter 299. Zexus's eyes nearly condensed with cold air, as he stared intently at the arrogant prison master before him. The enemy had killed 2 level 7 snow dragons, severely damaging their vitality and threatening their position in the Snow Mountain region. The ice giants, whom they had suppressed for years, were even more restless. How could they not be furious at this unprovoked disaster? And all of this was caused by the prison master before them. Do you know the consequences of killing a divinely favored race? Zexus let out a deep dragon roar. Jianglin was tired of hearing such talk. You know, being chased by dogs that dared not approach. Dog? Zexus was stunned for a moment before realizing that this was a weak creature. This damn prison master seemed to be humiliating it. Ants only have powerful mouths. Despite losing the battle, it followed suit and taunted. Jianglin wasn't angry. He was basically immune to such talk. Besides, with Zexus's level, insults were powerless. You've been following me, hoping I'd find you a prime location for good feng shui? A prime location? What do you mean? Zexus was confused. Jianglin felt uncomfortable, and his interest in verbal attacks had completely vanished. It's a cemetery. Zexus understood, and immediately became furious. What a joke. You, a level 7 ant, want to kill me? You're just relying on your prison realm, and somehow managed to merge some level 8 creatures. Your own strength is nothing compared to mine. Jianglin, of course, ignored this cheap provocation. Fighting Zexus without relying on the prison realm? He wasn't stupid. He slowly floated towards Zexus, but every time he moved forward, the old dragon retreated twice that distance. If you don't make a move, I'll almost be out of the snowy mountain area. Seeing this, he paused, knowing that Zexus wouldn't give him the chance to use the prison realm. The reason he'd said so much to Zexus was to test his intentions. A creature that had lived this long couldn't be a fool. It must have some ulterior motive for following him. As expected, after sensing his probing, Zexus' dragon shut its mouth and stared at him intently. If you don't say anything, then I leave? Jianglin had many ways to move, and few could catch him if he tried. Seeing Zexus remain silent, he concluded that he was indeed secretly preparing some kind of plan, though he hadn't noticed. You think? Zexus' dragon's eyes were playful, unconcerned. It didn't believe the prison master could escape its pursuit. But before it could finish its words, Jianlin, transformed into the ghost Sophia, took a step forward and entered the great portal. 50,000 meters away, a blonde girl stepped through a doorway, transforming into a tiger vine floating mother. Zexus flapped its dragon wings, teleporting to catch up. Just as it was about to taunt her, the tiger vine floating mother teleported again. This teleportation extended directly to 100 kilometers. To be on the safe side, Jianlin transformed into a small axe and traveled through the void for dozens of kilometers. How is that possible? Zexus's face froze, realizing it could no longer sense the prison master. It was a level 8, yet it had let a level 7 escape right under its nose. Is this something a prison master could do? In its hundreds of years of dragon life, it had killed at least 10 prison masters. No matter how special this prison master was, it treated him like prey. Damn it, that was so close. It was enraged, and the power of Advent in its dragon eyes dissipated as it lost its target. Just a little more, and the god would descend. Roar! Zexus suddenly howled, and fine black bumps began to grow on its snow-white body. These bumps oozed a disgusting black mucus. The screams echoed through the sky, and the falling snow froze. After a long time, half of Zexus's body had transformed into an unidentified deformity, a horrible sight. It endured the excruciating pain, and used its dragon claws to cut off the deformed parts. If Jianlin were here, he would find that it had fallen to the lowest level of the 8th rank, no longer at the peak. This is the price of teasing a god. Elsewhere, Jianlin strolled slowly through the snow. The prison realm only enveloped him, almost illusory. As long as he wished, the prison realm could expand or contract freely. After all, it was his skill. I should have gotten rid of it. He rubbed his chin. It had been so long since he'd walked on his own 2 feet in the foggy world, and he still felt a little nostalgic. In fact, he had always had a way to get rid of Zexus. But before, he thought there might be a chance to keep it and achieve his first kill at the 8th level, so he let it follow him. But then, something about Zexus's behavior struck him as odd. It was too persistent, and its pursuit was pointless. To be on the safe side, he made a decisive escape after testing it. Whatever tricks Zexus had, now that he was gone, they wouldn't work on him. The prison realm could conceal its origins. With the strength of 2 8th level creatures now integrated into it, it was easy to block the perception of 8th level beings. As for the other 8th level creature, it was obtained 2 days ago by transmuting a 7th level elemental cage scroll. Elemental Prisoner Sphere, level 8. This psychic creature, constructed from 5 elements, can consume psychic energy to release elemental cages, imprisoning creatures and dealing massive, continuous damage. It also prohibits teleportation and the use of doubles. It appears to be a 5-colored sphere of light, with a suction cup-like ring inside that allows for flexible expansion and contraction. It pairs well with the prison realm, so Jianlin immediately integrated it into it. Also, the level 7 snow dragon he killed the day before yesterday yielded a level 7 Forget Potion from the brilliant crystal treasure chest. Forget Potion, level 7. Consuming it erases a memory, rendering the user unaffected by that memory. Effective at level 7 and below. With the paper mannequin example, Jianlin had expected a similar item. Instead, the alienation technique played a trick on him, and he once again experienced the uncertainty of alienation. He couldn't remember what alienation had produced. Or rather, he couldn't recall it, but he could sense the spiritual imprint. It was a strange feeling. He knew it existed, but couldn't recall it. It was embarrassing. After repeated fruitless attempts, he gave up. For the past few days, he'd been using the alienation technique daily, and was also putting in some effort with the crystal sewing technique and red silk meat lotus. Opening his profile. Name, Jianlin. Talent, alienation technique, unique, fusion, occupation, prison master. Constitution, 71. Mind, 72, weak stamina, 5260/6400. Spiritual power, 1600/3200, half due to weakness, 800/hour, overall rating, level 7. Constitution's improvement was as expected, only 1 point every few days, then decreasing in intensity. Mind's improvement was much faster thanks to the alienation technique. It should reach 79 within a month. Just as Jianlin was lost in thought, a black dot suddenly appeared in the distance. He was surprised, and subconsciously looked over. There were only 2 reasons why his spiritual sense hadn't detected the other party's presence. Either they were of a higher level, or they had a special ability. The figure slowly approached, melting the ice and snow wherever it passed, revealing the hard ground beneath the thick snow. It was like a circle, writing a single word across the vast expanse of snow. Chapter 300. She was clearly there, yet Jianlin felt a strange, ethereal presence. Strangest of all, she walked on the ground, yet no sound was heard. In that circle of melting ice and snow, everything was silent. Judging by the radius, it was a circle with a radius of 30 meters. The snow-melting woman. Jianlin observed this strange scene, understanding what he had encountered. The woman paced slowly, as if measuring the land with her feet. Her skin was whiter than snow, her long, slightly curled black hair falling to the ground. Her dark eyes were indifferent, and she wore a tight white robe marked with snowflakes. As she walked, she seemed indifferent to what she encountered, yet everything around her melted because of her. Jianlin watched quietly, not rushing forward. He keenly noticed that the fog seemed to be melting under the snow-melting woman's domain. That's right, melting, not dispersing. In the outer circle of the snow-melting woman's domain, the fog, like snowflakes, was being broken down by some force. Even Jianlin's 7th-level mist control eyes could only control the fog within a certain range. He had never imagined that a creature could actually kill the fog. He opened the system to investigate. Snow-melting woman. ####. Unlike the previous system's deliberate omissions, this time it seemed to be garbled. Just as he was pondering the reason, snow-melting woman seemed to glance in his direction. He glanced over subconsciously, only to find that her expression remained as indifferent as before. But Jianlin knew it wasn't an illusion. Snow-melting woman had clearly sensed something. Whether it was the system or the system that perceived Jianlin's thoughts, it proved that, at least in terms of perception, she was significantly superior to Jianlin. Snow-melting woman had originally been walking toward the left front, slowly changing direction. She inched closer to Jianlin. What are you trying to do? Melt me. He didn't retreat for now, but wanted to test the strength of the other party's melting field. Jianlin wasn't the first survivor to encounter this race. Previously, a survivor whose body was dominated by a small head approached the snow melter, only to be completely wiped out. That person's companion posted this incident on a forum, and the snow melter race gradually became known. With the snow melter as the center, snowflakes, mist, and snow all melted away. However, this strange melting power couldn't even melt the solid ground. Jianlin pondered this. Prison realm. With a thought, a gray, twisted prison realm slowly unfolded, approaching the snow melter's invisible realm. The moment the two made contact, Jianlin's expression froze. Silently, without a trace. The portion of the prison realm that touched the melting field vanished. Without any sign, he didn't even feel a single sensation, as if he hadn't released that portion of the prison realm. The snow-melting woman continued to approach him. Seeing this, Jianlin had no choice but to withdraw his prison realm and retreat several dozen meters with a solemn expression. Although his prison realm was at the 7th level, it was truly 8th level in strength. Facing the snow-melting woman, it was no different from melting snowflakes. Now he had two choices. One was to retreat, and nothing would happen. The other was to continue exploring the snow-melting woman's strangeness, perhaps gaining some insight. Jianlin made a quick decision. Paper figurine, get ready. Yes, master. The Jiwang paper figurine responded from his pocket. As the snow-melting woman approached, Jianlin did not retreat, but walked towards her. Seeing this, the snow-melting woman's expression remained impassive, as if everything before her was inanimate, or rather, nothingness. 50 meters, 40 meters, until 30 meters. The snow ahead melted, and Jianlin extended his left hand toward the invisible barrier. At that moment, the bloody paper figurine in his pocket withered, and snowflakes drifted into the invisible realm. The snow-melting woman's cold gaze stirred a wave of emotion, but Jianlin's left hand remained unharmed. It's actually a skill. Jianlin was filled with amazement. He had already prepared to retreat, but he hadn't expected the paper figurine's power to take effect after just one attempt. The snow-melting woman froze. She could no longer maintain her indifferent expression. Bewildered for a moment, her mouth slightly opened. She wanted to say something, but the words slipped out of her mouth after so long. While she was stunned, Jianlin had already reached her, his left index finger gently tapping her brow. He intended to use his greedy hand to steal this skill, the melting field. But once again, things went against his expectations. The moment he came into contact with the snow-melting woman, the only thing he could steal was immortality. Perhaps this was rare for ordinary people, but for professionals, it was a mere trifle. At his level, he was immune to birth, aging, sickness, and death. Only external factors could kill him. Now the question arose. If the melting field wasn't the snow-melting woman's skill, then what was it? Could it be? Jianlin instinctively looked up at the sky. Seeing nothing unusual, he was about to run away. The snow-melting woman suddenly reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Huh? He turned to look and saw her anxiously trying to say something, but only incoherent gasps escaped. Her grip was tight, and he could guess what she meant. At this moment, Jianglin's spiritual intuition suddenly gave him a frantic warning. Some great terror was about to strike. Damn! He just wanted to steal a useful skill, but it turned out to be a major one. Ignoring everything else, he grabbed the snow-melting girl with his backhand, and the prison realm expanded by hundreds of meters. Floating Mother, hurry! His transfiguration had cooled down, so he could only use the tiger vine Floating Mother's own teleportation ability. Whoosh! The pink, transparent Floating Mother instantly enveloped Jianlin and the others, teleporting them. 100 kilometers away, the prison realm appeared out of thin air. Jianlin didn't let up. Sophia, the transfiguration, continuously used the Grey Guide Gate until her stamina was mostly depleted, then stopped and sent the Floating Mother on at top speed. Whatever was about to descend, this distance should guarantee safety. On the other side, where Jianlin and the snow-melting girl had been, red dust drifted from the sky, instantly covering an area of nearly 100 kilometers. In the red dust, everything decomposed and withered, whether living things or the mist, all melted away. Above the sky, a red-haired paw emerged, as if trampling the world. A terrifying gaze cast its gaze from an unknown source, and the red dust surged even more violently. The entire area was reduced to nothing but red. Heaven and earth were all red dust. Feeling no trace of life, the gaze slowly withdrew, and the red-haired paw vanished from the sky. However, the red dust within a nearly 100-kilometer radius remained, forming a forbidden zone of death. Afterwards, even a level 8 creature approaching would be instantly melted. Inside the tiger vine Floating Mother, Jianlin was unaware that, because he had used the forgetful sacrifice paper man, the snowy mountain region had become a forbidden zone of red. He was now attempting to communicate with the snow-melting girl. To be precise, the snow-melting girl wanted to say something to him, but having not spoken in so long, she could only hum in awe. Her snow-white hands tugged at Jianlin's sleeve, pulling it away. Spiritual awareness could solve communication problems. Jianlin could understand what she was trying to say. Help us, please! That was the general meaning. Jianlin shook his head. He wanted nothing to do with this matter. The situation was clear. Judging by the snow-melting woman's unrivaled strength, their clan had likely been blessed by some being. They were immortal and carried the melting field with them, their purpose unclear. Chapter 301. Since the beginning of recorded history, there were 3 eras before the Age of Mist. The Age of Chaos, the Age of Annihilation, and the Age of Ascension. The creatures of the current Mist world have little knowledge of the first 2 eras. The story of the Melting Snow Clan begins with the Age of Annihilation. Back then, the Mist world was still foggy, and the so-called ascension to the gods hadn't even begun. The entire world was filled with despair, with hundreds of millions of lives being destroyed or corrupted by unknown beings from beyond the realm. The Melting Snow Clan was then known as the Snow Clan. They were born from the cold crystals deep within the snowy mountains. The cold crystals protected them as they grew up, and soon a transcendent emerged within the clan. A transcendent is someone who far surpasses the rest of the clan in everything they do. Her name was Melting Snow. With her extraordinary talent, Melting Snow quickly became the clan leader, and she grew stronger and stronger. Later, she even managed to defeat an outsider. It was from this moment on that living beings began to realize that those beyond the realm could be defeated. Powerful beings like Rongxue were granted the title of God. Afterward, living beings were no longer content to be dominated by those beyond the realm, and some great beings emerged. One after another, those beyond the realm were defeated, and dozens of gods were born during the Age of Annihilation. Just when all beings thought the world would improve, that living beings could finally control their own destiny, the wave of annihilation began. As a terrifying eyeball covered the sky, dozens of confident gods instantly shattered. This was only the beginning of the collapse of living beings' faith. Unspeakable beings descended upon the world, and the so-called gods proved vulnerable. Some even transformed into twisted creatures, turning against the living beings behind them. The tide turned. Monks who became the first and last god. Unwilling to give up, she resolutely attacked a certain lurking, chaotic being. Then, instead of being angry, the being watched with amusement, seemingly finding the scene profoundly amusing. Then, something unknown happened. Mangsu vanished. In her place was a figure covered in red hair named the Red Treader. Where he passed, The red dust enveloped everything, and everything melted away. For unknown reasons, the women of the Snow clan also began to melt everything around them, except for the snow clothes gifted by Ling Jing. In addition to Ling Jing and the snow clothes, they also melted each other. For safety, they could no longer gather together, and went out to seek a solution. However, after thousands of years, their tribe had changed its name to the Melting Snow Women, and wandering had become an instinct. They did not age or die, they simply walked. Somewhere in the dark, it seemed, some force compelled them to do so. The one Jianlin met was born just over 1,000 years after the cold crystal. She was considered young among the Melting Snow Women, and her name was Su Shui. After listening to Su Shui's story, Jianlin felt he had broadened his horizons. So, before the Age of Mist and the Age of Ascension, this world had such a magnificent epic. The Age of Annihilation lived up to its name, and it's estimated that only a handful of creatures survived. The current mists are filled with creatures born after the Age of Ascension. Or perhaps, they are survivors pulled here from various planes by the system. Can you use that ability to help us? Su Shui spoke in a clumsy, meaningless language, her dark eyes filled with hope. Her long, slightly curly hair cascaded across the pink sphere of the floating mother of pearl, complementing her perfect appearance, making it almost impossible to refuse. However, Jianlin was decisive. I don't usually do things without benefit. Saving you just now was just a side job. Controlling the body with a small head was unacceptable, and after hearing Su Shui's story, the Red Walker was likely extremely advanced. He had already accidentally saved Su Shui with a paper figurine, and if it happened again, he felt it would be disastrous. Su Shui was disappointed, a trace of sadness on her flawless face. The two of them remained silent for a long time. Jianlin, noticing her furtive gaze, reluctantly explained, "This matter is not simple. My ability will only anger the Red Walker, and the consequences will outweigh the benefits. You don't want your clan to be destroyed, do you? Staying alive is better than any other outcome. Besides, your peculiarities only harm others. We've come this far." Perhaps Jianlin's comfort had worked. Su Shui, unsure of what she was thinking, felt much better. "You're right. At least my problem has been solved, which means the dissolving power isn't invincible." After saying everything they needed to say, the two, unfamiliar with each other, fell silent again. An unknown amount of time passed. Su Shui suddenly said, "I sense a flaw in your body." Jianlin, You can eat, but don't talk nonsense. Are you referring to my spirit? You don't seem to have any level, so how did you detect that? Jianlin was a little surprised. Our clan is naturally able to perceive the flaws in things, or rather, we're more sensitive to perfection. It was quite mysterious. Su Shui seemed to be struggling. After carefully examining Jianlin, her crystalline lips parted and closed. "Do you want to solve this problem? Do you have a solution?" Jianlin certainly thought. He was also searching for a way to repair his spirit. Su Shui seemed to have made up her mind. "Eat me." Jianlin's thoughts drifted uncontrollably. "Our clan, born from the cold crystal, are inherently perfect. If you eat me, you too will become perfect, and it should help you make up for some of your flaws." "Thank you, I don't eat humans." Jianlin refused, and wanted to remind her not to mention flaws. He was just missing half of his spirit. Su Shui smiled slightly at his decisive refusal. "I wasn't wrong about you. Actually, I only said half. Eating me can indeed make up for it, but your level is too high, so the effect will be minimal. The solution I really want to talk about is the birthplace of our clan. The cold crystal. With the help of the cold crystal, repairing your spirit will be easy. She's beautiful, and she's a quick liar." Su Shui was actually testing him. But when it came to this, Jianlin was no longer sleepy. As expected, good things come to good people. Although he didn't do it intentionally, the result was indeed good, wasn't it? "You mean, you want to take me to the place where your clan was born? Aren't you afraid I might sabotage it?" Jianlin felt that Su Shui's behavior didn't fit with her character, who had lived for 1,000 years. Su Shui shook her head slightly. "Of course I'm not afraid. The cold crystal is not something you can destroy. You know once you see it." So confident. "How about I transform and show you?" Jianlin became intrigued by this so-called cold crystal that gave birth to an entire race. "How do we get there?" he asked decisively. The sooner the spirit issue was resolved, the better he could return to his peak. Su Shui closed her eyes, sensing, then pointed in a certain direction. "This way." The melting snow girl was indeed born from the cold crystal. The two of them had a connection. Jianlin had to apologize to the transport girl. He had originally planned to pick her up, but it might take a while. He controlled the floating mother in the direction Su Shui pointed. Has the cold crystal been giving birth to melting snow girls for all these years? Doesn't that mean you have many people? Jianlin was curious. Su Shui's dark eyes blinked, and she sat down with her legs together, her long hair like satin. About 30 years, a snow-melting woman will be born, but they all wander the world, unwilling to return to Lingjing. It was only after my melting power faded that I thought of returning. Chapter 302. After learning more about the situation from Su Shui, Jianlin partially expanded the prison realm, and switched to floating touch, to continue his journey. He then took Su Shui back to the circular platform. In terms of direction, Lingjing and the location of the tailoring girl formed an acute angle, so there was no need to take a long detour. Getting information about Lingjing and the hope of restoring his spirit body was a pleasant surprise. In the courtyard, Lin Yu was nurturing crops. Wan Nu, having nothing else to do, was also helping to shovel crystals. Because Wan Nu was only at level 4, she couldn't use the crystal eating method and could only perform the soul-devouring transformation in the early morning, leaving her relatively free during the day. Tina diligently ate crystals daily in the circular fortress. Lin Yu had successfully advanced to level 5. Miraculous Cultivator, level 5, the product of the nurturing class being contaminated by an unknown aura. The tentacles in his lower body possessed exceptional regenerative abilities, greatly increasing the speed of spiritual energy absorption. Both of his mutated skills were unique. Embryo Cultivation, a level 5 class skill. This skill consumes spiritual power, and utilizes special techniques to create various life embryos, whether rare plants or unique creatures. These can all be nurtured and formed using spiritual power. Mirage Pregnancy, a level 5 class skill. This skill consumes spiritual power, and plants a fertilized seed within the target's body. It can be used in conjunction with parasitism, and is effective at level 5 and below. When Jianlin first learned about the miracle pregnancy skill, he carefully examined himself. He discovered that Yin hadn't left anything resembling a fertilized seed within him. He couldn't articulate the feeling, but it wasn't that he was afraid of Yin parasitizing him again. After all, he had experience. Originally, his daily income of 4 source crystals from sewage treatment and the red silk meat lotus was more than sufficient. But as a competent boss, Jianlin wouldn't let his employees be more idle than he was. So, he spent a fortune on the smile roulette, and drew 10 different level 5 potion-making scrolls for Lin Yu. Healing Potion Crafting Scroll, level 5, can heal fatal wounds and suppress minor mutations. A best-selling item in the Misty World. 0/20 Aloe Vera, 0/20 Feather Flower, 0/300 Crystals. There are also Stamina, Transformation, Fury Phantom, and more. With the Embryo Cultivation skill, obtaining seeds from rare plants is naturally no problem. Lin Yu can create them herself. At this level of the farmer profession, one can even create a human being out of thin air. However, the result is a baby embryo, which requires spiritual energy to cultivate and form before it can move freely, which consumes a considerable amount of energy. It's not as good as creating a crystal fish. So Lin Yu once again took on the heavy burden of working 2 jobs. As such, Lin Yu now works nearly 10 hours a day, and even spends several hours at night consuming crystals to improve his attributes. Successfully in the Misty World 007. Level 5 potions are currently scarce at the fair, with prices ranging from 1,000 to 3,000 crystals. 10 kinds of potions, 100 bottles each. Excluding the crystal manufacturing cost, the daily revenue is around 1.5 million crystals. This is almost as much as sewage treatment or red silk lotus. Thanks to Lin Yu's efforts, all the crystal fish have transformed into raging-bellied crystal fish. Raging-bellied crystal fish, level 4. Crystal fish infected by an unknown aura will become depressed and starve themselves to death if separated from their group. They have a voracious appetite and absorb nutrients from flesh and blood to produce crystals. Sufficient food, 384 crystals/day. Current number, 238. Back when the crystal fish pond was first built, there were only about 2 dozen level 2 crystal fish. Now, the situation has completely changed. The crystal fish produce nearly 100,000 crystals in total, and this will increase in the future. Including the potions, Lin Yu alone creates 1.6 million in value every day. That's 1.6 source crystals. What's the concept? It's like even if Jianlin didn't rely on sewage purifiers and red silk meat lotus, he could still make a living thanks to Lin Yu. And he'd firmly be at the top of the survivors' rich list. Thinking of this, Jianlin walked over to Lin Yu, who was diligently absorbing spiritual energy to stimulate the growth of crops. He patted her shoulder and said, You're my most capable subordinate. Lin Yu looked back and rolled her eyes. The Huan beside him also had a strange expression, as if she had heard this before. Ignoring Jiang Lin's meaningless remarks, Lin Yu looked behind him. Su Shui was dressed in a tight white robe with a snowflake pattern, her face flawless, like the most exquisite creation in the world. Is this a new member? Lin Yu felt that this woman was the most beautiful she had ever seen, even more beautiful than Xiaoying and Hongyin. No, she's an NPC. Everyone was silent, puzzled. Only Lin Yu, also from Blue Star, could understand some of Jiang Lin's thinking. Her eyes rolled. So, she lead you to find something? You do? Jiang Lin smiled. Lin Yu, as expected of one of the earliest employees, always picked up on his jokes. Su Shui and Huan Nu could only watch as the two engaged in a charade. After inspecting the work, Jiang Lin returned to the pavilion to continue lying down. Su Shui remained in the garden, while Lin Yu and Huan Nu were curious about the age of annihilation. In the past 3 days, he had transformed 9 times. Besides the level 8 elemental prisoner sphere, and something he had forgotten after transforming, he had transformed all of his various simulacrums. Although he had never used the simulacrum substitute skill, he still believed that having something was better than nothing. He had raised all of his simulacrums to level 6 or higher, even using advanced scrolls to do so. There's only one with the most significant effect. Time Reversal Tumor, Shaper level 6, can reverse the time of a single target to 30 minutes in advance. It's ineffective if interfered with, and effective at levels 5 and below. Each use reduces sanity by 10 points, until it collapses. The Time Reversal Tumor, a metamorphosis of the level 3 Time Reversal Brooch, is one of Jiang Lin's only 2 metamorphosis objects capable of manipulating time. The other, of course, is the Pickaxe, which can freeze objects it touches for 5 seconds, and the effect persists. Although the level 6 Time Reversal Tumor can't affect Jiang Lin himself, its effects are undeniably powerful, due to the significant side effects, which only Shaper can counteract. The combination of the two creates a strange reaction, allowing Jiang Lin to unconditionally use its time reversal ability. If it were a higher level, it would be practically a divine power. Even now, 30 minutes isn't a short time. Jiang Lin controlled the time reverse tumor man to approach the garden and asked, Lin Yu, did you use your spiritual power just now? I used it up to stimulate the crops, and it's still recovering. What's wrong? Lin Yu, who was talking to Su Shui, wondered. That's perfect. Jiang Lin nodded, then controlled the time reverse tumor man to reverse time for Lin Yu. Who are you? Lin Yu looked at Su Shui with a wary expression. Su Shui and Huan Nu stared at Lin Yu, who had been fine just a moment ago, with a hint of amnesia. Why did he suddenly seem to have lost his memory? Jiang Lin patted his head. He had forgotten that 30 minutes ago, Lin Yu didn't even know Su Shui. The time reverse tumor man's effect truly reverses time. Even memories disappear. If he were to do something awful, others would have no memory of it. After explaining to Lin Yu and confirming her spiritual power had been reversed, Jiang Lin felt even more strongly that the time reverse tumor man was effective. He had just reversed Lin Yu's time for 30 minutes, but it couldn't be used again. He had to wait for that time to pass, and another 30 minutes to pass before using it again. That means a single target cooldown of 1 hour. If this ability were given to someone, they would definitely use it in a perverted way. Jiang Lin was a man of integrity, and would only use it for righteous purposes. For example, he had used this ability before to save a dead woman. He remembered it was when he was destroying the Minotaur. He didn't know if those people were still alive. Chapter 303. Little Box, come here. As soon as Jiang Lin finished speaking, Little Box darted out of the round fort. Master! The box's mouth opened and closed, and he placed one hand in front of it, like the most loyal knight, with an extremely respectful attitude. Jiang Lin glanced at it calmly. It was no different from before, and he didn't know the source of Little Tan's hostility towards it. He had to let the matter go for now. The crystalline treasure chest had opened a lot of level 6 items in the past few days, but he hadn't tried to fuse them. The level 7 altered items currently offered him limited improvement. Using the little box to exchange them for level 7 items, and then transforming them into level 8 altered items, would be the best option. If he was lucky enough to find an advanced scroll, Xiaoying and the others would be able to continue their leveling. Blood Knight Prism, Wailing Bone, Crystalline Halberd, Fixed Finger Wheel, Sage's Heart. These precious level 6 items, unattainable to other survivors, were all thrown into the little box's mouth by Jiang Lin. For now, the crystalline treasure chest was unimaginable to survivors. Any of these items would fetch a fortune at a survivor's gathering, but unfortunately, he wasn't short of crystals. After consuming 10 items, the small box began to dance. Then, the box's mouth opened, releasing a crimson leather book. Crimson Secret History, Level 7. Turn the pages to review unknown, hidden histories with your spiritual sense. The specific time and location of travel depends on spiritual attraction. Only usable at level 7 and above. What's the use of this? Jianlin held the Crimson Secret History in his hands. It looked ordinary, the cover rather rough. The crimson color held a certain allure, a tantalizing urge to flip open and examine it. The word Secret History reminded him of the level 7 class corresponding to the informant channel. The Eye of Secret History. The secrets left behind by Serena, a level 8, contained a detailed description of this class. The Eye of Secret History possesses the ability to teleport back into the past, analyzing the current situation or the enemy's strategy through historical analysis. It can even directly control one's past self, influencing current decisions. In short, it's quite mysterious. Jianlin couldn't handle this class. The Crimson Secret History in his hand had similar abilities to the Eye of Secret History, but was weaker. He merely acted as a spectator, like watching a movie. And the specific time of travel wasn't determined by the user, but rather by spiritual attraction. So, Jianlin fully utilized the mindless principle. If he couldn't use it then, alienation activated, 1600 spiritual power overflowed, covering the Crimson Secret History. The crimson cortex began to wriggle, and from nowhere, a large eye seemed to gaze upon him. Jianlin was momentarily dazed. The experience he had just seemed like an illusion. However, when he regained consciousness, the transformation had ceased. The crimson leather book had deepened in color, its appearance unchanged. Only a new bookmark, shaped like a bone needle, had appeared in the middle of the page. The bone needle was very white, so bright and dazzling. Jianlin felt his eyes burn from a single glance, but upon regaining consciousness, it seemed perfectly normal. This transformation was a bit strange. Transform the Crimson Secret History to obtain the Secret White Book. Secret White Book, Rank 8. Consume spiritual power to anchor a timeline with the white bone needle, allowing you to remain in the present. Your past has been disrupted and can no longer influence any other time frame. Available at Rank 8 and above. You can flip through the book and observe or influence your past self with your spiritual awareness. Note, use with caution. Use with caution. Use with caution. The 3 consecutive reminders sent a chill down Jianlin's spine. The first ability, anchoring the current timeline, was unusable for him yet. However, once he reached level 8, he would be able to use the white bone needle, perhaps preventing beings like Norvis from influencing the past. Perhaps this was also part of Serena's calculations. That's why she had him hide in the Weird Time Desert or the Filthy Abyss, reach level 8, and then return, and he had to carry the stealth slate. As for the secret white and red book's second ability, there was no level requirement. But he didn't seem to want to change anything, and given the system's warning, he felt it was best to use it with caution. This time-related ability might, at some point, prove miraculous. Currently, his prison realm boasted a level 8 elemental prison sphere for attack, and a level 8 invisible void floating touch for defense. Even at level 8, entering his prison realm would be disastrous. After retrieving the Tailor Girl, he would have a total of 4 level 8 altered items, with well-balanced abilities, even involving fate and time. But he didn't overly advertise it. Exposing a level 8 altered item would easily attract covetousness, and those hidden level 8 professionals would flock to it like cats to mice. While he was confident he could face 1 or 2, the specialized abilities of professionals made it difficult to defend against them, so it was best to avoid unnecessary confrontation. There was no point in being overly aggressive. It would only lead to a disaster. After all, he was only level 7, so some unconventional tactics could still make him vulnerable. This also indirectly highlighted the importance of the concealment slate. Only its owner could transform into a hunter. Jianlin also possessed the altered art, mastering a higher level of the prison realm than his current one, which in turn gave him the ability to conceal himself. Ordinary professionals are as conspicuous as a bright light in the dark night, with countless eyes watching eagerly from the shadows. Just like Yin. As a rank 7 professional, she's constantly on the run, trying to hide herself. The bishop of the Wuxiangyi High, while likely quite powerful, hasn't dared enter the foggy world. Even if one has the confidence to face other professionals, without the stone tablets to combat the pollution from above, reaching rank 8 is just a luxury. This is a dead end. Either one is lucky like Faye, only rank 6 yet lucky enough to obtain the stone tablets. Or one can only rob, but lacking the stone tablets often indicates a lack of strength. So rank 8 is a huge hurdle. This level is almost monopolized, and has always been dominated by the same few people. The secrets left by Serena mention that each path has 5 stone tablets. There are 9 paths, for a total of 45 stone tablets. There are likely more than 30, or even 40, rank 8 professionals. Even with the informant route, it's possible that some level 8 individuals, thanks to the stone slab, have escaped Norvis's devouring. This presents an extremely dangerous situation for Jianglin. If it weren't for the prison realm's protection, he would have long been surrounded by countless beings due to the level 8 altered items. Serena's warnings were crucial to his safe passage until now. One could even say that she was the one who supported Jianglin, step by step, upward, perhaps reaching the pinnacle in the future. Thinking of this, Jianglin couldn't help but look up at the sky. Through the prison realm, beyond the gray mist, there, the 10th orb of light hung high. An unknown amount of time passed. Almost there, Su Shue's words interrupted his thoughts. Jianglin came back to his senses, somewhat surprised, quite fast. He had thought that after all these years, Su Shue would have been far away from Lingjing. Unexpectedly, with her floating speed, she arrived in just half a day. Unlike the other tribesmen, I've always wandered around Lingjing. This is my territory. I see. He finally understood. It turned out Su Shue was still a homebody. Shrinking the prison realm to encompass only himself, he floated out with Su Shue. All he saw was a vast expanse of snow, devoid of anything else. He couldn't help but glance at Su Shue beside him, wondering where Lingjing was. Chapter 304. Below was a pure white expanse, stretching to the end of the sight, a gray mist. Snowflakes drifted from the mist above. This was a view unique to the foggy world. It's right there. You have to believe it with all your heart. Su Shue's words were difficult for ordinary people to understand, but Jianglin, with his extensive experience, quickly grasped the idea. Belief? The foundation for the actor's past abilities to work. I wondered how Lingjing was connected to this. Jianglin closed his eyes, and transformed into Ian. During his absence, Ian had been in the directionless sea, and had already successfully devoured a mentally ill person. Now, he was a true level 6. Evil delusion rider, a mutant of the evil thought rider. He hypnotized himself, believing that Lingjing was there. It must be said that when the actor's path and the hypnotist's path work together, their abilities complement each other, making them almost 100% effective. Opening his eyes, he saw that the vast snowfield below was no longer beneath him. And laid within the snow was No, it couldn't even be described as a grain. It was a ball of light, a phenomenon. It wasn't a physical entity, more like a projection of a concept into the world. It presented an indescribable, purest white, but this white wasn't blazing, but rather an intense cold. Countless fine, spiderweb-like strands of energy extended outward. Perfection. This was Jianglin's first impression of Lingjing. It was so perfect it seemed almost imaginary, unreal. Seeing his expression change, Su Shue's eyes flashed with surprise. To see Lingjing so soon, you're worthy of someone who can break through the realm of dissolution. She had thought it would take some effort to convince Jianglin of Lingjing's existence. Jianglin was about to answer, when a sense of perception interrupted him. Outsider apostle? This sensation actually came from Lingjing, strands of energy pulsing around him. Finally, it seemed to confirm something. So it's not. Then, there was no more movement. Jianglin frowned subconsciously. He hadn't expected Lingjing to be conscious, and what did it mean by what it said? It seemed as if it had mistaken him for an outsider apostle. What's wrong? Su Shue's words brought him back to his senses. Jianglin, is Lingjing conscious? Su Shue was stunned for a moment. No, why do you ask? He reassured. Your clan hasn't communicated with it in thousands of years? Su Shue shook her head, looking at Jianglin thoughtfully. Jianglin didn't ask any more questions. The Lingjing gave birth to the melting snow women, yet it never communicated with them. After thousands of years of silence, it transmitted a sensation when it met him. This only proved one thing. The so-called outsider apostle was something special. Unfortunately, he didn't understand what this meant. After Lingjing confirmed his identity, she fell silent. There were so many things he couldn't figure out. He'd gotten used to it. He mentioned the purpose of his trip. How can I fix my flaws? Enter the Lingjing. It will make everything perfect. Su Shue pointed to the white mass. After a moment's hesitation, Jianglin followed Su Shue into the Lingjing. Being in the energy center, amidst the pure white, he could even more clearly sense that the Lingjing wasn't a physical object, but a concept. However, When he tried to touch the fine energy strands, they avoided him as if they had eyes. It was as if a field of avoidance surrounded him. He subconsciously glanced at Su Shui. It seems like the Lung Jing is rejecting you, Su Shui said uncertainly. This was her first time bringing an outsider into the cold crystal, and she had no experience. Seeing Su Shui couldn't be relied upon, Jianglin had to find a solution on his own. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. An inspiration struck him, and he took out 5 source crystals from the bottom of his heart. He had originally intended to give it a try, but he hadn't expected anything to actually happen. The source crystals transformed into energy threads that merged with the white light. The surrounding energy threads no longer bypassed him, but instead passed through him normally. His spirit body was gradually repaired to perfection. Jianglin was speechless. So the cold crystal was also a place of equal exchange. 2 words. Pay. At Su Shui's look of "so that's how it works," Jianglin's mouth twitched. This guide wasn't reliable either, and in the end, he had to rely on himself. The 5 source crystals were completely consumed, and his spirit body was only half healed. He sighed inwardly, how shady, as he took out 5 more source crystals. Luckily, he had plenty of source crystals, otherwise he really couldn't afford them. His spirit body was very important to him. Regardless of whether it was coveted or not, he had no choice but to accept it. After all, he only knew there was a way to repair it. Finally, after 10 source crystals were used, Jianglin's spirit body was restored. Furthermore, he felt quite different. Opening his profile. Name, Jianglin. Talent, alienation, unique, fusion, occupation, prison master. Constitution, 71. Mindset, 72. Physical strength, 6400/6400. Spiritual strength, 6400/6400. Recovery, 1600/hour. Overall rating, rank 7. Huh? The upper limit of his spiritual strength had doubled, reaching the same level as his physical strength. While this seemed reasonable, it actually didn't align with his initial physical and spiritual strength values. Blue Star humans initially have 100 physical strength and 50 spiritual strength. According to his current 7th level, his previous 3200 was normal. After Lung Jing's repairs, he seemed, as Su Shui had said, to be perfect. Does this mean that Blue Star humans, or indeed all living things, aren't inherently perfect? Jianglin didn't know how this change would affect his future, but doubling his available spiritual strength was definitely a good thing. This is money well spent. He changed his attitude and praised Lung Jing profusely. Lung Jing's abilities were so powerful that he was tempted to mutate and take her away. But thinking of the sensation Lung Jing had just transmitted, indicating that it was conscious, he had to give up the idea. The system had checked, but found nothing. At this level, it's best not to be too reckless. Not only had his spiritual body been repaired on this trip, but he had also unexpectedly gained a perfect physical-spiritual ratio. He was also leaving to find the Taylor carrier. There were still many preparations to make. Are you going to stay here? Jianglin looked at the flawless beauty, legs crossed, sitting sideways beside the cold crystal. Su Shui nodded. You've lifted my melting field. Without strength, it's safest to stay with the cold crystal. Okay. Jianglin, not one for pretentiousness, turned and began to leave. Buzz. A sudden sound was heard. The cold crystal shone brilliantly, its extreme whiteness piercing the mist, obscuring everything. What is this? Jianglin's vision was also shrouded in white light, and he could only ask Su Shui. When his spiritual sense saw Su Shui's expression, though startled, not panicked, he felt relieved. A new melting snow girl is about to be born. It's only been a dozen years since the last one. It shouldn't be this early. Such a big fuss, it turned out, was about to give birth. Considering the amount of source crystals he had spent, Jianglin felt the early birth might be due to an energy overflow. So, this child could be considered to have been induced by his source crystals. Jianglin couldn't help but feel a strange sensation. The snow-melting girl naturally possesses the Red Walker's melting field. Perhaps he could do something for this child? Prison realm. With a thought, a prison realm with a diameter of 10,000 meters enveloped the entire area. The prison realm's concealment capabilities are already quite strong. While not as good as the concealing stone slab, it should be sufficient to conceal the birth of a child. Chapter 305. Previously on Su Shui, he had only temporarily blocked the Red Walker's abilities with a paper figurine. After that, the melting field disappeared from Su Shui's body. This suggests that for the Red Walker's melting field to take effect on the snow-melting women, some kind of triggering factor is required. And if he hadn't sensed the snow-melting women's birth from the very beginning, perhaps such a triggering factor wouldn't have arisen. This was all Jianglin's speculation, but with nothing else to do, he didn't mind giving it a try. In the gray, twisting prison realm, the extreme white slowly receded. In the white glow at the center of the cold crystal, a small baby girl appeared. A white robe with the same snow pattern as Su Shui's was woven into shape. Snowflakes fell, gently hitting the baby girl's cheek. The melting field didn't appear. Looks like it worked. Jianlin observed this, stroking his chin, his lips curling up unconsciously. Surprisingly, Su Shui's eyes flashed with delight, and she eagerly stepped forward to hold the baby girl in her arms. This was her first time interacting with her own kind. She understood that all these changes were brought about by that mysterious man. Thump! Su Shui suddenly knelt before Jianlin, her eyes sparkling. Jianlin, on behalf of the Rongxue women, I thank you for your service. From now on. Alright. Jianlin, not wanting to hear this, waved him off. He had two principles, equal exchange and pure preference. To some extent, the latter was superior to the former. From now on, you have a companion. I have to go. He glanced at the little girl in Su Shui's arms. She didn't cry or make a fuss, as if she were born with great intelligence. Her large, twinkling eyes were beautiful. The future will surely be magnificent. Seeing the birth of a new life, Jianlin was also in high spirits. He felt something different about himself, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He turned slowly, his windbreaker swaying slightly. He reached out to adjust his bowler hat and floated upward. The baby girl's eyes fluttered as she and Su Shui watched the tall figure in the sky. Jianlin, will you give her a name? Su Shui called from behind. The figure in midair paused. Lin Shui. Wherever you pass, ice and snow will fall. Round castle, courtyard. You seem to be in a good mood. Lin Yu finished another round of inducing labor, and looked at someone relaxing in a rocking chair. Jianlin replied, eyes closed, it's indeed fine. The spirit body has healed perfectly. It should be more than that. Lin Yu didn't ask any further questions. After spending so much time together, she knew Jianlin intimately. She could infer his inner thoughts from just a few of his small gestures. Master, play. A tentacle descended from the sky, dropping a crystal-patterned treasure chest. It then landed above Jianlin, a sticky white liquid dripping down his body. Since reaching level 7, Xiao Axe had often gone out hunting alone. He'd bring back a crystal-patterned treasure chest, and then treat Jianlin to some treats, like a consumer. In Xiao Axe's childlike mindset, this was a quick way to cheer him up. Unwilling to discourage Xiao Axe's enthusiasm, Jianlin, though feeling helpless, transformed into Xiao Axe and played hide-and-seek with it in the void. The two giant tentacle axes flashed back and forth within the prison realm, a truly spectacular sight. Lin Yu and Wan Nu watched from below, accustomed to this routine. After fulfilling Xiao Axe's small request, with the trickster lasso ready, Jianlin transformed into Trickster Sophia and opened the crystalline treasure chest. Advanced scroll, level 6, slightly. Just in case, including the one he opened yesterday, he now has 2 level 6 advanced scrolls. 2 more transformations today, to level up Xiaotong and Wanu. These two were the only creatures left of his level 5 transformations. Xiaotong was sleeping soundly in her room, curled up in a red circle. Upon seeing Jianlin, her dark blue snake eyes remained listless. It's been so long, and you don't miss me? Xiaotong didn't respond at all, as if staring into thin air. Well, that's just her personality. She'd occasionally look at him with disdain, but she was actually quite obedient. Jianlin couldn't help but twirl it in his hands. It was still very cute. Xiaotong, took out the advanced scroll and clicked to use it. White light merged into Xiaotong's snake form, successfully advancing to level 6. Transmutation activated. 6,400 points of spiritual energy surged out, filling the surrounding air with a torrent of spiritual energy. This was Jianglin's first time using such a large amount of spiritual energy for transmutation, and he wondered how powerful the effect would be. He hadn't even used 3,200 spiritual energy points. Xiaotong's body was wriggling violently, its red snake body expanding and expanding. Tumors and lumps constantly emerged, then shrank back into new snake bodies. The room was almost full, so Jianlin had to use the movement technique to move Xiaotong to the platform outside. In the dark, blue-tinged snake's eyes, a seemingly endless abyss appeared. A deep mist began to fill the space above the circular platform, and the massive snake body loomed. Unpredictable. Red snake in the mist. Transform the phantom I Mist Snake to become the abyss devouring Mist Snake. Abyss Devouring Mist Snake, Level 7, a giant snake that shifts between reality and illusion. Its serpent eyes possess the abyssal dimension. Upon activation, enemies are trapped in the illusory abyss, trapped forever. The introduction was extremely simple. But the more so, the more powerful its abilities became. Previously, Xiaodong's illusionary space could only be controlled for 3 seconds. Now, as long as the enemy cannot escape the illusionary abyss, they will be trapped in the illusion forever, their real-world bodies reduced to mere shells. The prison realm has also been strengthened again due to Xiaodong's advancement. But with 2 level 8s above them, the changes are not obvious. However, powerful level 7s like Xiaotong and Xiaofu are also very important to Jianglin right now. After all, elemental prison spheres and shelters are not easy to appear outside the prison realm. But level 7s don't have this concern, and can help him escape the prison realm and do many things. In the deep mist, Xiaodong's large, dark blue snake eyes slowly closed, and its body disappeared into the mist. It seemed it had fallen asleep again. This guy is incredibly lazy, completely different from the lively Xiaofu and Xiaohao. He's a small snake, born less than 3 months ago, but his personality is that of a 1,000-year-old snake. Let's go for a stroll. Jianglin didn't care. He plunged directly into the fog, found Xiaotong, and sat right in the middle of its snake head. Compared to Xiaodong's now enormous body, his entire body was only the size of his nostrils. The enormous snake glared at him with disdain, but still allowed it to drift slowly. Little brat. Jianglin rubbed his chin and retracted the prison realm, feeling that Xiaotong was a perfect mount. Besides being lazy, its appearance was truly domineering. As it swam through the sky, a deep mist enveloped the horizon, somewhat similar to the crawling mist. A shadow loomed. What's that? A huge red snake. I'm so unlucky. Why do I always encounter this kind of horror? Across the vast snowy land, creatures and survivors caught sight of the scene in the sky and trembled in fear, thinking it was another terrifying creature passing by. This was common in the foggy world, but this commonality was also deadly. A survivor opened a forum, took a photo, and posted it. A terrifying fog appeared in the snowy mountain area, withering everything wherever the red snake passed. Survivors in this direction, retreat immediately. Chapter 306. Under the horrified gazes of the creatures, a giant snake, shrouded in black mist, streaked through the sky at high speed. No one would have imagined that a young man in a windbreaker sat impudently atop such a terrifying creature. The air currents rustled the hem of his windbreaker, blowing his hair into a scion-like shape. Did you do that on purpose? Jianglin held down his tangled hair with his bowler hat and patted the snake's head unhappily. Xiaotong remained silent, simply hurrying on. The snake's eyes were filled with contempt. Somewhere in the snowy mountains. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of dense footsteps echoed from afar. A group of ice giants were running across the snow. They were enormous, leaving deep pits in their wake. As one of the only 2 dominant races in the snowy mountains, they were once a fearless existence. However, dozens of ice giants looked panicked, and the leader also had a serious expression, glancing back from time to time. Hurry, keep running, the leading ice giant urged. He stood guard at the back, as the leader's duty. This hunting trip had originally yielded a bountiful harvest, acquiring numerous materials and psychic items, but unfortunately, they encountered a level 7 snow dragon. As the leader, also level 7, even if he couldn't defeat it, he could easily run away. But with so many of his tribesmen here, he couldn't abandon his companions. Roar! A sudden dragon roar echoed, followed by hundreds of sharp ice spikes piercing the air, shooting straight towards the group. How come so fast? The leader resolutely turned, raised his hand, and cast a wall of ice. Puff, 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 a series of collisions echoed, and the ice wall crackled under the weight. With a crackling sound, one of the thick ice spikes pierced through the wall, followed by another. The ice giants excel at attack, not defense. The huntsman remained calm and launched a powerful punch upward. Bang! Accompanied by a violent sonic boom, the punch shattered the ice spikes that had pierced the ice wall into smithereens. The snow dragon's attack was broken, but the huntsman knew it was only temporary. As he had expected, the great cage had unfolded without anyone noticing, covering an area several thousand meters in radius. Strange deformities twisted lines. The prison realm. The snow dragons possess a talent that allows them to devour professionals, potentially controlling some of their talents. Clearly, this snow dragon had devoured the prison master before. But it clearly hadn't mastered the prison master, so the prison realm lacked strange creatures. It was merely a domain. The huntsman's expression was utterly grim. Ice giant bastard, where can you run to? The snow dragon's roar was filled with contempt. The expression on its face was as if it were playing with easy prey. Humph. The hunter chief said nothing more. At this point, fists were the only way to speak. A chill surged from his body, forming an even stronger ice wall that shielded the ice giants behind him. At the same time, icy mist rose from the Hell Realm, slowly condensing and transforming into the form of the hunter chief. At a glance, the dense mass of ice giants numbered in the hundreds. This was a unique talent of the ice giants. The indestructible Colossus. When this talent is activated, the hunter chief loses his true form, or rather, each hunter chief can be considered a true form. Unless all the colossi are instantly annihilated, they remain indestructible. No matter how many times I see them, they're annoying. The snow dragon exhaled a cold breath. But they're just the struggles of ants. A dragon roar descended, and several five-colored elemental spheres in front of the snow dragon slowly condensed, growing larger and larger. This was the power of the Sky Order, a level 7 5-element master. It was... Damn it! Sensing the terrifying energy accumulating within the elemental sphere, the hunter chief knew he couldn't let the snow dragon release it. The terrifying elemental explosion would not only annihilate all of his colossi, but would also damage the ice giants behind him. The prison of the prison realm, combined with the terrifying devastation of the Sky Order, made this snow dragon's power truly supreme. Bang! A series of stomping sounds echoed, and all the colossi leaped up, charging towards the snow dragon with terrifying icy force. The ground trembled violently, and the air stagnated at the impending clash between the two level 7s. Puff! Hundreds of ice spikes shot downward. The snow dragon, circling in the sky, taunted, useless, a futile effort. With a flick of its tail, it sent a colossus charging towards it, crashing down with a thud. The colossus landed on the snow, sending the snow swirling dozens of meters. The sound of clashing clashed continuously in the air. As the five-colored elemental spheres grew larger, the colossi's attacks intensified. Colossi attack dragon diagram. The hunter leader's heart sank to the bottom. He had no way to deal with the snow dragon, but its five-colored elemental spheres could instantly decimate the hunting team. Just as the two sides were engaged in a fierce battle, it's the Hell Realm. A faint voice echoed. The sound caused no ripples in the fierce clash. But the ensuing thick fog caused both the snow dragon and the ice giant to pause. Their spiritual intuition warned them, as if something terrifying was about to strike. The fog drifted in at a rapid speed, obscuring the sky and shrouding the Hell Realm below. Who? The snow dragon roared, a sense of inexplicable unease spreading. All the giants looked skyward, and the hunter leader's heart was heavy. In the foggy world, no creature relished unexpected events or the sight of unusual things. That often meant fatal danger. It's quite lively. The young man's voice rang out from the thick fog, a hint of disappointment. I thought it was the prison master, but it turned out to be a stinking dragon. Hearing it called a stinking dragon, the snow dragon felt a little annoyed, but the situation remained unclear, so he didn't dare to lash out. From the thick fog, two dark blue spheres first emerged, followed by a blood-red snake head. The enormous snake head poked out, gazing down at the one dragon and hundreds of statues below. It was indifferent and cold, as if the fight between these two level 7 creatures was but a fight between ants to it. Atop the snake head, a young man in a windbreaker sat casually, his hair a little disheveled beneath his hat. I thought it was something else, but it turns out it's only level 7, the snow dragon taunted upon seeing Xiaotong. It had always boasted of being invincible among its peers. The young man had just called it a stinking dragon, and it remembered it clearly. Friend, this snow dragon possesses some of the abilities of both the prison realm and the Sky Order, making it difficult to deal with. The hunter chief, noticing the visitor seemed to be having trouble with the snow dragon, spoke immediately. He was desperate now, and now that things had turned around, he would do his best to gain even a little combat power. Jian Lin then looked at the ice giant. 10 meters tall, its body made of flesh and blood, its skin composed of solid ice, somewhat similar to a human. And this clone-like ability was quite interesting. Ice giant, level 7, neutral creature, overlord of the Snow Mountain region, a race that enjoys learning. Its innate immortality allows it to transform into hundreds of colossi, each of which can be considered its true form, subject to a range limit. Jian Lin felt that this talent was powerful, but it also had obvious drawbacks. Limited by the strength of the original body, each colossus was not very powerful, and with a range limit, it could easily be annihilated. A rather useless ability. Believe it or not, I can kill dragons without even lifting a finger. Jianglin took out his monocle, exhaled, and carefully wiped it with his sleeve. The hunter leader was puzzled. The snow dragon was immediately enraged. This man simply didn't take it seriously. Arrogant human. In front of it, several five-colored elemental spheres had condensed to a size of dozens of meters. Chapter 307. The snow dragon's prison realm was eerily quiet. The hunter chief felt he must be going mad, or perhaps dreaming. What had he just seen? Those terrifying five-colored elemental spheres, representing the attack of a rank 7 sky order, had mysteriously vanished. Just a tiny prison realm unfolded before the young man, and he was sucked into it. Not a sound, as if a stone had sunk into the ocean. The prison master couldn't possibly do such a thing. The prison realm would be destroyed. Could he be rank 8? The hunter chief felt a chill run down his spine. If that were the case, it would definitely not be a good thing for him. It was a common understanding in the misty world that when encountering beings of a higher level, one's chances of survival were slim. The young man seemed to have a grudge against the snow dragon, but that didn't mean he would let him go. Kneel down and surrender? Submit? Invoke the clan leader? In a split second, the hunter chief had already considered dozens of countermeasures. How about I give you another chance? Jianglin retracted his prison realm and gently stroked the lens of despair. His prison realm contained an 8th level elemental prison sphere. The elemental explosion from a mere 7th level sky order couldn't even reach the air. The most desperate being in the room was undoubtedly the snow dragon. That was a full-strength attack, concentrating most of its energy, and just like that, it was gone. It glanced around in panic. The sky was shrouded in thick fog. A giant red snake stared coldly at it, its pupils as deep as the abyss, making its already icy body even colder. He had a feeling that if it started to escape, it would be the beginning of its death. This human was toying with it, just like how it had just toyed with the ice giants, a true cycle of cause and effect. My clan leader is level 8, and the snow dragon is a divinely favored species. It chose what it believed offered the highest chance of survival. Moving backstage. But the young man actually laughed. What it didn't know was that to Jianglin, its words were a death horn. Death horn. Your clan leader, and I have a life-or-death relationship. Jianglin slowly put on his monocle, and smiled at the snow dragon. Instantly, a sense of overwhelming despair enveloped the snow dragon. It found itself practically breathless, unable to move an inch. It wanted to die, to be free, but a final vestige of longing for life suppressed these thoughts. And in the eyes of the hunter chief below, a completely different picture emerged. He hadn't dared look at Jianglin again before he put on his monocle. Turning his gaze to the snow dragon, he saw its eyes glazed over, and disgusting, slimy swellings began to form on its body. As if it were about to mutate. This is terrifying. What kind of power is this? The huntsman suddenly stopped breathing, silently withdrawing all the colossi and watching from his position, trying to minimize his presence. He felt that his experience today was truly magical, surpassing anything he had experienced in hundreds of years. The snow dragon didn't self-destruct outright, which was as Jianglin had expected. Lens of Despair. Level 7, a monocle imbued with an unknown despair. Creatures facing it will feel utterly desperate, leading to desires of liberation. The higher the life level, the stronger the resistance. It is effective at level 7 and below. After all, it's level 7, it's impossible to kill with a single glare. But the snow dragon's current state wasn't much better. It was practically waiting to be killed. He had many ways to free it, but thinking that Xiaotong had just reached level 7 today, he couldn't help but want to show off. Leave it to you. Thinking of this, he patted Xiaotong's large snake head. Disdain flashed in Xiaotong's eyes, as if she was reluctant to attack such a defenseless enemy. But she was still relatively obedient. The dark blue in the snake's pupils deepened, and the snow dragon's consciousness was immediately forcibly pulled into the abyssal dimension. Silently, a level 7 creature was reduced to a shell. With the snow dragon's strength, even the lens of despair had such difficulty resisting it. Escaping the abyssal cycle was essentially impossible. In the snow below, witnessing the snow dragon's strange death, the hunter leader signaled the ice giants to lie quietly in the snow. He wanted to minimize his presence, hoping that the suspected level 8 youth would not notice them. After the lesson he had just experienced with the snow dragon, he realized that using a backstage presence was simply courting death. The survival rate dropped another 10%. Alan Avery, am I going to die here today? Hunter leader Alan slowly buried himself in the snow, seeing no hope of resistance. Xiaotong, you're so boring. It died so easily. Not shocking at all. Not oppressive at all. Jianglin muttered, as he collected the snow dragon's corpse and the source crystal. The brilliant crystal treasure chest was automatically placed in his system backpack. Thank you for the Snow Dragon clan's contribution. They alone contributed 3 brilliant crystal treasure chests to him. If it weren't for their level 8 leader, Zexus, being stingy and refusing to enter his prison realm, and having some hidden tricks up his sleeve, he would have reaped even more. Snow Dragon equals good dragon. After sorting out his haul, Jianglin looked down at the group of ice giants sprawled in the snow. Are you digging a grave? He found the scene amusing. Alan Avery, seeing he couldn't escape, had to stand up. He fell to his knees with a thud. Sir, please spare us, he said disrespectfully, handing over 2 storage crystals. This was a rule of survival in the fog, taught to him by a friend. If you encounter a higher-ranking being, and they don't outright destroy you, it's giving you a chance to shine. At this point, whatever valuables you have, offer them all. Your chances of survival will greatly increase. Jianglin was speechless. Why did he feel like he was being treated like a bandit? But he still floated the 2 storage crystals and examined them. There wasn't much of value. The most valuable were 2 crystal blocks. He took out the 2 crystal blocks and examined them, a strange look on his face. He then glanced at the kneeling 7th level ice giant, source crystal. Neutral creatures wouldn't drop treasure chests. Alan felt his gaze from above, his chest heaving as he made a decision. Sir, you can take my source crystals. Can those psychic items buy the lives of my people? The ice giants behind him were moved by these words. Hunter, we're not afraid of death. If we die together. Yes, Hunter, you're a burden because of us. I fight you. A younger ice giant, unable to contain himself, roared. He leaped up, swinging his fist towards Jianglin. Jianglin watched with interest, finding this ice giant clan quite interesting. Bang! The young ice giant was only level 5. No way could he outrun a level 7 Alan. He was slammed to the ground. Crack! Ah! Alan crushed the young ice giant's legs, unmoved by the giant's agonizing howls. Sir, please, if it's not enough, I can hunt more. Alan knelt again, shielding all the ice giants with his ice wall. Jianglin slowly removed his monocle. He hadn't intended to do anything to the ice giants. After all, there was no enmity between the two. The resulting scene on the other side made him look like a villain. However, he admired Alan's character. He was also very intelligent, with a touch of the blue star's cunning. He wondered where he'd learned that from. What rank are you in the ice giant tribe? Sir, I'm the chief huntsman, second only to the chief. How many chief huntsmen are there? Besides me, there are 2 more. That's 3 level 7s and 1 level 8. They were indeed few in number. No wonder they were outmatched by the snow dragon. Chapter 308. What's your name? Sir, my name is Alan Avery. You may call me Alan. Okay, Alan, are you interested in joining my organization? But I'm an ice giant. Jianglin interrupted Alan. Don't worry, it won't affect your stay with the ice giants. All you need to do is obey orders when necessary and attend meetings regularly. After hearing his explanation, Alan felt relieved. He didn't suspect Jianglin of ulterior motives. Such a powerful person wouldn't need to beat around the bush with a weakling like him. Since the other party was offering him a sincere invitation, all he needed to do was consider it carefully. Thinking of the snow dragon being easily killed just now, Alan made a heartfelt decision. Sir, I can. Yes, that's wise. Jianglin hadn't expected Alan to be so decisive, but it was a good thing, saving him a lot of hassle. Using the healing dye of the gray mist spiritual robe to heal the young ice giant's leg injury, everything went smoothly under Alan's grateful gaze. After signing the vassalage contract, Alan appeased the ice giants and followed Jianglin into the prison realm. Watching the terrifying creatures that occasionally roamed through the prison realm, Alan felt a pang of fear. Strange tentacles spread all around him, ready to crush him to dust at any moment. He felt a growing sense of awe and curiosity towards Jianglin. Jianglin floated ahead, his gaze level with Alan's. The 10-meter-tall giant stood among normal humans, and the giant's demeanor was actually respectful. You are now also a member of the Strange Mist Order. I have someone tell you the details of the order when you enter the Strange Mist Temple. For now, you will undergo a baptism. Jianglin paused, glancing around. The space seemed spacious enough. Baptism? Alan wasn't quite understanding. It's about becoming stronger. There's even such a benefit? Alan suddenly perked up. Strength was the most important thing in the Misty World. Before that, did you care about appearance? Jianglin asked. Appearance? Alan scoffed. I'm probably the ugliest in my tribe, but they all call me Huntsman. So it doesn't matter, and that puts Jianlin at ease. Get ready. It might hurt a little, he said, raising his hand. Bang! Alan was thinking about what preparations he needed to make, and in his turmoil, he suddenly knelt down. Accepting the baptism of strength requires reverence, Jianlin. Transmutation activated, 6,400 spiritual power points overflowed, and the surging spiritual power instantly enveloped the ice giant. Ouch! The pain surged, as if every part of his body was being torn apart. Alan endured it, only letting out a muffled groan. But he soon lost all feeling of pain, as his consciousness temporarily vanished. To Jianlin, he was merely wriggling and deforming, and the wriggling was incredibly violent. A ring of icy teeth sprouted from his icy skin, and his already enormous body continued to expand. It stopped at 20 meters, having doubled in size. I'm actually level 8. Alan regained consciousness and slowly stood up, a look of shock on his face. Jianlin had to fly another 10 meters higher before he could meet his gaze. For better or worse, Alan's face remained unchanged. If he was truly, as he claimed, the ugliest in the tribe, then that was truly a shame. Transformed Ice Giant, gaining Ice Removing Giant. Ice Removing Giant, level 8. Its mouthparts can decompose psychic energy and neutralize attacks. Its innate immortality allows it to transform into thousands of forms, each of which can be considered its true form, with a range limit. After reading the description, I'm not sure how powerful its attack-removing ability is yet. Alan, test your abilities. Jianlin said, summoning the elemental prison sphere and tossing a source crystal into it to charge it. The moment the elemental cage, constructed from 5 violent elements, appeared, Alan, a level 8, was instantly trapped in a quagmire, unable to move. Although the source crystal was only a level 7 psychic, because the elemental prison sphere was level 8, its transformation was sufficient to confine a level 8. It's just that its attack power was relatively weak due to the lack of psychic energy. Bang, bang, bang. A series of violent explosions echoed within the cage. Any one of them could easily severely injure a top level 7, but Alan remained unscathed. Upon contact, the elemental forces would be broken down by his mouthparts, vanishing into thin air. Try the Colossus again, Jianlin warned. Alan quickly obeyed, transforming into 10 colossi, with the same result. Each colossus was a war machine, impervious to physical elemental attacks. This made it a natural counter to the 5 element masters and fighters. Many skills from other classes would be ineffective against the ice giant. Take Jianlin, for example. At level 7, he was practically powerless against Alan. His strongest attacks were the elemental prison sphere and floating touch, 1 elemental and 1 physical. Even though floating touch also had the ability to imprison and absorb, it could only imprison Alan. Alan's only weakness might be his weaker mental and spiritual resistances. This makes him relatively vulnerable against hypnosis, actors, and informants. But he's at level 8, and after Jianlin's 6,400 spiritual power transformation, his mind has nearly reached the peak of level 8. One step further, and he reached the legendary level 9. It's impossible to be without weaknesses, but as long as his strengths are strong enough, he'd still be a top-tier fighter among his level. How do you feel? After releasing Alan, the giant still felt a sense of unreality, gazing at his icy mouthparts, unable to let go. Master, this is too strong. Alan felt he could easily dethrone the old tribe leader. Coming to his senses, he felt even more respectful towards Jianlin. His rise to power was all due to the master's effortless manipulation. This power is beyond description. Don't get cocky. There are many more abilities that can harm you, Jianlin warned. Yes, master. Having lived for over 100 years, Alan naturally understood this and nodded earnestly. Having promised Alan to return to the ice giants, Jianlin thought of something important. As a level 8 clan leader, hasn't your clan leader ever encountered an attack from a professional? If Alan had just appeared in the outside world without the protection of the prison realm, wouldn't many professionals have been drawn to him? It seems I've. Alan had just remembered. Master, don't worry, I be fine. Our clan has the protection of the ice god. Those professionals would occasionally come, but they would inexplicably disappear. Over time, no one dared to provoke the ice giants, and we still have a say in the snow mountain region. The reason we were outnumbered by the snow dragons is simply because we are few in number. I see. So, in the misty world, to reach level 8 and avoid being hunted, you need a backer. Ice god? Jianlin didn't ask Alan for details. He seemed to know very little about the matter. This kind of secret was likely held by their clan leader. Considering that Snow Dragon clan leader Zexus had followed him, perhaps the Snow Dragons also had a backer. I just wonder if it's this ice god. Speaking of gods, Jianglin couldn't help but think of the 10 orbs of light in the sky beyond the fog. They're both 9th level gods, so could there be any difference? Perhaps the ice god is one of them. But the name doesn't seem like one. Among the 9 paths, aside from the 5 elements master, none are related to ice. Chapter 309. Su Shui once said that during the Age of Annihilation, there were dozens of beings called gods. Jianglin reasonably speculated that those so-called gods were all 9th order creatures. But after the Age of Ascension, there have always been 9 orbs of light in the sky, symbolizing 9 false gods. It wasn't until the recent ascension of Norris that the 10th appeared. What about the other gods? Even beings as powerful as Rongxue of the Melting Snow clan, who have independently achieved the 9th order, are rare, but certainly not extinct. But Jianglin had never seen or come into contact with these beings before. It was only recently, with his increasing strength, that he gradually began to understand these secrets. What is the difference between becoming a god and becoming an ordinary 9th order being? What horrors lie beyond the realm? Why was Leng Jing so cautious of the so-called apostle from the outer realm, even mistaking him for one? The trip to the snowy mountains resolved many of Jianglin's doubts, but also raised more unknowns. Most of the creatures in the misty world today are very immature, with little knowledge of past history. He was just one of them. Alan led the ice giants away. Jianglin had no intention of keeping him around, having promised him so at the outset. He could transform into Alan, but due to his own limitations at only level 7, the effect was mediocre. Among level 7 fighters, Xiaotong was his first choice for transformation, instantly killing anyone of the same level. Xiox was also quite capable, and her void creatures were no slouch. As for Hongyin and Yingji, Hongyin relied on her simulacrums, while Yingji shifted from assassin to control. She was even less effective than him using the Lens of Despair and the Wild Hunt Whip. A red and yellow light enveloped the area, dispersing the blood mist 1,000 meters away. This was the effect of the sanctuary within the prison realm. It was only 1,000 meters, because it was sufficient. Note: the Crystal Castle can dispel fog within a 5,000 meter radius. This is your territory. Dispersing fog over a large area may attract the attention of certain entities, so be careful. After all, the system warned him, so for safety's sake, he kept some control. The dispersal is spherical, expanding as it moves outward. A 5,000 meter radius sphere is indeed too conspicuous in the blood-soaked night fog. Besides, Jianglin's circular platform is only 5,000 meters in diameter, so there's no need for such a large fog-dispersing range. The thick fog spread rapidly, and the giant red snake swam. A strong wind howled, hitting Xiaotong's snake head right in the middle. Jianglin's windbreaker rustled, and he used float to stabilize his hair. Xiaotong was, after all, a level 7, even faster than the tiger vine floating mother. To hurry on, Jianglin had to endure the cold wind. Xiaotong, when it comes to comfort, the floating mother is far superior to you. He patted the snake's head helplessly, and the disdain in Xiaotong's eyes deepened. Bored, Jianglin casually pulled out his trickster lasso gun. His spiritual sense swept below, revealing a 6-eyed creature in a shelter. You're so lucky. He smiled faintly and fired accurately downwards. One of the 5 red threads on the gun's barrel was missing, an inexplicable connection established. Without needing to do anything, the 6-eyed creature would die in an accident. Following the same method, Jianglin found 4 more lucky creatures and took out the Brilliance treasure chest donated by the Snow Dragon clan. Huh? Rubbing his hands together, he transformed into Sophia, her fair hands grasping the lid of the chest. After a moment's thought, he said, "Sacrifice 100 years of Snow Dragon luck, and open." A flash of white light appeared, and Jianglin looked closely, somewhat surprised. In the center of the treasure chest sat a jade statue of a seated deity. Its posture somewhat resembled Guanyin, but its face was childlike, its smile wicked. It's rare to see items like this in the misty world. Evil child Guanyin, level 7. Make a wish to the statue, and you get everything you desire. The snow dragon's luck is poisonous. What on earth is this? Jianglin looked at the garbled code behind it, feeling like the system has been constantly being interfered with lately. It appeared once before at Ling Jing's place, and now it's here again. It's just a level 7 item. Considering that high-level survivors are almost extinct, either leaving the system or mysteriously disappearing. Looking at the statue with a sinister smile in the treasure chest, Jianglin felt the urge to throw this hot potato away. Just then, it was a little after midnight. Alteration spell refreshed. This? Jianglin was torn. This thing looked very strange. Could the alienation spell handle it? He took out a red silk meat lotus and ate something to calm his nerves. With the double spiritual power recovery, his spiritual power quickly returned to full. He steeled himself. I don't care about you. Even if the curtain cave is here today, I transform you. Of course, this was just talk. To be honest, he really didn't want to have anything to do with the Lord anymore. But he had a feeling that this evil child Guanyin wasn't that high-ranking, otherwise he wouldn't be only at level 7. After transformation, he'd be at level 8, with a spiritual imprint, capable of covering anything. Transformation activated. Transform fiercely. Jiang Lin's entire body surged with spiritual energy, 6,400 points of it enveloping the palm-sized statue like a tide. At first, the statue remained motionless, but soon began to wriggle and deform. As the evil child's face dissipated, some power was blocked. For a moment, Jiang Lin felt dizzy, but he forced himself to remain afloat and continued to channel his spiritual energy. Good. Dizzy and dazed, he saw these words pop up on the system just before he passed out. But they quickly faded, and he didn't know if it was an illusion. Pitch blackness filled his vision. He was already relying on instinct to support himself and release his spiritual energy. Jiang Lin collapsed, and Xiaodong's snake eyes flashed, and a thick fog enveloped him. If he were still awake, he would definitely have complained about Xiaodong's indifference for not letting him use the wind shielding function. Inside the treasure chest, the evil child Guanyin had changed his appearance. On it was Jiang Lin's face. Outside the world. In the void, in the unknowable, the unimaginable. A being, condensed with the brilliance of countless faiths, seemed to sense something and swam in a certain direction. To say it swam wasn't accurate. It had no physical form, and distance was irrelevant to it. Here, there was no concept of time or space. It was more like it was trying to penetrate a membrane. At this moment, a crouching chaotic being emerged from nowhere. The being, condensed with the radiance of faith, began to tremble violently. Resistance was pointless. Silently, without a trace, even the concept of devouring or destroying was non-existent. He vanished, all returned to silence. The age of mist nearly entered the age of annihilation again. However, all this happened unbeknownst to the living. It's like you originally intended to water a flower pot, but there's a nest of ants living in it, but for some reason, you forgo watering. The ants thus escape disaster. But if you keep thinking about watering the flowers, will the ants meet their end? The continuation of life is a matter of chance. A cold wind blew. It's quite powerful. Jiang Lin slowly opened his eyes, and dazedly checked the time. It was already 1 a.m. He had been unconscious for nearly an hour this time. Xiaotong was still speeding forward, the air currents blowing Jiang Lin's image into a chaotic mess. Hey, didn't you ever think of protecting me a bit? I've really raised you for nothing. Jiang Lin sat down and patted the snake's head, angrily saying. Xiaodong's eyes were filled with disdain, as usual. He could only look at the culprit who had caused the coma. Huh? Seeing the statue's face transform into his own, Jiang Lin felt no joy, only fear. Transformed into the evil child Guanyin, obtaining the God of Grey Light, fake. Chapter 310. God of Grey Light, fake rank 8, a statue created by accident. It can be replicated by consuming psychic energy. Praying devoutly to it might result in a response, or even a divine descent. Jiang Lin examined the statue again. It was indeed his face, standing upright. From the head down, it was difficult to see clearly, and it was covered in a layer of gray mist. The entire structure was made of gray, unidentified stone, plain and mysterious. He felt an inexplicable connection with the statue, even able to use it to move. I summon myself? It seemed strange, but it made sense, worthy of the rank of a rank 8 item. If he could truly summon him, combined with the prison realm, he would be a true rank 8 combatant. At this moment, Jiang Lin pondered another question. What could this statue bring him? If he kept it in his own hands, it would be meaningless. But if it could be divided into multiple pieces and placed in different locations, perhaps teleportation could be achieved through faith. Thinking of this, he tossed the gray glowing statue in his hand into the prison realm. Try this. Inside the prison realm, Lin Yu, who was in her room consuming crystals, opened her eyes. She picked up the statue before her and looked at Jiang Lin's face on it, her expression somewhat strange. Hong Yin sat cross-legged on the bed, observing it curiously. After Jiang Lin's explanation, Lin Yu understood the method and immediately pushed the door open. He arrived at Huan Nu and Tina's room. Tina, let go. There. Lin Yu wanted to leave right then and there, but remembering important matters, he knocked on the door. Half a minute later, Huan Nu opened the door, blushing, But Tina behind her appeared unremarkable. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Holding the statue, she said solemnly, "Pray to it with me. Be sincere, don't lie, and pray for what you desire most." She explained Jiang Lin's words to the two women verbatim. "Isn't this?" Seeing Jiang Lin's face clearly on the statue, the two women looked confused, unsure of what was going on. "Just do as you say." Lin Yu understood their feelings. She was also quite confused. But since it was Jiang Lin's order, they, his subordinates, simply obeyed. In the hall, placing the statue upright on the square table, the three women, with varying expressions, began to pray. Invisible spiritual energy began to gather, being absorbed into the statue. In reality, there was no sign of any abnormality. It seemed like a normal prayer. Only Jiang Lin himself could perceive this unusual energy convergence. Faith is a spiritual medium, or an anchor point for the higher to connect with the lower. Those of higher status can easily connect to those of lower status through this medium. This is the origin of divine descent. If this medium points to some unspeakable entity, terrifying events can occur. Mutations are the easiest of them. This was Jiang Lin's first encounter with this energy, and he was still a little intrigued. He probed his spirit into the statue's three new anchor points. Lin Yu had the least, Tina the second, and Huan knew the most. Perhaps this had something to do with his devotion. Lin Yu viewed him more as a friend or a boss, so his faith was relatively weak. Huan knew had always worshipped him, treating him like a god, and therefore had a more devout faith. "I hope my life will always be peaceful, and that the Weird Mist Order will reach its highest level, as Jiang Lin wished." This was Lin Yu's wish. "I want my mother to be resurrected, our family to be reunited, and the Weird Lord and everyone else to be with us, Tina. I want to become stronger, to be able to help the Weird Lord." Huan knew. This prayer could be heard or not, depending on Jiang Lin's own wishes. Energy levels varied, but the three women's prayers combined weren't enough for him to perform a divine descent. Energy consumption also drained individual spiritual energy, and it was unclear how long it would take to recover, but a preliminary estimate was 1 day. If this amount of energy was consumed each time, it might take 5 consecutive days. 2 level 5s and 1 level 4, at this level of life, would still require 5 days, so the divine descent required considerable energy. But if only certain abilities or items were invested, the energy consumption would be much less. For example, he could use the statue to cast a strange spell, and the energy of faith he had just used would be enough for one cast. A level 7 attack was a devastating blow to the women's level. And yet, the cost was only a small amount of energy of faith, which was quite powerful. Perhaps this is the trump card of those divinely favored races? He had never understood why those so-called divinely favored races, seemingly no different from ordinary creatures, could so lord it over the fog. Now I finally understand. It's all about backing. 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 No matter what world, background matters. Because of their protection, those favored races are able to ascend to the 8th level and remain unhunted. And precisely because they have reached the 8th level, or even the 9th level, a race gains the confidence to dare to use tactics like the Mark of Ember of Vengeance. Now he still bears the marks of the red-eyed dark sheep and the snow dragon. But performing divine descent or praying to the gods doesn't come without a price. After all, not everyone is as easy to please as Jiang Lin. Some gods even bring down pollution simply by existing. Afterwards, Jiang Lin used source crystals. Yes, source crystals, to replicate enough statues. He then had Lin Yu use teleportation to deliver it to each member of the Weird Mist Secret Society. When the statue's energy was sufficient, he could use it to travel freely. It was expensive, but Jiang Lin never skimped on it, as it could be used to save his life when necessary. He now earned nearly 6 source crystals daily, making it completely affordable. The statue could also serve as a trump card for the members. He had previously warned them to handle the situation on their own unless they encountered a high-level enemy. But if a high-level enemy forced their way in, he wouldn't mind giving the enemy a crushing blow. The statue matter was settled. He continued on his journey with Xiaotong. In the late night, the snow below gradually transformed into a forest. It seemed he had left the snowy mountain area. It took so long to get out, which showed how vast an area was. However, this was only a small part of the misty world. He flew for a long time in this unknown forest. Xiaotong, stop. Jiang Lin called out, and his spiritual sense unexpectedly detected a stone city. Shrouded in blood mist, the creatures within moved freely. There were humans and other species. There were even monsters and ferocious beasts. Ho ho! Die! 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 Ah! The city was bustling with activity, filled with the clatter of violently slashing flesh, The rotting sounds of reproduction, the sounds of biting, the roaring. The actions were appalling to watch. Humans and beasts, monsters and beasts, had broken down racial boundaries. This wasn't the first time he'd encountered such a scene. The last time was on the turtle island of Desire in the unbounded sea. That time, due to his lack of understanding of this strangeness, he nearly became one of them, and one knew nearly suffered. Now, at rank 7, and possessing the prison realm and Grey Mist spiritual garment, he wouldn't be affected again. Just right, it's been ages since I've gotten a new strange item. Xiaotong slowly ascended above the city. The blood mist dissipated, revealing a more primal and wild scene. The system probe only displayed information about each creature, as unreliable as ever. Jianlin was already accustomed to this, and didn't really need the system. This was clearly a level 7 anomaly, a mutation of the 6 desires, a level 7 hypnotic pathway. Directly destroying the town with violence was futile. The anomaly's true form must be found. Silently, a cage of twisted gray lines obscured the sky. The prison realm unfolded. Chapter 311. Bang! The wild hunt whip hammer swung, its immense force smashing the mating beast men in front into smithereens. Jianlin rubbed his ears, feeling a great deal calmer. This small town looked small from the air, but in person, it was the size of a county on Blue Star. It was at least 1,000 square kilometers, home to hundreds of thousands of living creatures. The range of a level 7 anomaly was terrifying. Any creature that approached it would become a slave to its desires. Though its outward appearance remained unchanged, its inner being had been completely corrupted, becoming part of the field. This range was over 10 times larger than his prison realm. He guaranteed that even a practitioner of the 6 desires profession would not be able to achieve this range. But a level 7 anomaly could easily achieve this. Transformed practitioners were often even more powerful than before. Boom! The earth trembled in the distance, the sound of a large whale crashing into the ground. To quickly locate the anomaly's true form, he dispatched Xiaofu, Xiaotong, Hongyininji. The method for judging is also simple and mindless. One word. Smash. Smash everything you see until you find something indestructible. This method may seem simple and crude, but if it weren't for Jianlin, few people would be able to do it. First, you must be able to withstand the 7th level strange desire pollution, which requires your own mental attribute to reach 79. And it's not absolutely safe. Strange things at this level often carry pollution beyond the current level after mutation. The longer you stay in the city, the stronger the pollution will be. Jianlin remained safe because he had a prison realm that exceeded his current level. Second, after solving your own problems, you still need an army that is not afraid of pollution. Still too inefficient, Jianlin muttered, transforming into Alan and unleashing the undying colossus. Suddenly, hundreds of 20-meter-tall ice giants appeared, each covered in icy mouthparts. Bang! 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 A flurry of attacks and the prelude to destruction sounded for this eerie city, which had stood for who knows how long. Half an hour later, the indiscriminate bombardment gradually subsided, and more than half of the stone city was toppled. The hundreds of thousands of control creatures were reduced to only a few thousand, and Xiao Axe finally sensed it. Master, it's exploded. Fun! And the moment Xiao Axe sensed it, the remaining thousands of creatures collapsed, seemingly losing control. Their expressions were droopy, their eyes glazed, as if something had been drained from them. Finally, it's done. It was such a struggle. All the colossi stopped moving, and Jianlin transformed back into his true form. He felt truly good, having cleared another forbidden zone for the misty world. Xiaofu's massive tentacle emerged from the void, handing Jianlin a bizarre two-eared pot. Well done, everyone, go back. He gathered the alienated objects back into the prison realm and activated the system for investigation. Desire pot. Level 7, a strange item. It stirs up the target's desires. When a certain desire reaches a certain threshold, the target becomes a desire pot puppet. Effective at level 7 and below. Note, each time it activates, the user loses that desire. If not, it will be countered by sensory input. The effect is quite perverse, worthy of a strange item. All living things have desires, even gods. Thus, the desire pot's power is easily activated, unless the creature can control its desires from becoming excessive. Such creatures are few and far between, and Jianlin feels that his desires are quite numerous. After a short while, he obtained a level 7 strange item, and even a brilliant crystal treasure chest, a bonus that was directly added to his backpack. Lucky luck, but that was all for him. A normal level 7 would have long since fallen into this city, becoming nutrients for the growth of strangeness. Level 7 strangeness was just a minor incident for him now. Dense fog spread rapidly, and a strong wind howled. On Xiaodong's snake head, Jianlin placed the brilliant crystal treasure chest and the desire pot together. The remaining 2 transformations for the day had been taken care of. After preparing the preliminary work, Jianlin transformed into Sophia and opened the brilliant crystal treasure chest. A flash of white light revealed a white pistol within the chest, engraved with a symbol consisting of 2 circular arrows. Switch gun, level 7. Select an item on your body and fire it at the target, receiving an item of equal value from the other party. This item becomes ineffective when subjected to high-level interference. Huh? Jianlin felt this ability was strangely familiar. Thinking carefully, he realized it was mentioned in the Tier 7 class information Serena had given him. Artisan Path Tier 7. Swapper. This class has a skill that allows them to forcibly exchange their own items with an opponent. This ability can be extremely distasteful, so many Tier 7 class members avoid fighting swappers, fearing they might not even get the last bit of benefit. The determination of equal value is confusing, and Serena even gave an example. One time, a swapper traded a Tier 7 life-saving item for a Tier 7 storage crystal. This was because the swapper had modified the value of both items. So, the swapper spear is probably just a weakened version of this skill. If there were no prison realm, Jianlin wouldn't have wanted to encounter this class. But now he's not too afraid of it. He was afraid he'd encounter an 8th level craftsman, who might then completely replace everything he possessed. Now he had some understanding of why the Grey Mist prison tower was destroyed by the Holy Alliance. So, key items like the ones created by the sculpted ghosts were useless against the swapped stranger, practically delivering them to the enemy. Luckily, they could only exchange inanimate objects. If even strange creatures could be exchanged, Jianlin couldn't imagine it. He relied heavily on strange creatures. If that were the case, it shouldn't be that bad. He quickly shook his head, dismissing this terrifying conjecture. What else could he do? Thinking wouldn't solve the problem, so he'd just try and see. Adhering to the principle of if you're perverted, I join you, he decided to first transform the swap spear. Transformation activated, 6,400 spiritual energy surged out, covering the white spear's body. The spear began to wriggle, but it remained a spear. Finally, its entire body became ethereal and transparent, and the circular arrowhead transformed into 2 bright red hands, reaching out from either side to grasp the spear's tip. It was like 2 treacherous hands holding a gun. Mutated the spear of swapping, obtaining the strange spear. Strange spear, Tier 8. Selecting a low-level item, and firing it at the opponent will invariably exchange it for a higher-level item. It will be rendered ineffective by strong interference. Excellent. Jianlin was extremely satisfied. The effect was easy to understand and quite disgusting. He randomly selected a Tier 7 item to fire. If the opponent had a Tier 8 item, they would be in trouble. As for being subject to strong interference, it was likely some top-tier Tier 8 shielding methods. This was not surprising. At this level, some professionals, who had been at Tier 8 for a long time would be wary of swapping. But certainly not all of them were, so the strange spear had a lot of room for maneuver. After nearly a day of exhausting travel, Jianlin finally had a clearer sense of the Taylor carrier. However, her location made him frown. He had now stopped before a flickering scene, watching the scene ahead shift again and again, seemingly never settling. Sometimes it was a desert, sometimes an ocean, and then, in the blink of an eye, a sky-high island. Grassland, Gobi Desert, snowfield. In just a few minutes, the scene had shifted dozens of times. Pendulum Illusionary Domain, as the name suggests, a place that transforms with every swing of a pendulum. The Taylor woman was hiding here, one of the 9 fogless lands. It had multiple entrances, all constantly shifting and changing. If you wanted to find someone, you had to focus on the same shifts, otherwise you'd end up in completely different areas. Chapter 312. The Faceless One's base is within the Pendulum Illusionary Realm. Of course, this doesn't mean the Pendulum Illusionary Realm belongs to the Faceless Ones. Just like the Directionless Sea, the Filthy Cult and the Supreme Cult are merely sojourners within it. The Fogless Land is vast, and could be considered a world unto itself. Unlike the extremely eerie Phantom Hanging Island, other fogless lands are freely accessible, provided you are at a high enough level. If you are only at level 4, every step is incredibly difficult. Simply resisting the erosion is a headache. Level 5 and above offer a relatively smoother path, but still present numerous dangers. At his level, entering a relatively normal fogless land doesn't require such caution. Watching the flickering scene ahead, Jianlin sat on Xiaodong's head and waited patiently. Mushroom forests, swamps, mountain forests. He was using his spiritual imprint to sense which area the tailor girl was in. After waiting for about half an hour, the scene ahead froze. From nowhere, countless pendulums dangled from nowhere, each a miniature world. Jianlin's expression froze. Right here, Xiaotong. Thick fog swirled, and a giant red snake swam forward at breakneck speed. This pendulum scene was the most famous area of the pendulum fantasy realm, and the origin of its name. Something was unclear, good or bad news. The Faceless One's base was located within one of these pendulums. Wow, it was like penetrating a thin membrane. Jianlin had entered the void and landed directly on one of the pendulums. Just now, he had clearly sensed some kind of contamination, attempting to alter his appearance. But after entering the pendulum, this contamination mysteriously vanished. The pendulum can shield against pollution. This wasn't a big deal to him, but it was a boon for the creatures within the pendulum illusionary realm. Looking around, he and Xiaotong were in midair, with what seemed like flat ground below, visible from a distance. The very edge connected to nothingness, presumably the boundary between the pendulum and nothingness. It seemed close, but it wasn't. Judging by the densely packed black dots, they were probably buildings. From far to near, the dots were countless. At the center of the pendulum stood a relatively large tower. This pendulum was home to at least tens of millions of creatures. This was despite the large open areas. The pendulum could be considered a small world. Within the pendulum illusionary realm, such pendulums were countless. Jianlin was currently in an open area, roughly at the edge of the pendulum. With his eyesight, he could see many ferocious beasts and monsters roaming about. He also noticed a number of intelligent creatures in uniform hunting, but he paid them no mind. Light emanated from the ground beneath his feet, preventing it from being completely dark. He tried to fly upward, hoping to escape the pendulum surface and enter the void, but found it impossible. The inability to escape the pendulum was a rule of the pendulum's illusionary realm. If the pendulums were small worlds, then the outside world was truly just the concept of nothingness. Nothing could exist within nothingness. Giving up the attempt, Jianlin arrived at a surface emitting a white-yellow glow. Xiaotong, you go back first. Jianlin unfolded the prison realm, retracted Xiaotong, and prepared to explore the tower. He could sense that the tailor girl wasn't in this pendulum. He had to find a way to reach another one. Floating forward, close to the ground. He didn't overly display his presence. When the situation was unclear, he kept a low profile. The tower looked not far away, but when he actually traveled, he realized it was just an illusion, perhaps tens of thousands of kilometers away from his current position. Most of the buildings were concentrated there, at the center of the pendulum. Occasionally, a blind beast would pounce upon him, a tiny creature, only to be glared at by the monocle and instantly explode. Bang! A beast's core fell out. It's been a while since I've seen this thing alone. Jianlin put it away with a touch of nostalgia. Level 7 levitation wasn't slow, around 2,000 kilometers per hour. Not as fast as Fu Mu and Xiaotong, but definitely enough for normal travel. A level 5 beast was lurking behind him, but he didn't bother to pay attention, continuing on his way. He was pondering a question. If the pendulum could block pollution, then where did the beasts and monsters on it come from? While professionals could mutate, there were tens of millions of living beings here, so dealing with mutations should be easy. So there must be another reason. At that moment, the level 5 beast behind him suddenly accelerated, its ferocious worm-like mouthparts shooting out, tearing at him. Switch! A sonic boom followed, and the mouthparts were already behind him. Jianlin didn't try to stop it, but instead curled his lips, his spiritual sense detecting an interesting scene. Outsider, your performance isn't very good. A clear male voice came from the distance. Shichichi, the scorching elemental fire spirit tightly grasped the worm's mouthparts. The surging flame element extended through the flesh tube towards the beast, and the burning pain caused it to let out a low roar. Sauron, you are such a reckless man, the young girl said angrily. A guide door opened in front of Jianlin. Come in quickly. He's just boasting, but he can't really do anything against a level 5 beast. Jianlin suppressed his surprise, and accepted the fact that he had been rescued. Shaking his head, he took a step forward. Before he could take a closer look at the man and woman, he was dragged through one guide door after another. After several attempts, the three finally stopped. The young man let go of Jianlin's sleeve. You're a survivor, right? Want to come in and get the fog-proof fire? The young man patted Jianlin's shoulder casually. Take my advice. Don't try to show off if you're not strong enough. Judging from your performance, your level isn't high, right? Are you using some item to hide your level? I can't even detect it. If it weren't for our Oso team, you'd be dead. The young man named Soren seemed to be a chatterbox, pulling Jianglin aside and peppering him with questions. After he finished his fifth sentence, Jianglin had already turned away and began observing the two. The young man was 1.7 meters tall, had blonde hair, and was a reasonably sturdy, sunny boy. The girl was 1.6 meters tall, with black hair and black eyes, quite pretty. Both of them wore black outfits with hoods at the back. He had encountered people dressed like this before on the road. They must belong to the same faction. The young man continued to chatter. Her name is Aurora, and my name is Soren. So we're the Soreneo duo. In this small pendulum, we're the strongest faceless. The girl, Aurora, couldn't help but interrupt Soren's boasting. That's because the stronger faceless have gone to other pendulums. Soren froze for a moment, but continued stubbornly. But it's a fact that we're the strongest in the small pendulum. Jianglin finally heard some useful information. A level 5 tour guide and a level 5 mystic scholar, a truly impressive lineup. And the two of them were faceless, calling this round pendulum a small pendulum. Soren suddenly looked at Jianglin. By the way, has your promotion trial started? I've been ready for this. Promotion trial? Jianglin feigned ignorance. You don't even know that? No wonder you're so weak, nearly getting killed by a level 5 beast. The promotion trial is? Sauron was incredibly heartless and launched into his explanation. Jianglin naturally knew what the promotion trial was all about. He simply wanted to see how the forces of the Mistless Land would react. Chapter 313. The Venerable has ruled that faceless are not allowed to devour each other. Anyone who violates this rule will be discovered and suffer a horrible death. So, every time you survivors undergo advancement trials, it's a good opportunity for us faceless to advance. After listening to Soren's account, Jianglin confirmed what Serena said. It's very difficult for survivors to advance to higher ranks. Not only is there competition among them, but the most dangerous thing is the hunting by various factions. Of course, danger also contains opportunities. The hunting is mutual. But there are also some unfair aspects. Some professionals have connections, and are followed by level 6 or even level 7 beings. When faced with this, one can only consider themselves unlucky. Jianglin asked, are you so confident that you can successfully advance? Of course, our Soeo team is invincible. Soren was extremely confident. Aurora rolled her eyes, accustomed to his idiocy. Jianglin also felt a bit worried, considering that Soren had merely forced the level 5 beast back, rather than outright killing it. If they encountered stronger survivors, they would likely have to rely on Aurora to escape. After a conversation, perhaps due to a sense of kinship as fellow humans, Soren offered to help Jianglin reach the Faceless Tower. This was the tower at the center. The Faceless were a mercenary organization, somewhat like a guild. There were no specific requirements for membership. Members could exchange items based on merit, and even meet with the Venerable. Merit could be earned by completing quests, or by turning in psychic items or materials. The Faceless Tower was the gathering place for the Faceless, and a few small pendulums were deployed there. As for the large pendulums, they were not suitable for habitation due to the pollution they carried. The Great Pendulum is a hunting ground, extremely dangerous to all creatures within the pendulum fantasy. Those below level 5 should beware. In short, Jianglin inexplicably felt that the pendulum fantasy was like some kind of game world. Killing monsters, exchanging, advancing. It actually had its own system. On an illusory path made of light, the three of them swiftly advanced. This was the Light Chaser's ability. Light Path. Used by level 5 Aurora, it was even faster than Jianglin's levitation. Travelers are second to none in terms of speed. No one dares to claim first place. Are you native pendulum people? Jianglin wanted to know more. Sauron was a loose-lipped guy, saying everything. Our fathers were all survivors. As for our generation, we were born into the pendulum world anyway. Aurora was relatively cautious and generally didn't respond. Seeing that Jianglin didn't ask anything serious, she felt relieved. Are your parents both faceless? Jianglin's question was casual, but even Soren remained silent. After a while, Aurora explained, Sauron's father was a sage. So that's how it was. Jianglin understood. It seemed like Soren's father had only recently passed away. The god Norustan had indeed harmed many lives. Aurora didn't mention her parents, and Jianglin didn't pursue the subject. The mist world is dangerous. Life and death are commonplace. Hey! Soren suddenly shook his head and smiled. No big deal. His smile was actually uglier than crying, but Jianglin tacitly joined in the laughter. I'm not bragging. One day, I used the elements to blast that 10th orb. Sauron's clear voice sounded like a joke. But Jiang Lin could clearly sense his determination and the seriousness hidden beneath. Don't say that. That's a god. Aurora pinched the soft flesh on Soren's waist. Soren feigned pain and gritted his teeth. Okay. Just let go. Jiang Lin felt like he'd been fed a mouthful of dog food. At Jiang Lin's odd look, Aurora quickly let go, her cheeks flushing slightly. Ahem. Soren seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, Jiang Lin, what's your profession? I'm a spirit bringer. Jiang Lin lied. If he had said the prison master, he'd probably scare the two of them to death. For him, impersonating a spirit bringer was the easiest thing. All he had to do was make things come alive. Level 5 Artisan. Soren's mouth dropped open. That's a great profession, very sought after. Want to join the Faceless? With a profession like yours, gaining merits is easy. Maybe you soon meet the Venerable, and receive what you desire. Our little pendulum only has one level for Puppet Master. Meeting you is truly a treasure. Soren was excited, blabbering on and on. Aurora couldn't help but glance at Jiang Lin repeatedly. She hadn't expected the outsider they'd casually rescued to be a spirit-empowered hand. Perhaps because the journey was too tedious, Soren kept on rambling. Speaking of which, I have a pretty good relationship with Sister Sana. She's raising a 3-year-old daughter alone, which is no small feat. I heard her husband was killed because of his promotion, and she tried to seek justice from the Venerable, but ended up having her leg broken. Hearing the name Sana, Jiang Lin froze, a bit dazed. Weasel's wife was called Sana. The one who killed Visser was none other than Jiang Lin. Damn it. The principle of hidden attraction. After a while, Jiang Lin sighed inwardly, somewhat unsure how to proceed. A while ago, a level 4 professional coveted Sister Sana's beauty, but I chased him off. Sauron, a smug look on his face, looked at Aurora as if to claim credit. Aurora, helpless, gave him a thumbs up. Hey Jiang Lin, you haven't decided if you want to join the Faceless Ones yet? There's nothing good about being a survivor. My father told me that survivors never have a good ending. Hearing this, Jiang Lin had to put Sana's matter aside for the moment. What do you mean? Soren's father must have been a survivor from the previous batches, a level 6 sage, so he might know something. He didn't go into detail, but he said that the higher the level, the more bizarre events a survivor faces than ordinary professionals. A single careless mistake could lead to irreparable destruction. Jiang Lin couldn't help but think of the evil child Guanyin he'd found in the treasure chest earlier. That item probably counted as a bizarre event, temporarily resolved by his alienation technique. He didn't answer directly. I see. I consider your proposal. I'd be waiting. Soren seemed to have already assumed Jiang Lin would leave the ranks of survivors. From now on, the three of us can be called Team Soren. Jiang Lin smiled. Soren. Sounds good. Aurora seemed accustomed to Soren's natural flirtation with strangers, and simply rolled her eyes helplessly. With Soren so chatty, time flew by. Jiang Lin finally had a clear view of the entire area surrounding the Faceless Tower. Thick walls separated the city's buildings from the outside world, enveloped by elemental formations, emanating the aura of a rank 6 elemental arbiter. Occasionally, creatures dressed similarly to Soren, and the other two would enter and exit the city gates. The professionals here tacitly refrained from flying. The various races came and went, a scene of harmony. However, Jiang Lin's keen senses could even discern the darkness in certain corners. Noticing that most of the creatures were dressed differently, he asked Soren beside him, "So not everyone here is faceless?" "Of course. Not everyone can become a faceless. One must pass a test." "Let's go!" Soren led the way with a swagger, and some who recognized him greeted him. "Soren, how was your harvest today?" "Soren, aren't you ready to go to the Great Pendulum?" "Soren, it seems this little yellow-haired kid is quite popular." Chapter 314. Entering the city, houses of uniform style are neatly arranged, with creatures of various races wandering among them, purchasing their necessities. Weapon shops, rune shops, clothing stores. It's like a real-life survivors rally. Many houses have courtyards, where those with talent in planting professions cultivate crops or raise animals. It appears perfectly orderly, with the creatures each doing their own job. But Jiang Lin could also observe with his spiritual sense that some, relying on their high-level professions, were buying for free, yet the shopkeepers could only tolerate it. Some creatures, weak as they were forced to be bullied by several others, regardless of gender. At every moment, coercion and violence were taking place in the shadows, a tacit understanding among all creatures. Even so, this place was 100 times better than the foggy world. There was no pollution or danger. While there was violence, No creatures would slaughter each other indiscriminately in the city. When basic needs are met, does some bullying seem insignificant? Sauron and Aurora grew up here, so they didn't have as many feelings as Jianglin, and they were accustomed to certain things. The three of them walked along the spotless streets, the wide avenue facing the faceless tower in the center. In the house ahead, a woman of considerable appearance was struggling, surrounded by several humanoids of various appearances. Her husband, bound by chains, stood by with bloodshot eyes. It's not the first time, so what? That's right, we just have some fun and leave, no one's life is at stake. Ha ha! The sound of ripping clothes echoed through the air. The woman sobbed, helplessly covering her private parts with her hands. She was crying, and she could only cry. A primitive, morbid farce was about to unfold. Jianglin believed the two people beside him had also sensed what was happening, but neither of them made any effort to stop it. Sauron said nothing. Aurora frowned and sighed. Sauron, this isn't like you. Jianglin was puzzled. Considering Soren's passing and saving him, he shouldn't have remained indifferent. Unexpectedly, Aurora spoke first. It's not that I don't want to help, it's that I can't. Sauron pursed his lips, but remained silent, continuing on his own. He stared at Soren's dejected back. Aurora continued, residents are prohibited from killing within the Faceless Tower. In his youth, Soren disciplined a group of evildoers, but later, those who were bullied begged Soren to stop interfering. Because those who commit evil will only become more violent. Soren's father once met with the Venerable, hoping to enforce the laws against the residents of the Faceless Tower, but was rejected and even offended. All right, Aurora said, but Soren interrupted her. Let's not talk about the past. It seems there's more to this story. Jianglin wasn't curious. It was Soren's private matter, after all. He gazed thoughtfully at the house, where the absurd, primitive violence continued. Several humanoids were playing, perhaps enjoying the pleasure of being in front of their wives' husbands, tearing off the women's clothes bit by bit. They weren't strong, only level 3 or 4, yet they could commit evil with impunity, simply because the Faceless Tower forbade killing. This protects the weak, but it also serves as a shackle that makes them even weaker. The lawful will be bullied by the disorderly. Is this what the Venerable wants? He couldn't help but think of the pursuits of the three forces of disorder, and seemed to understand why this was happening. He stepped forward and patted Soren on the shoulder. Rules restrict you, but there are many ways to solve problems. He wasn't a good or bad person. He mostly acted according to his own preferences. He didn't mind brushing off things he didn't want to see. So, Jianglin transformed into Ian in an instant, and back again in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that Soren and Aurora thought they were dazzled. When they came to their senses, they found the former smiling at them. Was that a transformation tool? Soren, recalling his spiritual hand's identity, made a guess. Jianglin didn't answer, a tacit agreement. Inside the house, the attackers suddenly fell silent. The woman's sobbing was particularly piercing, mingled with the man's gnashing teeth. Sensing something was wrong, the woman, tear-stained, shrank back and looked up. The arrogant attackers, suddenly losing interest in her, staggered out of the house. Snap! The woman hadn't reacted even after the door slammed shut. Soren and the other man, observing the scene with their spiritual consciousness, reacted similarly to the woman. The swaying perpetrators headed out of the city. Bearing any unexpected events, they probably wouldn't return. This is urging. Soren was about to speak, but Aurora stopped him. Don't say anything. The girl was clever. While holding Soren's hand, she glanced at Jianglin, as if learning something. Jianglin raised an eyebrow at Soren, his lips curled slightly. Soren, his face brimming with excitement, hurried over to grab Jianglin's arm and whispered, How did you do that? Aren't you the enchanted hand? It's a tool. It's easy for me. I see, that's really convenient. Sauron was a little envious, a smile evident on his face. He was a kind and cheerful little yellow-haired boy, and Jianglin felt he knew him well enough. The journey was much calmer after that, and whenever he saw something he didn't like, Jianglin would readily address it. In a sense, he wasn't being irrational, simply fighting violence with violence. He was only treating the symptoms, not the root cause, but he wasn't a pendulum, so he just followed his heart. The Faceless Tower was very tall, perhaps several thousand meters. It was almost the highest point a living being could reach, and beyond that, they were restricted. The tower was square in shape, white with a hint of yellow, tapering from bottom to top, its exterior walls carved with simple patterns. Professionals wearing uniform black hooded uniforms came and went. On the side of the gate, knowing that Jianglin wanted to go to another pendulum, Soren offered him some common sense. To reach the Great Pendulum, you must pass through the pendulum core of the Faceless Tower. Only faceless ones can use it, so it turns out there are two ways to reach other pendulums. At the center of each pendulum lies a pendulum core, which allows users to travel to adjacent pendulums. The other way is through pendulum fissures, which usually appear at the edges of pendulums and serve as pathways for ferocious beasts and monsters to emerge. Pendulum fissures appear randomly, leading to an unknown destination, potentially even to nothingness, making them extremely dangerous. Thus, pendulum users assume only one path, the pendulum core. Sauron continued, but now is not the assessment period. If you want to become a faceless one, you have to wait until tomorrow. Jianlin wasn't particularly interested in joining the faceless ones, so he asked, can faceless ones bring others into the core? Yes, but... Aurora was about to say something when a deep voice interrupted her. Isn't this my dear nephew, Soren? Why aren't you planning on going to the Great Pendulum? The man had a vertical eye between his brows, a warm smile, and a harmless demeanor. Soren was stunned at first, then he knelt respectfully before the three-eyed man and carefully licked the upper of his shoe. As he licked, he replied, Uncle Charlie, I just want to wield my power over this little pendulum. I don't want to risk my life. Really? The three-eyed man, known as Charlie, crushed Soren's face with his foot. You're such a loser, just like your father. Jianlin was stunned, watching from the sidelines. He hadn't expected Soren to behave this way. Chapter 315. Sauron, who had previously vowed to avenge his father against Norbus, acted completely indifferent to Charlie's insults. You're right. I truly don't have any grand ambitions. Sauron's face was stomped on the ground, yet he still smiled in response. He seemed completely heartless, as if he was meant to be. Humph. Charlie's foot landed, and Soren's skull thudded against the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Charlie's face remained plastered with a harmless smile, as he continued to stomp. Aurora closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Jianlin sat thoughtfully on the side. Don't be such a loser. Go to the Great Pendulum to improve your strength faster. Charlie said this, spat at Soren, and then turned and left. Very arrogant. This was the first time Jianlin had ever seen someone so arrogant. According to his spiritual sense, this three-eyed man named Charlie was only at level 6, and his profession was unknown. Yet, he was as arrogant as a level 8. Seeing Charlie walk away, Aurora went over to help Soren up. Are you okay? I'm fine. Uncle Charlie deserved to hit me. It's all my fault for being such a loser. Aurora was clearly not experiencing this before. She silently followed Soren in a certain direction, even winking at Jianlin. Jianlin followed the two of them, noting that Charlie hadn't gone far. His spiritual sense scanned the area repeatedly. At this point, he had formed a rough idea. He had witnessed an alien version of the humiliation of being humiliated, a scene of sleeping on straw and tasting gall. Bang. The door slammed shut, as if sealing off everything inside from the outside world. This must be Aurora and Soren's residence. There were 2 rooms upstairs, and a simple living room downstairs, with neatly arranged tables and chairs. Jianlin, I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself. Sauron gestured for Jianlin to sit down, and Aurora brought a level 2 healing potion. Jianlin remained silent, smiling as he sat down on the chair. You be the one who survives. Sauron's face turned bitter. I don't see any hope of promotion. Charlie is a fraud. Just like you killed those people, it would be easy for him to kill me. The only reason he hasn't done it is because my performance has been so poor. If I ever think of a promotion, he'd definitely kill me. Jianlin wasn't very interested in these things. In his eyes, Charlie was just a figure that could be easily destroyed. But since Soren was willing to talk about it, he might as well listen to it. Jianlin, what's the relationship between Charlie and your father? Sauron drank the healing potion and sighed. Charlie and my father were from the same group of survivors. After joining the Faceless, they became a team. At first, it wasn't a big deal, but Charlie and my father later separated due to differences in ideologies. My father, in particular, completely offended Charlie over legal issues. But due to my father's strength, Charlie always behaved well. Until my father's death, Charlie finally revealed his true colors and repeatedly urged me to enter the Great Pendulum. After being rejected so many times, I felt like he was almost at the point of resorting to trickery. Jianlin listened casually. He concluded, you will be the one who survives? Same words, same tone. Soren didn't understand why Jianlin was so confident in him. I hope so. Soren smiled bitterly, taking it as encouragement. Jianlin asked about something else, the one he was most focused on. Aurora said before that the faceless can lead people into the core, right? Okay, but why are you going to the big pendulum? With your strength. Sauron didn't say it explicitly, but his implication was clear. He thought Jianlin was too weak. Besides, Charlie's watching me. If I show any signs of leaving this little pendulum, he'd definitely take action. He won't care if you have any connection to me. Jianlin touched his monocle. What if I can help you get rid of Charlie? This? Sauron and Aurora both looked at him, puzzled by his confidence. Seeing their disbelief, Jianlin unleashed a tiny fraction of the power of his lens of despair. Buzz, a mysterious aura enveloped them, and they both shuddered. Sauron's hand, holding the glass tube, stopped shaking, its hand trembling. Aurora slumped in her chair. In her eyes, Jianlin's face remained unchanged, yet it filled him with utter fear and a deep sense of despair. What on earth was this? Something was stirring beneath Soren's skin, and even a man as resolute as he was, he felt the urge to commit suicide. Feeling almost done, Jianlin retracted his power. Who? Sauron collapsed, struggling as if from a suffocating pit. Aurora slid to the ground, not daring to look at that terrifying face again. So exaggerated? Jianlin felt he had restrained himself. A few seconds later, the two finally recovered from the suffocating feeling. You're not level 5. Soren was absolutely certain. What kind of being had they inadvertently saved? Even Charlie couldn't compare to such a terrifying feeling of despair. Aurora raised her head tremblingly, her pretty face pale. She still couldn't utter a word. As you said, we're the Suolin team, aren't we? Jianlin didn't elaborate. Let the two guess. With their imaginations, they could only guess he was a level 6 at best. Tomorrow, let's go to the Great Pendulum together. As a reward, I help you deal with Charlie. How about that? Jianlin patted Suolon's shoulder, set him upright in a chair, and simultaneously used levitation to pull Aurora up from the ground. Suolon and Aurora exchanged a glance, their minds buzzing with the constant twists and turns. Okay, Suolon replied instinctively. Charlie had always been his death warrant. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, he would seize it. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. When they learned that Jianlin wasn't just a weak level 5 enchanter as they had thought, but might actually be a hidden level 6 master. Suolon's throat kept rolling, and Aurora also became extremely restrained. A bit embarrassed. They had thought they had saved Jianlin, but it turned out to be wishful thinking. Jianlin watched with interest, finding their situation quite amusing. Just then, a crackling sound in the distance broke the silence. Something's happened to Sister Sanaa again. I have to go. Sauron scratched the yellow-haired man, feeling as if he had been pardoned. At the name, Jianlin frowned, and after a quick spiritual investigation, he said, I handle it. He waved his hand, using levitation to push Soren back into his chair. Then, using a teleportation technique, he vanished from the ground, leaving the two of them staring at each other in bewilderment. I've noticed before that Jianlin's reaction to Sister Sanaa's name was a bit strange. Aurora, being a woman, was very observant. Really? He seemed a bit dazed, like he was meeting an old friend. Could it be? Aurora had already imagined several female-oriented stories. Come on. Soren patted Aurora's head. This is Jianlin's first time entering the pendulum spirit. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so ignorant of common sense, let alone knowing Sister Sanaa. Humph, Aurora snorted. You don't understand a woman's intuition. Then she changed the subject. But I really didn't expect Jianlin to be so powerful. He's practically a savior sent by the gods to you. A god wouldn't do such a thing. Soren shook his head. Actually, I'd rather rely on myself than rely on Jianlin's help. Chapter 316. Weasel was the first person Jianlin killed for his promotion. Before that, the two had no prior experience, let alone any animosity. But when they met, the harsh conditions for promotion meant only one could survive. The puppet shop. The shelves filled with puppets were now in disarray. Several puppets engaged in combat with a burly man. Off to the other side, Sanaa held her daughter securely behind her, her expression solemn. Sanaa was a beautiful woman with black curly hair, dressed in a black dress that looked like mourning. The crystal patterns on her legs looked jarring, likely a later addition. Jianlin paused outside. He didn't know how to face the mother and daughter. He had killed Weasel. He was their enemy. According to common sense, killing them was the right thing to do. Sanaa, just follow me. What's wrong with that? Your lousy puppets can't stop me. Don't hurt little Sonny. The burly man threw a punch, crippling a puppet in front of him. He looked at Sanaa with a look of utter infatuation, a tinge of morbid greed. Sanaa's face froze. Gideon, don't forget it was Visser who took you in and guided you to become a professional. I'm your master's wife. Master's wife. Gideon's breathing became heavier. Come with me. I protect you from being bullied. Little Sonny needs a stable home, too. I can be his stepfather. At this, Gideon swallowed hard. As if imagining a scene, he gazed at Sanaa's graceful curves beneath her black dress, his eyes tearing up. You're such a beast, a wolf cub. Sanaa's expression was filled with disgust, ready to commit suicide. But she turned to look at her daughter, Sonny, who was staring at her with wide eyes. What should she do? She could die, but her daughter. Always strong and resolute, she couldn't help but feel a surge of despair. Bang! Another puppet exploded, followed by a second, a third. Gideon, seemingly irritated by the word master's wife, had lost all desire for playfulness and attacked with exponentially greater speed. But to Sanaa, this was a terrifying death cry. She had few puppets left. She could ask for help from her neighbors, Soren and the others, but at this hour, they were probably still out hunting. Sanaa gave a bitter smile. Weasel, you've truly wronged me and my daughter, she thought, closely watching Gideon's movements, preparing for a final stand. If that didn't work, she had already thought of a plan, severing her lower body. Since the legs could be replaced, so could the entire lower body. Just then. Tap! Tap! Non-heavy footsteps echoed from outside the door. Gideon and the puppet paused in unison and looked toward the door. A shirtless, brown-haired, white-skinned man, his torso covered in incantations, slowly approached. Visser. Dad. Sonny, young as she was, shouted at the man's appearance. Sanaa was surprised at first, but then regained her composure. After a moment of confusion, she finally realized something and stared coldly at this Visser. Her husband, Visser, was dead. This was a fact confirmed by the venerable, and it was unmistakable. She sensed the incantations lingering around this impersonator. So the only one coming could be his killer. Gideon, right? Stay away. You're an eyesore. A deep voice fell. Gideon, so invincible just moments ago, seemed to have lost his soul, walking stiffly towards the door. Judging from his direction, he might be heading outside the city to find a level 5 beast to kill himself. A level 4 berserker master, in front of certain people, could be dealt with just a single word. 3 minutes later. Amid Sanaa's painful sobs, Wessel left the puppet shop. His form slowly transformed, returning to Jianlin himself. Come and kill me, if you can. He touched his hat, and vanished into the ground. In the end, he refrained from killing, even offering a small helping hand to the mother and daughter. Killing Wessel was both necessary and justifiable. But facing a woman whose husband had died and a 3-year-old girl, if he were to kill someone for some unfounded, so-called rooting out of the problem, he would be too weak. To kill, one must have the courage to bear the consequences. The time in the pendulum realm is the same as in the misty world, but the pendulum's way of distinguishing day from night is unique. The pendulum flickered, alternating day and night. The light emanating from the ground gradually faded, and the small pendulum was plunged into darkness. The lighting puppet emitted a dazzling white light, illuminating the room. Sonny's face lit up with joy. She dusted herself off and placed the statue on the table. Everything was ready, and she pulled a recording crystal from the drawer. Sonny's diary. After 46 days of disappearance, Dad finally returned. But Mom didn't seem happy. She just cried and cried when she saw Dad. She always hugged him before, but not this time. Dad was also very surprised. He left behind a handsome statue and left, instructing me to pray to it every day, saying that it would protect me and Mom. Dad's gone again. I wonder if he ever come back? Mom didn't seem to like the handsome statue. She threw it on the ground, stomped on it several times, and told me not to say a word to it. I secretly picked it up. Mom had thrown it in the trash, but I still found it. Hee. This is what Dad left behind. I miss him so much, so Mom, I'm sorry. Dad said the statue will protect Mom and me. I don't want Mom's puppet shop to be destroyed again. I hope Dad comes back soon. That's all for today. I'm going to pray to the statue. I heard green-skinned chicken is delicious. Will the statue give me food? In Soren's room, Jianlin looked out the window at the pitch blackness. Specks of light emanated from various houses. To the naked eye, the pendulum seemed truly peaceful and tranquil. Perhaps, compared to the endless struggle for survival, this relative tranquility is what most living beings seek. Sensing something, he frowned and took out a red silk meat lotus. The red lotus in his hand dissipated into faith energy. Sauron turned over again in bed, seeming anxious. Actually, you could go to Aurora's place. No need to be so reserved. Jianlin understood he was worried about going to the Great Pendulum tomorrow, so he tried to distract him. It hasn't gotten to that point yet. I get kicked. Soren blushed. Very innocent. No. Sauron was incredibly heartless in some ways. He actually fell asleep like that. But when faced with Charlie's pressure, he displayed unusual tact and forbearance. It was contradictory, but also very realistic. If he hadn't done that, he wouldn't be alive today. As he reached higher levels, Jianlin couldn't help but notice changes in himself. Both physically and mentally, he became increasingly indifferent to emotions. The most noticeable thing was this. In the past, he would have had some reaction to Xiaoying or another woman's body. But now, he felt nothing, simply treating it as an ordinary occurrence. This was brought about by the change in his life's level. From the 6th level onward, perhaps, he was no longer a pure human. The path was a path to godhood. Humanity would gradually disappear, replaced by a more self-absorbed divinity. Chapter 317. Jianlin entered the prison realm. The room only had one entrance wide enough for one person. After shaping the level 7 desire pot into a strange creature, he surprisingly obtained a worm. The large, white worm squirmed, rising to its feet, revealing dozens of eyeballs on its abdomen. Desire worm. Gazing directly at those eyeballs, Jianlin's long-dormant desires were aroused. Under his control, the desire worm quickly quieted. Activate the alienation spell. 6400 spiritual power enveloped the desire worm. Its snow-white body continued to grow, and its eyeballs continued to multiply until they numbered in the hundreds. Desire worm, shaped level 8. Stirs up the target's desires. When a specific desire reaches a certain threshold, the target becomes a desire worm puppet. Effective at level 8 and below. Note, each activation will cause the target to lose that desire. If not, it will be offset by sensory input. No need for a system. At Jianlin's level, one can already judge the approximate capabilities and costs of desire worms. The good thing about the trickery path is that the costs are borne by the tricker creatures themselves, so Jianlin, the controller, needn't worry. After integrating the desire worm into the prison realm, and adding another level 8, the prison realm has grown significantly. Although he's only level 7, with the help of the prison realm, he can easily rival a level 8. Today is day 71. As Serena said, Norvis will be freed from the Stargate's constraints in less than 25 days. To be on the safe side, Jianlin certainly won't delay until the very end. Once he's done with the tailor woman, he returned to the Misty World and began searching for advancement materials and stone slabs. In the courtyard, Linyu waited for a long time. Seeing Jianlin return, she quickly reported, "The products we're going to put on the shelves today." Jianlin knew what she was going to say. "Can't transmit, right? I'm in the Pendulum Illusionary Realm now, so it's normal." "A fogless land? No wonder. What about these things?" Linyu said, handing over a storage crystal. "Simple." Jianlin took it, sensing the statue at Lung Bai's. The storage crystal in his hand instantly transformed into faith energy and dissipated. Lung Bai handed the red silk flesh lotus, sewage purification, potions, and other items inside to Bai Miao to put on the shelves. The mouth of the filthy abyss needed to absorb blood mist. To maintain the supply of sewage purification, Jianlin sent it along, temporarily placing it with Lung Bai and returning it when needed. This way, even if he wasn't in the foggy world, he could still earn nearly 6 source crystals a day. 6 source crystals. A business like this, if not done for a single day, would be a huge loss. Because of the large number of people, the statue at the Ice Crystal Clan had already accumulated a considerable amount of faith energy. In less than a day, it was enough for him to perform 3 divine descents. In other words, if he wanted, he could use the statue to teleport away at any time. He could even ignore the strange shielding of the fogless land, which was one of the reasons he felt confident entering the Pendulum's illusionary realm. After addressing the issues of alienation and income, Jianlin exited the prison realm. Sauron was still sound asleep. In a room, a little girl nibbled on red lotus leaves, her hands stained with mucus. Jianlin sat by the window, watching the little pendulums night all night. The next morning. For Jianlin, it was the 72nd day of his survival. It was also a day that Soren considered unusual. The 3 of them set out on their way to the Faceless Tower. Sauron remained somewhat uneasy. "Jianlin, are you truly confident?" He's a deceitful hermit with strange abilities. Although Jianlin had demonstrated some of his strength yesterday, his fear of Charlie still made him instinctively uneasy. "Sauron, you think too highly of him and too lowly of me." Jianlin just smiled, his mind completely unconcerned with the matter. Aurora tugged at Soren's clothes. Trust Jianlin. He must have something to rely on if he's willing to help. She smiled warmly at Jianlin as she spoke. Jianlin suppressed his annoyance. This girl was acting according to the situation. She had been treating him normally yesterday, but since she'd shown her strength, she'd been incredibly enthusiastic. She even prepared her own food this morning. The pendulums ate a mixture of strange plants mixed with meat he didn't recognize. He ate some, but it didn't taste as good as the red silk meat lotus. Entering the faceless tower, the interior was clean and spacious. Creatures were already sitting before the polished stone slabs, beginning to address matters concerning the faceless. Seeing this, Jianlin couldn't help but think of his previous work life on Blue Star. For some reason, he felt a surge of nostalgia. At this moment of emotion, a familiar voice boomed from behind. "Sauron, my dear nephew, you're here again." Charlie approached with a warm smile, skillfully extending his foot. He'd expected Soren to kneel down and lick his shoe as before, but instead, he simply watched, his eyes cold and motionless. Charlie's smile faltered slightly, and he subconsciously frowned. "Curse me harshly, the harsher the better. This is all part of the plan." Jianlin secretly sent out a message, encouraging Soren. Sauron was visibly startled at Jianlin's message. But out of trust in Jianlin and hatred for Charlie, he gritted his teeth. The young man's voice echoed through the empty hall. "Damn Charlie, you're like a dog. Idiot. Die. Ugly face." Dozens of curse words hurled forth, causing both present to frown. Jianlin frowned because he felt the curses were too inoffensive. For someone from Yen country, it wasn't even enough to tickle him. But Charlie's face flushed red, his expression gloomy, almost dripping with water. In his mind, Soren was the worthless one who knelt before him and licked his shoes. This sudden change in attitude left him feeling a profound disparity, like someone he had always considered a dog suddenly taking a piss on you. "Soren, you're courting death." He maintained his self-righteous image, speaking coldly. Some invisible force began to sweep towards Soren, silently altering his perception. A show of deceiving the world was about to begin. If it weren't for Jianlin, Soren would have obediently entered the great pendulum, at Charlie's mercy, perhaps ultimately becoming a puppet in a controlled drama. Heh. Jianlin curled his lips, and a portion of the prison realm unfolded, invisible and silent. Charlie's deception had failed, but he himself was completely unaware. This was a crushing defeat. Let's go to the great pendulum." Jianlin sent out another telepathic message, playing along. Since Charlie wanted to resolve the issue at the great pendulum, then he'd go along with his plan. The three of them walked calmly toward the center of the faceless tower. Charlie gazed at Soren's back and sneered, "Damn you, piece of shit. I make you pay." He felt deeply insulted by Soren's offense just now. If Jianlin knew what he was thinking, he'd surely lament the frailty of the alien's resilience. He'd barely scratched the surface. Passing through one heavy door after another, the level 5 faceless one passed unimpeded. At the center of the towering faceless tower stood a circular platform. A beam of light, white with a hint of yellow, shot upward, reaching the tower's summit. At the center of the light, a unique object hovered. To Jianlin's surprise, the core of the pendulum wasn't the advanced artifact he'd assumed it would be. It was a yellow cloak, a talking cloak. "This is Mr. Wu, the core of our little pendulum," Soren introduced. "Mr. Wu?" Jianlin examined the yellow cloak, and for some reason thought of the yellow-robed mismasked one. Though it clearly had no eyes, he felt as though the figure in the yellow cloak, Mr. Wu, was observing him. He couldn't sense its rank. It seemed like an ordinary cloak. "Do you believe rank represents strength or weakness?" A voice came from the cloak, seasoned, ancient, and rich. Chapter 318. Jianlin's pupils shrank slightly, the thought that had just flashed through his mind being spied on. Of course not, he quickly calmed down and replied calmly. "Power comes in many forms, and levels are merely a measure of strength among living beings." He paused, his gaze fixed firmly on Mr. Wu. What truly inspires awe is the unknown. Mr. Wu's name probably represents the concept of nothingness, and the yellow cloak is merely a symbol of existence. Jianlin couldn't comprehend this life form at the moment. Soren and Aurora weren't surprised simply out of habit. "You are wise and interesting." Mr. Wu's voice was elusive. His cloak fluttered gently, like an invisible breeze, and he asked another question. "What do you think of disorder?" Jianlin was stunned. He didn't simply say that disorder is chaos. That would be too general and narrow. Soren and Aurora stared in amazement. The faceless, who were using the pendulum, knew that Mr. Wu never spoke a word to any living being. This was clearly an accident. What is disorder? Jianlin struggled to come up with a definitive answer. This was the Faceless Tower, so Mr. Wu must have advocated for disorder. He hadn't really considered the question carefully. The three forces of disorder all pursued disorder, yet each seemed to be distinct. The gathering of each force had a purpose. Most sought survival, wealth, strength, power. But the Faceless didn't seem to pursue any of these. Chaos? No rules? Bloodbath? None of them were accurate. Don't rush to an answer. The moment you begin to think, you're already breaking free from your shackles. Mr. Wu spoke slowly, his voice still elusive. Shackles? Jianlin pondered the word over and over. Sauron and Aurora sat beside him, bewildered, as if listening to a conversation. Under the yellow cloak, a miniature pendulum slowly emerged, swaying slightly. Tick! Tick! Jianlin faintly heard a rhythmic, crisp sound, much like an old clock. That's the pendulum passage. Touching it allows you to enter other pendulums, Soren explained at the right moment. After Mr. Wu revealed the pendulum passage, he remained silent. It seemed like just an ordinary yellow cloak. Let's go! Though still doubtful, Jianlin could only focus on the matter at hand. The three of them exchanged glances, and simultaneously reached out for the pendulum. In that instant, their figures became ethereal, sucked into the pendulum passage. Just before Jianlin completely vanished, he heard Mr. Wu's whispering, like a murmur. Paths are also a form of order. An endless, smooth surface, ending in emptiness. And like black dots hovered in the distance, barely discernible. Three figures suddenly appeared in an open space, facing a massive scythe. Be careful. Soren took the lead, summoning three elemental spirits to confront the mantis-like monster. Aurora coordinated with them, and a guide gate emerged before the three of them. Jianlin hadn't expected their bad luck to be so bad, encountering a level 5 beast right after arriving at the Great Pendulum. The two men pulled him toward the guide gate, but found they couldn't pull it. Quick! Soren turned around, only to see an incredible scene. Jianlin adjusted his monocle, and smiled at the mantis-like monster. Bang! Limbs and mucus splattered. Quickly, a crystal essence and a fog-proof fire seed condensed. What's the hurry? Jianlin smiled at the two. Sauron quickly pulled Aurora out of sight and swallowed. Don't look at us like that. It's creepy. The level 5 monster, which he and Aurora had previously struggled to deal with, was shattered with a single glance. It turned out that Jianlin had been holding back yesterday. Sauron's scalp tingled at the thought. If Jianlin hadn't controlled himself, wouldn't he and Aurora have been reduced to shreds? What kind of terrifying power was this? As if seeing through Soren's thoughts, Jianlin patted his shoulder. Don't be so scared. Aren't you determined to destroy Norvis? You can't be scared now. That guy can kill all informers with a single thought. His strength is even more terrifying. Hearing the name of his father's murderer, Soren bit his lower lip and nodded. Are those glasses a prop? Amazing. Aurora began to flatter him. The girl's other abilities were average, but she had excellent eyesight and the ability to judge the situation. Why, you want to try them on? Is it okay? Jianlin had only been joking, but he hadn't expected Aurora to take it seriously. Not impossible. Jianlin hadn't let anyone else experience the effects of the lenses of despair, so perhaps it was worth a try. He removed the glasses and handed them over, advising, be careful, it can be dangerous if you don't control them well. And so, the great pendulum appeared like this. The girl led the way, constantly opening the guide gates in front of the ferocious beasts and monsters. Bang! 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 The sounds of expansion and explosion echoed everywhere, and Jianlin and Soren followed silently behind. Jianlin only took the fog-repellent fire, as his other gains were of little use to him. He simply gave them all to Aurora as a way to encourage the child. Sauron stared in stunned disbelief at Aurora's devastating slaughter. He had imagined countless times entering the Great Pendulum. Each step was arduous, cautious, and strategic. Hunting a level 5 beast with meticulous planning. However, he never imagined that his first time entering the Great Pendulum, he would be merely a tool to gather materials. And Aurora, previously the Soa Combinations escape tool, was now a god of war. All thanks to this tiny item lent by the mysterious man named Jianlin. It didn't consume anything? Watching another level 5 monster self-destruct, Soren couldn't help but ask. There's a price to pay, Jianlin said gravely. What price? Sauron thought to himself, as expected, such a powerful item must have serious side effects. Concern overwhelmed him, and he couldn't help but resent Jianlin for giving the monocle to Aurora. The price is? Jianlin's eyes narrowed, his face darkening slightly. Sauron, affected by this sentiment, couldn't help but frown. My eyes will dry out. Sauron forced a serious expression. You mean my eyes will turn to ashes? He tried to connect the words dry eyes and price. No, literally. Jianlin smiled. Young man, don't overthink it. Sauron's mouth twitched. He felt Jianlin was secretly mocking him, but he had no proof. It took him a while to recover. This artifact, what's its limit? Sauron had already called the unassuming monocle an artifact. Little did he know that the lens of despair was merely a more practical of Jianlin's altered objects, not the strongest. Limit? Jianlin thought about it, and felt that calling it a rank 7 wasn't a good idea, because the lens of despair couldn't directly kill a rank 7. He thought of a good comparison. You've always been afraid of that pretentious Charlie, haven't you? Put it on, and one look at Charlie will end it. Sauron's mouth dropped open, speechless for a moment. Jianlin couldn't lie, which meant the monocle really had that power. His gaze at Jianlin grew even more intense. Chapter 319. Aurora felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. As a level 5 traveler's guide, she, who had always been only good at running, finally experienced the exhilaration of a life-or-death experience. So when Soren asked for the lens of despair to use against Charlie, Aurora was reluctant. Didn't you vow before that you preferred relying on yourself over Jianlin's help? She pouted, glaring at Soren with disdain. Oh, you're so ambitious? Jianlin added. That's not. How could Soren admit that it was his last act of modesty in front of a woman? Who wouldn't want to take a shortcut, and who wouldn't grasp at a lifeline when their life was in danger? What a fool. Jianlin didn't worry about it at all. He just wanted to get to the other pendulum as quickly as possible. He could sense that he was getting closer to the tailor. Let's rush to the pendulum core at the speed of the guide gate. If Charlie can catch up, we take care of him. A figure of this caliber isn't worth my time. Jianlin's words silenced both Soren and Aurora. Level 6 Charlie is a minor figure, but those of them who are level 5. The two of them tacitly remained silent, simply glancing at each other, their eyes communicating something. In the end, Soren still failed to secure the right to use the lenses of despair. Aurora used to be very repressed, but now she seemed addicted, insisting on meeting Charlie before handing him over to Soren. Soren was envious. He, too, longed to experience the feeling of slaying with his gaze. But men are ultimately vulnerable in front of the women they love, so he could only watch. Seeing how pathetic he truly was, Jianlin simply lent him his wild hunt whip for a try. Be careful, this is very stamina-consuming. So cool. Soren completely ignored the warning. It was just stamina. How much could it cost him? His attention was completely captivated by the wart-like whip made of strange flames. Holding it in his hand, he felt as if he could smash anything. Jianlin, are you a shapeshifter? Soren made a reasonable guess. A level 6 craftsman could indeed create many fancy items. But such a powerful effect was still a bit far-fetched. Unfortunately, with his imagination, he could only guess at level 6 at best. You can think so, Jianlin didn't deny. The truth only created distance. He actually didn't like interacting with people in a subordinate-superior relationship. It made him feel more like a god than a human. Then you must be a top-tier shapeshifter. Seeing Aurora ahead easily kill another level 5, Soren confirmed his tone. He believed he had learned the truth. Probably, Jianlin replied casually, thinking of the missing shapeshifter, Melika. Melika was probably one of the more capable shapeshifters, easily able to create war fortresses and countless puppets. She even used her gadgets to severely injure Draven, who had an unknown hidden weapon. It's a shame she was corrupted and transformed into a nun, otherwise she would have been much easier to control with a pseudo-yellow seal. The three of them continued through the guide gate towards the center of the great pendulum, slaying ferocious beasts and monsters along the way. Because the lens of despair was so effective, Soren never got a chance to strike with his wild hunt whip. This made him extremely agitated, feeling the desolation of possessing a powerful weapon, but having no place to wield it. But an opportunity soon arrived. A level 6 giant monster blocked the three people's path. It disguised itself as ground, standing nearly 100 meters tall, with a bear-like head, long, thin human legs, and hundreds of flesh-and-bone human hands densely packed on its body. Both Soren and Aurora had encountered such a giant for the first time, and for a moment they were both a little panicked. For some reason, the small pendulum wouldn't produce level 6 creatures. Monsters of this level only appeared in the large pendulum. Go! Jianlin patted Soren, calming him. The small pendulum was safe, a kind of warm house. He was so frightened at just level 6 that he froze. With this mentality, he still dreamed of entering the advancement trial, and fighting the survivors, who spent their days wandering in the fog. It turned out that Soren was battle-hardened after all, and was better than Aurora. Huh? 5 elemental spirits attacked the giant monster simultaneously, and Soren himself, empowered by the wind element, rushed towards the bear's head at a breakneck speed. When in doubt, strike first. This is practically a consensus in the mist world. Ah! Sauron gathered his strength, gripping the Wild Hunt whip tightly. His stamina was instantly drained. In the end, it was the Wild Hunt whip's automatic attacks that dragged him forward. The giant monster was, after all, a level 6 monster, and its reflexes were more than twice as fast as Soren's. Dozens of its hands converged and intertwined, ready to block the ant's attack. Aurora also reacted, quickly activating the power of the Lens of Despair. At this crucial moment, the giant monster's form suddenly froze, and bulges began to form on its body. Bang! A loud, muffled thud echoed through the sky as the Wild Hunt whip, carrying Soren, slammed into the giant monster's head. From the head, the giant monster began to shatter, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. Thorin was completely exhausted. Watching the terrifying, enormous monster shatter like shattering glass at the slightest touch felt surreal. Did I do this? He slowly descended amidst the rain of blood and debris. In that instant, he seemed to grasp a profound truth. He fainted in midair. Looking at Thorin, covered in blood and dirt, Jianlin felt a wave of disgust. How ungraceful. My Wild Hunt is a waste. For Thorin, only a level 5, using a level 7 weapon was far too much. If it weren't for the Wild Hunt's whip hammer's automatic attack, he would have collapsed mid-strike. By contrast, items like the Lens of Despair, whose attacking methods were unknown, were more suitable for lower-level players. Aurora had been using it for so long, but she seemed even more energetic. When Thorin awoke, he was met with a look of disdain from Aurora, and a look of disdain from Jianlin. I told you it was exhausting, so why were you so brave? Jianlin held Thorin up with his arms folded. A crystal block floated and swayed in front of Soren. Here, your first crystal block. It may have been obtained with external help, but it's a good start. Is this the crystal block? Soren, still dazed, was instantly excited by the sight of the block. He reached out and touched it, his face fascinated. An expression that made Aurora feel sick. But then, as if remembering something, Soren handed the crystal block to Jianlin. This is all thanks to the Wild Hunt whip. You should keep it. Jianlin shook his head. This is what you and Aurora hunted. Consider it a guide fee. He didn't express any opinion on the value of the crystal block, but his words betrayed the arrogance of a wealthy man. This gave Soren and Aurora an instinctive urge to kowtow to him. In their eyes, Jianlin equals Prince Duobao equals upstart. Brother Jianlin, we don't want to work hard anymore. Soren put the crystal block away, looked at Jianlin, and licked his lips. Aurora also stared at Jianlin with scorching eyes, as if she wanted to devour him alive. What's the point? Could they risk their entire lives to compare to what they could gain from following Jianlin for just a few days? Fighting their lives on their own is not only dangerous, but also uncertain, and there's no guarantee of reward. Who knows, you might die in an accident at any moment. Isn't following Jianlin better than being faceless? Chapter 320. A grown man calls you brother in a sweet voice. How would you react? The fist mark on Soren's face was Jianlin's answer. It was just a joke. Why did you hit me so hard? Covering the bruises on her face, the little yellow-haired girl was about to cry. Aurora also instinctively covered her fair face, fearing that Jianlin would do the same to her. However, Jianlin simply gestured to her to open the door. Aurora immediately understood and opened the guide door again. As long as there is sufficient stamina, the guide can open the door repeatedly. In the foggy world, while the traveler's path is not powerful in combat, it greatly improves the team's survival ability. Among the same level, the travel speed is definitely far faster than most creatures and items of the same level. Coupled with the unique luck of this path, as long as you don't commit suicide or encounter major misfortunes, you can almost swim freely. Perhaps it was Aurora's luck that took effect, as she encountered a level 5 creature every few times she opened the door. Under the power of the Lens of Despair, these creatures transformed into crystal essences and fog-avoiding fire seeds, entering the pockets of the three. The density of ferocious monsters in the Great Pendulum is significantly higher than in the fog world. This is the danger of the fogless land. Once ordinary survivors enter the fogless land, they not only face constant pollution, but also face even more intense dangers. This is why so few survivors can safely carry the fog-avoiding fire seeds. Without strength above the average 5th level, it's practically a gamble with one's life. Even for a 5th level duo, like Soren and Aurora, Hunting a 5th level monster is extremely difficult with Aurora as their guide. If it weren't for Jianlin, they wouldn't have been so comfortable. Thinking of this, Soren and the other two occasionally glanced at Jianlin with eyes filled with admiration. Sauron, your old enemy is just ahead. Jianlin stopped moving. His spiritual sense revealed 3 people blocking the road ahead, led by none other than Charlie. However, in Soren's sight and perception, the road ahead was clear, with no sign of human life. But he knew Jianlin wouldn't act without purpose. As a deceitful hermit, Charlie could easily deceive a small area and conceal himself. This was why Soren was so afraid of Charlie, even willing to play the fool to save his own skin. If Charlie tried to attack him, he would be powerless to resist, not even knowing where his enemy was. Roar! At that moment, 2 enormous humanoid monsters suddenly emerged from the ground. Both were level 6. The 2 monsters, tens of meters tall, gave Soren and the others an unprecedented sense of oppression. Quite cautious, Jianlin didn't take it seriously, understanding that this was Charlie's tactic. A deceitful hermit could use similar deception to control a small area. In other words, everything they saw was a figment of Charlie's imagination. But if killed by this monster, this fiction would become reality, resulting in real death. This is the deceiver's primary attack method. The realm of deception. Unlike the director, which becomes ineffective upon being discovered, even knowing it's a fiction is useless to those within this area. There are only 2 ways to defeat the deceiver. One is to crush him with sheer force, capable of facing an endless stream of level 6 enemies. The other is to escape. 2 level 6 monsters mean certain death for Soren. This area has been sealed off by Charlie, and only Aurora can escape using her professional skill, light travel. But Charlie was clearly prepared. Jianlin looked at the 3 black dots in the distance. His lips curled slightly. Elsewhere, Charlie, a harmless smile plastered on his face, calmly contemplated his masterpiece. Behind him were a man and a woman, the man a warmonger, the woman a tour guide. Even though he was confident in his own domain of deception, Charlie still brought 2 helpers, one to target Soren and the other Aurora. As for the other unknown professional, he paid no attention. Birds of a feather flocked together. Soren and the other 2 were level 5, so how could they possibly team up with higher level individuals? Lord Charlie, do you even need to personally deal with these 2 brats? The burly man began flatteringly, his words utterly ingratiating. He knew Charlie had already obtained a promotion material, and might one day become a level 7 figure. By then, a lowly level 5 like him would have no chance of currying favor. This time, upon hearing that Charlie had something to do, he agreed without a second thought. The beautiful woman echoed, "Don't worry, Master Charlie. That little girl won't get away. She's the material. She didn't dare kill anyone. Advancing through the pendulum would subject her to screening by the faceless tower. Only Charlie could use the methods of the realm of deception to circumvent the screening, making her acquisition of the materials legitimate." Charlie ignored the burly man's flattering words. He saw him as a mere filler. The woman, the tour guide, was his true target. If she were promoted to star travel merchant, she would be of great benefit to him. "Don't worry, I won't use the materials. What I promised you will count," Charlie said, naturally embracing the beautiful woman, his large hand sliding over her pertness. The woman didn't stop him, but instead pressed closer with a seductive smile. The burly man drooled at the sight of the 2 men's actions. Just when the 3 of them thought the battle was one-sided, and without any suspense, Master Charlie, what? The burly man glanced over, and saw 2 level 6 monsters being shattered by the mystic scholar named Soren. The sight of a mage using a hammer to smash a level 6 monster was a profound shock to him. Charlie and the other 2, who were enjoying themselves, paused. How is that possible? Charlie's eyes narrowed, unable to maintain his composure. Is that really a mystic scholar? Not the Lord of Destruction? The beautiful woman exclaimed. The outcome was unexpected. It was indeed one-sided, but Soren and his men had triumphed decisively. Damn it! After realizing what was happening, Charlie refused to believe it, and attempted to use the domain of deception to gather more level 6 monsters. At this moment, the burly man uttered a faint, suspicious sound. Why does it seem like someone's missing? Charlie looked and saw that the young man who had been following Soren and the others was gone. Uneasy, he was about to move when he felt a tap on his shoulder. Cheating ability retracted. The young man's teasing voice echoed. Charlie turned, but saw nothing. Click! With a faint, crisp sound, the domain of deception was deactivated. Charlie was stunned to find that he couldn't activate the domain of deception no matter what. It was as if this ability had been stolen. A guide door appeared in front of the 3 of them. Soren and Aurora swaggered out, their aura of having just slain a level 6 monster overwhelming them. Of course, if Soren's legs hadn't been shaking from exhaustion, the deterrent effect would have been even greater. Kill them! Faced with danger, Charlie ignored his deactivated ability, and slowly retreated behind the burly man. He was about to secretly activate his ability to conceal himself when he heard movement from the front. Ugh! The burly man let out a low, short groan. Then, with a loud bang, the object exploded, splattering blood and flesh all over Charlie and the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman's pupils widened, and she decisively activated her light travel to escape. Aurora, prepared, stared straight at him. Another loud bang, and the light exploded, leaving only a remnant of the beautiful woman. Chapter 321. Blood and flesh slid down Charlie's stunned face. He couldn't understand why 2 level 5s had died so easily. Until the blood and flesh fragments slowly coalesced, transforming into level 5 dormant fragments and spider egg fragments. Charlie finally regained consciousness, and stopped trying to resist. He understood that all of this was caused by that young man. The variable he hadn't considered. Charlie, it's time to get going. Sauron forced himself to hold on, swinging his wild hunt whip. Aurora also cooperated, locking onto Charlie with her despair lens. For a moment, Charlie felt a surge of fear envelop him. His body was paralyzed, his mind almost frozen. If I had known? He glared at Soren with hatred, leaving only these few words before his death. Bang! Charlie was smashed into a pulp. As his flesh squirmed, 2 fragments of skin quickly coalesced. Skin fragment, level 6, an essential element required for advancement in certain professions, extremely rare. I'd have known this earlier, even if it were worth a fortune. Jianlin slowly stepped out, collecting the 4 fragments. He didn't give the spider egg fragment to Aurora, because Sophia was already level 5, and needed the materials to reach level 6. This kind of item was naturally given priority to internal members, compared to outsiders. And considering the value of the transformation, the escape and luck abilities Sophia provided him were extremely high. Although Aurora also wanted to advance, she and Soren were completely dependent on Jianlin for their ability to kill Charlie and the others. They had already received enough help. Asking for more would seem greedy. As for Soren, he fainted from exhaustion after throwing the wild hunt whip. The yellow-haired kid lacked stamina. If it were Jianlin, he could have smashed it dozens of times without even catching his breath. Besides the advancement materials, Charlie and the others also left behind 3 storage crystals. Jianlin examined them, and saw that the highest they contained were some tier 5 items and supplies. He threw them all to Aurora for safekeeping. He truly despised such trash. Carrying the unconscious Soren, Jianlin and Aurora continued on their journey. The pendulum core, or Mr. Wu, only activates the pendulum channel when facing the faceless. This was also why Jianlin didn't go on his own. He didn't want to join the faceless, and he just wanted to help Soren and Aurora, whom he admired. Jianlin, are all shapeshifters this strong? Aurora glanced sideways frequently along the way, sensing something was amiss. Well, Jianlin realized he'd been overly dominant. While the shapeshifters were powerful, they weren't strong enough to leave Charlie defenseless. So he said seriously, Aurora, the strength of a profession depends on its own strength. There are no weak professions, only weak people. Really? Aurora still felt something was amiss, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Jianlin wasn't kidding. If Melika were here, dealing with someone like Charlie wouldn't be much more difficult. Marika is a relatively talented shapeshifter, and working with Ethan is a formidable combination. It's a shame they were born at the wrong time, meeting Jianlin, a master of the alienation technique. You and Soren together could have many unstoppable killing moves, but you just have to figure them out. Utilizing your guide gate and his elemental abilities, killing at least a level 5 wouldn't be difficult. You both know Sanaa, right? Developing her will broaden your abilities. Aurora's expression immediately grew subtle after hearing the last part. She tugged at Jianglin's sleeve. Do you have any past with Sister Sanaa? Tell me. Girls always love gossip, and Aurora is no exception. Heh. Jianlin smiled. A friend of life and death. So deep? Aurora's face was filled with excitement, even more excited than she'd been when she killed Charlie. Of course. She wanted me dead, and I'd let her live. Isn't that a friend of life and death? Huh? On the circular platform, a yellow cloak quietly hovered in the beam of light that shot straight into the sky. Seeing Mr. Wu again, he didn't say anything to Jianlin, as if everything he'd said to her before was an illusion. Mr. Wu, please help open the passage. Sauron had already woken up and addressed the yellow cloak respectfully. Tap! Ta! With a rhythmic, crisp sound, a miniature pendulum emerged, swaying slightly. Having had experience before, Jianlin and the other two reached out to touch the pendulum. It reappeared, another large pendulum. The same scene unfolded. The beasts and monsters they faced were different, but their essence was similar. Each pendulum was like a cycle of reincarnation. Jianlin grew tired of it, and simply sent the tiger vine floating mother out to help. The large pendulums were enormous. If each one had to use Aurora's guide gate to help, it would not only be inefficient, but Aurora would also be unable to sustain it. Wow, Jianlin, how many good things do you have? Sauron crouched on the edge of the central sphere of the floating mother, watching the scene speeding by below with envy. Why am I not on the artisan path? Aurora pouted, stroking the soft, floating sphere. Jianlin thought these two young people were so easy to fool. They were uninformed and assumed that shapeshifters could create anything, but that wasn't the case. Thanks to the skill of the first-level soul-empowering hand, shapeshifters can indeed imbue objects with intelligence. The shape-shifting ability also allows them to alter the form of objects, allowing them to create virtually anything they desire. But there are limitations. The creatures they create are not truly living beings, but rather puppets akin to advanced intelligence. The biggest difference from living beings is that they lack the ability to fully develop their own thoughts, and cannot reproduce or evolve independently. While some of his altered creatures may appear to be of low intelligence, they all possess self-awareness and, to a certain extent, are irreproducible and unique. When it comes to creating life, the farmer's path is indispensable. At the 5th level gestationalist, one can create embryos, truly creating artificial beings. At the 6th level soul body simian, a skill called soul body can rapidly bring life to life. At the 7th level dark egg shaman, the class of Xian, a skill can transform life forms, elevating the life form through spiritual energy, making the created life even more perfect. Jianlin wasn't sure about the 8th level above. But even a 7th level dark egg shaman's power in creating life was already astonishing. Nearly godlike. It could be said that if it weren't for the prison realm, the prison of ghosts would be utterly mediocre compared to the 7th level abilities of these two paths. Shaping ghosts and transmutation couldn't compare to the creationist's creation. Melting ghosts and ghost nests were slightly weaker in combat power than the shapeshifter. The advantage was that they possessed some of each aspect, using them to some degree, making them more comprehensive and eerie. A powerful prison of ghosts master could easily crush those of the same level in these two paths. After all, as long as the prison realm was strong enough to block the swapping alien's ability, the Dark Egg Shaman would have no choice but to flee. Jianlin made good use of his transmutation attempts during his rest period. Using the advanced scroll, he upgraded the Myriad Owl to 6th level, transforming it to 7th level. Transform, the 3 desires peering doll, to obtain the Imperfect One. The Imperfect One, level 7, can manipulate living senses. When possessing a living being, it has a high probability of evading level 8 detection. Possesses specific precognitive abilities. Amber can imprison the target, and the rapier automatically attacks. Teleport up to 100,000 meters at will, with a 3-second cooldown. Looking at the extremely human-like doll before him, Jianlin pondered. Chapter 322. The Wanu is completely white and transparent, its previous features hidden beneath its skin. If it weren't for its single eye, it would be indistinguishable from an android. As another powerful level 7 combatant for Jianlin, its abilities combine confinement, damage, teleportation, theft, manipulation, and reconnaissance. If it were to reach level 9, perhaps the Wanu would become a fully realized creature. The Wanu's hunting efficiency is very high. While Jianlin is on his way, he occasionally lets the Wanu out to hunt level 7 creatures. Thanks to the density of creatures in the pendulum illusionary realm, once the Wanu possesses a specific foresight ability, it can kill a level 7 creature in as little as an hour or as little as 10 minutes. In just a few hours, it has already harvested 4 source crystals. This efficiency is truly astonishing. If Jianlin were to do it alone, it would probably take 2 or 3 days to achieve this level of harvest. In other words, the Wanu, on its own, can match Jianlin's income from earning survivors' psychic energy items and exchanging them for small boxes. This is assuming the fogless land doesn't produce brilliant crystal chests. If there were, their value would be inestimable. I'd previously promised Bai Ji that I'd help her grow. Since I don't have anything to transform at the moment, I might as well fulfill her wish. Bai Ji has been enjoying the crystal fish's good food and drink for over a month, and is now a level 5 creature. Jianlin, can I really grow enormous? Bai Ji, with a look of anticipation, lay by the pool, slapping the water. She was already imagining herself growing several times larger, feasting to her heart's content. I can only try. Jianglin couldn't promise anything. He had no idea what the transformation would look like. Transformation activated. 6,400 spiritual energy overflowed, covering Bai Ji's cold, pale body. The little mermaid uttered a muffled groan and fell silent. The only sound in the air was the gurgling of an unknown wriggling. Jianglin had previously transformed Alan and had experience with transformed creatures, so he knew nothing serious would happen. He wasn't sure about her appearance though. To be honest, he'd kept Bai Ji as an ornamental fish before. But now, he'd become completely indifferent to so-called standards of beauty, which was why he considered transforming Bai Ji. The wriggling gradually ceased. Some white spots slowly emerged. Jianglin watched Bai Ji's gradual formation with a strange expression. Her skin was pale with a hint of green, her long, curly green hair was green, and the scales covering her key areas were also green, with transparent, petal-shaped webbed fingers at the edges. Her lower body still had a fishtail, but it was also green. Most strikingly, wings had sprouted from Bai Ji's back. The transparent green wings spread out, giving Bai Ji the appearance of a siren. It had indeed grown as expected, in every way. Mutated mermaid, obtained water singer. Water singer, level 6. Its song whets the appetite of living creatures, leaving them constantly hungry. Upon contact with it, targets unconsciously let down their guard, becoming mere singing puppets. It's really grown. Looking at her new body, Bai Ji was overwhelmed with surprise. She clumsily flapped her wings and slowly took off. Compared to her previous human-sized size, it had now more than doubled in size. At nearly 3 meters in length, Jianglin was a mere miniature compared to it. At that moment, the small axe passed overhead and vanished into thin air. A single suction cup on its tentacle was already significantly larger than Bai Ji. In comparison, Bai Ji felt a moment of disappointment. It still seems a little small. Compared to it, Jianglin was speechless, thinking of Bai Ji becoming the size of a small axe. A cherry. Forget it, 3 meters is enough. Aren't you a singer? Sing a song and see the effect. Ah. What are you doing? Singing. You think duck quacking is singing? A water singer who can't sing. Jianglin felt that Bai Ji had once again challenged his understanding, but her 2 duck calls were indeed effective. The angry crystal fish devoured the corpses even more rapidly. This speed could probably double compared to before. If their numbers continued to increase, he could become a fishery tycoon. Well, Bai Ji wasn't just for show, she still had some uses. For the last transformation, Jianglin upgraded the Ghostly Sound Garden using an advancement scroll and transformation. Transforming the Ghostly Sound Garden, he obtained the Soul Devouring Garden. Soul Devouring Garden, level 6, can actively attract and devour surrounding spirits, greatly accelerating crop growth and enabling automated production. Now Lin Yu could even accelerate his crop production. He wasn't greedy for money, but the crystals kept pouring in. The entire day was spent on the road. It must be said that the pendulums were large and repetitive. The 3 of them barely paused, having already passed through dozens of pendulum pathways. Jianglin finally sensed the presence of the tailor woman. Soren and the other 2, fully utilizing their roles as pathway keys, understood what Jianglin was probably looking for, but both had a strong sense of boundaries and didn't ask further questions. The tiger vine floating mother was flying at full speed. That's not easy, Jianglin sighed, feeling that the pendulums were like a maze, endless. Soren and Aurora exchanged bewilderment. Contrary to Jianglin's feelings, this was a pendulum journey they hadn't even dared to imagine. It wasn't difficult, it was too easy. Just sitting on a comfortable floating mother, they freely shuttled through various pendulums of varying sizes. It was so bizarre they had never dreamed of. Those faceless ones, who hunted with large pendulums, were all extremely cautious, fearing they would encounter a terrifying creature they couldn't handle. But Jianglin had no such concerns. Yet, even with such ease, he still complained about the difficulty. Scratching his head, Soren felt the vast difference between people. At this point, they were certain that Jianglin was more than just a level 6 shapeshifter. They had witnessed with their own eyes the one-eyed humanoid creature occasionally bringing back a source crystal. Source crystals were only produced by level 7 creatures. They had only seen them in records, never in person. Out of inertia, Soren had already guessed that Jianglin was a level 7 swallowing alien. I've really run into someone important. Soren and Aurora exchanged glances, each reading the other's thoughts. The boundless white ground emanated a faint yellowish glow. The pendulum lit up the earth once again, signaling the dawn of a new day. Rustle. A strange woman wrapped in black veil crouched on the ground, her eyes slowly opening beneath the veil, as she supported herself with the scissors in her hands. The tailor-maker had lost count of how many times her spirit had dissipated and reunited. Two terrifying beings were pursuing her, and no matter where she fled, they would be caught. Each time she was cornered, she could only use her own abilities to tailor her fate and connect it to her own escape. At first, it only consumed spiritual energy, but the cost grew, gradually consuming more and more of her spirit. Although she was a spiritual being, recovery took time. Next time, it wouldn't be enough. She would have to consume her spiritual essence. The spiritual essence could not be restored. It was the foundation of her existence. Are you about to collapse? Feeling her own state, even though it clearly threatened her own demise, she smiled. At least the Lord wasn't implicated. This was her only source of pride, even though the Lord might not even remember her. Holding on to her shattered spirit, the tailor fled in a certain direction, guided by instinct. The being chasing it possessed a locking device, and being caught was inevitable. Its escape was merely a way to buy time to recover its spirit. Chapter 323. This monster is truly unique. Darian's face darkened, and the human skin pattern in his hand showed signs of bleeding. He was handsome, a truly beautiful man. Beside him stood a captivating beauty. They were not lovers, but rather acquaintances. This beauty was not human, her lower body a worm-like tail, a stark contrast. Zephyrin replied nonchalantly, "Be content. Level 8 monsters without divine favor and little combat power are rare." She was unconcerned, as she had only acted at Darian's request, and the spirit crystals did not belong to her. This was something they had agreed upon from the beginning. This was not their first collaboration, so there was no concern about the distribution of profits. Darian did not rashly allow Zephyrin to use the teleportation spell this time, but frowned in thought. What's its power, to have escaped 2 level 8 minions so many times? Zephyrin was losing patience. If you care so much, I can take you back to that spatial node. No hunt had lasted this long before. Although the cost was high, she didn't want to continue wasting time with Darian. You should have done this long ago, Darian said, somewhat dissatisfied. You don't have to bear the cost, so of course you don't care. Promising to help you is a huge loss. Zephyrin was furious, feeling that Darian was being ungrateful. But she was a man of her word, and had already activated her ability to trace back space. Traveler's Path, a level 8 tracer, possessed the ability to trace back space, exploring events that had occurred in previous dimensions, and even tracing back past dimensions to escape. At this stage, unless one is suicidal, almost no one can kill the Sky Tracer. However, powerful abilities naturally come at a price. Sky Tracer consumes a tremendous amount of energy. If one accidentally causes a spatial rift, it could potentially attract attention from above, potentially causing minor contamination at best, or even a sudden mutation at worst. Of course, at level 8, the probability of a sudden mutation is still relatively low. This is why Zephyrin dared to activate this ability. As Sky Tracer activated, the surrounding space began to shift. As her spiritual energy drained at an increasing rate, Zephyrin drank a potion. She carefully sensed the space, and finally found the spatial node where she had previously encountered the Black Veil woman. Darian didn't interrupt. He was very familiar with Zephyrin's abilities. Neither of them moved a single step, but the space around them had completely changed, spanning an unknown distance. Darian saw himself, Zephyrin, and the Black Veil woman. So we've already encountered each other before? He stared in amazement at the retrospective space before him. He and Zephyrin had clearly blocked the Black Veil woman. But in his memory, they never caught up with the woman in Black Veil. She escaped through some unknown means. In that space, she waved her scissors left and right, as if she were cutting something. Then her spirit dissipated, her form becoming almost transparent, vanishing into thin air. Darian suddenly understood. Oh, so that's how it is. Its power consumes its spirit. If it continues like this, it won't be able to withstand it. Alright, Zephyrin, let's go back. Zephyrin's pretty face darkened. Don't speak to me in such a commanding tone. With that, she canceled the tracking away technique, and the two returned to their previous position. Darian smiled indifferently. He had indeed used Zephyrin as a tool, not intentionally, but simply because of the mentality of a man in a higher position over the years. As a level 8 taboo, his combat path was at the pinnacle of the mortal realm, and he had the ability. Zephyrin's spiritual power was nearly depleted, and she quietly recovered, not wanting to waste any more words with him. She certainly couldn't defeat Darian. It was true that few could, but as a Sky Tracer, Darian couldn't do anything to her. Their relationship was equal. Their years of friendship made them semi-friends. The location has been determined. How long will it take you to recover? Darien raised the human skin map in his hand, pointing to the blood spot on it. Traveling through space is the least time-consuming thing. Zephyrin shook her head. Let's get it over with. She waved her hand, and a spatial portal opened before her, revealing the figure of the transporter flying inside. The transporter was panicking. Because it sensed the Master's presence, it felt both moved and worried. It knew two terrifying beings were pursuing it, and if the Master came after it now, it would be tantamount to dying along with it. I can't implicate the Master. As if resolved, the Tailor Girl flew in the opposite direction of Jianglin. It wanted to end this before the Master arrived. Bang! With a heavy, dull thud, the Tailor Girl collided with something solid and flew back. But there was nothing in front of her. Humph. Zephyrin folded her arms, looking down at the Tailor Girl. The spatial barrier she had just created was a casual act. Ugly monster, keep using your powers. I wonder how long you can run. Darien's handsome face was filled with amusement, and he waved a finger playfully downwards. Buzz, the air trembled, a series of sonic booms echoed, and white streaks were scratched across the impenetrable ground. This simple wave of the finger had even damaged the pendulum ground. Ouch! The tailor's left hand happened to be in the path of the wave, instantly shattering. The spirit separated, transforming into spiritual energy that slowly dissipated into the air. It groaned briefly before remaining still, quietly awaiting death. If I die, the Master will never come again. It thought this, calmly looking up at the two figures in the sky, its expression calm beneath the black veil. Run! Why aren't you running? Darien commanded again, severing the tailor's right hand. He was venting his anger at being toyed with by the tailor. Since reaching rank 8, had any hunt ever required so much effort? Run! Keep going! Darien waved his fingers repeatedly. Buzz! Buzz! Two sonic booms echoed simultaneously, and two more white streaks were scratched across the ground. The tailor's legs were then broken. Already shredded into a human stick, it remained silent, showing no sign of using its powers to escape. At least the Master was safe. The spirit was severely wounded, its consciousness hazy. Its own life was brief, but it was all a gift from the Master, and it did not blame the Master. You're not running. Looks like you've given up. Darien felt bored. He figured this ugly monster could only unleash that strange power twice more, and he was prepared for it. Although it would take some time, he had plenty of patience. After all, the spirit crystal was rare and valuable, worth the effort. It was a shame that this monster, for some reason, chose to die. He didn't want to waste any more effort. He walked gracefully, step by step, towards the tailor, like an emperor who had triumphed in his hunt. This chase is over. Darien slowly raised his hand, aiming it at the tailor's entire body. A terrifying, heart-pounding force slowly gathered. If this punch were delivered in the misty world, it would be powerful enough to pierce a mountain. This was the terrifying, forbidden physical strength of the 8th level. Whoa! 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 At this moment, thousands of tentacles pierced the air, rapidly entangling themselves, followed closely by an elemental cage. Touch my things, and how many lives do you have left? Chapter 324. Master. The tailoring girl was startled. Her worst fear had finally come true. Although the Master was already a rank 7, he was still extremely vulnerable against two rank 8s. She forced her head up, her eyes beneath the black veil fixed on the figure standing on the tentacles. At this point, she simply wanted to quickly restore her spirit power, or directly use her essence to sever the Master's fate. Huh? Elsewhere, Darien felt the attack. Due to his years of caution, a flash of black light flashed around him, and he quickly retreated. As he retreated, he condensed his arms into the ethereal image of a toad and swung them fiercely. Bang! A violent wave of air toppled everything around him. All the tentacles were struck as if by a heavy blow, set flying backwards. Even the elemental cage exploded with a bang. Jianlin's tentative attack was easily neutralized. It's worth noting that he invested 2 source crystals into the elemental prison sphere, and Floating Touch's defense was also at the top of the 8th level. This 8th level forbidden strike carried a strange, destructive force. This punch wasn't over yet. It continued to advance. The tailor woman groaned, caught in the terrifying blow and set flying, along with the tentacles, towards Jianlin. Floating Touch. Jianlin's eyes narrowed, and a thought occurred. Hundreds of tentacles rapidly converged in front of him, forming a wall of tentacles, protecting the tailor woman. Puff. The center of the wall was crushed inward, bending in a large circle, but it remained sturdy. The 8th level strength was truly terrifying, but Jianlin wasn't afraid. Besides, The other party had tortured his mutant so much, and no matter what, he wouldn't let it get away with it. Come in. He activated the borrowed object translocation technique, holding the tailor woman in front of him. Master. The transport girl was about to say something, but Jiang Lin slapped her forehead with a large hand. Rubbing it, he handed her a source crystal and said only one thing. Rest well. Then he activated the prison dose to merge it into the prison realm. Though the transport girl was worried, it was her master's order after all, so she had no choice but to obey. After merging with the transport girl, the prison realm now had 4 level 8 creatures, all considered formidable even among level 8 creatures. As Jiang Lin rescued the transport girl, Darien, far away, also realized what was happening. After observing carefully, he let out a mocking smile. I thought who was so arrogant. It turns out to be just a level 7 prison ghost prison master. But you, a level 7, possess so many level 8 creatures. You seem to have a secret. Watching the rapidly unfolding prison realm ahead, Darien didn't rush in, but continued to retreat. As a veteran level 8 with centuries of experience, he wouldn't lose his mind over such a provocation. Jiang Lin's little trick had clearly failed. Farther away, Zephyrin was even more frantic, having teleported tens of thousands of meters away to observe. Travelers who reached level 8, aside from possessing the stone tablet, had mostly done so by hiding. Even if there was even the slightest sign of a miss, she wouldn't act rashly, much less easily make an enemy. Just then, Buzz, Darien, keenly aware of the spatial fluctuations, curled his lips in mockery. The surrounding scene shifted, a dark, eerie bulge enveloping an area tens of thousands of meters in radius. The bulge used black mucus, streaks of blood drifted through the air, and bones floated on the ground. Disaster domain? A shrill howl rang out, like the tortured souls of the wronged. Teleportation forbidden. Jiang Lin's plan to teleport using the floating mother, directly covering Darien with the Hell Realm, was thwarted. Trying to pull that trick? I don't know what you're relying on, but I won't give you a chance. Darien's face was filled with disdain. This prison master must have only recently ascended to the throne, and hadn't experienced much high-level combat. As he spoke, a terrifying toad-like shadow gathered around him, growing larger and larger. A terrifying, all-destroying forbidden power was gathering. Darien wanted to use all his strength, to see if he could directly break through the prison boundary. Then whatever strangeness lay within would be exposed. What a hassle. Seeing Darien about to unleash his full power, Zephyrin decisively retreated tens of thousands of meters. She didn't want to be affected by the forbidden power while watching the battle. This was no ordinary attack, but one wielded by some strange will. Even if she withstood it, she would be distorted by the contamination. Jiang Lin had expected the floating mother's teleportation to be blocked. He was merely experimenting. His real trump card was the Grey Mist spiritual robe. Silver Key opens a spatial portal with a range of 100 kilometers, immune to interference. 1 day cooldown. This skill, derived from a replica of the Silver Key, has always been one of Jiang Lin's life-saving trump cards, simply because it's immune to interference. In the Misty World, many creatures and professionals possess teleportation abilities. Unfortunately, aside from the Traveler Path, most of these are merely ordinary spatial displacement methods. Once they encounter certain areas or unique regions, they become completely ineffective. This is where the Silver Key's power becomes apparent. Feeling the increasingly terrifying power of the forbidden taboo, Jiang Lin knew he couldn't delay any longer. Jiwang, get ready. Yes, master. The Jiwang paper figurine in his pocket responded earnestly. A silver door emerged, and Jiang Lin quickly retracted the prison realm and stepped inside. How is that possible? Darien was puzzled. He had clearly already activated his domain. The prison master wasn't a traveler's path, so how could he possibly teleport? But having noticed Jiang Lin's teleportation location, he didn't care much. Teleporting there was nothing wrong, it was just courting death. You're so eager to die, I grant you your wish. Darien sneered, his handsome face filled with amusement. Boom, the toad phantom, now several kilometers in size, slammed down on the spatial gate. Time and space froze. Even the sonic boom was silenced by this blow. Jiang Lin had just stepped out of the spatial gate, and the intense pressure made it difficult for him to straighten his back. He knew that if he were to be truly attacked by this attack, he would be annihilated, with no chance of survival. But his face didn't show the panic that Darien had imagined. Instead, he remained calm, slowly raising his fist. The punch was ordinary, and Darien didn't see any hidden meaning in it. Are you really going to die? As he wondered, the forbidden shadow slammed down fiercely on the young man in the windbreaker. The forbidden power filled Jiang Lin with fear. This wasn't his intention, but rather his body's instinctive reaction to the terror. This fear stemmed from the indescribable unknown beyond the shadow. TSA, though, G? An unidentified whisper echoed from the unknown. Jianglin forced himself to forget his fear, forget everything, and instinctively face the forbidden shadow. Jiwangwing. He roared, his fist finally making contact with the shadow's toad web. As Darien stared in shock, the invincible forbidden shadow dissipated. He was horrified to discover that he had also forgotten this skill. How is this possible? What kind of ability is this? Damn. Darien, realizing what was happening, made a quick decision, about to launch a stealth attack and retreat to observe. But Jianglin wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. His prison realm rapidly expanded, enveloping Darien and completely isolating him from the outside world. At this point, Darien understood he had no choice but to fight within the other prison realm. After calming down, he sensed Jianglin's 7th level life force. A flicker of his eyes taunted him deliberately. Do you think you can defeat me from your prison realm? Chapter 325. The floating touch had formed a wall, enveloping the two. Darien's calamity realm and Jianglin's prison realm overlapped. A fierce, invisible confrontation between the two, forming a delicate balance. The calamity realm's weakening had no effect on Jianglin, and the prison realm's confinement had no effect on Darien either. Jianglin's expression was indifferent, and he stared at Darien from a distance. Didn't you want to escape just now? A level 8 being so utterly awful like a dog is not a good look. He mocked on the surface, but secretly issued orders to the various altered entities. Words were meaningless, he and Darien both knew. Their conversation was merely a test, or a way to buy time. Darien's lips curled slightly, and he quietly gathered his spiritual energy. From the moment you appeared, you've been trying to stir up my emotions. Is that some kind of 6 desires? Don't waste your energy. At my level, I can perfectly control the desires of all living things. Jianglin remained calm. As Darien had said, he had already locked onto Darien with the desire worm upon their initial encounter, and had been trying to stir up his desires. If one of Darien's desires reached a certain threshold, he would become a desire worm puppet. Unfortunately, it wasn't that simple. After all, the opponent was a veteran level 8, and he had encountered all sorts of abilities. It seemed that abilities, like the desire worm, were only useful against weaklings, and completely useless in evenly matched, high-level battles. Perhaps only the Silver Key and the Forgotten Paper Man were beyond Darien's comprehension. Darien was trying to find a flaw in the prison realm, so he could strike a fatal blow against Jianglin. Jianglin was also reviewing his own combat capabilities. He didn't have many rank 8s, so his floating touch could only serve as a distraction, and the lust bug was already useless. The elemental prison sphere, powered only by a rank 7 source crystal, couldn't reach its maximum power. The cutting girl was already half crippled, and any further cutting would consume her spiritual essence. It wasn't worth it just to kill Darien. There's one more trick I can use, but before that. Jianglin's mind raced, and he pulled out his trickster spear and a source crystal. He decisively fired at Darien. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out, and the red hand on the trickster spear vanished into nothingness. Darien, assuming it was some kind of killing tool, calmly gathered his slaughter avatar and placed it in front of him. The blood-red shadow appeared, but it didn't withstand any attack. The source crystal in Jianglin's hand had vanished, replaced by a scarlet dagger. Darien, sensing something was amiss, quickly checked his storage crystal. You actually have the ability to abduct and exchange strangers? As he spoke, he possessed the slaughter avatar, seemingly unfazed. It seemed this wasn't the first time he'd encountered such an ability. Jianglin was somewhat disappointed. The dagger was only a 7th tier item, and it seemed Darien didn't have anything 8th tier. Besides, the other party was on guard, so he obviously couldn't continue to buy at a discount. Boy, you have quite a lot of goodies. Darien watched Jianglin sheath the strange plunder spear. In all his life, he had never seen such a bizarre 7th tier creature. The other party must have a big secret. In the other party's prison realm alone, he had seen 4 8th tier creatures. For spirit crystals, what a concept! If he could obtain them, it would allow him to ascend to a higher level of life. In the misty world, he had wandered for hundreds of years, and he had only acquired 5 spirit crystals. When he'd sensed the level 8 female monster in Black Veil, he felt incredibly lucky to encounter such a weak, unconnected, and easily defeated level 8 creature. He hadn't expected this young man to emerge in the end. However, just as his greed was brewing, he keenly sensed a force stirring his emotions again. Ha, you haven't given up yet? Darien's handsome face instantly regained its composure. This young man was quite scheming, deliberately revealing things that would arouse his greed, allowing the unknown level 8 creature's tactics to take effect. Sadly, he'd underestimated the keenness of the veteran level 8 creature. Darien prioritized saving his life over the object he hadn't yet obtained. The Lust Worm's ability had failed again, as Jianglin had expected. After all, there was no cost, and repeated attempts wouldn't hurt. Jiwang's forgetfulness skill only lasted 120 minutes. He had to eliminate Darien within that time, otherwise he would be vulnerable when he unleashed that terrifying forbidden shadow. After all, there was a level difference between the two, not to mention the other's vast experience, possessing countermeasures to numerous tactics. Facing this kind of foe, the only way to defeat it was through sheer force. Melting Ghost. Jianglin's flesh and stamina began to rapidly deplete, and he stuffed a red silk flesh lotus into his mouth. The elemental prison sphere merged with a floating touch, followed by the desire worm, then the myriad owls, little pupil, little axe, Yin Ji, Hong Yin. Nearly all combat-capable altered entities, led by the floating touch, merged together. A terrifying aura rose steadily, the prison realm trembling as the creature grew larger. This was the Weaver Ghost's desperate skill, and it was also Jianglin's current strongest ability. Flesh and blood were rapidly depleting. Jianglin's level 7 body was struggling to support such a terrifying creature. Tentacles swung ferociously across the sky, and a deformed, twisted monster gradually took shape. The pendulum began to tremble, the air retreated, and a vacuum formed in the prison realm. It was like a natural disaster. Jianglin himself slowly merged into it, his body clearly shrinking and expanding, the result of his flesh and blood being constantly consumed and replenished. Damn, it turned out to be this move. How can he withstand it at only level 7? Darien found it hard to believe. Sensing the increasingly intense aura of the fusion creature, it seemed to be on the verge of breaking through the barrier of level 8 and reaching the legendary level 9. Not waiting to die, he condensed his black armor and channeled all his strength into the Slayer incarnation. When his physical strength wasn't enough, he finally poured his spiritual power into it. The blood-colored shadows solidified and grew larger along with the fusion creature, but there was a noticeable difference. Outside the prison realm, far away, Zephyrin stared at the scene in astonishment. She sensed a world-destroying monster emerging from the prison realm, its aura reaching even nearing the 9th level. Shrouded by the great prison realm, the monster stood thousands of meters tall, its entire body composed of tentacles. Those tentacles were bizarrely shaped, resembling the most twisted and bizarre creation in the world. From her understanding, it was definitely not something Darien could have accomplished. There was only one possibility. This monster was created by the prison master. Fortunately, the fusion ghost has reached this level. Fortunately, I retreated far enough. Zephyrin didn't want to get involved in such a battle. As a Sky Tracer, she always played when she had the advantage. How many lives do you have left? Jianlin's consciousness was already hazy from the immense exhaustion. But he still forced himself to attack the fusion ghost creature. Kill it! Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. There was no air. The attack was completely silent. Enveloped by a strange wave, all the bizarre tentacles simultaneously charged towards the blood-red shadow. Silence. The sound was extinguished, even the light and shadow vanished. Great annihilation. Darien hadn't anticipated this blow, nor had Zephyrin. Even Jianglin himself hadn't anticipated it. Some force had obliterated this entire space. Even the eternally unchanging pendulum was pierced by this blow. Chapter 326. At the center of the pendulum, a small hole appeared at the corner of Mr. Wu's yellow cloak. The hole was so small that it was barely visible to the naked eye. In the light, Mr. Wu's figure swayed slightly, and as the corner of his cloak swung, the hole seemed to be filled by some force, disappearing. It was that same guy who caused this last time. This method truly has extraordinary potential. Mr. Wu's voice, a voice full of age, echoed. It wasn't a soliloquy, but a speech addressed to someone who had just arrived. A pitch-black chair suddenly appeared in midair. Beneath a black hood lay the face of a beautiful young woman. 2 black claws extended from her black robe, carelessly resting on the armrests. Tap, tap. She tapped gently with her right claw. If it weren't for Serena, I would have found him long ago. He possesses more than just power. For a man like him, disorder is his destiny. The girl's clear, mesmerizing voice made one unconsciously overlook the fact that she had held a high position for many years. He won't approve of you, I can tell. Mr. Wu was certain. We know only after we try. The girl left these words, and the chair vanished. Mr. Wu remained quietly suspended in the beam, like a dead object. Zephyrin stared at the large hole in the distance with shock. A level 8 like her was the most qualified to speak on the strength of a pendulum. After all, for a sky tracer, it would have been impossible to cause such damage. Thank goodness I ran. She lamented once again that her caution had saved her life. Although escaping from that situation would have been easy for a sky tracer, she always believed in taking no risks. Even if there was even the slightest sign of something amiss, she wouldn't get involved. The bottomless hole, beneath it, lay nothingness. No one knew what would happen if one fell into the void in the pendulum's illusionary realm. Firstly, no one had the strength to do so, and secondly, it was a deadly omen. Jianglin and Darien had both vanished. The deep void, like a ferocious, devouring beast, sent a chill down Zephyr's spine. It's not good to be aggressive. These two guys will most likely die. Zephyr shook her head and sighed, thinking that only cautious people like her could have the last laugh. The worm-like tail in her lower body flicked, and a spatial portal opened. Not curious, she muttered, taking one last look at the void before decisively stepping through it. Shortly after it left, it felt as if some terrifying presence within the void was about to break through some membrane and emerge. The creatures in this pendulum, whether professionals or mutants, trembled uncontrollably, their bodies sprouting strange deformities. What would become of the mutant creature after its second mutation? Just as this was about to happen, a yellowish-white light shone from the hole. In the blink of an eye, the pendulum returned to its original state. The ground returned to its pristine state as before, as if nothing had happened. Jianglin and Darien, who had previously fought there, were nowhere to be seen. What was in this void? Jianglin had no answer to this question. He had already fallen into a coma while controlling the fusion creature to blast Darien's slaughter avatar to pieces. At only rank 7, he theoretically couldn't afford the cost of a fusion creature like the one just created. The ultimate creature, formed from the fusion creatures, which comprised most of his own mutants, was even faintly approaching the threshold of rank 9. At his current level, his stamina, his flesh and blood, even reaching level 8 of the fusion ghost, was extremely difficult. There were 3 reasons why he was able to hold out long enough to launch a single attack, all 3 essential. First, he had ingested the strengthening tumor and had been strengthened by the cold crystal, giving him a recovery ability far superior to his peers. Second, the red silk meat lotus had a double recovery effect. Third, and most importantly, the dark eggs left behind by Yin. Yin had originally left many dark eggs in the round castle, saying they would help him survive. Unexpectedly, they worked this time. Every time he reached his limit, the dark eggs would burst, providing him with life force. And it was precisely the dark egg support that allowed him to persevere to the end, preventing the fusion ghost from collapsing. It was a coincidence, but also a cumulative effect. For him, at level 7, to successfully deliver such a strike was reason enough to be proud of. Without existence, without feeling, without thought, without determination. Jianglin woke up. To say he woke up isn't quite accurate, as he had no sense of his own existence. His thoughts seemed to be able to instantly transcend any space and time. I want to see. Thinking this way, he could clearly see the surroundings. Stars, halos, amorphous distortions, black holes. He saw everything. Is it real? Or imagination? He couldn't tell. In his attempt, he chose to enter a seemingly normal, boundless land. To say he had entered was, in fact, a matter of a thought. He had already arrived on this desolate land. Lowering his gaze, he had no physical form. What am I? This question evoked in him. Bizarre and incomprehensible. This was his most immediate sensation. Hearing. As the thought fell, he heard a voice. Body? Jianglin's body appeared shortly thereafter. Wonderful as it was, he wanted to try more, but discovered that this wish fulfillment wasn't without its limits. One cannot create the unknowable. In simple terms, if he couldn't imagine the seventh sense, he couldn't materialize it. There should be wind here. A gentle breeze blew across the vast, desolate land. Amid the dust, Jianglin felt, for some reason, the rapid passage of time. As the dust rose, it seemed to have passed through millennia before dissipating. Time obliterates even dust. Jianglin felt a strange sense of panic. Perhaps he shouldn't stay here any longer. However, he tried to leave, but found he couldn't return to the emptiness he had just arrived in. As he tried, he felt something hard poking his back. There's something else here. This realization instantly tensed him. He calmly took a step forward and slowly turned. He saw a small, mummy-like figure extending a wrinkled finger, clearly poking Jianglin. It lacked facial features, its entire body covered in a web of wrinkles. Dust drifted behind it, fading into oblivion. The moment Jianglin saw it, he felt as if he had been baptized by time. His spirit was weakening, and the body he had just condensed was gradually turning to dust. So, this was a him. Jiang Lin didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky to have encountered such a being. Just as Jiang Lin was about to collapse, the feeling of time passing suddenly vanished. Him extended a wrinkled hand and handed over a seemingly ordinary statue of dust. Eternity. Immortality. Him's will echoed in Jiang Lin's mind. The gist was that if he accepted this statue and became a servant, he would achieve eternal life. This was an indescribably great gift. This was an opportunity that many beings dreamed of but could never obtain. Eternal life within his grasp. Will Jiang Lin accept? He didn't know what his next choice would bring him, nor did he know the consequences of angering an unspeakable being. Jiang Lin wasn't a prominent figure, but he had his own ideals and convictions. He had said he wanted to ascend to the highest heights, to stand in the heavens. Even if he died midway, he would remain his own master. He smiled at him and uttered a few words. Thank you, I refuse. Chapter 327. Jiang Lin felt like he might have to confess. Alas, he still had so much to do. The progress of the secret meeting, Serena's expectations, the truth behind his talent. However, to his surprise, he didn't say much. Without even a glance at Jiang Lin, he vanished into the dust. It seems this person is quite easy to talk to. As he breathed a sigh of relief, he realized that what he had just seen was definitely not he in his true form. That kind of being, at his current level, was not worthy of being directly confronted. It was the kind that would explode at the mere sight of it. Thinking of it this way, he had been inviting him with great sincerity, but it was a pity that he had encountered someone as ignorant as Jiang Lin. He could have left this place. Perhaps it was because of his appearance that his consciousness had been temporarily imprisoned in the desolate land. With a thought, he once again returned to a state of non-existence, of feelinglessness, of thoughtlessness and uncertainty. As he pondered how to return to the misty world, he felt a call. Master! Master! Feeling the source of the call, he awoke. Master! Xiaoying held Jiang Lin, rocking him gently. Since Jiang Lin's breakthrough to rank 7, Xiaoying had completely transitioned to housekeeping, shifting from combat duties to maidservant duties. She usually spent most of her time possessing Jiang Lin, practically inseparable. This time, while Jiang Lin was unconscious, all the altered entities had been reclaimed within the prison realm, leaving only Xiaoying in the outer world. Her silver eyes fixed on the unconscious Jiang Lin with intense anxiety. Only when his shrunken body slowly filled with blood and flesh solidified did she finally feel relieved. Master! Master! She continued to call through her spiritual imprint. Her earlier nervousness had been due to the master's spiritual essence having for some unknown reason vanished, but now, at last, she was sensing it. Although he didn't know what had happened, as long as the master returned, everything would be fine. Jiang Lin opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Xiaoying's perfect, radiant face. Looking around, he saw a gray sky and found himself in a withered forest. Where had he come? For now, he didn't dwell on this question. He examined himself. His physical strength had been completely depleted, but thanks to the red silk meat lotus, it was rapidly recovering. His body hadn't suffered any problems from the overload of fusion, and this time he had finally understood his limits. He could still withstand fusing 2 or 3 level 8 fusions, but without Yan's dark egg, using a hodgepodge of fusions was impossible. Just as current altered objects alone had fused into such a terrifying being. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he fused many level 9 altered objects. And was the place he had just visited a dream? Or was it reality? He truly couldn't tell. What, exactly, defines reality? By the way, Xiaoying, where's that guy? Thinking of the handsome rank 8 man, Jiang Lin turned to the only person who knew. Xiaoying placed Jiang Lin's head on her lap. Moonlight flickered in her hand, and a stone tablet emerged. Feeling a soft touch on the back of his head, Jiang Lin felt there was no need to treat him like a patient. But his attention was quickly drawn to the stone tablet. The powerful patterns engraved on it reminded him of annihilation and catastrophe. That man seemed to have transformed, becoming a bulging monster, and was sucked into the hole. I only had time to collect the stone tablet he dropped. Xiaoying's explanation left Jiang Lin feeling a pity. This stone tablet must be a concealment tablet, clearly a combat-oriented one, so it would be of little use to him. It was somewhat surprising that the handsome man didn't die immediately, but instead transformed into a ferocious beast. Even if he hadn't fallen into the void, the ferocious beast transformed by a level 8 professional would only be stronger, making it difficult for him to obtain materials. Besides, the other party had already mutated, so the materials for advancement were definitely gone, only the spirit crystals. A mere spirit crystal. Never mind. Mutation is no different from death, so there's no need to worry about him anymore. What about me? How did I get here? Jianlin supported Xiaoying's legs and stood up. This place didn't look like the void, but more like an area of the pendulum illusionary realm. Xiaoying shook her head. I've been falling all the time, and landed here. That was strange. Logically, he and the handsome man should have fallen into the void together. You come back first. Jianlin didn't hesitate. Since he was already here, he made the best of it. Xiaoying transformed into moonlight, covering his body and disappearing. After exploring the prison realm, all the altered creatures were safe and sound. Lin Yu and the other women were safe in the circular fortress. Sauron and Aurora were also quietly staying inside the tiger vine floating mother. Unclear about the situation, Jianlin decided to explore the area before releasing the two. He began by floating upwards. The sky was gray, and when he reached a certain boundary, he could no longer ascend. This indicated that there was nothing above. This was indeed still within the pendulum domain, but it was no longer populated by pendulums of varying sizes, but rather a region. This was the region Jianlin had initially observed outside the pendulum domain, with its constantly changing scenery. They were also part of the pendulum domain, but the ground wasn't composed of pendulums. He was currently in an area composed of tall, withered trees. Let's call it the Deadwood Zone. There were clear signs of abnormal biological activity below. As expected, as long as one is in a foggy world, even in fogless lands, mutated creatures are indispensable. Falling landing? Jianlin felt something was off, but he couldn't quite place it. He drifted aimlessly forward, his spiritual sense detecting intelligent creatures hunting, apparently faceless. As he fell, he saw the faces of 3 people, but a frown deepened. Charlie, the beautiful woman, and the burly man. The 3, led by Charlie, were attacking a level 6 monster. But they were clearly dead. It was he who gave Aurora the lens of despair, and it was Soren who smashed it with his wild hunt whip. Their advancement materials were still with Jianlin. Thinking of this, Jianlin quickly pulled out 4 advancement materials for confirmation. 2 for Charlie, 1 each for the beautiful woman and the burly man. Who's behind this? Jianlin observed the 3 fiercely engaged in battle, confident that he wasn't being controlled by some hypnotic technique. No one responded. Humph, disaster? Hiss. The snake disaster finger blade in his hand flashed green, and a ferocious, 10-meter-long snake roared down. A level 7 disaster serpent would naturally crush the top level 6 monsters. Bang! Bang! 4 explosions followed, and Charlie and the other 2 were minced to pieces, along with the level 6 monster. Jianlin folded his hands and watched calmly. Those 3 were definitely dead. There was no way they could condense. But the next moment, his pupils constricted. The fragments of flesh and blood below slowly coalesced, eventually forming 2 skin fragments, a dormant fragment and a spider egg fragment. The level 6 monster also condensed into a fog-repellent fire and a crystal block. Everything seemed so real that Jianlin didn't dare to take them rashly. He frowned, repeatedly confirming that he wasn't hallucinating. The strange mist temple, the false gray light statue, the altered object. After trying every possible means to confirm, he was indeed in reality. In other words, the 3 people before him, resurrected from the dead, were real. What kind of method is this? Jianlin looked up at the gray sky, then scanned the surrounding deadwood forest. At that moment, a handsome figure stepped through the air. I have many lives, how about you? The slaughter avatar slowly condensed, staring intently at Jianlin, the blood-colored phantom's momentum terrifying. The person who came was Darien. Chapter 328. Seeing the resurrected Darien, Jianlin calmed down. This scene was too bizarre. Xiaoying couldn't have lied to him. Darien must have transformed and fallen into nothingness. The other party's concealment tablet was still in his hand. Combined with the strange resurrection of Charlie and the other 2, the Darien before him couldn't be real. Is it hypnosis? Or a script? Jianlin couldn't find a flaw for a moment. A sneer curled across Darien's handsome face. How about trying this trick again? Jianlin didn't have time to think. Forbidden power began to gather, and a terrifying toad phantom slowly emerged. Forbidden Phantom. Facing this powerful Tier 8 attack, Jianlin attempted to use the Jiwang paper figurine to block it. However, the induction from Jiwang caused his expression to change. Master, the previous skill is still active. You can activate Jiwang's active ability to offset the cooldown. Oops, Jianlin thought to himself. But there was no time for overthinking now. He had to dodge the attack. Instantly, Before Darian's forbidden shadow could take shape, Jianlin transformed into a tiger vine floating mother and teleported. Buzz? In an instant, 5,000 kilometers, completely out of the forbidden shadow's attack range. Over the deadwood forest. Reverting to his original form, Jianlin's expression was solemn. The paper figurine's power had expired, proving that this Darian wasn't the one he killed. If the two were the same person, he wouldn't be able to activate the Forbidden Shadow's skill while Jiwang's power was active. Just as he was thinking, a black dot appeared on the horizon, followed by a second, a third. Up and down, front and back, left and right. Hundreds of Darians appeared, densely packed, surrounding Jianlin. Hundreds of level 8s are enough to crush everything. Jianlin began to doubt his previous judgment. Perhaps he was unaware of the hypnosis, or perhaps he was experiencing some kind of hallucination. In any case, he had already prepared to use the fake gray light statue to escape. This was his trump card. He hadn't used it before because he couldn't figure out if it was his fault or the environment, but now he couldn't care less. He simply couldn't avoid the endless level 8 taboos. All the Darians began to condense taboo phantoms. Despite the terrifying aura, Jianlin keenly sensed a slight difference. Just now, with just one Darian, his perception wasn't obvious, but with more, the clues became clear. Form without spirit. He couldn't help but pause his attempt to sense the statue. He had previously faced the attack from the genuine Darian head-on, which carried some contamination from above. The taboo phantoms condensed by these Darians clearly didn't have that. But such an attack, no matter how many, couldn't break the prison realm's defenses. With this thought, Jianlin felt relieved and deployed his prison realm to cover his entire body. It was already clear that these Darian were counterfeit. If there was anything truly unreplicable, the ineffable existence was undoubtedly unique. No matter how truly authentic the forgery of this technique, the master could never replicate the ineffable power. Those who deceive him will be retaliated against. The toad phantoms that filled the sky were truly terrifying. I had expected these phantoms to attack in unison, but the reality left Jianlin baffled once again. It was like a show of skill. In the blink of an eye, all the Darian vanished. What's going on? Jianlin felt as if they were trying to demonstrate something, but what was the point? Make him fear, terrified? I'm so sorry, this method isn't enough. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Jianlin. After taking in her features, he was stunned. Dressed in black veil, and a garland on her head, her face was delicate and cold, and her eyes held a mysterious and dazzling brilliance. Serena. This woman was none other than the dimensional sage devoured by Norvis. She had been secretly helping Jianlin hide, and it could be said that she was the one who brought Jianlin to where he is today. Seeing Serena again, Jianlin wasn't happy. Instead, he frowned. This isn't funny. Just tell me what your purpose is. He knew it was all fabricated. After she finished speaking, Serena smiled a captivating smile. And behind her, another person stepped out. A young man, dressed in a black windbreaker with a white lining, surrounded by a great prison realm. Huh? Jianlin sneered at his own appearance. In terms of the strength of the Hell Realm alone, this fake Jianlin was an exact replica of him, a perfect rendition. The fake Jianlin spoke slowly. True death doesn't exist in this world, except when one is completely forgotten. Body memory. Anything that existed can be restored, just like this. With that, the fake Jianlin vanished, leaving only Serena in his place. Just as Jianlin was lost in thought, Serena seemed to suddenly regain consciousness. Jianlin? How could I? She was bewildered at first, then a mysterious light blossomed in her eyes. In that instant, she transcended history, instantly understanding her current situation. She then expressed her frustration. So this is the work of the fake world lord. Fortunately, I only met it once, so its replica isn't complete. Jianlin simply watched calmly. Serena suddenly muttered to herself, as if possessing a sense of her own, leaving him bewildered. Seeing Jianlin's alarm, Serena began to explain. Don't worry. This is the actor's path. The ability of an 8th level pseudo-world lord. Within this world, it is nearly omnipotent. Anything it has seen and replicated, it can be restored within this world. This skill is called observation. Perhaps it's incomprehensible to other professions, but not you. Serena winked mischievously at this. This expression made it seem as if she and Jianlin shared some unspoken secret. Though they had only met once, Jianlin knew this was Serena's character. She appeared cold and arrogant, yet she possessed a playful, girlish side. Combined with the secret she had just revealed, Jianlin was already somewhat convinced that this was indeed Serena herself. She was a replica of this pseudo-world lord, yet she also existed in reality. It was indeed Serena, without a doubt, in her memories, body, and abilities. Guancher, what are the limitations? Jian Lin asked almost subconsciously. Because Guancher's abilities are so abnormal, as long as he successfully replicates an object, he can reproduce it in the fake world. If there were no limitations, this class would be absolutely invincible at level 8. Imagine you're fighting a pseudo-world lord, and as the fight progresses, countless copies of yourself suddenly appear to attack you. What's the point of fighting then? I knew you'd ask that question. Serena's red lips curled slightly. As for her understanding of Jiang Lin, she said, she was second to none. The first limitation is that the pseudo-world lord's own level cannot reproduce objects of a higher level. Jiang Lin had already guessed this. Second, Guancher needs to demonstrate. The longer you are exposed to the pseudo-world lord, the more it can replicate. Third, there's a unique characteristic. The pseudo-world lord cannot replicate certain things. Serena blinked again, and Jiang Lin understood instantly. Finally, the restored objects cannot escape the fabricated world. This means that in the outside world, everything here is fake. I see. Then everything makes sense. Charlie and Darian's resurrection, Serena, and the fake Jiang Lin. It's both real and fake. Chapter 329. He didn't know when Serena had met this fake world lord. The reason this fictional Serena, before him, knew so much was entirely due to her professional trait. To a level 8 dimensional sage, even a replica could be considered Serena herself. This was because she could review history, and if the replica was perfect enough, she could even predict the future. If it were another professional, after being restored, they would only have the memories of the previous replica. Of course, they could continue to live in the fake world with their own memories. I should leave. After understanding the fake world lord's abilities, Jiang Lin decisively fled. He didn't want to remain exposed to the other party for too long, only to end up replicating a nearly identical Jiang Lin. The good news was that the limitations of the Guancher world included unique characteristics. For example, the fake world lord couldn't replicate certain alienated items, such as the alienation technique. This was a relief. Serena simply smiled and nodded. Thinking of the other party's efforts, Jiang Lin couldn't help but want to ask another question, but the words remained. The woman with the garland had vanished. She had been reclaimed. That pseudo-world master had been watching from the shadows, and everything Serena said was its tacit approval. Jiang Lin didn't move for the moment. He spoke coldly to the air in front of him. Come out. You probably want more than just to replicate me. As expected, a pitch-black chair appeared out of thin air, and upon it sat a hooded girl. Two black claws beneath her black robe tapped lightly on the armrests. Tap, tap. You are special. The clear, young woman's voice echoed throughout the world. She was the ruler of this place. Serena is right. It wouldn't be difficult for me to replicate you, but there's always something missing, more than just authority. Jiang Lin didn't respond, instead asking, Are you the venerable of the faceless one? He had already guessed the other person's identity. He was in the pendulum illusionary realm, on the actor's path, and an 8th level pseudo-world lord. His identity was clear. Jiang Lin, you are worthy of addressing me by my name, Kara. The girl continued, her voice steady and unhurried. I'm surprised you survived Visser's clutches. It's a shame I was hidden by Serena at the time, and I didn't realize your identity. Jiang Lin suddenly understood. His duel with Visser was a dramatic one. Visser was defeated almost instantly. At the time, he had forgotten an unknown skill with his paper figurine, and it turned out to belong to Kara. So Visser's carelessness wasn't surprising. With an 8th level attack, accidents were almost impossible. But unfortunately, he encountered Jiang Lin, and the lifelong cautious Visser died. From Kara's words, he received another message. You mean, he already knew about me? Of course. Why? 3 powers have been rising and falling, unprecedented. The king has sent instructions for me to investigate. This was probably what Serena had mentioned, the 3 powers, 1 large and 2 small. Jiang Lin hadn't expected it to attract so much attention. The king is... him? Jiang Lin pointed overhead. Kara was patient, tapping the armrest with her right claw and nodding. By the same means, he made you his subordinate. Isn't he afraid of what Norvis did? This was what had always puzzled Jiang Lin. Theoretically, to maintain their dominance, a higher-ranking being shouldn't tolerate any threats from below. I know what you're thinking, but it's the exact opposite. Kara's lips curled. Not everyone can be Norvis. The higher-ranking possess absolute power over the lower-ranking. There must be other reasons why the guy was able to steal some of the Stargate's authority. I'm the pseudo-world lord. You've seen my power. In this pseudo-world, I'm invincible among my peers, yet I was already at the 8th level hundreds of years ago. Can you imagine what kind of power a 9th level possesses surpassing me? Jianlin was speechless. Indeed, with Kara's strength, she had already reached the pinnacle of her 8th level, and must have acquired a considerable amount of spirit crystals. But even so, she was still only at the 8th level, unable to take a single step forward. One step ahead, every step ahead. The one who pioneered this path held a position that could never be overturned by those who followed. This is probably the saying, those who learn from me live, those who imitate me die. Jianlin, this world is sick. Kara's expression suddenly grew serious. The path restricts the development of living beings. The originally chaotic world is now being constrained by order. You are special. You can change this situation. Join the chaos, and together we will break through the boundaries of the world. Look at this pseudo-world. She spoke with growing excitement, her right claw tapping the armrest faster and faster. Tap! 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 As Kara hammered, figures emerged behind her, Serena, Darian, Zephyrin. 1, 2. Until finally, a total of 30 or so level 8 professionals appeared. They were all creatures Jianlin didn't recognize, both human and alien. Such a lineup was undoubtedly formidable. Kara's eyes shone crimson, her face twisted with excitement, the skin of that beautiful young woman threatening to peel off. As if she saw a glimmer of hope, she said, "Quick, use your powers to elevate this pseudo-world. Disorder will replace order, once again leading life to break free from its boundaries, freed from the constraints of those 9 cowards. Only by facing the outside world and fear can we achieve evolution." As she spoke, the bloodshot in her eyes was like a madman. Festering pustules were faintly visible beneath her skin, and the black claws that kept tapping the armrests were leaving after images. Jianlin didn't know if it was the world that was sick, or Kara. Even if Kara truly was committed to her so-called grand ideal of chaos, he couldn't help her. Level 9 was uncontrollable, and once it mutated, there was no telling what would happen. Previously, when he was at level 6, he mutated a level 8 Taylor, causing her to be hunted and nearly killed. This made Jianlin determined not to act beyond his control without fully understanding the situation. "You've just been at level 8 for too long, and you've gone a little crazy, haven't you?" He spoke frankly about his opinion of Kara. The bloodshot in Kara's eyes faded slightly. "No, you might think I'm crazy, but I'm actually the most sane one. Order is hopeless. It's a limitation, a constraint. My parents also achieved the 8th level, but they mutated simply by looking directly at the unknown beyond. You haven't experienced it, so you don't understand. Cowardly resistance is worthless. This world doesn't need paths. Living beings must find their own way." Kara gritted her teeth, and it took a moment for her to calm down. The rhythm of the black claws hammering gradually slowed. She uttered another cryptic question that Jianlin was interested in. "Do you know where all the 9th levels, besides those false gods, have gone?" This. Jianlin felt like he couldn't bear to hear any more. Kara's state was clearly off. It was as if she had lost all her concerns, ready to die if she failed. She even unscrupulously called the 9 false gods cowards. Was she truly not afraid of being messed with? With insufficient information, it was impossible to judge whether Kara was right or wrong. Jianlin, considering only his own interests, absolutely shouldn't have joined Kara in this madness. When in doubt, act quickly. Chapter 330. Jianlin was already secretly communicating with the pseudo-gray light statue. Currently, only Lung Baibai's faith energy was flowing most strongly. She had enough people there, and they were all deeply devoted to Jianlin, the gray light god. He paid no heed to Kara's request, and his words were merely a way to elicit secrets. Because this was a negative-sum game. In layman's terms, it meant both parties were in the negative, a situation that offered no benefit. What would the alienation of the pseudo-world create? Perhaps, as Kara had suggested, it would break boundaries and create a pseudo-world filled with 9th-order beings. But this was merely speculation. Jianlin didn't believe he could control the pseudo-world, not even Kara herself. Kara didn't care because she was a bit obsessed, her thoughts twisted. To do so would be tantamount to creating a world-destroying force, fraught with uncertainty. It would benefit no one. Kara didn't yet know Jianlin was leaving. In her view, no one could leave her pseudo-world without her permission. She continued to narrate. Those level 9s were all enslaved. They were high enough to break through the orderly confinement created by those 9 cowards and reach the outer realm. Unfortunately, level 9s are no different from ordinary creatures in front of those beings, insignificant, hopeless. Faced with those beings, the only choices are mutation or death. It's the Stargate. But as she reached this point, she noticed that Jianlin had slowly dissipated into the energy of faith. Sorry, I'm not interested in these matters. Your proposal, I reject. With these 2 words, the young man in the windbreaker vanished into thin air. Kara froze. The tapping stopped. Her serious expression froze, the skin trembling as it threatened to peel off. Jianlin. She gritted her teeth, her eyes a fierce crimson. Anger and shame were inevitable. It's like talking about ideals with someone who's incredibly important to you, only to realize you're talking to a deaf ear. After a while, Kara finally calmed down. Humph. Before her, a fictional Jianlin appeared out of thin air, an exact replica of the real one. As if to vent her anger, she fiercely tore off the fictional Jianlin's skin with her black claws. She tore off the girl's skin, revealing a disgusting, festering mass of flesh beneath. She gently placed Jianlin's skin over her own, fitting it tightly. I make you agree, no matter what. Misty World. In the mist-hidden villa, 2 Ice Crystal Clan girls prayed before a statue. Silver hair, blue eyes, delicate features, traits unique to the Ice Crystal Clan. The 2 sisters looked almost identical, the only difference being a teardrop mole on the side of one of their eyes. They were twins. Chosen by Lung Bai, they served as the Grey Light God's close attendants, responsible for guarding the statue and planning sacrificial prayers. Becoming a close attendant was no easy feat. Both strength and appearance required exceptional excellence. Upon learning of their selection, the 2 sisters were so excited they couldn't sleep at night. They were even more dedicated to their work, guarding the statue almost constantly. After their usual devout prayers, the girl without the mole glanced to her side and whispered, "Sister, what did you wish for?" But her inquiry was met with a resounding rebuke from her sister. Lung Lilio's expression was serious, the teardrop mole at the corner of her eye adding a touch of allure. "Lily, the queen said prayers aren't just formalities. This is very important to the Grey Light God. How can you?" Okay, Lung Lily quickly interrupted her sister's rambling. "I'm just curious. Besides, there's nothing you can't say about your wish. The God of Grey Light won't mind." She held her sister's arm and acted coquettishly, her smile warming. Lung Lily and her sister had completely opposite personalities. One was lively and cheerful, the other serious and solemn. Unable to persuade her sister, Lung Lulu glanced at the prayer hall. It was only her and her sister. "I hope we sisters can live in peace forever." So simple? Lung Lily was somewhat disappointed by the answer. She had thought her sister was clever and wise, and would make some grand wish, but she hadn't expected it to be such a simple thing. Lung Lulu shook her head and laughed. "This is not simple, and it's very important." She had actually lied. In every prayer, she had only mentioned her sister, Lung Lily's name. "Sister, you're so boring," Lung Lily pouted. "I'm different. I hope the God of Grey Light will descend to help me ascend. I want to become stronger. The Queen said that only with strength can we achieve what we want, and we can continue to be the God's close servants." Lung Lulu wasn't as naive as her sister. Just as she was about to say that the God of Grey Light wasn't so idle and wouldn't care about all his followers, the statue shone with a grey light. A mysterious atmosphere enveloped the entire hall, and a powerful sense of oppression swept over the mist-hidden villa. The 2 sisters were stunned. Lung Lily opened her mouth. "Sister, this..." Lung Lulu was also stunned, and couldn't help but think of the wish her sister had just mentioned. It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? There were more than 20,000 people from the Ice Crystal Clan praying every day. "Hurry!" Lung Lulu was the older sister after all, and her reaction was quicker than her younger sister's. She immediately pulled the younger sister to one knee. The 2 sisters lowered their heads, expressions of trepidation, not daring to look directly at the grey light. This was their first time receiving a response from the statue, and they didn't know what would happen. What if the god was angered by their prayers? Lung Lilio's thoughts raced, her lips tightly pursed. The younger sister, on the other hand, was much calmer. Curiously, she wanted to look up, but her sister didn't move, and she didn't dare act on her own. A chill hit. Feeling the warmth of the snowy mountain region again, Jianlin felt the past 2 days had been nothing short of magical. The experience of the big and small pendulums, the battle of the level 8 fusion ghost, the indescribable encounters in strange lands, Kala's invitation. If he hadn't accumulated enough knowledge and possessed sufficient strength, he might have been stuck in the pendulum fantasy realm this time. Thankfully, everything went smoothly. He was back. Looking at the stunning twins kneeling before him and the empty hall, he wondered, where's Lung Bai? Is this the voice of the god of grey light? It wasn't as cold and majestic as he imagined, but rather deep, mysterious, and vaguely kind. The two sisters looked up and saw a handsome young man in a windbreaker standing before them, his figure shrouded in a faint, twisted gray. He didn't appear much older than they, but to gods, appearance meant little. To the god of grey light, the queen has taken the grey light guards on a hunt, Lung Lulu replied respectfully. She was adept, as if she had replayed the scene countless times in her mind. As her eyes flickered, a teardrop mole accentuated her pretty face, making it incredibly alluring. Grey light guards? Jianlin knew from the name that it was Lung Baibai's work, likely a renamed hunting team from a previous one. They were all elite Ice Crystal clan members. He briefly scanned the prayers left within the statue and understood the identities of the two women before him. He hadn't expected that he, even before becoming a god, already had a race of divine servants, and that Lung Baibai had even chosen two incredibly beautiful near-divine servants. Who did they take him for? Why weren't there any men? But he had no intention of refusing. Hierarchy allowed him to maintain his rule, and close divine servants could encourage the other ice crystals to pray more devoutly. The ice crystal statues here could gather energy from faith at a rate that could be maintained at a high rate. With a little training, the two sisters could become a force in his efforts to strengthen his faith.